Introduction asterisk. In this modern tale, a female agricultural expert, bearing an ancestral dragon egg, traverses time to become Daenerys Targaryen, a princess of House Targaryen, eventually becoming the ward of Viserys. She embarks on a tranquil life of farming, nurturing dragons, and caring for pets in another realm. However, the darkness of night looms ominously, compelling her to command a legion of dragons to vanquish her foes. Chapter 1. The Dragon Rider Daenerys. In the year 101 of the Conquest, during the early spring of March, Daenerys Targaryen closed a tome titled The Genealogies and Histories of the Major Noble Houses of the Seven Kingdoms. Gazing through the vibrant flora on her windowsill, she beheld the vast, tranquil waters of the narrow sea. Inhaling the refreshing scents of spring, her spirits lifted. The narrow sea, a slender expanse of water between the eastern continent of Essos and Westeros, had finally settled into calm after months of tumultuous storms. Every October, the sea would succumb to the frigid winds from the north, unleashing chaos that devoured countless ships and valiant souls daring to conquer its depths. Fortunately, Dragonstone, with its dual volcanoes, provided a temperate climate despite the strong winds. Particularly within Dragonstone Castle, the winters remained mild, allowing for the cultivation of tropical fruit trees, a rarity at this latitude. As Daenerys tended to her flourishing plants, an overwhelming sense of accomplishment washed over her. The vibrancy of her blooms was attributed to the meticulously crafted fertilizer she had devised. In a moment of inspiration, she had decided to utilize the colossal excrement of the dragons, combined with volcanic ash, to create compost. The results exceeded all expectations. The grass on the hills, the crops in the fields, and the fruit trees in her garden thrived remarkably, yielding abundant harvests. It seemed that anything associated with dragons was indeed extraordinary. Having dwelled in this world for 18 years, Daenerys had confirmed her existence within the realm of Game of Thrones. As she matured, fragments of her previous life grew clearer, revealing the complexities of this world. In her past life, she was a freshly graduated agricultural researcher who perished in a cataclysmic sandstorm while surveying a reforestation project in the desert. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself in the early tumult of a song of ice and fire, born on a day when the skies cleared after a storm, adorned with rainbows and auspicious clouds, marking her as a harbinger of fortune for the kingdom. Moreover, a delicate violet flame motif on her brow further distinguished her lineage, leading to an abundance of gifts on her name day each year. By the age of 4, she had cleverly orchestrated the discreet sale of trivial trinkets through her maidservants, amassing a treasure trove of 2 large chests filled with gold dragons, over 50,000 coins in total. Despite her efforts to remain inconspicuous, whispers of her avarice spread throughout the 7 kingdoms. Consequently, nobles sought to curry favor with her, presenting her with copious amounts of gold dragons during their encounters. Although they endeavored to mask their expressions before a child, Daenerys could discern their barely contained delight, revealing their lack of acting prowess. Understanding the value of her burgeoning reputation, Daenerys embraced the opportunities it afforded her. She recognized that this realm adhered to the ruthless laws of a dark jungle, where wealth was nearly omnipotent, especially for a Targaryen with dragons at her command. With sufficient resources and formidable dragons, she harbored ambitions of becoming an empress. Yet, she was acutely aware of the precariousness of her position within House Targaryen, where internal rivalries could transform kin into adversaries at any moment. Although she had only skimmed the original texts, she had watched the series multiple times, rendering her relatively familiar with the narrative. Nevertheless, some elements diverged from her expectations. For instance, on the day of her birth, a catastrophic storm triggered significant geological upheaval on Dragonstone, resulting in the emergence of a vast new island, substantially larger than Dragonstone itself. Years later, the new island flourished with life, featuring a colossal active volcano. To secure greater influence, Daenerys forged a bond with her grandmother's former blue dragon, Dreamfire, at the tender age of 7. Dreamfire, the offspring of the Red Queen Melisandre and the bloodworm Krasnies, was the 4th largest dragon, surpassed only by Vhagar, Vermithrax, and the wild dragon, Viserion. When Daenerys contracted Dreamfire, she measured over 50 meters in length. However, due to prolonged confinement in her lair, her growth had stagnated. With Daenerys' dedicated care and training, Dreamfire regained her rapid growth, now nearing 70 meters in length, with a wingspan exceeding 140 to 50 meters. Her scales shimmered in deep blue, previously a lighter hue, with silver-tipped wings and formidable spines adorning her back and tail. In accordance with Targaryen tradition, each child received a dragon egg placed in their cradle upon birth. Daenerys's egg, a pale pink, had yet to hatch, remaining nestled in her room's hearth, warmed daily. She had attempted to invoke the hatching process through blood and tears, even contemplating the drastic measure of igniting the egg with fire, but refrained, as painful as it would be. However, the flame mark on her brow seemed to facilitate a connection with dragons in her dreams, allowing her to bond with dream fire effortlessly. Her auspicious reputation and striking beauty led her niece, Rhaenyra, to avoid her from an early age. Daenerys, indifferent to the whims of a child, acknowledged Rhaenyra's exceptional nature but recognized her pride. With the passing of her grandmother and mother, Daenerys found herself alone on Dragonstone, preferring its solitude to the stench of King's Landing, where Rhaenyra often lingered. After successfully bonding with Dreamfire, her uncle, King Jaehaerys, granted her the new island of Dragonstone, even hosting a grand celebration in King's Landing in her honor. Yet, after collecting the nobles' gifts, she swiftly returned to Dragonstone, her coffers swelling to 255,508 gold dragons, 5,800 silver moons, 12,000 silver stags, and 8,052 copper stars, along with various coins. Since her arrival on Dragonstone, Daenerys established a disciplined routine, rising at 7 with the assistance of her maid. Breakfast was served from 7:30 to 8, followed by mornings dedicated to studying Valyrian court etiquette and various texts until 11 o'clock. Lunch is served, followed by a 2-hour rest. At 1 in the afternoon, studies in geography and history commence. Dinner is at 5, leading into free time. After dinner, Daenerys typically tends to her dragons, engages in light conversation with her handmaidens, and indulges in embroidery or other feminine crafts. She also takes care of her plants and feeds her dogs. Daenerys has 4 imposing mastiffs at Dragonstone, each one robust and formidable. Having observed the remarkable effects of dragon fertilizer on her plants, Daenerys decided to concoct a few seasonings to test their impact on animals and humans alike. Thus, she began to add these ingredients to her dog's diet. Fortunately, the results of her experiment were quite promising. Her 4 mastiffs indeed grew significantly faster and larger than their littermates, exhibiting exceptional strength. Once fully grown, they reach sizes exceeding that of ordinary mastiffs, nearly as large as calves. They take great pleasure in following Daenerys, instilling fear in knights who encounter them. Moreover, they have grown accustomed to the presence of dragons, often accompanying Daenerys to feed them, no longer intimidated by the majestic creatures. The products of dragons truly possess extraordinary efficacy. Chapter 2. The Dark Tidings. Daenerys finds immense joy in feeding dragons at Dragonstone, where loyal dragon keepers of House Targaryen are entrusted with their care and training. Most of these dragon keepers are descendants of the Targaryen family's bastards. It may be for this reason that dragons seldom harm them, yet their impure blood makes it difficult for them to bond with the creatures. These keepers are illiterate and speak only Valyrian, having been selected from a young age for their training. Many have been taken to King's Landing to continue serving the dragons there, leaving only a handful on Dragonstone. Every day, the dragon keepers drive sheep into the dragon's lair for the creatures to feast upon at their leisure. To be candid, this practice seems rather wasteful. While sheepskins and wool may not be costly, they still hold value, equivalent to 16 copper pieces, enough to buy 10 loaves of bread, sufficient sustenance for an adult for 5 days. Thus, Daenerys instructed the dragon keepers to slaughter the sheep, cure the meat, and then roast it on a large iron grill near the dragon's lair. Naturally, the keepers dared not remain close, but Daenerys did, for dragons seldom harm those of Targaryen blood, do they not? Over the years, Daenerys has accumulated a small fortune from selling sheepskins, amounting to several thousand golden dragons, even after sharing a portion with the servants who skin and purchase the sheep. To facilitate this, Daenerys sought out 12 teenage boys from the orphans in King's Landing, specifically to handle the skinning of sheep. These boys were chosen from hundreds of orphans, possessing both good looks and intellect. Daenerys envisioned training them as her personal guards. To this end, she hired a skilled mercenary knight, Boron, from King's Landing to teach them swordsmanship. Boron's skills rival those of the most esteemed knights, resulting in the boys making significant progress in their training, becoming adept at skinning sheep efficiently. Daenerys' niece, Rhaenyra, affectionately nicknamed them the Sheepskin Knights, and their reputation soon spread throughout the 7 kingdoms. However, Daenerys remained indifferent to their fame, for in this world, few things could be monetized, and she counted herself among them. Since Daenerys developed a fondness for feeding dragons, she visited each one, the bronze fury Vormesor, the gentle Queen Silverwing, the hideous sheep stealer, and the old hag Vhagar, making sure to pay her respects to each. The fierce dragon, the glutton, was one Daenerys dared not approach, for that ancient beast is both cunning and perilous. Vormesor and Silverwing had been left on Dragonstone by King Jaehaerys for quite some time, likely due to his advanced age rendering him unfit to ride dragons any longer. Each time, Vormesor would seize the entire roasted sheep Daenerys prepared and depart without a second thought. He, along with Silverwing, rarely ventured from Dragonmount. Fortunately, Silverwing occasionally bestowed Daenerys with a knowing glance and did not reject her attempts at closeness. The sheep stealer, true to her name, only emerged to snatch the roasted lamb after Daenerys had left. She was quite unsightly, with muddy-hued scales that were neither black nor gray, but rather a sickly yellowish-brown. Her head was devoid of horns or barbs, reminiscent of Vhagar. Vhagar currently serves as Prince Aegon's mount, often choosing to return to Dragonstone, disliking the dragon lair. Yet she shows some respect towards Daenerys, roaring a few times and flapping her wings after being fed. Occasionally, she offers Daenerys a glance, as if to say, "You are quite commendable." Vhagar enjoys resting on rocky outcrops along the shore, appearing lethargic when consuming sheep, but she willingly allows Daenerys to pet her and listens attentively as Daenerys whispers beneath her chin. From time to time, she emits a puff of smoke from her nostrils, perhaps in response to Daenerys. On this day, Daenerys soared on Dreamfire, circling the vicinity of Dragonstone, witnessing the island's gradual transformation into a place of prosperity after years of recovery. Upon concluding her flight and returning to the castle, Daenerys sensed an unusual atmosphere. Scholar Gladys solemnly informed everyone. The Black Crow brings dark tidings. Prince Aegon has passed away. Daenerys, like the others, was engulfed in profound shock. At that moment, the prudent Scholar Gladys quietly reminded Daenerys, "Your Highness, according to tradition, when a member of House Targaryen passes, a funeral pyre must be prepared on Dragonstone. We should begin our preparations." Upon hearing this, Daenerys steeled herself and began instructing her attendants to arrange the necessary preparations. "Sir Alfred, please ensure everyone remains vigilant. Have the fishing village increase patrols, particularly to scrutinize outsiders. Enforce a curfew during the funeral proceedings. Scholar Tigress, please prepare the necessary supplies. I trust you and Sir Alfred to manage this." The composed and gentle old scholar and the capricious captain of the guard, Alfred, replied respectfully, "Yes, Your Highness. Annie, we can expect many female guests to visit. I would appreciate your assistance in preparing for their arrival." Annie, serving as Daenerys' lady-in-waiting, is also a noble woman from the Starkworth family of the Crownlands. "Yes, Your Highness. Leave it to me." "Very well. Everyone, off you go to prepare." After delegating the various tasks, Daenerys settled into the Dragonstone chair, gazing at the enormous model of Westeros laid before her, once more lost in contemplation. Dragonstone is an island formed by the eruption of the active volcano on Dragonmount, situated at the mouth of Blackwater Bay. Beneath the mountain lies a rich vein of Dragonstone. For centuries, apart from Dragonstone Castle, the island has housed a modest fishing village of about 10,000 inhabitants. Numerous ships traversing the narrow sea dock here to replenish their supplies in fresh water or seek refuge from storms. Thus, though small, the fishing village has provided House Targaryen with some tax revenue. Before claiming the Seven Kingdoms, House Targaryen's primary income stemmed from its own overseas trade. Now, with the support of the Seven Kingdoms, the family fleet has long been reorganized into a royal navy, remaining in King's Landing as a mere display. Not far to the southwest of Dragonstone lies Driftmark, home to House Valyrian, a family hailing from Valyria. To the north is Crab Island, home to House Valyrian, a vassal house brought from ancient Valyria by House Targaryen. Despite the ancient and formidable nature of Dragonstone, the vassals belonging to the island are few, as the sparse population on its shores makes it challenging for the lord to muster an army. However, as the newly emerged island in the northeastern corner expanded its area several-fold, King Jaehaerys summoned tens of thousands of displaced individuals from King's Landing to settle at the juncture of the new and old islands. This place has since blossomed into a small town known as White Sheep Town, thriving on sheep herding and the cultivation of barley, oats, and soybeans. Following her successful dragon riding, Daenerys boldly approached her great-grandfather, King Jaehaerys, requesting the allocation of Goat Town and the new island of Dragonstone as her domain. Being the youngest dragon rider in Targaryen history, Daenerys was granted her wish as if appeasing a child, for they regarded that land as inconsequential wasteland. Thus, Daenerys found herself as a princess of a royal house with her own fief, an unprecedented occurrence within the Targaryen lineage. Traditionally, only the heir to the throne was deemed worthy of the title of Prince of Dragonstone, possessing governance over the island. The Targaryen family currently enjoys substantial wealth reserves and has yet to face a situation in which they needed to borrow from the Iron Bank throughout history. With a limited number of royal family members, they live in comfort, never perceiving gold dragons as particularly valuable. Consequently, Daenerys' actions were dismissed as mere child's play, a trivial game, and were not taken seriously. If that is their perception, then splendid. The new island of Dragonstone rightfully belongs to Daenerys Targaryen. According to the laws of the Seven Kingdoms, no one shall interfere, lest they face the wrath of her dragon. She is well aware that historically, Rhaenyra had triumphed, yet was undone by a lack of funds and oppressive taxation, ultimately leading her to be ousted by the most formidable force in King's Landing. In the end, she found herself without the means even to pay for her passage back to Dragonstone. Chapter 515. The Onslaught of the Octopus Aegon, wielding the fiery flames, and Aemond, commanding Vhagar, closely shadowed Worm Soul like vigilant guardians, expertly guiding their dragons in pursuit. Though they had successfully regained control of the dragons, their hearts were now solely filled with unwavering loyalty to their master. Perhaps influenced by their resolve, both dragons, Fire and Vhagar, exhibited a demeanor befitting subordinates before Worm Soul and Silverwing. The brilliant Fire and Sunfire bore an uncanny resemblance, save for a slight difference in size. The sight of Sunfire reminded Aurelian of his own dragon that had flown away without a care. Fortunately, Worm Soul remained present. As the Stairs Islands came into view, Aurelian's inner apprehension lingered, undiminished despite the distance. While their mother, Daenerys, appeared remarkably composed regarding the dragon's departure, Aurelian sensed that significant events were on the horizon. Nevertheless, he understood that his mother had entrusted him with leading the dragons and the Second Legion back to Rhaenyra for his own protection. With new masters, Wormsoul and Silverwing had returned to their peak condition. Even Silverwing, nurtured by Queen Alicent and previously focused solely on flight and laying eggs, had developed a fondness for hunting large marine fish under Lana's training. The bond between Wormsoul and Silverwing seemed to deepen, influenced by the emotions of their two new masters. Suddenly, the agile Silverwing dove swiftly toward the ocean's surface. As her graceful form skimmed the water, a massive squid, nearly 10 meters in length and hunting for sharks, was effortlessly seized from the depths. Under the searing cobalt flames of Silverwing, the colossal squid soon ceased its struggles, becoming a roasted delicacy. Silverwing swiftly consumed the squid's head and then, with a powerful throw, hurled the remaining bulk toward Wormsoul. The bronze giant, thrilled, opened its mouth wide and pivoted to catch the offering accurately. Satisfied, it merely lifted its head, chewed a few times, and swallowed the substantial portion of squid entirely. Why had there been such an influx of giant squids in the narrow sea? Aurelian and his companions had encountered several massive squids during their flight across the strait. While the narrow sea was not devoid of large marine creatures, the frequent appearance of these gigantic squids was indeed unusual. They were typically found only in the depths of the Summer Sea to the south and the Sunset Sea to the west. Today, the Stairs Islands had become a vital trade hub between the eastern and western continents, with ships traversing the waters incessantly. Undoubtedly, such oversized squids posed a significant threat to their endeavors. Thus, Aurelian instructed Aegon and Aemond to continue safeguarding the fleet transporting the Second Legion. He and Lana swiftly soared towards the Stairs Islands, commanding Wormsoul, Silverwing, and the patterned long-winged dragon, Oryx. As they approached the Stairs Islands, they indeed discovered the Holy Flame fleet, equipped with massive ballistae, meticulously patrolling the surrounding waters. What transpired? Aurelian, guiding Wormsoul, drew near the main ship's deck and inquired loudly of the commander above. Your Highness, a sudden migration of gigantic squids from the Sea of Summer has occurred, and numerous merchant fleets have fallen prey to their attacks. Upon witnessing Prince Aurelian arriving on his dragon, the previously flustered commander felt a wave of relief. For the squids were formidable, yet the Holy Flame fleet could vanquish them, especially with the presence of Wormsoul and Silverwing, such mighty dragons. Comprehending the situation, Aurelian hesitated no longer and directed his dragon towards the Sea of Sunset for reconnaissance. Before long, they spotted a trio of colossal squids assaulting a merchant fleet from the Summer Isles. Attack, Wormsoul! Attack, Silverwing! With a thunderous roar, Wormsoul launched a frontal assault. its enormous bronze wings stirring up towering waves as they skimmed the ocean's surface. Silverwing cleverly circled behind the octopuses to prevent their escape. Meanwhile, Oryx, the patterned long-winged dragon, demonstrated admirable speed and agility, darting ahead of Wormsole to confront the squid. With a sharp screech, Oryx's talons seized the smallest of the gigantic squids, yet the marine beast, measuring 7 to 8 meters, showed no fear. It retaliated by thrashing its powerful tentacles at Oryx, ensnaring it. The force of the squids might nearly sent Oryx plummeting from the sky. Infuriated, Oryx retaliated by spewing a venomous green liquid at the colossal squid. The corrosive venom caused the squid immense pain, rapidly rendering it paralyzed. Seizing the opportunity, Oryx swiftly crushed its head with a decisive bite, then, in a vengeful act, began to consume it whole. Wormsole, towering over 100 meters, faced the squid, already exceeding 10 meters in length, with effortless prowess. With a single powerful claw, it hoisted the squid from the depths and incinerated its head with a blast of dragon fire. As the squid's thick tentacles flailed in a desperate struggle, Wormsole swiftly severed its head with a single bite. Meanwhile, Silverwing successfully dealt with another large squid, perhaps due to the magical essence contained within these squids. After vanquishing them, Wormsole and the others felt invigorated rather than fatigued, their energy surging even further. In the midst of the merchants' heartfelt gratitude during the sweltering summer on the islands, Aurelians continued their journey southward. By the time the fleet transporting the Second Legion successfully reached the city of Savon, Aurelians had already vanquished a dozen colossal squids near the Stone Steps Isles, coupled with the eradication efforts of the Holy Flame fleet during this period. The total count had surpassed 30. These marine behemoths had wreaked havoc on numerous vessels, instilling a sense of dread among the merchant convoys navigating near the Stone Steps Isles. Simultaneously, sightings of these gigantic squids began to emerge around Isman Island, Taz Island, the coast of Dorne, the mouth of the torrential river, Qingting Island, and even the Old Town. Just after giving birth, Daenerys, disregarding her still recovering body, took to the skies riding Rhaegar, Hograth, and Hognara towards the summer sea. Daenerys sent messages to her sister Vanilla, who was nurturing her relationship with her fiancé, Joffrey Arryn, in the valley, as well as to Sanella, who was passionately engaged with the new Dawnblade stationed in Goldmine City. She instructed Vanilla to command her dragon, Frostfire, to patrol the coastline southward from the valley, annihilating any encountered giant octopuses. Sanella, meanwhile, led Balon, Icena, and Isis aboard their dragons to survey the southern coast of Dorne. Chapter 516, The Might of Rhaegar. As Osiris's sole dragon, Ragnax, had abandoned him, Daenerys attempted to ride Hograth, but it was evidently futile. Although Hograth could accept Osiris upon her saddle, they could not forge a mental connection, rendering perfect control impossible. Consequently, Hograth, renowned for her speed, often startled Osiris with her aerial acrobatics, provoking unexpected cries of alarm. Hograth bore your mental imprint. No one else could hope to command her. While I might assist with other dragons, yours is beyond my capability. Daenerys gazed in astonishment at the black dragon beneath her, acutely aware that Rhaegar was unlike any other dragon, yet she had not anticipated such prowess. You possess this ability? Huh. My talents extend far beyond that. Rhaegar is not to be compared with the beasts under your command. With that proclamation, Rhaegar's form suddenly turned crimson, and in a flash, she surged towards the ocean's surface. Daenerys felt a potent psychic force rapidly expanding, followed by the sight of a colossal squid leaping from the water, measuring over 10 meters in length. The giant squid emitted frantic cries, fleeing in sheer terror as if confronted by a great horror. However, Rhaegar's crimson-black flames cascaded like a waterfall from the heavens, instantly incinerating the creature into a charred delicacy, causing the surrounding seawater to begin to boil. Rafa swiftly skimmed across the surface of the sea, effortlessly seizing the already roasted giant squid and tossing it into the air before taking a decisive bite, followed by the crisp sound of her chewing as she swallowed it whole. Behold, this is my prowess. Even these unsightly creatures hiding in the depths of the ocean cannot evade my perception, Rafa boasted to Daenerys. Let us proceed to Dragonstone. It must be said that Daenerys had previously underestimated Rafa. Her abilities had indeed transcended the dimensions attainable by the dragons of House Targaryen. On Dragonstone, the Dragon Mount housed the formidable Vhagar and Leviathan, two dragons of commendable lineage, which would serve well in assisting Aegon in taming one. With the formidable Rafa by their side, even the gargantuan squids, having sought refuge in the ocean's depths, were accurately sensed and compelled to surface through her mental control. By the time Rafa, Hagrina, and the other dragons arrived at Dragonstone, they were already satiated and their bellies round. To facilitate Aegon's endeavor in taming a new dragon, Daenerys had Rafa hunt a giant squid measuring over 10 meters in length as bait. After all, no dragon could resist such a delectable and magically infused morsel. Upon their arrival at Dragonstone's dragon mount, a series of irritable roars echoed from within, indicating that Vhagar and Silverwing's grievances had not diminished even after more than a year of laborious reform. While emotions may be well concealed, the dragons, sharing a bond of spirit, were the truest reflection of their inner turmoil. Shortly thereafter, under the prodding of the dragon guards, the still agitated Vhagar and Leviathan approached the massive Dragon Rider's platform with an intimidating presence. Upon noticing Rafa and her companions near the platform, the two dragons became even more agitated, their fiery breath beginning to brew within their throats. Receiving Daenerys' command, Rafa unhesitatingly unleashed her mental prowess. Her formidable psychic energy rippled through the air, instantly subduing the agitated Leviathan and Vhagar. In an instant, they found themselves in a state akin to drowning, losing control of their bodies, while the mental brands left by Vhagar and Silverwing shattered like fragile glass. This sudden disarray caused Vhagar and Silverwing, who were in the midst of clearing dragon droppings in the dragon lair, to roll their eyes and faint, their limbs convulsing uncontrollably as if seized by a fit. Meanwhile, on the Dragon Rider's platform, Vhagar and Leviathan, like frightened hounds, tucked their tails and trembled on the ground. Enough. Upon receiving Rafa's mental communication, Daenerys quickly instructed Aegon, "My son, summon your courage. Go forth. Tame your new dragon companion." Oecilion, having previously tamed the mightier Ragnax, resolutely made his way towards Vamonton. In contrast to the grotesque and mottled dragon Leviathan, Vamonton, possessing the essence of the Black Death, exhibited a more commanding presence. Daenerys promptly instructed Hogras to present the colossal octopus before Vamonton. Faced with such a delectable feast, even the apprehensive Vamonton could not restrain himself, and soon began to indulge heartily. Observing that Vamonton had consumed the entire giant squid and was beginning to regain his composure, Oecilion issued a command. "Vamonton, lie down." Recently liberated from his master's mental imprint, Vamonton remained in a state of considerable tension and vigilance. Thus, even under the influence of Lafa's mental control, he did not immediately comply with Oecilion's directive. Noticing this, Oecilion began to softly chant the ancient dragon song of Valyria. As the timeless melody resonated through Dragon Mountain, the true dragon blood within Oecilion began to simmer, inciting a bloodline resonance among the dragons. Hogras and Hognara, already satiated, unexpectedly succumbed to a deep slumber amidst the song, and even the typically tempestuous Leviathan calmed. Vamonton's restless emotions gradually abated, and he obediently lowered his head before Oecilion, whose image began to reflect in Vamonton's eyes. Before long, Oecilion successfully pressed his forehead against Vamonton's cheek, initiating a mental connection. Finally reunited with his dragon, Oecilion eagerly climbed onto Vamonton's back and soared from Dragon Mountain. "Thank you, Lafa." Daenerys affectionately stroked Lafa's massive head as she expressed her gratitude. "It's no trouble at all. Did you not also tame that ugly dragon?" Observing Vamonton, who lay submissively beside them like a chastened dog, Daenerys had no intention of taming him further. The Targaryen family was left with no other unclaimed dragons, thus, it was best to allow him to remain at Dragon Mountain for the time being. Following the collective escape of the dragons, the Targaryen family was reduced to a mere 37 dragons, with only this one unclaimed. Daenerys wished to reserve Leviathan for her children. Chapter 517. Conspiracy of Volantis. Daenerys granted Oecilion a day to cultivate rapport with Vamonton, while she commanded Lafa and the other dragons to patrol the waters surrounding the island of the Holy Flame. To her astonishment, traces of giant squids had been discovered even in the Blackwater Bay between King's Landing and the island of the Holy Flame. However, it appeared that they were currently in a state of stealth, refraining from attacking the vessels traversing Blackwater Bay. Thus, Daenerys maneuvered Raffer to conduct a thorough search of the nearby waters. To her astonishment, within a mere day, she had cleared out a dozen colossal squids and a massive octopus exceeding 20 meters that had already infiltrated the docks of Old Town. Fortunately, it had yet to take any action. Otherwise, the bustling city of Old Town might have faced utter devastation. Daenerys recognized that someone was once again plotting against her, prompting her to swiftly return to Dragonstone and alert the scholars to issue a nationwide warning. She also commanded the Dragon Knight, Syra, to patrol the western coast of Westeros, where the Sea of Dusk harbored an abundance of gigantic creatures. Particularly, the Iron Islands worshipped the drowned god, a golden giant squid, indicating that tranquility was unlikely in that region. "Mother, I too wish to join you in battle at sea." Aegon had successfully mounted a dragon once more and was reluctant to remain solely as a guardian of Old Town. Daenerys pointed to the massive octopus suspended from the Rainbow Stone Tower and said, "Aegon, you are now the lord of the Crab's Claw Peninsula. Safeguarding your subjects is your foremost duty. These monsters have already penetrated Blackwater Bay, and many swamps on the Crab's Claw Peninsula are connected to the sea. You must thoroughly inspect all the marshes. Otherwise, if any lurking threats infiltrate, they will bring catastrophic consequences to the peninsula." "I understand, Mother." Aegon, being inherently astute, needed no further philosophical admonitions from Daenerys. After her departure, he immediately took to Vyminton and commenced a comprehensive search of the Crab's Claw Peninsula. Fortunately, after a week's diligent effort, he had scoured nearly the entire peninsula, capturing only a few octopuses under 10 meters in size. However, he did discover several groups of gigantic marine crocodiles. Having taken charge of the Crab's Claw Peninsula, Aegon had already surveyed all its waters. If such a large population of colossal marine crocodiles had existed, they would not have gone undetected. Thus, Aegon hastened to relay the news, warning all coastal cities and lords to remain vigilant against the diverse array of monstrous species emerging from the sea. Despite Daenerys' concerted efforts to contain the news of the Targaryen dragon's mass exodus, the sheer scale of their departure had led to numerous sightings, causing the information to gradually circulate. This news unsettled the previously stabilized realm of Westeros, which had found some peace after the appearance of the White Stag. Now, even legendary sea monsters were surfacing in droves, stirring the ambitions of those once dormant conspirators. Nevertheless, good news soon arrived from Essos. The Targaryen dragons that had fled had united at the mouth of the Rhoyne and near the Smoking Sea, where they captured all the lurking sea monsters. Upon receiving this news, Daenerys quickly commandeered Rhaefer and made her way there. The journey was remarkably tranquil, and not a single sea monster was encountered. The formidable power of those 25 mighty dragons is indeed impressive. Presently, these dragons have commenced their nesting within the ruins of Valyria, seemingly undeterred by the harsh conditions of the Smoking Sea. In fact, the violent and potent magical energy of that region has accelerated their growth. As Rhaefer can effortlessly traverse the Smoking Sea, Daenerys has had the privilege of witnessing a glimpse of the true visage of the Valyrian ruins. Even after centuries have passed, the nearly obliterated 14 flames still relentlessly spew forth fire and toxic smoke. Within the depths of that poisonous mist, Daenerys can distinctly sense countless magical creatures lurking. With over 20 dragons residing on the craggy peripheries of the Smoking Sea, Daenerys curbed her curiosity and refrained from venturing deeper into the abyss. "Rhaefer, you must have delved into the depths of the Smoking Sea. What sights await within?" "Indescribable. Although I was born in those depths, I have always traversed designated paths. There are many terrifying entities in other regions that I dare not approach. Are there other dragons within?" "Indeed. However, they are all fearsome mutant dragons, and I would not dare provoke them lightly. Fortunately, they remain within the depths of the Smoking Sea, so your dragons should be safe. Moreover, while the creatures within may be somewhat unpalatable, they offer significant benefits to the dragons." "I see. It is only natural that such formidable beings, capable of wounding the great dragon Valyrian, the Black Dread, are not to be underestimated." Thus, Daenerys resolutely suppressed her curiosity. After observing the dragon's new habitat, she departed. Within several large nests, Daenerys beheld newly hatched dragon eggs, prompting her decision to grant these dragons their freedom, hoping they would thrive in safety. As the ruins of Valyria became once again teeming with dragons, the Targaryen lineage would naturally have a continuous source of dragons. However, vigilance must be exercised to prevent other Valyrian bloodlines from seizing the opportunity. It seems there is no choice but to disregard Volantis. Volantis, being the nearest city to the Valyrian ruins, must be subdued to establish a defensive system guarding the primary passage to the ruins. Rhaefer, the next steps depend on you. With thoughts of Rhaefer's mind control abilities, Daenerys was suddenly struck with a brilliant idea. News from Mother. Aurelia, upon reviewing Daenerys' handwritten letter delivered by the Fiery Falcon, immediately began mobilizing her forces towards the town of Volanthas in Reclian. Now, she commands not only over 5,000 new warriors from the Second Legion, but also 3,000 elite troops stationed in Volanthas. Additionally, with 1,000 naval forces patrolling the mouth of the Lorne River, the Reclian kingdom possesses the strength to conquer Volantis. However, Daenerys has always shunned the notion of hegemony. The lands one occupies remain only partially developed. Thus, forcibly seizing additional territories merely yields temporary glory and wealth, which ultimately cannot endure. 10 days later, Aurelian's formidable army had assembled in the town of Valensis. During this time, Daenerys, commanding Rhaegar, swept across a significant portion of the Sunset Sea, vanquishing hundreds of colossal squids and octopuses. Rhaegar successfully employed his telepathic abilities to control several massive octopuses and king squids, each exceeding 30 or 40 meters in size. Under Rhaegar's command, these marine behemoths gathered off the coast of Valentis. Chapter 518. Valentis once stood as the most powerful free trade city-state. Situated on the eastern bank of the mouth of the Lorne River in the eastern region of the Kingdom of Reclia, directly across from the town of Valensis. Valentis was among the earliest colonies established by the ancient freehold of Valyria, boasting a rich history and formidable strength, often lauded as the eldest daughter of Valyria, queen of the Lorne River and mistress of the Summer Sea. Even today, Valentis remains the most prosperous area in the southwestern part of Essos, nestled beside a vast, tranquil bay. The lands stretching from the mouth of the Lorne River to the Heartbreak Hills, along with the western Orange Coast, were once firmly within Valentis' sphere of influence. However, the extensive territories on the western bank of the Lorne River, near Heartbreak Hills and the town of Saharu, have succumbed to the dominion of the Kingdom of Reclia. Only the town of Samel and the endless marshes to the northeast of Valentis, as well as the eastern mountain ranges and the sprawling coastal plains near the long summer lands of Valyria to the southeast, remain under her control. Valentis is the closest free city-state to the Slave Bay, yet the direct distance between it and Myr exceeds 3,000 kilometers. Nevertheless, the well-connected Valyrian road facilitates frequent trade between the two. Valentis openly contravenes the regulations of free trade city-states by engaging in slave trade via this Valyrian road to the Slave Bay. However, the road, approaching the ruins of Valyria, is fraught with perilous conditions, including the threat of acid rain and ambushes from stone men, leading the populace to dub this stretch of the road of demons. Although Valentis has been defeated by the combined forces of Braavos and the former kingdom of the Three Daughters, its citizens often boast that even if the hundreds of islands belonging to Braavos were placed in their harbors, they would be consumed entirely. Countless vessels from around the world have rendered Valentis one of the most bustling ports, yet they also imbue the city with a pungent amalgam of fishy, floral, and decayed odors, reminiscent of the former grandeur of King's Landing. The northern territories of Valentis extend along both banks of the Vanyra River, stretching northeast into the interior's rolling hills and endless marshes, resulting in a humid and sweltering climate. As Westeros approaches winter, Valentis remains entrenched in the height of summer. Valentis is divided into two districts by the River Lorne. The eastern district serves as the residence for the noble class of ancient bloodlines, strictly prohibiting outsiders from entering. In contrast, the western district is inhabited by mercenaries, foreigners, slaves, and commoners, connected to the east by a grand black Dragonstone bridge. The slave population in the eastern district is staggering, numbering between 500,000 to 600,000, a figure 5 times greater than that of the free citizens in the west. Beyond the imposing black walls of Valentis, a multitude of residences, shops, and inns are densely packed. This area attracts foreigners, free men, mercenaries, and criminals, creating a chaotic scene rife with debauchery, inebriation, and murder, where eunuchs, pirates, pickpockets, and necromancers intermingle. This environment has rendered the place akin to a vast cesspool, reminiscent of the filth of King's Landing, compelling the governors of Valentis to dispatch slave soldiers to maintain an appearance of order. The Dragonstone Bridge, spanning the mouth of the River Lorne, unites the two districts of Valentis. Its impressive length is supported by enormous Dragonstone piers, presenting a flat surface akin to a great thoroughfare, constructed by the Valyrians during their zenith. The entrances on either end are marked by grand arches of black stone, adorned with carvings of sphinxes, chimeras, dragons, and other fantastical beasts. The bridge's surface is wide enough to accommodate 2 four-wheeled carriages side by side. Along its flanks, a myriad of buildings offers nearly any commodity one might desire. In the center of the bridge, the hands of thieves and the heads of criminals are frequently displayed on pikes as a grim warning to passers-by. At its zenith, Valentis boasted a population exceeding 1 million, making it the most powerful and populous city-state among the free trading realms. Magnificent statues and colossal fountains dotted the landscape, earning it the moniker of the city of flowers and fountains. However, the century-long war preceding the conquest of Aegon drastically altered this once thriving tableau. In the aftermath, rioting citizens and members of the faction opposed to the ruling Tiger Party defaced many statues of their governors, expressing their resentment towards the party for dragging Valentis into the depths of war. The conflict also precipitated a significant decline in Volantis' population, and it has yet to fully recover the splendor of centuries past. Today, fountains either run dry or have become stagnant pools, though Volantis still appears prosperous. A subtle decline is palpable, with some desolate districts reverting to marshland. Nonetheless, despite this deterioration, few forces, aside from terrifying behemoths like dragons, can breach the formidable black walls of Volantis. These walls, constructed from fused black stones, rise 200 feet high in an oval formation. Originally built by the Valyrians when Volantis was merely a frontier outpost of the Freehold, the walls are immensely thick, allowing 6 four-horse carriages to traverse side by side. To commemorate the founding of Volantis, an annual ceremony features a race of 6 carriages running in parallel. The inhabitants within the walls refer to themselves as of ancient blood, claiming descent from the ancestral lineage of the old Valyrian era. Outsiders, free men, and foreigners are strictly forbidden from entering the Black Walls unless invited by the residents therein. The Temple of Hello is the most magnificent edifice within the city of Volantis. Its beams, columns, steps, walls, vaulted ceilings, towers, and aerial walkways are seamlessly intertwined, as though the entire structure were hewn from a single colossal stone. Evidently, this employs the ancient construction techniques of Valyria. Hundreds of materials in hues of red, yellow, gold, and orange blend into the temple's grand walls, merging together like the resplendent clouds at sunset. The slender spires entwine and spiral upwards, with flames blazing atop the towers, as if reaching out to caress the heavens. Within the opulent royal palace of Vanyra, the most luxurious hotel in Volantis, the somewhat aged princess Vanyra has summoned her illegitimate offspring to conspire. Vanyra's kingdom is a monumental 4-story structure that overlooks the docks, wharves, and warehouses of Volantis, with a dedicated passage leading directly to the Black Dragonstone Bridge. Her hall surpasses the majority of Westerosi castles in size, featuring a courtyard paved with flagstones, adorned with numerous grapevines, and surrounded by pavilions and alcoves that render the hall a veritable labyrinth. Furthermore, the outer walls of the building are constructed from Dragonstone, providing astonishing defensive capabilities. Tranilana, do you truly believe that Daenerys, upon conquering Volantis, would allow me to return to Westeros? The once rebellious princess Vanyra, as the years have waned, particularly after the passing of her father, Jaehaerys, increasingly yearns for her life in Westeros and at Dragonstone. Mother, Daenerys is a magnificent and benevolent queen. Would your Vanyra's kingdom have flourished as the most vibrant pleasure district in Volantis without her clandestine support? Tranilana is the sole legitimate offspring born to Princess Vanyra after her marriage to the Valantian Tiger Party's governor, Atlani Magathia. The ancient Valyrian bloodline endows her with an almost divine radiance, a quintessential beauty with silver hair and violet eyes. Chapter 519, The Terrifying Sea Monster. Moreover, the decaying Volantis is in dire need of transformation. Tranilana is not only strikingly beautiful but also exceptionally capable. At just over 20, she is already a leading contender for the next governor of the Tiger Party. Through her charm, social acumen, and the political funding discreetly provided by Daenerys, she has garnered the support of numerous noble youths, merchants, and lenders in Volantis. Volantis has inherited the Valyrian model of governance, with 3 elected governors ruling in unison, chosen by all citizens. Each governor serves a term of only 1 year, from the first day of the new year, yet any governor may seek re-election indefinitely. Although the governors are neither kings nor princes, they are the most esteemed individuals in Volantis. As long as they remain in office, their feet must not touch the ground. Thus, when they venture out, they must always be seated atop elephants. The political system of Volantis resembles that of the Valyrian freehold, where any freeman owning land possesses the right to vote for the governor. Each electoral cycle spans a duration of 10 days, a period during which the people of Volantis indulge in revelry. Candidates employ various tactics to win the favor of the electorate. Throughout this 10-day celebration, the streets of Volantis come alive with torchlit parades, eloquent speeches, and an array of pantomimes, musical performances, and dances. Assassins duel in support of their chosen candidates, while elephants are adorned with the names of those vying for power. Some candidates even resort to unspeakable actions, including allowing their slaves to engage intimately with voters, all in a desperate bid for their ballots. However, only those of noble blood, whose lineage can be traced unbroken back to the ancient days of Valyria, and who can provide evidence of their heritage, are permitted to run for the office of consul. Never has a child ascended to this position, and should one consul exhibit signs of madness, the other 2 will unite to curtail his authority until his term concludes. Noble women residing within the Black Walls also possessed the right to vote, and 3 centuries ago, a female consul named Tyrlana emerged. Since then, several women have attempted to run, yet none have succeeded in being elected. Some consuls, weary of years spent in the electoral fray, resolved to declare themselves as lifelong rulers. The people of Volantis would not stand idly by as such an affront occurred. They would unhesitatingly execute these consuls. The Tiger Party, comprised of Volantis's old nobility and warriors, has long advocated for the conquest of the world through martial prowess. During the bloody century following the fall of the Valyrian freehold, Volantis was governed by the Tiger Party, which embarked on a series of aggressive conquests. Alas, the insatiable ambition of Volantis ultimately led to its defeat at the hands of a coalition of other free cities, causing a significant decline in the Tiger Party's political influence and a dramatic fall from grace. The Elephant Party, predominantly composed of merchants and moneylenders, champions the notion of conquering the world through trade. The early Elephant Party boasted many women in high positions, who played a pivotal role in overthrowing the Tiger Party's dominion. For a century following the end of the bloody conflicts, the Elephant Party maintained control over Volantis' administration, consistently holding 2 consul positions. However, I have heard whispers that the dragons under Daenerys' command have recently fled in large numbers, which leaves me with an unsettling sense of foreboding. At this moment, Princess Senela finds herself in the throes of an intense internal struggle. Emotionally, she yearns to return to the 7 kingdoms. Yet years spent in the company of courtesans have rendered her exceedingly wary and cautious. Presently, her life with her children is quite comfortable. With over a dozen illegitimate offspring and nearly 100 blood descendants, she wields considerable influence in Volantis. Mother, those dragons have merely returned to Valyria. This may very well be a deliberate act by Her Majesty Daenerys. Otherwise, the presence of so many dragons could plunge everyone into despair, potentially inciting reckless actions. Tyrlana fervently implores her mother and siblings, emphasizing that the fact the Queen has chosen to share this information with them in advance signifies her determination to secure Volantis. You must not allow yourselves to be confused at this critical juncture. Consider the fate that awaits those nobles and factions who dare to oppose Her Majesty Daenerys. To speak candidly, we have no alternative. You should count yourselves fortunate. Were it not for the Targaryen blood coursing through our veins, you would meet the same grim end as those Valyrian aristocrats still lost in their hedonistic reveries, under the malevolent whims of Leifa. A multitude of colossal sea monsters has succumbed to a frenzied madness. As the night cloaks the world in its shroud, these creatures unleash their briny wrath, summoning tempestuous waves and fierce winds as they surge toward the bay of Volantis. Alas, what horrors await! The fleets, initially mistaking the brewing storm for a mere inconvenience, had scarcely secured their vessels at the docks when they were confronted by a writhing mass of formidable tentacles emerging from the depths. With mere swipes, the sea monsters shattered sturdy ships into splinters. Fortunately for the mariners, these creatures seemed indifferent to their vessels, only obliterating those that obstructed their path. With a path of destruction carved through the chaos, the beasts ascended towards the towering, obsidian walls of Dragonstone in Volantis. The shipowners who had narrowly escaped the onslaught had no time to breathe a sigh of relief, for an overwhelming tide of monstrous waves and tempestuous winds descended upon Volantis like the harbingers of an apocalypse. The black walls of the city quaked beneath the onslaught of the storm and the wrath of the sea beasts. The tentacles of the deep-sea leviathans struck the walls with the ferocity of battering rams, each blow fracturing the Dragonstone masonry with spiderweb-like fissures. The commanding officer of the garrison, Coro Morgen, a seasoned veteran of the Tiger-Elephant faction, stood atop the precarious eastern tower, witnessing his elite guard ensnared by tentacles exceeding 30 meters in diameter. Some were devoured whole, while others were flung like toys into the distant slave square. "Fire the rockets. Aim for their eyes," he commanded. "Pour all the pitch upon them." Yet, his orders were swiftly drowned out by the cacophony of wind and thunder. Beneath the walls, the slum district, constructed against the fortress, lay ravaged by the fury of the sea monsters and the tempest, reduced almost to rubble. Ragged individuals screamed as they fled, knowing that should they falter, they would be crushed into pulp or swept into the abyss by the relentless waves. The merchant vessel, the Emerald Beauty, was upturned, its deck still laden with unoffloaded silks and spices, swirling in the tumult to form bizarre, colorful vortices. The high priestess of the Temple of Rallick, Chalice, clad in a crimson robe that billowed like a burning banner in the gale, gazed in disbelief towards the distant bay, her red eyes igniting with fervor. "Oh, great true God, please guide us." Hundreds of temple priests knelt devoutly before the sacred flame of the Temple of Ralok, their prayers rising fervently, causing the eternal flame to blaze ever more brightly. Even the burning oil beyond the city walls seemed to have received some miraculous enhancement, capable of inflicting harm upon the terrifying sea monsters. Chapter 520, The Miracle of Rallo. Witnessing the oil imbued with the divine power of King Rallo causing damage to the formidable sea creatures astonished all, including the colossal dragon Lafa and Daenerya. Hidden above the clouds, Lafa, in particular, expressed profound shock, exclaiming, "Could that possibly be the power of the divine?" However, the essence of this magical force was undeniably delectable. Yet, it was merely the strength of sacrifice. The adept Daenerya, skilled in blood rituals and sorcery, had already discerned the ruse of the Light King. The miracle he exhibited was but a manifestation of the potent, pure magical energy acquired by the priests of the Red Temple through extensive sacrifices of fervent believers. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the Light King certainly delivers when compensated. Under the blessings of the Red Temple priests, a considerable concentration of fire attribute magical energy had gathered near the Temple of Rallo, causing the storm above Volantis to begin to wane. Daenerya, caressing the dragon eggs that hung from the saddle, felt increasingly confident in her forthcoming schemes. Lafa, let the sea monsters unleash their full assault on the Temple of Rallo. Understood. The sea monsters imbued with the divine power of the Light King will undoubtedly be even more delectable. The 15 colossal sea monsters, whose minds had been utterly shattered by the dragon Lafa, were left with nothing but primal fury and bloodlust, trampling over the corpses and debris as they advanced toward the Temple of Rallo. At that moment, the temple was shrouded in an eerie red mist. Salas stood before the main altar, her crimson robe torn to reveal her calves, marred by ancient burn scars. These scars resembled archaic runes, imprinted upon her each time she successfully communicated with Rallo after becoming the High Priestess, allowing her to adeptly wield various fire magic. Originally, as the number of dragons from the Targaryen family multiplied, her magical prowess had grown increasingly potent. However, following the brief long night, despite the surge in the Targaryen dragons, her magical power had not seen any enhancement. Especially after the kingdom of Recloria seized a significant portion of Volantis, her magical strength began to wane rapidly, making communication with Rallo increasingly difficult. Therefore, as the sea monsters approached the gates of Volantis, they had not received any divine guidance. Pour the holy oil into the trench. Salas's voice, though hoarse, remained undeniably authoritative. A group of silver-haired slaves, adorned with bronze collars, trembled as they brought forth a dozen large obsidian jars. Upon opening them, a thick, red liquid was revealed. The temple priests received this so-called holy oil, murmuring incantations as they poured it into the meticulously carved obsidian grooves on the ground. This specially concocted holy oil was crafted from virgin blood, volcanic sulfur, and magical materials. After millennia, they had managed to accumulate only a few hundred barrels. At that moment, Captain Melrose of the temple's armed forces, the Hand of Sacred Fire, stumbled into the main altar hall. His left arm had vanished, while his right arm contorted into an astonishing arc. Lady Chalice, the sea monsters have breached the city walls and are charging towards the temple. As if to validate his words, the entire temple suddenly trembled violently, the stained glass of the dome shattering and raining down like droplets of blood under the illumination of the sacred flames. This sight sent shivers through the priests and temple slaves alike. Without a moment's hesitation, Chalice drew forth a ceremonial dagger adorned with a large ruby from her waist. This weapon, crafted from obsidian, was entwined with strange tendrils resembling blood vessels. As the blade grazed Chalice's pale, delicate wrist, crimson droplets streamed forth, accurately falling into the groove at the altar's center. "Oh, the one true deity of this world, please protect your temple." No sooner had her words left her lips than the sacred oil in the 12 channels upon the altar ignited, erupting into a wall of flames soaring several meters high. These flames were not mere mortal fire. They emanated a faint blue halo, resembling fire demons emerging from the depths of the earth, ravenously lunging at the slaves upon the altar. Amidst the anguished screams of the hundreds of temple slaves, they were swiftly reduced to ash. As the sacred fire consumed them, its intensity surged, forming a blazing barrier that reached for the heavens. Within the flames, distorted human silhouettes could be discerned, the souls of the sacrificed writhing in agony, utterly powerless as they became fuel for the sacred fire. A sickly flush appeared on Chalice's pallid face as she felt her inner magical energy replenishing. For the first time in nearly a decade, she could clearly hear the whispers of Rallo. Yet, it was still insufficient. At that moment, Her rune-etched calves began to ooze fine beads of blood. Outside the temple, 15 colossal sea monsters had invaded the Rallo temple. The terrifyingly thick tentacles of the deep-sea beast struck against the protective wall of flames, producing a cringing hissing sound. The skin of these monsters charred and blistered instantly. Yet from their wounds, dark green viscous liquid surged forth, healing at a visible speed. Hand of Sacred Fire. Attack! With Shaelis's fierce command. 50 guards clad in crimson robes immediately formed ranks on the steps, their spear tips flickering with scorching flames. These specially trained temple guards had absorbed the energy of countless blood sacrifices over the years, endowing their weapons with the power to sear evil. Captain Melrose of the Hand of Sacred Fire tore away his bandages with his teeth, tightly binding his remaining arm. He knelt on one knee, his remaining right hand tightly grasping the blazing longsword, fervently proclaiming, "For the King of Light." Before his words could fully escape his lips, several sea monsters had already breached the protective barrier of flames, charging forth. Their colossal tentacles flailed indiscriminately, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of individuals were reduced to mere pulp. A flicker of resolve flashed in Sally's eyes. With a sudden force, she drove the sacrificial dagger into her own chest, blood gushing forth and splattering onto the altar, with blood as the guide and soul as the offering. As the incantation concluded, the ruby at the center of the altar erupted with a blinding crimson light. The beam shot towards the heavens, instantaneously dispersing the clouds above the temple. This revelation caused the dragon, Raphael, to manifest itself, prompting Daenerya to squint and remark, "Interesting, it can summon such a magnitude of magical power." Her delicate fingers lightly tapped the dragon's saddle, and at that moment, all 5 dragon eggs became intensely heated, one of them even quivering, with web-like veins of blood appearing on its surface. Raphael's pupils transformed into a deep crimson, sparkling with a gluttonous glimmer. The flesh of these sea monsters, tainted with divine power, would undoubtedly be exquisite. Within the temple, Sally suddenly erupted into a violent coughing fit, blood speckled with tiny embers escaping her lips. She realized she had exhausted far too much of her vitality, yet her devout faith left her with no choice but to prepare for the ultimate sacrifice. She hoarsely commanded. Although the priests exchanged glances, they ultimately fell silent and brought forth 12 silver-haired slaves adorned with golden collars. These were the most devoted followers of Laro, all noble pure-blood descendants of the ancient Valyria, their faith radiating with purity and grandeur. Chapter 5:21. Bloodfire Divine Punishment. 12 silver-haired maidens clad in red robes were swiftly chained to the stone pillars surrounding the altar by the priests. Their skin was adorned with tattoos of flames, marks of faith seared into them since childhood. The eldest among these slaves was barely 16, while the youngest had just turned 10. Sally's trembling fingers brushed against the cheek of the first maiden, whose violet eyes reflected the flickering sacred flames. "The moment of basking in the true God's glory has arrived, children." Sally's voice softened unexpectedly. "You shall transform into the flames of the true God. Your souls will ascend to the heavenly garden of the King of Light, where there is only brightness and no darkness, only beauty and no suffering." Yet, the obsidian dagger in her hand suddenly grew searingly hot, its blade emanating a dark red glow. As the scalding dagger pierced the heart of the first maiden, no blood flowed from the wound. Instead, tiny serpents of fire erupted forth. The maiden's body rapidly carbonized and vanished, only to transform into a stream of golden red magical energy that instantaneously infused into the colossal ruby at the center of the altar. This caused the gem to suddenly radiate with intensified brilliance, bursting forth with a blood-red glow. Suddenly, a sharp pain gripped Daniela's chest, and the mark on her forehead radiated a searing brightness. A pale golden flame enveloped her instantaneously. Was this a resonance of bloodline? The conflation of blood and fire, accompanied by her incantation, caused the magical energies of the Temple of Rallo to surge violently towards her. With the influx of pure magical essence, Rapha transformed as if invigorated by a stimulant, her form swiftly shifting from black to crimson. Unable to contain herself, she unleashed torrents of dragon fire towards the ground. Massive fireballs, each spanning several meters in diameter, detonated against the fiery barrier of the Temple of Rallo like raindrops striking broad leaves. Within mere breaths, the formidable flame barrier of the temple shattered, allowing the sea monsters to surge into the sanctum. Yet, their bodies were immediately ignited by the rampant flames within. The anguished cries of the sea creatures echoed throughout Volantis. The 5 dragon eggs, previously petrified upon Rapha's saddle, grew increasingly heated, their stony exteriors beginning to shed, revealing a crystalline translucence. After the sixth beautiful slave was sacrificed, the red gemstones upon the temple's carpet ignited into fierce flames, releasing a high-temperature magical energy that began to melt the very ground beneath. The once hard obsidian floor transformed into viscous magma, curiously avoiding all the crimson-robed priests. At this moment, Sally's feet sank into the lava, yet it caused her no harm. Her visage was filled with a fervent madness and excitement for her faith. He has arrived. All hail the arrival of the true Lord. Suddenly, the space surrounding the flaming fist of the ruby distorted, and a towering figure composed entirely of pure flame began to take shape. It bore no features, yet everyone could feel its gaze piercing through their souls, emanating an overwhelming pressure. The temple priests in the hands of the sacred fire fell to their knees, fervently chanting hymns. Even the armless Melrose struggled to prostrate in reverence. The fiery figure extended a finger, gently touching Sally's forehead. The high priestess let out a heart-wrenching scream as her skin cracked inch by inch, blood-red light seeping from the fissures. As the radiance peaked, her body erupted, scattering countless sparks into the bodies of every priest. With my flesh, I bear the wrath of the divine. This was Sally's final utterance. As Rafa expelled spherical firebombs, she simultaneously commanded the charred sea monsters to charge recklessly towards the fiery figure. However, the flame entity merely raised a hand. 12 pillars of fire erupted from the ground, precisely piercing through the skulls of each sea monster. Their thunderous wails reverberated as flames of blood ignited at their wounds. Attack, Rafa! Bathed in a soft golden flame, Daenerya wielded the sunblade, channeling all her magical essence into it, unleashing a devastating fiery assault upon the flame entity, which was caught off guard and still in its nascent form, scattering it into nothingness. Immediately thereafter, Daenerya plunged the steel blade into Lafa's body and began to chant loudly. Blood and fire share a bond. I vow by the dragon's blood. Her voice deepened and became hoarse, awakening the bloodline of the true dragon, stripping away the power of the false deity. The newly reformed flame entity hesitated, gazing at Daenerya, and spoke in a tone devoid of emotion, reverberating with an echo. Are you the remnants of the traitor attempting to usurp the throne of the fire god? How can she wield the terrifying power of a true deity? Daenerya scoffed. The king of light, merely a life form that steals the essence of true dragons. At this juncture, Daenerya and Lafa had already gathered nearly half of the magical energy present near the temple. The sins you committed against Valyria 300 years ago must now be repaid with interest. A sacrifice of dragon blood. With Daenerya's fierce proclamation, the flames within the Temple of Rollo converged towards her and Lafa. The flame entity, having just stabilized its form, began to tremble violently, causing the flames that composed its body to waver. The surviving priests on the ground, in terror, realized that the magical energy that had just filled their bodies was rapidly depleting. Once again, the flame entity shattered into countless sparks under the ferocious assault of Daenerya's sunblade. Yet it quickly reformed above the altar. Its form was now more solid, and the flickering flames began to reveal the indistinct contours of a face, an imposing visage of a middle-aged man composed of dancing flames. You are as ignorant and arrogant as the Valyrians. Its lips, formed of fire, moved as if thousands were whispering in unison. You cannot comprehend the power of the divine. Can you? Daenerya gripped her sword tightly, her flames burning ever more brilliantly. Those who steal the power of nature believe they understand the true divine strength. Hogras, Hagnara Onga. At Daenerya's command, the dragon Hogras summoned a tempest, swiftly sweeping across the altar to seize the massive ruby. Hagnara had fully transformed into an ice entity, unleashing a bone-chilling icy flame mercilessly upon the flame entity. The expression of the flame entity finally began to shift. It raised its hand abruptly, and countless pillars of magical fire erupted from the ground, surging towards Daenerya and her dragons. However, at that moment, the flame mark upon Daenerya's forehead suddenly transformed into a seed of fire that burst forth from her body. Under the influence of this fire seed, the flames abruptly redirected, converging en masse towards Daenerya's fiery core. Soon, the flames within the entire Temple of Rollo were utterly consumed by the fire seed, causing it to swell in size, swaying as if it had just feasted. Then, it plunged into a dragon egg resting upon Daenerys' saddle. No, the fire elemental bellowed in a thunderous rage. I, Rollo, am the true master of flames. But its words were abruptly silenced as the dragon egg cracked open with a resounding snap, revealing a blood-red hatchling. Instead of emitting a juvenile cry, it opened its mouth wide and devoured the fire elemental, swallowing it whole. I have lain dormant for so long. At last, I can coalesce into a new form. Chapter 5:23. The Yinglong and the four sacred dragons. The voice of the young dragon was not a roar, but rather resonated within Daenerys' mind, deep and authoritative. Imbued with an ancient echo, Daenerys was utterly astonished by the sight before her, for this newly born dragon, capable of human speech, albeit in a tongue of the past, bore a striking resemblance to the Eastern Yinglong from her memories. Its form was long and graceful, even more slender than that of the bloodworm Clark. Its golden red scales were arranged with the precision of fish scales, each edged with a faint golden gleam, as if molten lava and divine light coursed beneath the surface. Its head was more elongated than that of a typical hatchling, adorned with a pair of backward curving horns reminiscent of flickering flames, their tips aglow with a soft golden radiance. The long whiskers that danced in the wind lent it an extraordinary elegance. Most astonishingly, it was a four-legged dragon, and its two pairs of wings were not the traditional membranous appendages, but were instead composed of countless tiny flaming feathers, each resembling solidified sacred fire, gently swaying with its breath and shedding sparks. Could you truly be the Yinglong? Daenerys pondered, aware that this majestic dragon had been birthed from the very flames that resided within her. Though surprised, she felt no fear. Merely a semblance of form. Yet at least I have acquired a new body. It is this wretched bloodline that remains to slumber for who knows how long before it matures. The young dragon slowly unfurled its body, its tail longer than that of most dragons, tipped with bifurcated fiery spikes that left a trace of heat in the air as it swayed. Its eyes were a pure, radiant gold, though the pupils were obscured. They seemed to harbor boundless wisdom and power. Despite the fact that both the magical projection of Rollo and the flames within the temple had been entirely consumed by the hatchling, the temple still resonated with pure magical energy. The young dragon merely glanced at the silver-haired maidens locked upon the stone pillars, and their bodies ignited uncontrollably, transforming into streams of golden red light that were drawn into the dragon's maw. No, stop. Daenerys instinctively reached out to intervene. Yet the young dragon merely cast a fleeting glance her way. With a gentle flick of its fiery plumage, it compelled her to stagger back several paces. These souls had long been sacrificed. Their fates were irrevocably sealed. The voice of the young dragon resonated with a chilling calmness, asserting that rather than allowing Laro to continue siphoning their power, it would be more prudent for it to restore its own strength. At that moment, Lafa's scales had transformed entirely into a deep crimson hue, and she warily focused on the formidable young dragon, probing telepathically, "What manner of being are you?" The young dragon, however, paid her no heed, instead ascending slowly into the air. Its fiery wings unfurled magnificently, scattering countless embers. Those embers descended upon the ground, morphing into delicate flames resembling lotus blossoms, enveloping all the temple priests in the hand of sacred fire, healing their wounds instantaneously. Once the flames upon them extinguished, all present reverently knelt before the young dragon, chanting, "Praise the true Lord! Praise the true Lord!" This act summoned the pure mana surrounding the temple, which swiftly converged upon the young dragon. Like a tidal wave, this magical energy rapidly reforged the previously devastated temple structure amidst the intense heat. However, the engravings of Laro had all been erased, replaced by the visages of the Yinglong and various colossal dragons. The crimson flames consumed false deities, the otherworldly constructs of the heavens. "My name is Destiny," the young dragon boldly proclaimed in the common tongue, its voice echoing throughout Volantis. In an instant, all surviving priests of the Hand of Sacred Fire let out a collective scream as the fiery tattoos adorning their bodies were stripped away, transforming into blood mist absorbed by the crimson sky. This Yinglong had audaciously seized the foundation of the Light King's followers' faith through the power of its true name. "I am not merely a thing," Chi Xiao retorted with a glance of disdain towards Lafa, a hint of mockery lacing its tone. "I am Chi Xiao, the Yinglong, Master of Flames, and one of the true progenitors of the dragon race. You, a mere reptile altered by celestial beings, should refrain from such insolence." Despite its current size of only 2 to 3 meters, the aura of authority emanating from Chi Xiao was overwhelming, leaving both Lafa and Daenerys struggling to bear its weight. Daenerys' pupils constricted sharply at the realization. Was not the Yinglong a legendary dragon from the east? Chi Xiao descended at the center of the temple altar, effortlessly drawing the ruby from Hogras's grasp, which slowly transformed into a fireball reminiscent of a dragon's orb within its claws. Chi Xiao's fiery wings folded, enveloped by a soft golden-red halo, as if even the air itself twisted in reverence of its presence. "Legends?" It chuckled lightly, its voice reverberating directly in Daenerys' mind. "No, dear child, we have merely been forgotten. Those so-called deities have drained our world dry, Fortunately, this realm still holds hope. Child, remember to never trust those who are not born of natural forces. They are all false gods. Perhaps they harbor no malice, but they will certainly not possess any genuine goodwill toward humanity. I am about to succumb to a deep slumber, perhaps to awaken only after millennia. From now on, you must rely on yourself. The realm of Rollo has suffered grievously. The frost god shall awaken, and winter is approaching. Exercise caution. As these words left Inglung's lips, his body began to gradually petrify, transforming into a colossal statue exceeding 10 meters in height. Yet, the ruby in the shape of a dragon pearl that he had refined continued to radiate a brilliant light. The statue of Inglung emanated an oppressive force that compelled Lafa to bow her form, her dark red scales slightly flaring up, while a deep, resonant dragon roar rolled from her throat. She had never before encountered such formidable pressure, nor had she ever felt such an instinctive urge to submit. At that moment, a sudden cacophony of cracking eggshells erupted from Lafa's dragon saddle. Moo, chirp, roar, hiss. Soon, for hatchlings, 1 azure, 1 crimson, 1 alabaster, and 1 obsidian, emerged from the dragon eggs. The azure hatchling was elongated, its body adorned with densely packed azure scales resembling fish scales. It bore 2 tender, bifurcated horns atop its head, with long whiskers drifting from its snout. Its massive azure wings ended in 5 talons, and its hind legs were connected to 2 auxiliary wings, while its robust tail culminated in a beautifully forked blade. The crimson hatchling bore a similar form to its azure counterpart, yet its wings were embellished with golden feathers, each flap igniting sparks. Its mouth was notably pointed, resembling a bird's beak, and though its hind legs were slender, its claws were exceptionally sharp. The alabaster hatchling was considerably more robust, with a notably large head covered in long, white fur. Its teeth were alarmingly sharp, with several protruding fangs, and its roar was resoundingly powerful, exuding an imposing presence. In contrast, the obsidian hatchling lacked the extravagant horns of its brethren, instead boasting robust spines running from its head to its tail. Its scales were thick and prominent, akin to a tortoise shell. The tail of the black hatchling was highly agile, seemingly possessing its own consciousness, capable of altering direction and angle at will. Chapter 524. The occupation of Volantis. These hatchlings, scarcely born, had already rapidly expanded to a meter in length. Driven by hunger, they hastily advanced towards the charred remains of a sea monster, indulging themselves without restraint. Their diminutive bodies resembled bottomless pits, swiftly devouring a substantial portion of the monster's tentacle. The dragons Lafa, Hognara, and Hogras were equally voracious, rushing to the carcasses of the sea creatures to tear and consume with fervor. Once they had feasted to their fill, Daenerya chanted incantations, offering the remaining carcasses to the statue of Inglung Chi-Shao. The abundant life force and magical energy of the sea monsters rendered the ruby in the statue's mouth increasingly resplendent. While the sacred fire atop the temple tower reignited, Daenerya sensed a significant enhancement in the magical power coursing through her veins, and various spells began to flicker in her mind. She recognized this as a gift bestowed upon her by Chi-Shao. Henceforth, this temple would be renamed the Temple of the Sacred Flame. You are now the priests in the hands of the Sacred Flame. Release all the temple slaves. In the radiant light of the Sacred Flame, oppression and servitude shall no longer exist. The surviving priests and hands of the Sacred Flame had already been transformed in spirit by Chi-Shao. Thus, they regarded Daenyrya's words with utmost reverence. Soon, the hundreds of temple slaves, all bearing the Valyrian bloodline, were liberated from their collars and shackles. These slaves had been nurtured within the temple since childhood and knew little beyond prayer. Consequently, Daenyrya decided to allow them to remain in the temple as acolytes. In the Grand Temple, the ranks of priests and hands of the Sacred Flame had been significantly diminished, with only a little over 200 priests and 300 hands remaining, scarcely a fifth of the temple's former glory. Nevertheless, it was still a considerable number. The faith in the King of Light truly justified it as the largest religious organization on the continent of Essos. Just as Daenyrya had seized the Ongalalar Temple, Aurelian and Lana were already commanding their dragons, leading their armies into the city of Volantis. With the assistance of the Tiger Party's governing family, the Magaya, and the numerous nobles recruited by Lana, the insurrection erupted. Within merely 4 to 5 hours, Volantis had completely succumbed to chaos. At that moment, the streets of Volantis were thick with a palpable tension. Black smoke billowed from the burning noble estates, intertwining with the dawn's light to form a crimson veil. Aurelian circled above the city on his dragon, Vomisol, each beat of its wings stirring a wave of scorching air. All remaining armed forces daring to resist were instantaneously reduced to cinders beneath his dragon's flames. As the largest dragon of the Targaryen lineage, Vomisal's appetite was astonishingly vast. That night, he had consumed no less than 300 to 400 members of Volantis armed forces. This once gentle dragon, with its silver wings, found itself engaged in its first bloody slaughter against humanity. Upon hearing the anguished cries of the crowd, it instinctively wished to withdraw. However, Lana, employing the dragon-riding techniques taught by Danila to Isis and others, repeatedly returned it to the battlefield, forcefully commanding it to devour the charred remains of the Volantis soldiers. Upon realizing that feasting upon these scorched corpses could augment its strength and magical prowess, the dragon began to revel in the carnage and consumption. Near the central square of the eastern city, a shackled mason lifted a heavy iron hammer with his calloused hands, striking at the shackles binding his feet. His movements were slow, as if the 40 years of enslavement had seeped into his very bones. Yet, at the instant the hammer descended upon the shackles, a fiery light suddenly ignited in his murky eyes. For freedom, he roared in the low dialect of Volantis, his voice as coarse as sandpaper. The brittle sound of breaking iron chains immediately triggered a chain reaction in the square. Countless slaves began to shatter the various shackles binding them, employing stones, bricks, blunt iron tools, and even their teeth. Such scenes unfolded in every gathering of slaves throughout the city of Volantis. Many cloaked figures, shrouded in mystery, had already begun to wander about, urging the slaves to seize the opportunity for liberation as the sea monsters approached. Commander Tyros Valeries of the Republican Guard stood upon the black walls, his gilded armor reflecting the crimson glow of the flames. Upon witnessing the surging tide of rebellious slaves, he instinctively touched the pendant of the 7 gods at his chest, a habitual gesture that betrayed his undull lineage. "Fire!" he commanded, his voice trembling. Yet the first volley of arrows merely halted the slaves' advance for a fleeting moment. At that moment, the silver dragon, Silverwing, descended from the clouds, with Daenerys' silver hair billowing in the wind upon its back. Silverwing opened its maw wide, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire. The last sight Tyros beheld was a cobalt blue flame engulfing his entire battalion. Daenerys stood atop the grand steps of the Temple of the Sacred Flame, quietly observing the billowing smoke rising from Volantis. 4 well-fed young dragons frolicked joyfully at her feet. Based on their appearances, Daenerys named them Green Scale, Crimson Claw, White Fang, and Black Carapace. Beside Regal, she had also nurtured a fish tree from the body of a sea monster, utilizing Regal's power and the creature's energy to grow it to several meters in height. The area surrounding the fish tree and the statue of Regal was thick with magic, making it a favored spot for the young dragons. By the break of dawn, Aeryon had successfully seized Volantis. In this battle, over 10,000 civilians, along with thousands of noblemen and slave soldiers, lost their lives, resulting in a grim accumulation of bodies in the square of the Temple of the Sacred Flame. However, with Daenerys leading the temple priests and dragons in conducting a cremation ceremony, they managed to incinerate all the remains within half a day. Though their bodies turned to ash, they generated an overwhelming power of blood sacrifice, causing the statue of Regal to grow in stature, its ruby mouth shining ever more brilliantly. The fish tree surged to a height of 4 or 5 meters. The dragons, including Regal, naturally reaped immense benefits, their bodies brimming with vitality, enhancing the potency of their dragon fire and accelerating their growth. To honor and commemorate those who sacrificed their lives during the invasion of the sea monsters and the War of Restoration, Daenerys used their ashes to forge a Dragonstone monument outside the temple square. It bore the inscription, "It was the decayed rule of Volantis that brought forth divine retribution." It was Queen Daenerys of the Sacred Flame, commanding dragons, who saved the souls of Volantis from peril. It was King Rhaegar who led the army to liberate Volantis and restore freedom to all slaves. History shall surely remember this moment. However, henceforth, Volantis shall be safeguarded by the true deity, Chi Shao, and her formidable dragon emissaries, destined to enjoy an enduring era of prosperity and peace. Chapter 5:25. The bestowal and exile. The transition of Volantis did not evoke significant turbulence, perhaps largely attributable to its less than favorable reputation within the realm of free trade city-states. The ambitions of both the Tiger and Elephant factions to dominate the world have never waned. Furthermore, there is a prevailing belief that the Targaryen family's dragons, having collectively departed their abode, are bound to orchestrate some grand action to serve as a warning to the world, with Volantis serving as a convenient scapegoat. Other factions feel reassured that as long as they do not provoke misfortune, trouble shall not find them, as Volantis is to be integrated into the kingdom of Recloria. Daenerys has entrusted Aurelian with the authority to manage the disposition of the city's nobility. Meanwhile, she immerses herself in the sacred flame temple, harnessing the power of the fishbeam tree to monitor movements beyond the wall and near the shivering sea. Through the eyes of the fishbeam tree, Daenerys observes that the frigid air from the north has indeed intensified, and the ice-infused magic of the far north has grown increasingly potent. Consequently, she hastens to dispatch a message to the citadel, urging them to announce the impending arrival of winter. Savon, you and Shiri shall personally ride the dragons to inspect all granaries, ensuring that every storehouse is meticulously stocked as per requirements. Should there be any unauthorized reallocations, negligence in management, or discrepancies in quantities, apprehend all offenders and deliver them to King's Landing for judgment before the Royal Council. Through the fishbeam tree and her clandestine surveillance system, Daenerys has already discerned numerous signs of the treacherous weasels lurking about. Winter is approaching. It is time to deal with these pests. Since the conclusion of the long night and the harsh winter, Westeros and Essos have endured over 2 decades of prolonged summer, allowing the lords to amass considerable grain reserves. Daenerys has thus decreed that all lords construct granaries, permitting them to offset a portion of their taxes with these surplus provisions. However, as these granaries are managed by the lords themselves, some have clandestinely appropriated these stocks. Indeed, Your Majesty, although Savon has been granted the title of royal consort by Daenerys, he continues to regard himself as her subordinate in her presence. Apart from showcasing his masculinity during intimate moments, he maintains a demeanor of utmost respect towards her. Upon Savon's departure, Aurelian arrives at the Sacred Flame Temple accompanied by Princess Rhaenyra and Tralana. Your Majesty, greetings, Princess Rhaenyra. After mutual salutations, as they settle in, Princess Rhaenyra, unable to contain her eagerness, inquires, Your Majesty, now that Volantis has fallen under your dominion, you mentioned. Princess Rhaenyra, I have rescued Volantis from the peril of the sea monster invasion, and the kingdom of Recloria has come forth to restore Volantis. Rhaenyra boldly interrupted Rhaenyra's unrestrained remarks, stating directly, in order to rectify the regrets of my great-grandfather's later years, I shall proclaim the restoration of your princess status across the 7 kingdoms, and bestow upon you the title of Duke of Cord Targaryen. The bountiful and prosperous Coldhowl Castle shall be your domain. Cord Targaryen? Coldhowl Castle? Your Majesty, the blood of the Dragon King is fiery and capable of igniting flames. Why grant me such a cold and uninviting name and estate? Observing Rhaenyra's weathered visage, still adorned with a sense of irreverence, Daenerys suddenly comprehended the sentiments of King Jaehaerys when faced with his daughter. So, the princess still remembers her lineage as a scion of the Dragon King? One wonders what remarkable contributions you have made to the Targaryen family over the course of your life. Daenerys' words left Rhaenyra momentarily speechless. If you find the prosperous Coldhowl Castle unsatisfactory, then perhaps you should consider the Soul Mound in Dorne. It is not only scorching, but also perpetually buffeted by fierce winds, surely igniting the flames of your bloodline even more fervently. However, your title may require adjustment. Gyaos Targaryen indeed carries a more commanding presence. Seeing her mother on the verge of another foolish outburst, Talanara quickly rose to express gratitude to Rhaenyra, saying, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous decree. The House of God Targaryen and the House of Megaia shall forever remain the most loyal vassals of the Targaryen dynasty. Rhaenyra sat upright, observing the defiant expression on Rhaenyra's face, while an aura of authority pressed down upon her. Rhaenyra felt as though her heart was gripped tightly, making her breath difficult. Her body trembled, and she involuntarily sank to the ground, feeling more fearful than when she was sent to the old town to become a nun by her father. Thank you, Your Majesty. By the way, Rhaenyra, according to the current laws of Westeros, bastards possess no rights of inheritance. Furthermore, as per royal decrees, only legitimate offspring bearing the name God Targaryen may inherit, and they must undergo royal assessment. Rhaenyra, having little desire to continue a conversation with someone as oblivious to family allegiance as Rhaenyra, concluded, Your investiture ceremony and jurisdiction have already been arranged for the meeting before the Iron Throne. You may leave now. At this, the hand of the king approached promptly, escorting the weak-legged Rhaenyra away. The astute Talanara did not plead for her mother, fully aware of the current circumstances. The fate of all within the city of Volantis rested solely upon Daenerys' words. Moreover, Rhaenyra cared little for titles or lands. Her only desire was to reclaim her identity as a princess. However, sharing the same Targaryen lineage, she felt a sense of indignation towards Daenerys, prompting her earlier actions. Mother, all opposing forces within the city have now been eliminated. I am prepared to appoint Tiralana as the governor of Volantis, to assist me in managing the affairs of the city henceforth. Aurelian has reached adulthood and possesses experience in reclaiming Pintos, which has instilled great confidence in Daenerys. No problem. This is a matter internal to the realm of Reculia. You may govern it as you see fit. However, as summer draws to a close, the ensuing winter may prove to be exceedingly prolonged. Therefore, you may exile those nobles and their willing slaves to the northernmost region of the Sighing Sea, known as Matheris, to cultivate the land. Even in winter, crops can thrive there. Matheris, Tiralana exclaimed, her heart filled with trepidation. Your Majesty, while the soil is fertile, the majority of children born there are deformed. No one would wish to reside in such a place. It is merely tainted by magic. Daenerys retorted. She had already surveyed the conditions near the Sighing Sea, although the land had not been affected by the Valyrian cataclysm. The rampant magical energies render both humans and animals prone to deformity. To the northeast of Matheris lies the ruins of Baharasi, which also boasts fertile lands. Though frequented by monsters, they pose little threat to those nobles. Let us restore that area. Chapter 526. The Baharasi Wall. Baharasi is a city ruin located in the southwestern region of Essos, situated on the northern shore of the Slave Bay, south of the Painted Mountains and northeast of the Black Cliffs. The Valyrian Road connects it to Matheris in the west and the port city of Droz in the southeast. Beyond Baharasi lies the territory of the Slave Bay. Thus we can erect a Dragonstone fortress along the Painted Mountains and Black Cliffs. This would not only fend off the incursions of the Dothraki, but also safeguard the trade routes between the Kingdom of Reculia and the Slave Bay. Aurelian, knowing Daenerys' penchant for infrastructure, raised no objections. Moreover, there are vast tracts of untapped fertile land nearby, close to the lands of eternal summer, where crops can naturally be cultivated even in winter. Should we succeed in controlling this area, the territory of the Kingdom of Reculia would exceed 10 million square kilometers, establishing it as a premier kingdom straddling both continents. Thus, he had no reservations about it, although Tiralana, having traversed the Demon Road with her family's caravan, remained apprehensive. Your Majesty, I have traveled to the Slave Bay several times along the Demon Road with my family. The region is rife with grotesque monsters and marauding bandits. Extreme, terrifying weather occasionally erupts, leading to rampant plagues and diseases. Consequently, over the centuries following the Valyrian cataclysm, the area has become increasingly desolate. Fear not. With the dragons of House Targaryen and the loyal legions at our command, any monster or bandit that dares approach shall become mere fertilizer for that land. If I can transform even the barren deserts of Dorne, how much easier it will be to cultivate this land, merely beset by chaotic magic. As for the extreme weather, I have my own solutions. Today, the hundreds of thousands of slaves in Volantis have been liberated, and the paramount task ahead is to find a suitable way to accommodate them. Those slaves? Trenalana queried. Now that they have attained the freedom they have long yearned for, they must naturally feel gratitude towards your Majesty and His Highness Aurelian. What further changes could there possibly be? Aurelian, somewhat perplexed by this, suggested. We could allocate the lands surrounding Volantis to them. With land to sustain themselves, they would certainly lead lives free from want, much like the freedmen of the Kingdom of Reculia. Danila, however, shook her head in response and patiently elucidated. They are not akin to the freedmen of the former Third Daughter Kingdom or those liberated from various city-states. The prolonged enslavement and the unique survival system in Volantis have rendered them dependent on their noble masters for existence. Those born as serfs may thrive if granted land, but those who have solely served the nobility, possessing only the skills of servitude, will struggle. Moreover, this latter group constitutes a larger proportion. Furthermore, there are those skilled high-status slaves, long conditioned to obey their master's commands. If those who served closely to the nobles were to experience the hardships of independent survival, they might well reminisce fondly about their days of servitude. At that point, their gratitude could very well morph into resentment. Upon hearing Danila's insights, Aurelian experienced a moment of clarity, realizing his mother's intent was to divide and conquer. Danila then instructed the temple priests to procure a parchment map, meticulously detailing the geological features surrounding Volantis. Firstly, they would assign those slaves adept at farming and willing to engage in agriculture to the northeastern region of the Vanyra River. This area boasts fertile land, proximity to the Coer Great Forest, and the Vallana Great Marsh, abundant in fishing and hunting resources. With diligence, they could easily lead lives free from want. Of course, if the freedmen and vagrants are willing, they too could be allocated land and receive support until their first harvest. Secondly, they would consolidate the confiscated noble shops and enterprises to create ample employment opportunities for the high-status slaves. I shall summon scholars from the Holy Flame Island Academy to assist you in this endeavor. Lastly, for those slaves who wish to continue serving their former masters, let them accompany the nobles to Baharasi for land reclamation. Moreover, to the west and north of the Sighing Sea lies a vast expanse of fertile plains, nearly 1,000,000 square kilometers in size. Station the Second Direct Legion there. In the absence of conflict, they shall engage in land reclamation. During the off-season, they can conduct military training, and when war arises, they shall march to battle. To stimulate their enthusiasm, you might divide the legion into 5 groups, encouraging competition amongst them. Should the land reclamation prove successful, you will no longer need to worry about the recruitment and funding of the Direct Legion. Daniela's guidance seemed to have opened a new door to the world for Aurelian. After reporting some matters concerning Volantis to Daniela, he left with great enthusiasm. Following Daniela's counsel, Aurelian Talonana issued a decree the next day, summoning volunteers willing to venture to the upper reaches of the Vanyra River, regardless of their backgrounds. Every household was promised a free 100 acres of land, 6 months' worth of provisions, and a relocation stipend of 10 golden dragons. Seeds and livestock could also be acquired on credit, to be repaid 3 years hence. As Lafa had already departed with Hogras and Hognara to hunt sea monsters in the Sunset Sea, Daniela had no choice but to have Lana pilot Silverwing and escort her to the confluence of the Sighing Sea and the Smoky Sea. Before the cataclysm that befell Valyria, the Smoky Sea was once the most fertile flatland in the world. However, that calamity not only shattered the Valyrian peninsula, but also inundated this land with scorching and murky seawater, giving rise to the present Smoky Sea. The Smoky Sea is a perilous expanse, its boiling waters riddled with volcanoes and smoking reefs. The rich and turbulent magic that survived has caused significant mutations in the creatures dwelling there, many transforming into enormous and bloodthirsty monsters. This realm, once a forbidden zone for outsiders, has become a breeding ground for these monstrous beings. Numerous adventurers who ventured into the Smoky Sea in search of Valyria never returned. Among them was King Tomon Lannister II, whose golden fleet was lost, along with the Valyrian steel sword of House Lannister during this ill-fated expedition. However, Daniela has since forged a new Valyrian steel sword, Lighthowl, for them. As a result, the majority of travelers prefer to circumvent the Smoky Sea, deeming it an ominous place. With the return of dragons, the danger level has undoubtedly escalated, as dragons now hunt in the Smoky Sea daily. Nevertheless, many descendants of Valyrian bloodlines have taken the risk to arrive here, hoping to tame a dragon with their own royal dragon blood. Unfortunately, they remain unaware that although these dragons have strayed from home, their spiritual connection with their masters has not severed, rendering any attempts at taming futile. However, should a dragon lay eggs and hatch new whelps, the outcome may be different. Thus, Daniela intends to establish a military fortress by the Smoky Sea to monitor the ruins of Valyria and expel those adventurers. Yet, this requires Daniela to first transform the harsh environment. Your Majesty, is this truly the fabled Smoky Sea? It feels so much like the hell described in the books. Chapter 527. The eerie remnant tower at this moment. The dragon Silverwing, carrying Lana, Daniela, and 4 young dragons, circled above the rolling, smoky, gray-green surface of the Smoky Sea. Lana gripped the leather straps of the dragon's saddle tightly, as the sulphurous mist over the sea constricted her throat. Fortunately, the specially crafted mask Daniela had given her provided some relief. From their lofty vantage point, the seemingly cursed waters resembled a boiling cauldron of toxic stew. A shimmering film of iridescent oil floated upon the surface of the sea, intermittently releasing bursts of bubbles that expelled a noxious cloud reminiscent of rotting eggs. The chaotic and turbulent magic in the air agitated even the mighty silver-winged dragon. In contrast, the young dragons, particularly the azure-scaled ones, thrived in this environment, relishing the surging magical energy that invigorated their spirits. It was no wonder that the dragons returning to Valyria were among Daenerys' most potent bloodlines. Perhaps only they could endure the harshness of the Valyrian ruins. Lana, fly north, towards that rocky precipice, Daenerys instructed. Her constitution had been fortified multiple times, allowing her to adapt seamlessly to the inhospitable surroundings. Thus, she felt no discomfort. As they neared the cliffs, Daenerys discerned the true nature of the immense rocks. They were remnants of half-submerged Valyrian Dragonstone architecture. The submerged bases of these black stone edifices were encrusted with corals that emitted a faint green luminescence. Upon sensing the dragon's proximity, the tendrils of these corals writhed with frenzy, as if they could detect the essence of life, or were signaling some unknown presence. Beware, Lana warned. In response, Daenerys swiftly drew her blazing sword, the sun spear, and unleashed a searing flame upon the waters below, accompanied by a terrifying surge of magical energy. Several tentacles, as thick as the masts of warships, erupted from the depths. These fearsome appendages, covered in suction cups, oozed a sickly green slime. More appalling was the sight of murky, human-like eyes embedded within the centers of the suction cups, pulsating grotesquely. When the fiery blade struck the monstrous tentacles, it immediately seared a charred wound into them. Yet, instead of blood, a viscous gray-green fluid gushed forth. The creature howled in agony, emitting a chilling shriek that resonated through the waters, while the embedded, murky eyes quivered in response, creating a cacophony akin to thunderclaps that momentarily deafened Daenerys. Lana was similarly disoriented, her vision spinning, while the silver-winged dragon appeared dazed. With a surge of magic coursing through her, Daenerys enveloped herself in a soft golden flame. The powerful energy converged upon the sun spear in her grasp. The four young dragons, despite their recent hatching, expelled their own draconic fire, their flames already formidable. Under Daenerys' guidance, the four torrents of molten fire merged with the golden flames surrounding her, coalescing into a singular, potent force. This was the Blade of the Fiery Edge, a new magical technique Daenerys had recently mastered. The five-colored flaming blade, extending over 10 meters, struck the creature's tentacles with precision, severing the titanic appendage with remarkable ease. In that moment, the silver-winged dragon unleashed a furious roar, drowning out the creature's anguished cries. Simultaneously, his cobalt blue dragon flame surged wildly towards the monstrous creature lurking beneath the sea, igniting its tentacles in a matter of moments. Although Lana's head throbbed with pain, she gripped the reins firmly, urging Silverwing to ascend swiftly to a safe altitude. The intense dragon flame and the creature's struggle caused the ocean's surface below to boil violently. Severed and charred tentacles gradually sank into the depths, yet more colossal shadows could be discerned converging towards their location. "Your Majesty, we must depart from here. It is perilously dangerous." Lana spoke, her voice trembling with apprehension. "No." However, Daenerys' gaze was already fixated on the ruins of a structure beneath the cliff. "With Silverwing here, the creature from the depths cannot harm us. Let us investigate the remains of the Valyrian edifice." As they approached the partially submerged Valyrian Dragonstone tower, Daenerys was astounded to discover that the portion of the tower visible above the water soared to a height of 200 to 300 meters. Despite the ravages of time, it remained as robust as ever. Constructed from black dragonstone, its surface was intricately engraved with the now faded Valyrian runes. Rather than a traditional spire, it featured a coiling stone dragon statue, its jaws agape, as if silently roaring. The Dragonkeeper Tower. Daenerys recalled having encountered similar structures in Valyrian relics. It was a place where the Valyrians nurtured young dragons. At that moment, several young dragons, including the azure-scaled ones, emitted sharp cries, disregarding Daenerys' attempts to restrain them, and dove directly towards the Dragonkeeper Tower. "Follow them." Just as the four young dragons landed upon the dragon's head of the tower, the entire structure began to tremble. The bioluminescent coral creatures clinging to the base of the massive tower writhed with increasing frenzy. In the shadows at the tower's base, the water was suddenly disturbed violently, forming a colossal whirlpool. From the whirlpool's center, a gigantic, scaled claw slowly emerged from the depths. The claw was as large as a longship, its webbed joints connected by membranous skin, with nails curved like sickles. Following closely, a second claw broke the surface, gripping the smooth, mottled wall of the tower. Soon, an immensely massive body began to surface from the water. The sight nearly froze Lana's blood, for the terrifying creature resembled a dragon, yet was not one. Its body was elongated like a dragon's, but its back was devoid of scales, instead covered by a shell formed from coral and barnacles. Its head lacked eyes, featuring only a gaping maw that extended to its ears, filled with spirally arranged sharp teeth. Strangely, where its wings should be, it bore several thick tentacles, each the size of ship masts. A creature fused with blood magic? Daenerys' voice, usually so firm, now carried an unusual gravity, suggesting that this tower served as a laboratory for the Valyrians' amalgamation experiments. Just then, the creature abruptly tilted its head, its eyeless visage accurately fixating on Silverwing in the sky. It opened its vast maw, emitting not a dragon's roar, but a cacophony of distorted whispers, akin to the murmurs of countless souls. The sound pierced directly into Lana's mind, causing an excruciating headache that made blood seep from her ears. The silver-winged dragon let out a tortured roar, unleashing uncontrollable flames from its mouth. Yet, as the scorching fire approached the creature, its numerous tendrils swiftly dissipated the flames. Nevertheless, The dissipating fire ignited certain parts of the creature's body. In a moment of desperation, Daenerya swiftly cut her palm, igniting her blood into a pale golden flame and casting it towards the monster. The golden flames, born from Daenerya's blood, fell like stars, instantly igniting the creature upon contact. They burrowed into its flesh like maggots, setting its very blood and meat ablaze. The coral and barnacles clinging to the monster's form emitted a sound like shattering glass, large chunks breaking away. In no time, the creature, spanning over 100 meters, was enveloped in a raging inferno. Thick, viscous black blood oozed from its wounds, reminiscent of ignited rancid oil, carrying a pungent stench of rotten eggs. With a resounding roar, the creature let out another anguished cry, its numerous tendrils thrashing wildly against the sea's surface, the countless eye-like orbs upon them emitting piercing shrieks. The immensely powerful beast quickly generated towering waves, while several forceful columns of water surged towards the Silverwing. In a swift maneuver, the silver dragon ascended to evade the imminent peril. Lana, already fatigued, clutched the dragon's saddle tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain. She sensed the dragon's growing agitation, an unmistakable desire to flee this place. Since she had successfully tamed the Silverwing, it had never before displayed such a palpable aversion to any location. The agony from the flames drove the creature into a frenzy, its wails becoming increasingly shrill, leaving both Lana and Daenerya feeling dizzy and disoriented. Lana, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, lost control of the Silverwing, which began to ascend rapidly to escape. Meanwhile, the 4 young dragons, including the blue-scaled one, had already sought refuge within the dragon tamer's tower. Daenerya, battling her own discomfort, retrieved several seeds of the fish-leaf tree from her satchel, infused them with her blood, and, as the Silverwing soared above the creature, she cast them down. Amidst the swirling gray mist, Daenerya observed as the seeds quickly took root upon the creature's body. The immense magical energy released by the burning monster was irresistibly drawn towards the fish-leaf seeds. Soon, several seedlings over a foot tall erupted from the creature's flesh, their rapid growth astonishing all who beheld it. As the roots of the fish beam began to rapidly spread within the monstrous creature, its strength and vitality were swiftly depleting. In just a matter of moments, its frantically thrashing tentacles fell limp and powerless. The raging flames had nearly cooked it to perfection. Daenerya had not anticipated that the combination of her new magical incantations with the fish beam would yield such an effect. At that moment, Amolos and over a dozen colossal dragons soared from the depths of the smoky sea. Indeed, it was effective. Upon arriving at the smoky expanse, Daenerya had faintly sensed the presence of the dragon Amolos and the others, prompting her to attempt a mental summoning. To her astonishment, they had truly dared to come, and she was delighted to discover that although their mental connection had been somewhat diminished, it remained strong. The immense figure of the dragon Amolos broke through the thick mists of the smoky sea, revealing that in just a few short months, her size had soared to over 60 meters. Her bronze scales had grown denser and thicker, while her enormous emerald wings sprouted additional bronze-scaled armor. The dragons behind her, such as Antelos and Talix, had also become considerably more robust. It seemed that the environment of Valyria was indeed more conducive to the dragon's growth. At Daenerya's command, all the dragons launched their attacks on the beast. Under the scorching onslaught of their fiery breath, the creature quickly succumbed to silence. However, deep within the smoky sea, terrifying roars echoed, indicating that many more such monsters lurked in the surrounding waters. Daenerya summoned Amolos, riding upon her dragon's back, leading the group of dragons to eradicate the nearby beasts. After all, if she wished to establish a military stronghold here, she must first deal with these creatures. Despite their terrifying nature, the monsters of the smoky sea posed little resistance against the collective might of the dragons, especially those under Daenerya's command. With the enhancement of her incantations, the dragons could effortlessly tear apart and incinerate the oceanic beasts. After a substantial portion of the day, they had eliminated all the monsters that dared to emerge within a 100-kilometer radius. The corpses of these creatures piled up around the dragon-keeping tower, forming a veritable mountain of flesh hundreds of meters high. After feasting, Amolos and the others returned to the depths of the smoky sea. Silverwing, having consumed over 1,000 pounds of monstrous flesh and blood, contentedly succumbed to slumber. Clearly, her lineage required a moment to digest such a rich bounty of magical creatures. With Silverwing asleep, Daenerya and Lana spent the night beneath the fish beam beside the dragon-keeping tower. Throughout the night, the roars of the monsters in the smoky sea echoed incessantly. With the assistance of Amolos and the others, Daenerys successfully planted 7 fishbeam trees around the dragon-keeping tower, drawing upon the essence of these oceanic monstrosities. The towering fishwood trees had ascended to heights exceeding 10 meters by the following morning. The unique environment surrounding the smoke sea had adorned the pure white trunks of these trees with intricate yellow-green patterns. Even the crimson leaves seemed to be speckled with dense green blotches. However, the magical energy enveloping the fishwood transformed into a gentle and orderly force, allowing Lana beneath the tree to breathe freely and feel invigorated. This instilled in Daenerys a renewed confidence to alter the environment near the sighing sea. To relay this promising news to Aeryon, Daenerys instructed Lana to pilot the Silverwing back to Volantis. Meanwhile, Daenerys continued her exploration of the Dragonkeeper Tower. Guided by the 4 young dragons, including the Azure Scale, Daenerys easily accessed the heart of the Dragonkeeper Tower, now overrun by grotesque vines and a disarray of mutated species. Yet, with the young dragons leading the way, they were effortlessly reduced to ash under the searing dragon flames. Deep within the tower, Daenerys stumbled upon hundreds of newly hatched monster eggs, presumed to belong to the mutated sea creatures she had vanquished. These eggs bore a striking resemblance to dragon eggs, albeit larger and more fragile. The young dragons had been irresistibly drawn to the essence of these eggs. The potent magic and dragon blood within proved to be a fatal temptation, leading them to devour nearly 20 in the past 2 days, causing their bodies to swell like inflated balloons, nearing 3 meters in size. However, Daenerys conceived another effective method to utilize these dragon eggs and summoned Amorous for assistance. With the mighty dragon's help, Daenerys successfully germinated the fishwood seeds using these eggs. Following the confluence of the Smoke Sea and the Sighing Sea northward, Daenerys cultivated over 100 new fishwood saplings, significantly enhancing the air quality along the way. Chapter 5:29. The Marvels of the Sighing Sea. Although the young dragons, including Azure Scale, expressed considerable dissatisfaction with Daenerys' choice to use the delectable monster eggs for planting, they soon forgot their grievances upon discovering the palatable mutated creatures in the dense forest near the Dragonkeeper Tower. On the northern shore of the Smoke Sea, vast expanses of land were blanketed with lush, primordial jungles. While the extreme environment had induced grotesque mutations in the trees, twisting their forms into menacing shapes, the abundant, resilient mutated grasses nourished a plethora of wildlife. Herds of wild sheep and buffalo roamed freely, most having undergone terrifying transformations. Perched upon the warm rocks at the edge of the Sighing Sea, Daenerys gently parted a thicket of towering dark red wild grass with her sword. This wild grass sprawled across several kilometers of the coastline, harmonizing with the dark crimson waters. The grass blades were sharp as knives, with robust fibers that, when severed, released a red sap exuding a potent scent of rust and sulfur. The soft armor woven from this wild grass must be remarkably lightweight and robust, perhaps even more practical than chainmail. As Daenerys pondered the potential uses of this wild grass, a sudden breeze carrying a potent stench wafted towards her. Reminiscent of decaying fish and brackish mud from the ocean floor, mingled with the acrid scent of sulfur, compelling her to lean against a nearby pine tree and retch. The trees here do not grow straight like the oaks or pines of Westeros. Instead, they twist upwards, their trunks riddled with black, tumor-like protrusions, resembling some form of morbid skin. Thick, viscous resin oozes from the fissures in the bark, glinting with an eerie amber hue under the sunlight. As Daenerys inadvertently got resin on her hand and prepared to wipe it off, she discovered the scent of this resin was surprisingly rich and fragrant. Indeed, such high-quality resin is a rare find. It seems that the flora and fauna capable of thriving in such extreme conditions are quite remarkable. Daenerys instantly felt that the developmental potential of this place seemed to be growing exponentially. In the distance, several young dragons, including the one with green scales, suddenly let out low, cautious growls, their tails flicking anxiously as they began to conjure fire in their mouths. They were not fond of this enclosed sky, devoid of dry rocks, only surrounded by damp, grotesque vegetation emanating a putrid odor. If it weren't for the abundance of delectable mutated creatures, they would have been disinclined to venture here. Daenerys hastened towards them, her boots sinking into the soft, purplish-black soil. As she lifted her foot, the earth clung to her like asphalt, pulling away in long, sticky strands, revealing just how fertile this land truly was. Mutated bison. It appeared a herd of 30 to 40 mutated beasts had also wandered over. These bison were enormous, each possessing 6 legs, with some even having 2 heads. They grazed from a distance on the low, hardy shrubs, their resilient tongues slicing through the foliage with ease, akin to sharp scythes. Their hooves thudded against the wetland, producing a dull, muffled sound. These bison were twice the size of ordinary ones, their muscular backs bulging as if cloaked in stone. Their horns were not smooth bone, but rather rough and sharp like obsidian, with serrated edges. The lead bison stood nearly 3 meters tall, its horns extraordinarily large and razor-sharp, fixating its gaze menacingly on the young dragons. With a swift motion, the green-scaled dragon crouched low, its wings pressed against its back, before leaping into the air. Its claws aimed at the nearest bison. However, its prey proved to be more agile than anticipated, and the bison, accustomed to its 6 legs, swiftly pivoted. With a powerful toss of its thick neck, its sharp horns grazed the side of the green dragon, scraping off a few scales. Blood from the dragon dripped onto the ground, instantly absorbed, causing the earth to bubble strangely, as if the soil were quenching its thirst. The bison's actions instantly enraged the young dragons, causing them to cease their playful antics. With a ferocious roar, the dragon exhaled flames that ignited the bison in an instant. However, the commotion had roused the herd, which, under the leadership of the bison chief, boldly charged towards the 4 young dragons. Such fierce aggression was indeed quite rare. Observing the earlier misfortune of the azure-scaled dragon, the other young dragons swiftly took to the air, unhesitatingly unleashing their fiery breath upon the herd. Even though the enraged bison fought valiantly, they were ultimately no match for the airborne dragons, and after suffering significant casualties, they reluctantly retreated. Yet, the vengeful glare cast by the bison chief as he departed left Daenerya with the unsettling feeling that this herd would not easily relent. Nevertheless, the azure-scaled dragon and its companions remained unfazed, having already begun to feast upon the charred remains of the bison with great delight. Daenerya sliced off a piece of bison meat, placing it on the smoldering brush to roast. The meat quickly began to exude a golden juice that dripped into the flames, causing the fire to leap higher. She sampled the flavor. Though somewhat tough, it was an invigorating blend of spice and sulfur, and the meat contained a subtle magical essence, providing a substantial boost to her vitality. Thus, Daenerya eagerly retrieved her specially crafted seasoning from her satchel, enhancing the flavor of the grilled bison considerably. She consumed over 2 pounds of meat, which warmed her belly pleasantly. Soon, the 4 young dragons had devoured all but the massive heads and bones of the bison. However, Daenerya noticed the bones half buried in the mud were already covered in mold. No wonder there were so many animals around, yet no signs of any carcasses. The soil here possessed remarkable decomposition capabilities. Shortly after Daenerya and the young dragons had their fill, the weather suddenly turned gloomy, the surrounding air thick enough to wring water from. Daenerya stood at the entrance of the dragon taming tower, gazing into the distant sea of smoke. The water had transformed into a murky gray-green, with large patches of foam floating on the surface, resembling boiling poison. The azure-scaled dragons crouched beside Daenerya, their dragon eyes fixed intently on the horizon. The young dragon's senses were exceptionally acute, capable of detecting the faintest fluctuations of magical energy. As the rain began to fall, Daenerya initially mistook it for blood. The dark crimson droplets, imbued with the scent of rust and sulfur, hit the ground and released a cloud of mist. As the torrential downpour intensified, the distant forest appeared to writhe and contort in the rain, with the branches of the trees stretching as if they were alive. Blood-red vines emerged from the earth, entwining themselves around the rocks like serpents. Phosphorescent mushrooms grew wildly in the rain, their caps swelling to the size of human heads, releasing spores that blurred the surroundings. From the depths of the smoky sea, deep rumbling sounds echoed, as if some colossal creature was stirring beneath the waves. The phosphorescent mushrooms glowed dimly in the murk, resembling countless pairs of eyes. Daenerya witnessed a wild hare, as large as a wild dog, inadvertently brush against a mushroom, which immediately released a burst of spores. The hare convulsed a few times before collapsing, its fur gradually dissolving. Indeed, danger lurked everywhere in this realm. Chapter 530. Mutated creatures in the smoky forest. The air above the jungle, following a torrential downpour, was thick with a sulphurous, yellow-green mist. However, the atmosphere surrounding the young fishbeam trees was markedly fresher. This rain, rich in magical properties, had significantly fostered the growth of these saplings, particularly near the dragon taming tower. The towering fishbeam trees saw many wild grasses beginning to transform into a vibrant green. Daenerya tread upon the somewhat warm, humus-rich soil. Its soft texture was quite pleasant, yet it evoked a sense of hidden peril. Over the ensuing days, Daenerya trained several young dragons in close combat against mutated beasts, leaving numerous wounds on the bodies of Qinglin and Baitya, among others. Yet, this rigorous training rendered them increasingly robust and agile. The surrounding jungle teemed not only with large six-legged wild buffalo, but also with an abundance of ferocious, toothy giant hares the size of wild dogs, alongside the sizable, tenacious sheep and armored boars. These hares could leap as high as 4 to 5 meters in desperation, their serrated teeth sharp enough to effortlessly tear through a dragon's wings and scales. Though their fur lacked beauty, it was remarkably resilient and water-resistant, making it suitable for crafting leather boots and coats. Their elongated, metallic incisors, over 40 centimeters long, were excellent materials for forging daggers and arrows. The young dragon, Zhu Zhao, relished hunting these giant-toothed hares, his sharp claws easily crushing their skulls. Despite occasionally suffering injuries from the hare's violent retaliations, the abundant blood and rich magical energy in the vicinity allowed him to heal within a day, further fortifying the resilience of his wings. In contrast, the young dragon Baikya preferred to hunt the enormous, tenacious sheep. Although these mutated goats boasted large horns, they posed little threat. Their proud, tough pelts were no match for the young dragoness prowess. Yet, despite the rich magical essence within these giant sheep, the meat emitted a strong, unpleasant odor. Even when cooked, perhaps a flavor only a dragon could appreciate. The more composed young dragon, Heijia, had a particular fondness for the corpulent armored boars. These mutated swine lacked fearsome tusks or other terrifying offensive capabilities, seemingly having concentrated all their evolutionary traits on increasing fat and the defensive quality of their skins. As a result, the boar's outer layers shed their bristles, revealing thick, crocodile-like scales. Beneath this scaly hide lay a substantial layer of lard, which constituted half of the boar's weight upon Heijia's return from the hunt. This lard burned exceptionally well, offering a fragrant and long-lasting flame, making it an ideal material for lamp oil and candles. The flavor of the pork was rather mediocre, accompanied by a pronounced earthy scent. On this day, the valiant Daniela was perched upon the back of her young dragon, Black Scale, leading the hatchlings on a hunt through the dense jungle. Suddenly, the spines of the azure-scaled creature stood erect, and through the mingled aromas of sulfur and decaying flesh, it detected a concealed scent of blood lurking in the shadows. Daniela soon became aware of a powerful surge of magical energy emanating from several dozen meters away. Amidst the distant thicket, a colossal wolf, comparable in size to a warhorse, stealthily approached with its pack. Despite its sparse fur, this giant wolf was adorned with a dense armor of fish-like scales. Its vertebrae jutted out like the serrated teeth of a predator, and its tail bore a bone blade extending nearly half a meter, glistening in the sunlight with the sheen of obsidian. Its eyes were not the typical slitted pupils of a wild beast, but rather two deep red gems embedded in its eye sockets, radiating an aura of intelligence. In order to witness the true prowess of this bone-bladed wolf, Daniela intentionally maneuvered the pack to corner the hatchlings against a rocky precipice, at which point the alpha wolf finally revealed itself. The alpha's tail blade struck the rocks, producing a shrill sound and sending sparks flying, reminiscent of the fiery embers in a blacksmith's forge. A deep, rumbling growl emanated from its throat, a sound that transcended the typical roars of beasts, resembling the resonant beat of an ancient war drum, heavy with an oppressive weight. The mutated creatures inhabiting the jungles near the smoke-laden sea were indeed peculiar, seemingly devoid of fear, never retreating even in the presence of dragons. Attack! Recognizing the opportune moment, Daniela swiftly commanded the hatchlings to strike. Azure Scale, Crimson Claw, and White Fang soared into the air, launching themselves at the wolf pack with fervor. Yet, the wolves did not immediately retaliate. Instead, they dispersed with the precision of trained soldiers, forming a semicircle around the hatchlings. Their formation was terrifyingly orderly, as if meticulously calculated, with their tail blades raised high like glimmering sabers, deterring the hatchlings from diving down recklessly. The most temperamental among them, Azure Scale and White Fang, disregarded the peril posed by the wolves' sharp blades, risking severe injury as they each toppled a giant wolf. Azure Scale bit into the neck of one colossal wolf, its sharp teeth severing the throat in an instant, while its powerful claws eviscerated the beast. The stout tail of Azure Scale whipped through the air like a nimble whip, sending several approaching wolves sprawling. A triumphant roar echoed through the jungle, momentarily halting the advance of the giant wolves. Although White Fang also swiftly dispatched a colossal wolf, his wings bore the marks of several deep gashes inflicted by two wolves rushing to assist. The intense pain compelled White Fang to unleash a torrent of dragon fire at the encroaching wolves, instantly igniting the surrounding underbrush in a blaze. Although this thwarted the pack's assault, the flames and thick smoke obscured White Fang's vision. A colossal black wolf suddenly launched a ferocious side attack. its bone blade slicing through the membranous wing of the azure-scaled dragon, inflicting a wound approximately 1 meter in length. The searing dragon blood gushed forth, igniting the moss and dried branches on the ground. The excruciating pain elicited a piercing roar from White Fang, who vigorously flapped his dragon wings, stirring a tempest. However, the encroaching pack appeared to be well prepared, crouching low with their bone blades arched like scorpion tails, stealthily advancing toward White Fang once more. The Wolf King, with its dark red eyes glinting ominously, closely observed the unfolding chaos, emitting a low growl that prompted the pack to shift their formation. Several massive wolves feigned an attack from the front, while over 20 others stealthily maneuvered behind the young dragons, their elevated tail blades aimed at the vulnerable areas of the dragon wings. Meanwhile, Zhuzhua, who had been silently observing from a low altitude, suddenly contracted her wings and shot forward like a released arrow towards the Wolf King. Her dragon claws, as formidable as steel hooks, lunged for the Wolf King's head. Yet, the Wolf King seemed to anticipate the move, positioning its tail blade to counter and effectively blocking the young dragon's claws. The clash produced a cacophony of metal against metal, accompanied by sparks flying. In a fit of fury, the young dragon Zhuzhua roared, her tail whiplashing towards the Wolf King's slender waist, well aware of its vulnerability. The Wolf King, however, swiftly crouched down, leveraging its bone blade against the ground to propel itself upward, and executed a horizontal slash aimed directly at Zhuzhua's throat. With a sharp gasp, Zhuzhua instinctively turned her head, the bone blade grazing her neck and shearing off a patch of dragon scales, blood immediately welling up. Chapter 531, Subduing the Pack. Enraged, Zhuzhua felt the dragon flame roiling within her throat, but two massive wolves from the pack suddenly charged in an intersecting assault, their tail blades converging like scissors, forcing Zhuzhua to retract her wings and awkwardly ascend to evade. In an instant, the scorching dragon flame erupted from her mouth, igniting one of the colossal wolves. Yet, the Wolf King leapt once more, its sharp tail blade lunging toward Zhuzhua's eyes. The young dragon executed a rapid ascent, narrowly evading the Wolf King's strike, and retaliated with a blast of searing dragon flame that ignited the sparse fur on the Wolf King. At the moment the Wolf King landed awkwardly, a resounding crash echoed as the young dragon Heijia, leveraging his robust frame, collided forcefully with the unsteady Wolf King, sending it flying several meters until it crashed into a grotesquely thick pine tree, finally coming to a halt beside the young dragon Qinglin. Fueled by the adrenaline of battle, the young dragon wasted no time in unleashing a stream of dragon flame at the Wolf King. Although the flame inflicted considerable pain upon the Wolf King, it seized the opportunity to raise its tail blade high and delivered a fierce downward strike towards Qinglin's back. The blade of flames, standing atop a massive rock, observed the battlefield intently. Daenerya swiftly wielded her Valyrian steel sword, unleashing a torrent of flames that sent the Wolf King soaring once more. This inflicted further wounds upon him, rendering his movements sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, the azure-scaled dragon unfurled its wings and took to the skies, evading the encroaching wolves, who found their strategic encirclement thwarted. However, the young dragons had abandoned their playful demeanor, recognizing the formidable nature of the wolf pack before them. Dragonfire simmered in their throats, yet they patiently awaited Daenerya's command. As the wolves gradually advanced, the piercing sound of dozens of bone blades scraping against the ground was excruciatingly loud. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur mingled with the stench of blood. The mud, churned by the torrential rain and trampled by low grasses, lay in disarray, its purplish-black earth mingling with dragon and wolf blood, emanating a noxious yellow-gray steam. Daenerya promptly issued the command for a dragonfire assault. The presence of such colossal wolves posed a grave threat to the military stronghold she had established. At that moment, the four young dragons simultaneously unleashed torrents of dragonfire. The cerulean flames erupted with ferocity, crackling with arcs of electricity, igniting the colossal wolves in their path and sending them hurtling away. The intense pain and paralysis rendered those wolves immobile, if not lifeless. The crimson flames blazed fiercely, imbued with the aura of annihilation. Once touched, escape was futile until consumed by the inferno. The platinum flames surged forward, sharp and swift, akin to massive fiery blades, instantly obliterating and igniting several giant wolves. Meanwhile, the obsidian flames were heavy and relentless, enveloping a multitude of wolves in a dark, consuming shroud. This terrifying onslaught of dragonfire tore a gaping hole in the wolf pack's formation. Yet, amidst the chaos, the Wolf King surged forward, his tail blades striking like lightning towards the lower flying black-scaled dragon. With a sickening thrust, the tail pierced through the black dragon's thick scales, carving a deep gash in its abdomen. A pained roar erupted from the ebony dragon. Just as the Wolf King prepared to strike again, the black dragon's powerful tail, enhanced with the might of its draconic heritage, swept across, slamming into the Wolf King's side and sending him sprawling. This blow, targeting the already vulnerable area of the wolf's body, proved devastating. The Wolf King writhed in agony, rolling on the ground. Despite his desperate struggles, he found it impossible to rise, dark red blood oozing from his mouth, a clear indication of his grievous injuries. Witnessing this, the wolf pack immediately began to regroup, forming a protective barrier around their injured leader. However, the young dragons, now consumed by a fervor for battle, unleashed dragon fire as they charged into the fray, engaging the wolves in fierce melee combat. Though the azure-scaled dragon's wings were severely damaged, it fiercely lunged towards the pack of wolves. Its formidable claws tore through the skull of a massive wolf, while its sharp teeth clamped down on another's throat, delivering a swift, lethal shake that extinguished its life. The young dragons, with their crimson claws, encircled the azure-scaled dragon, unleashing torrents of dragon fire that engulfed the wolf pack in a searing inferno. The acrid scent of charred flesh permeating the air at the forest's edge, the Wolf King struggled to rise from the mire, fixating on the ever-growing flames. Letting out a mournful howl of resignation, the surviving wolves swiftly altered their strategy, abandoning brute force to instead exploit the dense terrain of the forest, engaging the young dragons in a cunning game of evasion. Some massive wolves leaped into the treetops, launching themselves towards the young dragons with calculated force. Others burrowed into the thick underbrush, using the cover of foliage and trees to mount surprise attacks, while a few circled behind the young dragons, wielding their tail blades to target their vulnerable joints. The azure-scaled dragon's right wing had been slashed by a wolf's tail blade, rendering its flight somewhat unsteady. Yet, it grew even more ferocious, seizing one wolf by the skull and smashing it violently against the ground until its cranium shattered. The hind leg of the crimson-clawed dragon was pierced by a tail blade, but she pressed on, unleashing dragon fire that swept across the ground, incinerating wolf after wolf into charred remains. Despite the relentless flow of blood from its abdomen, the white-toothed dragon persisted in unleashing dragon fire, sweeping across the pack. The black-armored dragon, relying on its formidable scales, crushed the spine of a massive wolf in a single blow. After a brief respite, the Wolf King finally rejoined the fray. Its bone blade swung with the precision of a reaper's scythe, each strike drawing forth a spurt of dragon blood. The azure-scaled and white-toothed dragons joined forces to confront it head-on, their claws clashing with the bone blade, producing dazzling sparks. Suddenly, the Wolf King feigned a move, the bone blade swerving, before executing a swift upward strike that sliced across the azure-scaled dragon's chest, opening a wound deep enough to reveal bone. With a pained howl, the azure-scaled dragon nearly plummeted from the low skies. Just as the Wolf King prepared to pursue its advantage, the crimson-clawed dragon lunged from the side, directing a jet of dragon fire at its face. The Wolf King blocked the flames with its bone blade, yet the crimson-clawed dragon managed to seize its shoulder, sinking its teeth fiercely into its throat. The Wolf King twisted violently, its bone blade stabbing into the crimson-clawed dragon's abdomen, but the dragon held on tenaciously, tearing away a large chunk of flesh from the Wolf King's shoulder. Simultaneously, the white-toothed and black-armored dragons charged in. The white-toothed dragon caught the Wolf King's hind leg, while the black-armored dragon rammed into it, toppling the beast to the ground. The Wolf King roared in agony and fury, sweeping its bone blade to fend off the two dragons. However, the azure-scaled dragon had gathered its strength, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire that cascaded down like a flood. The explosion of dragon fire, laced with azure arcs of electricity, engulfed the Wolf King. As the smoke cleared, the Wolf King knelt on the ground, its tail blade hanging limply. Its body charred black, yet the red glow in its eyes remained undiminished. Gradually, it lifted its head, eyeing the approaching Daenerya with wary vigilance, a low warning rumbling in its throat. Daenerya stepped forward, slicing her palm to transform her blood into fiery runes, swiftly inscribing them onto the Wolf King's forehead. Blood and Fire, The Art of Blood Pact Chapter 532. The strategy of unification. 4 young dragons stood guard beside Daenerys and the wolf pack. Despite their intentions to protect their king, could not breach the barrier. Remarkably, the blood pact was completed swiftly, in less than a quarter of an hour. It remains a mystery why the bloodline of these mutated dire wolves seemed to harbor a trace of dragon lineage. Thus, although it was her first attempt at invoking the blood pact, Daenerys found the process to be surprisingly smooth. Once the contract was sealed, the injured Wolf King experienced a notable recovery, nourished by Daenerys's precious bloodfire seed. A psychic connection began to form between them. Could it be that these mutated creatures of the jungle were all newly bred species experimented upon by the Valyrians within the Dragon Tower? To expedite the healing of the wounded dire wolves, Daenerys fed them the remains of sea monsters stored in the Dragon Tower, initially reserved for the young dragons. Thanks to the sea monsters' potent vitality and magical essence, the wolf pack regained their strength by the following day. Moreover, the Wolf King appeared to have benefited from this misfortune, becoming even stronger. Daenerys speculated that her own dragon blood had significantly enhanced the Wolf King's lineage. After consuming all the fallen dire wolves, Qinglin and the other young dragons retreated into the Dragon Tower for rest. 3 days later, vibrant and revitalized, the young dragons emerged, noticeably larger. During these days, Daenerys rode the Wolf King, sweeping through several nearby wolf packs, assimilating them into the Wolf King's growing tribe. As a result, the numbers surged to 70 or 80, leaving no rivals in the jungles surrounding the Dragon Tower. After 2 days of travel, Aeryon finally arrived, accompanied by Aegon and Aemon, navigating the path to Volantis via Dragonback, which had been fully reopened. Thousands of former enslaved artisans, under the protection of the Second Legion, were hastily transporting supplies to this location. "Mother," she reported, "we have successfully summoned over 100,000 to cultivate the lands along the upper reaches of the Vanyra River. However, this accounts for less than 15 of the total population. As you predicted, many are reluctant to engage in agriculture." Noticing Aeryon's gaunt appearance, Daenerys understood that he had been laboring tirelessly. She offered her words of solace. "It is only human nature. After all, in their understanding, farming merely sustains life. In the face of natural disasters or calamities, it is the farmers who suffer most. Once they witness how prosperous a life can be through agriculture, they will naturally choose to join us. Patience is key. Have the workshops in Volantis resumed production? That is what the liberated slaves and free people yearn to pursue. The scholars from the Isle of Sacred Flames have also arrived in Volantis. With their assistance, the confiscated workshops have reopened, attracting many artisans and craftsmen. With the assistance of Turlanana, Volantis has now returned to a state of normalcy in production and daily life. The docks and commercial order have been reinstated. Lana, guiding the Silverwing, leads a contingent of 3,000 guards, escorting the exiled nobles along with tens of thousands of willing slaves toward Baharasi to construct the Dragonstone wall. Indeed, my mother was correct. Those elevated slaves cannot sever their ties to their former masters. However, within the city, hundreds of thousands of displaced individuals and free citizens rely daily on relief for their sustenance, with the daily grain consumption amounting to a staggering sum of gold dragons. Once the renovation of the impoverished district in the western part of the city is completed and they are allocated new housing, the situation should improve, I hope. Daenerys smiled and shook her head, remarking that the populace of Volantis differs greatly from those displaced individuals drawn by the forces under the banner of the Holy Flame Island. Employing the same methods does not necessarily yield identical results. After all, the Holy Flame Island, the Kingdom of Rhaekilia, and the Duchy of Angus had already established a foundation, providing free avenues for better livelihoods. Hence their endeavors proceeded with remarkable ease. Conversely, the people of Volantis have had their established patterns of existence disrupted. Whatever actions we undertake will be perceived by them as just and deserved. Presently, the Kingdom of Rhaekilia stands as a premier power straddling 2 continents, necessitating profound reforms. The first step involves dismantling millennia-old traditions and conclusively ending the feudal system, implementing a county system conducive to centralization. This should not pose a challenge for the current Kingdom of Rhaekilia, as we have been striving in this direction for over a decade, and there is no resistance within the realm. Furthermore, it is imperative to unify currency, measurements, and script. The plethora of currencies in the free trade city-states complicates the monetary system of Westeros. Thus, I propose retaining only 3 types of currency: copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins, with a decimal exchange ratio. Only with a unified currency can commercial activities be conducted more efficiently and smoothly. Your Prime Minister, Lysandro, is an expert in this regard and can be summoned to oversee this matter. As for the unification of script and measurements, I can introduce you to a scholar from the lands beyond, Qin. Is he not the scholar from the East whom my mother tasked with merging Eastern script with Valyrian? Aurelian had previously struggled to comprehend why my mother invested heavily in attracting a multitude of scholars and artists from the East. However, after witnessing their remarkable techniques in sericulture, Weaving, mathematics, medicine, music, and the arts, he too has developed a profound interest in Eastern culture. Moreover, as Daenerys observed, it appears that Valyrian is indeed a derivative of the Eastern language, retaining only fragments of pronunciation while merging with the vernacular of the narrow sea shores. Unlike the rudimentary language of simple letters and the ancient glyphs of Old Giscari, the tongue of the free cities requires not only pictographic, ideographic, and phonetic methods of script creation, but also possesses an enchanting quality that seems to imbue both its spoken and written forms with a certain magic. After mastering the language of the free cities, Daenerys discovered that her ability to command dragons and chant spells was significantly enhanced. Indeed, it is he. He has now elucidated the logical evolution of the Giscari language into Valyrian. Thus, we are currently tracing back to our roots, employing his refined version of the Giscari language as the official tongue for the forces under the banner of Dragonstone and the Kingdom of Rhaenys. Only through shared language and lineage can we truly achieve the integration of culture and ethnicity. This serves as a vital spiritual foundation for a nation to maintain enduring unity. As winter has yet to descend upon us, and our resources remain sufficient, let us promptly implement these plans. I shall remain here during this period to assist you in advancing these endeavors smoothly. My child, the Kingdom of Rhaenys has transformed entirely. You must broaden your perspective, ensuring that each step forward considers the global landscape. For the adversaries you will soon confront could very well be the formidable inhabitants of Slaver's Bay and the powerful Dothraki to the northeast. Of course, the Summer Isles and Westeros may not be without their own challenges for you. Chapter 534, The Smoke Sea Fortress. Oh, understood. Upon realizing the plan had fallen through, Ysena felt a wave of disappointment, yet she swiftly redirected the conversation. Mother, why have you lingered in this desolate place for over half a year? The Smoke Sea Fortress, after 6 months of construction, while grand in scale, is composed predominantly of the imposing and somber architecture of Dragonstone, aside from Daenerys' modest palace made of golden dragonstone. The rest are primarily in hues of black and red. Naturally, for children accustomed to the splendor of Dragonstone and King's Landing, this environment seems arduous. Winter may arrive at any moment. This locale is near the lands of eternal summer, allowing crops to be cultivated even in winter. However, due to the terrifying and extreme conditions, the world fears this place like a tiger, hesitating to tread upon it. I must personally remain here to gradually dispel their apprehensions. Fortuitously, since you have arrived, why not stay here for a while? The Smoke Sea is home to numerous mutated marine creatures, which will greatly aid in the growth of your dragons. However, Aunt, since arriving here, my Eryx has become rather restless, seemingly yearning to soar towards the ruins of Valyria across the sea. He wouldn't be contemplating a departure, would he? Lucerys, sensing Daenerys' desire for them to reside here longer, quickly voiced his doubts. Are your dragons experiencing the same? Upon hearing Lucerys, Daenerys promptly inquired of the children. My Viserion exhibits no unusual behavior. Rather, he seems to relish this environment, replied Alice Karstark with pride. While Vhagar has indeed grown somewhat anxious, he is more so filled with excitement. On our way here, I even hunted down a monstrous fish over 10 meters long. The bond between Aeryon and his new dragon has grown increasingly profound. Similarly, Grace seems to harbor a desire to depart, yet she appears to be apprehensive of something. Lara expresses her concerns, aware that her connection with Aeryon stems from her identity as a dragon rider. Should her own dragon choose to leave home, it would likely mirror the situation with my Vhagar. However, once they entered the Dragon Tamer's tower, they settled down considerably. Viserys, being the elder, exhibits greater proficiency in controlling his dragon. It seems only those dragons with robust bloodlines or those abandoned can withstand the mysterious allure of the Valyrian ruins. Daenerys ponders this, yet she reassures the children, stating that the potent magical energy within the Valyrian ruins possesses a significant draw for dragons. She encourages them to spend ample time with their dragons, assuring them that they will not take flight. The vicinity of the Smoke Sea is home to numerous mutated creatures, providing ample opportunity for hunting, which would not only strengthen their dragons, but also deepen their bonds with them. The arrival of the children instantly enlivened the Smoke Sea Fortress. Daenerys, riding Hogna, took them out to hunt on the sea, leading a life of comfort and ease. With the arrival of a fleet of the latest warships, the Smoke Sea Fortress officially opened its maritime routes. These ships are equipped with the most advanced weapons, including colossal crossbows and dragon fire bombs, rendering coastal monsters incapable of posing a threat. Under their protection, the trade route from Volantis was successfully established. Thousands of criminals bearing the ancient Valyrian bloodline arrived on large vessels, becoming the first wave of exiles. once noblemen of Volantis. Some of them had never set foot in dirt. Now, driven by the soldiers of the settlement, they found themselves reduced to serfs, toiling daily in the very soil they once scorned. Faced with the necessity to complete their assigned tasks to avoid hunger, they gradually learned the ways of farming. Being well-educated, they adapted to manual labor with a semblance of grace. The raw scent of earth, the vigor of germinating seeds, and the joy of thriving crops led these self-proclaimed elites of Volantis to shed their opulence, confront reality, and begin to understand the value of labor for sustenance. After the arrival of Aes, Aeryon took Aegon and Aemond to meet with Lana. Through their collective efforts, the magnificent Baharasi Great Wall and the city of Abaharasi were finally completed after 6 months. Over 100,000 Volantene nobles successfully established their residence there. Their endeavors also led to the revival of the trade routes between Slave Bay and Volantis. Once dilapidated Materis was rejuvenated, pulsating with life once more. As the displaced populace of the Smoky Sea Fortress experienced a surge of healthy births, the hundreds of thousands stranded in the city of Volantis were compelled to adhere to Aurelian's decree, which allocated them to Baharasi, Materis, and the Smoky Sea Fortress. After a year of concerted effort, under the guidance of Lysandro, the Kingdom of Reclia and the continent of Westeros finally achieved a unified currency and system of measurements. Although this endeavor nearly depleted the financial reserves of both the Isle of the Sacred Flame and the Kingdom of Reclia, it was ultimately accomplished successfully. To reclaim the old coins held by the nobility, nearly all the gold accumulated by the Sacred Isle over the years was expended. Nevertheless, a central bank, which would oversee the issuance of the Jubi currency and manage monetary affairs, was successfully established, facilitating the eventual extraction of wealth from the aristocracy. Under the tutelage of Cheen, the Academy and the Church commenced the comprehensive implementation of a new universal script across Westeros and the Kingdom of Reclia, establishing it as the official language of the continent. As significant reforms progressed with fervor, the biting winter winds swept across the wall and the trembling sea, descending along the narrow sea. By the 9th month of the year 122 of the conquest, much of Westeros had succumbed to winter. The waters near Bravos began to freeze entirely, and both Lorith and Novos were beset by frigid conditions. Thanks to Daenerys's timely warnings and meticulous planning, the free folk beyond the wall, having completed their summer harvest, departed from the lands outside, accompanied by their families, and were transported to the Smoky Sea Fortress by the fleet of the Sacred Flame. After 3 years of cultivation and development, approximately 400,000 to 500,000 square kilometers of land west of the Sea of Sighs had been cultivated, sufficient to accommodate the tens of thousands of free folk. Those wildlings who refused to leave their ancestral lands were all extradited to the Kingdom of Silent, including the long-haired giants and their mammoths, captured by Dax and his brethren. Only the stubborn thens remained beyond the wall. Dax's return brought immense joy to Daenerys, prompting her to soar on her dragon to greet him. As Daenerys' rightful consort, Dax was unabashedly forward, persistently courting Daenerys until she bore him a son, Osirian. With Ashilia having established her own kingdom in the Red Wastes, Daenerys appointed her 6th son as the Lord of Silent. With the thermal springs of Silent and ample supplies for the local populace to last for years, they should manage to weather the winter with relative ease. Chapter 533, dealing with the vermin of the 7 kingdoms with the assistance of Aurelian and Aegon, along with their dragons, the Dragon Keeper's tower was swiftly cleared. Daenerys soon discovered that within the Dragon Keeper's tower were numerous interconnected passages leading to vast, hidden chambers, totaling an area comparable to that of a castle. The depths of the Dragon Keeper's tower, influenced by the subterranean fire veins, were characterized by high temperatures and a dense, volatile essence of fire magic. It was no wonder that the Valyrians chose to establish this tower far from the 14 flames, as the environment was indeed conducive to the hatching and nurturing of young dragons. Standing before a churning geothermal pool that connects the Dragon's Keep and the Sea of Smoke, Daenerys could not help but express her awe. The surrounding temperature was bearable only for Daenerys and Aurelian, as even the dragon riders, Aegon and Aemon, dared not approach. The 4 young dragons, with their azure scales and crimson claws, reveled in the environment, returning here to slumber after their daily hunts. Soon, the 2nd Legion, accompanied by skilled artisans, arrived, and with the assistance of 3 adult dragons and 4 young ones, a grand new stronghold centered around the Dragon's Keep was erected in merely half a month. A colossal wall of Dragonstone, soaring 2 to 3 dozen meters high and stretching for miles along the coast of the Sea of Smoke, effectively isolated the fortress from the noxious waters resembling venom. During this time, Daenerys, on the peninsula extending westward from the Dragon's Keep towards the Sea of Smoke, successfully cultivated a forest of fishwood using the remains of sea monsters hunted by Vormissal and his companions. The docks and the walls of the Dragonstone fortress were adorned with newly inscribed runes of the common tongue, enhancing the freshness of the air surrounding the stronghold. The nearby trees began to thrive, and the river waters flowing through the fortress turned crystal clear, eliminating the need to fetch drinking water from rivers miles away. Once the 5 major garrisons of the Second Legion were constructed, they commenced the cultivation of farmland, aware that the harsh winter could descend at any moment. This region, with its rich, purplish-black soil, was one of the few places where crops could still flourish during the winter. The abundant livestock transported from Volantis thrived, nourished by the lush pastures nearby. Although occasional deformities arose during production, it appeared that every litter from these animals bore a significantly increased number of offspring upon their arrival here. After 4 months, the first harvest yielded a bounty nearly double that of other regions. Moreover, with the continuous transformation of the environment by the fishwood, the livestock ceased to produce deformed young. However, the offspring born in this land grew considerably larger and exhibited a growth rate surpassing that of their forebears. Even the Second Legion, who feasted upon these livestock and grains, experienced a marked enhancement in their physical constitution. Over the course of 6 months, the great dragon, Raffer, alongside Horglass and others, roamed the Sunset Sea, nearly exterminating all sea monsters. Daenerys's children honed their dragon-riding skills further in the pursuit and battle against these creatures. One day, they accompanied the Holy Flame fleet, summoned by Daenerys to guard the Sea of Smoke fortress, to the Dragon's Keep. "Mother!" exclaimed Isara, her 6th daughter, now blossomed into a young beauty, as she eagerly leapt into Daenerys's embrace, her powerful dragon, Azathoth, having long since taken her on exhilarating flights. The second daughter, Isis, has blossomed into a young lady. During this period, she has not only taken care of her siblings, but also witnessed the burgeoning strength of the Reclian kingdom. Her own Andaz duchy and the Loina kingdom have commenced sweeping reforms in tandem with the rhythms set by Aurelians. The written language, currency, and systems of measurement have all been aligned with those of the Reclian kingdom. Furthermore, with the assistance of the First Legion, the bandits in the Andaz Mountains and the river pirates in the Loina Basin have been largely eradicated. Under Daenerys' guidance, she has also begun to stockpile essential supplies such as grains and oils. "Mother, your directive for Sevon and Shiri to inspect the granaries has indeed uncovered a significant number of rats," she remarked, handing the little one, Etyra, to Daenerys. Isis animatedly began recounting the recent scandal involving the 7 kingdoms. This investigation revealed 13 counts of earls implicated, while the number of other offending minor lords reached an astounding 124, in accordance with your recently revised laws of the 7 kingdoms. For earls and 63 minor lords were stripped of their titles and lands, resulting in over 3,000 individuals, including their families, being exiled to harsh territories. The 4 earls in question were the Earl of Green Valley in Rivermouth, the Earl of Bumpy Tun, the Earl of Acorn Hall in Riverland, and the Earl of Candle Hollow in Valley Bottom. The Earls of Green Valley and Bumpy Tun had seen their territories thrive due to the connection between Dragonstone Avenue and the Mand River, facilitating trade through the King's Landing Canal. In recent years, influenced by the Island of Sacred Flames, the nobles of the 7 kingdoms have come to understand the principle of making money work for them. Thus, with their abundant resources, they were naturally reluctant to hoard their transformed grain in granaries. They believed that, given their bountiful produce, replenishing their supplies would never be an issue. Little did they anticipate Daenerys' sudden inspection of their inventories. The Earl of Candle Hollow shared a similar mindset, having accumulated considerable wealth through their specialty candles and advantageous coastal port. With the recent navigability of the Huang Huang Stone Canal, Candle Hollow, situated at the confluence of the 3 rivers, has flourished. Moreover, the valley is rich in resources and has never adhered to the practice of stockpiling provisions, leaving them utterly unprepared for this unexpected scrutiny. The Earl of Acorn Hall found himself somewhat coerced, having been drawn into the 13 Acorn organization amid the previous unrest in Riverland. Although Daenerys ultimately imposed only minor penalties, seizing part of his territory and levying substantial fines, he has faced considerable difficulties over the years. Recently, when the Earl fell gravely ill, the need to gather the inheritance tax for the new Earl led him to recklessly deplete his reserved grains, only to be caught red-handed. "Mother, with such a substantial reclamation of territory, how do you intend to allocate it?" inquired the clever third daughter, Izena, affectionately clutching Daenerys' arm. Her betrothed, Lysiris, watched with trepidation, nervously exchanging glances with her, fully aware that Izena was overtly pressing for a fief. Daenerys pinched her small nose and remarked, You already possess a noble heart, yet you remain unsatisfied, yearning for the acorn hall. Then you must demonstrate merits worthy of such an exchange. The royal court is not lacking in learned scholars to manage the territories. With their governance, the lives of the common folk will improve considerably. As winter approaches, perhaps you should focus on how to endure this harsh season. If you mismanage your lands, beware, your noble heart may well be at risk, let alone the acorn hall. Chapter 535. Winter has arrived, Dany, do you know? In the terrifying far north, my survival alongside my brothers is anchored in the obsession I hold for you. Within the snowy castle of West Island, Darks relentlessly recited his rustic declarations of love while holding Daenerya. To perish before having slept beside you would be an utter tragedy. Daenerya could not help but roll her eyes, cradling Aeryon as she approached the dragon egg incubation chamber by the fireplace. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but she felt that with the onset of winter, the dragon egg seemed to be hatching more swiftly. The egg she had prepared for Aeryon was a pale blue one laid by Lafa, the strongest mother dragon of the Targaryen lineage, ensuring its superior quality. Now, the forces beyond the wall had retreated to West Island, allowing the St. Dany fortress to be completely sealed. With the arrival of winter and long nights, one could only wonder what else would descend alongside them. Daenerya intended to leave West Island and return to Flame Island to oversee matters. Throughout the year, she had been busy at the wall and in the north, urging the lords to prepare for the impending winter. Thanks to the high yield, frost-resistant crop seeds supplied by Flame Island, the north had accumulated a fair amount during the prolonged summer, making this winter's hardships comparatively milder. Under Daenerya's support, the Night's Watch had seen its ranks swell to over 5,000, with their equipment entirely renewed and combat capabilities significantly enhanced, sufficient to handle most unforeseen circumstances. The St. Dany fortress was even more formidable and towering than the wall itself, equipped with massive crossbows and dragonfire projectiles capable of felling even frost giants. Moreover, the 5,000 warriors of Westeros' direct army were either wights or giants, complemented by their dire wolves, mammoths, and shadowcats, making them more than capable of vanquishing an army of White Walkers. In the frigid lands, I had not hesitated to slay them. Before Valyrian weaponry, those wights were pathetically weak. Daenerya shook her head in exasperation, saying, "It appears that your experiences in the far north have not instilled caution within you. Instead, you have grown even more arrogant. Darks, remember, there is no invincible force in this world. The moment you believe yourself to be the unrivaled champion is the moment your downfall begins. You now have hundreds of thousands of citizens of the Kingdom of West Island to protect, and Aeryon requires a father to guide him. Do you truly wish to entrust the upbringing of your son to the students and the oath-bound knights? That is simply unacceptable. My son shall be nurtured by none other than myself." The moment Dax engaged in this conversation, he became serious. Had he not already dispatched numerous scholars and administrative personnel to assist me? Rest assured, I shall humbly learn from them. For the sake of Aeryon, I will exert every effort. Ha ha ha. Gazing upon his son, whose sapphire-like eyes mirrored his own, Dax felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and pride. My Aeryon Istang shall undoubtedly become a great king, a magnificent giant king of Sisland. Over the years, Dax has endured countless hardships in the frigid lands, relying on the meager, giant blood coursing through his veins to finally unite the thousands of giants scattered across the far north, becoming their leader. After Aeryon was born, it seemed as though he awakened a significant portion of his giant heritage, growing to the size of a 2-year-old child within just a few months. Fortunately, he also inherited the strikingly handsome genes of the Targaryen lineage, appearing robust and handsome. This earned him the giant's recognition even before he could speak, thus being bestowed the title of Giant King. The towns of the Land Kingdom are constructed around fountains, with even the most remote villages equipped with copper hot spring pipelines. The Sisland Castle, situated near the Sisland coal mines, and the northernmost fortress of St. Dany have constructed numerous glass greenhouses utilizing geothermal energy. This allows for the cultivation of vegetables and fruits even during the coldest seasons, coupled with the naturally low temperatures acting as a colossal refrigerator. Sisland has amassed a vast reserve of grains and meats over the years. Hence, they harbor little concern for the coming winter, and life continues as usual. However, the changes brought about by winter are occurring with great intensity. The expansive tundra along the frozen coastline has been transformed by Sisland into a natural, high-quality pasture over the years, yet it is now once again blanketed by deep snow. Aside from the green patches near the unfrozen river flowing from the hot spring waterfall, the region has succumbed to a world of ice and snow. The once thriving ice bay, prosperous for over 20 years, has frozen over, effectively halting trade activities here. The population of Bear Island has multiplied, leaving only Count Mormont and a few hundred elderly warriors to guard it, while the rest have sought refuge in the Stony City under the guidance of Countess Mormont. Over the years, with the support of Holy Flame Island, Bear Island has emerged as a crucial food source in the Ice Bay. Additionally, bolstered by Maggie's influence in the Iron Islands, the Mormont family has assembled a fleet, generating significant income through overseas trade. They are no longer the impoverished family once ranked among the North. Yet, as temperatures continue to plummet and blizzards grow fiercer, life in the North has become increasingly arduous, with the exception of major fortresses such as Winterfell, Terror Fortress, White Harbor, the Lonely Mountain, and Carlin Bay. Although the Lords of the North have experienced a significant improvement in their lives over the years, having received early warnings from Daenerys and stockpiled considerable amounts of food and supplies, the passage of 2 or 3 years has revealed a worsening trend this winter, causing a growing sense of unease among them, particularly as their livestock dwindles and their stored provisions are depleted by more than half. This anxiety becomes increasingly pronounced. The trade city-states of Lorith and Norvos, located further north, were ill-prepared for the harshness of the 2 winters that have sealed their gates with heavy snowfall. In former times, they could have procured food and supplies from the southern free trade city-states. However, aside from Bravos and Coer, the other city-states have long since been absorbed by the Kingdom of Reclear. Presently, Reclear permits no exports of food or essential goods, imposing heavy taxes on all grain ships passing through its territory. Consequently, they must venture through Coer and the Dothraki Sea, risking a perilous journey to the Bay of Slaves for procurement. This has drawn the attention of the Dothraki cavalry, who, suffering equally from the harsh winter, see these merchants as easy prey, resulting in a dishearteningly low success rate for those attempting to return with supplies. As a result, the free folk of Lorith and Norvos have begun to flee in droves, with over 100,000 seeking refuge in the realms of Andaz and Loinor within the past year. This influx is welcome news for the already scarce populations of Andaz and Loinor, who have chosen to embrace these newcomers. Perhaps due to the protective presence of the dragon Isilorn, the cold air around her dwelling, Nassar Star, dissipates rapidly, allowing Loinor's coastal regions to endure winter while still managing to cultivate some cold-resistant crops. By the year 125 of the Conqueror's calendar, the entirety of Westeros, save for the Isle of Flames, Dorne, and the vicinity of Old Town, has succumbed to a blanket of ice and snow. Despite Daenerys' warnings and the reserves held in granaries across the land, instances of starvation and freezing among the common folk have begun to emerge, escalating in severity. The same is true on the continent of Essos, where the vast expanse of the Dothraki Sea has been thoroughly ravaged by biting winds and blizzards. The Dothraki, who are not traditionally agricultural, have consumed their livestock entirely and now lead their tribes toward the Bay of Slaves, leaving devastation in their wake. In these years, the cries of women and children, along with the blood of men, have become the haunting melody of southern Essos. The Kingdom of Reclear, except for the regions of Lys and Volantis, has also been engulfed by winter. Fortunately, nearly 1 million square kilometers of farmland along the shores of the Sighing Sea have been developed over the years, allowing this fertile land to sustain not only the Kingdom of Reclear, but also Andaz and Loinor, continuously nourishing the continent of Westeros. This situation allowed the lords, both great and small, of Westeros to return their gold into the hands of the Kingdom of Reclaria. Of course, amidst the harsh winter, there were certain advantages. Those unable to labor could dedicate themselves to learning. This facilitated the rapid proliferation of a common language across the new continent. As the people feasted on the provisions sent by Reclaria and embraced a shared tongue, they forged a collective memory and sense of belonging during these wintry times. While winter posed a disaster for most nations, it presented an opportunity for the infernal Red Wastes. Daemon, leading the 3rd Legion, successfully captured Caes within just over a year. With the intimidation of dragons, the invading Dothraki forces pursuing Ishilia retreated in disgrace. Although all of Ishilia's dragons had taken flight, she still commanded her own patterned wyverns, ensuring that none dared to provoke her lightly. Moreover, with her devoted daughter's servant Daemon commanding the mighty Klaku and ensuring protection, she felt secure. Over the years, Daemon had maneuvered Klaku and the dragon greed through the Red Wastes, establishing countless Dragonstone roads that traversed north, south, east, and west. Additionally, he erected a towering Dragonstone wall in the northern Red Wastes to defend against Dothraki cavalry incursions. Throughout the eastern Bone Mountains, 5 Dragonstone fortresses were constructed from north to south, each guarded by 1,000 elite soldiers, making it exceedingly difficult for the Dothraki forces to advance beyond their limits. With the onset of winter, the arid red desert unexpectedly welcomed a deluge of rain, transforming this once hellish wasteland into a rare refuge from the cold. As precipitation increased, the long dry riverbeds were finally replenished. The eternally crimson-red wastes began to evolve into lush oases. Other nomadic peoples, severely persecuted by the Dothraki, astutely sought refuge under the banner of Ashilia as winter approached. With the influx of several 100,000 individuals, Ashilia's population flourished. Coupled with the release of many refugees from caves, Ashilia witnessed the emergence of numerous new towns and cities. Thanks to the abundant winter rains, Ashilia became a new land of plenty, allowing the financially depleted kingdom to finally turn a profit. Conversely, the Dothraki Celestial Empire, heavily impacted by the winter, found themselves compelled to sign several unequal treaties with Ashilia to secure food supplies. A crucial stipulation was that Ashilia would accept neither gold nor silver, but rather populations and various skilled individuals. For the populous Dothraki Celestial Empire, this was not a significant hurdle. Thus, in exchange for sustenance, they would send hundreds of thousands of people annually. This ensured a smoother path for Ashilia's development and gradually increased arable land. Under Daemon's guidance and witness, Ashilia and the Dothraki prince Morongzun were united in matrimony, and in the year 124, they welcomed their eldest daughter, Moronghuang. After experiencing the trials of Ashilia's production, Morongzun resolved never to have more children. Thus, Moronghuang was directly appointed as the crown princess. Daimon, naturally enamored with his first granddaughter, made a special journey on a mighty dragon back to King's Landing, where he procured 5 dragon eggs and placed them beside Moronghuang's cradle. Witnessing her sister's Celia kingdom firmly establish itself in the east, the ever-competitive Isis could no longer contain herself. She led her legion and dragons into the city of Norphos, citing the persecution of civilians as her pretext. Norphos was divided into 2 sections: the upper city, where the ancient blooded nobility and monks resided atop a mountain, and the lower city, built along the river for the common folk. A grand stone staircase, known as the Sinner's Steps, connected the two. During festivals, bears would dance down the Sinner's Steps. The upper city was encircled by imposing stone walls and housed a temple fortress, serving as the religious epicenter for the bearded monks. Perhaps due to the monks' dominion, life in the upper city was exceedingly austere, with incessant religious worship and prayer. Norphos endured scorching and humid summers, while winters were characterized by biting winds and frigid temperatures, rendering its inhabitants woefully miserable during the protracted cold season. The lower city, vibrant during summer, was protected by wooden walls and trenches, lined with docks, brothels, and taverns, contributing to a relatively prosperous existence. However, as the harsh winters set in, the Sinner's Steps were sealed off, leaving the lower city's over 100,000 residents abandoned by the nobility to fend for themselves. Thus, when Isis arrived with her army and ample provisions, the populace of the lower city hailed her as their savior, willing to accept her rule and revere her as their queen. Norphos boasted 3 great bells, whose chimes resonated throughout the city, guiding the residents on when to rise, retire, work, rest, battle, pray, and even engage in intimacy. The Norphosians had named each bell Nom, with its deep rumble that shook the bones; Nera, whose voice was proud and resounding; and Nyel, reminiscent of cheerful laughter. As Isis's dragon soared towards the upper city, the monks simultaneously rang the 3 great bells, momentarily disrupting the magic within Iselin, nearly causing her to plummet from the sky. This provocation was intolerable to the proud dragon, which, with a roar, sent the 3 bells tumbling from their frames into the searing dragon flame. Despite becoming red-hot, the bells did not melt. Instead, the runes upon them grew increasingly animated after hundreds of monks were consumed by the flames. Recognizing the significance of these bells, Isis swiftly halted Iselin from unleashing further fire, instead turning to blast open the walls of the upper city. Within less than 10 days, the 9 free trade city-states of Norphos were absorbed into the kingdom of Loinor. Loras did not wait for Isis to challenge him, but voluntarily pledged allegiance. However, Isis regarded the impoverished city-state with disdain, accepting only a portion of their continental territory and promising to assist them through the harsh winter. Chapter 537. The Kingdom of Andalos Coer stands as the only inland free city among the 9 great free trade city-states, renowned worldwide for its exceptional forging and textile craftsmanship. Of the 9 free trade city-states, all but Bravos were once colonies of the Valyrian freehold, and Coer was no exception. A century before Aegon's landing, the cataclysm of Valyria befell the freehold, leading to the collapse of the empire and the subsequent independence of Coer. Nestled along the tributary of the Lorne River. The Chen River, Qohor lies at the eastern edge of the vast Qohor forest, beyond which stretches the expansive Dothraki Sea. Thus, the Dothraki people have only this path to enter the free trade city-states. Should it be obstructed, they would have to take the long route through the Slavers' Bay via the treacherous path known as the Demon Road. Therefore, capturing Qohor equates to a complete domination of the eastern gateway of the former free trade city-states. The Kingdom of Loina boasts the Dragonstone Road, which connects Qohor to the ruins of ancient Loina, now revitalized under Isis's stewardship. In recent years, Arnor has received a substantial influx of refugees from Norvos and Qohor, alongside water brigands absorbed into the First Legion, resulting in a burgeoning population of several tens of thousands. Despite entering winter, the continuous supply of grain from the realm of Raklia has rendered life manageable here. Daily activities consist of extensive infrastructure development and the learning of the common tongue of the continent. Qohor's artisans are famed across the globe. Their blacksmiths possess a unique skill in infusing colors into metals, with some even claiming mastery over the reforging of Valyrian steel. However, since the Isle of the Holy Flame acquired more advanced techniques for the refinement of Valyrian and fine steel, Qohor's once thriving forging industry has begun to decline. Qohor also produces intricately woven textiles, which are more affordable than similar products from Myr. Following the downturn in metallurgy, they redirected their focus to weaving, thus discovering a new avenue for survival. Yet, with the influx of foreign textile techniques from Raklia, Qohor's textile industry has once again suffered a severe blow. In recent years, they have been forced to rely on the sale of mineral resources to maintain a facade of respectable living. The high-quality timber and wood carvings from the Qohor forest are highly sought after, along with furs, silver, tin, amber, and a species known as the silver-skinned purple-eyed lemur, colloquially referred to as the Little Valyrians. Furthermore, Qohor's unique geographical position necessitates passage through it when traveling eastward. Thus, although prosperity has waned, life remains bearable. However, with the arrival of the harsh winter, Qohor has begun to struggle significantly. The complete halt of trade between east and west, coupled with the bitter cold and heavy snowfall, has rendered the people of Qohor unable to work, leading to an increasingly dire and arduous existence for the common folk. Qohor is fortified by imposing stone walls. For centuries ago, after the Unsullied successfully resisted the invasion of the Dothraki, its garrison has been composed entirely of Unsullied. Each Unsullied in Qohor carries a spear adorned with a braid of human hair, commemorating their glorious triumph over the Dothraki. This tribute stems from the tradition that the Dothraki would sever the braids of their defeated foes as trophies. During the century of bloodshed following the destruction of Valyria, Volantis made several attempts to conquer other city-states, leading to an enduring alliance between Qohor and Norvos. Thus, when Norvos fell to the forces of Elysium, the people of Qohor found themselves in a precarious position, acutely aware that their own prowess could not withstand the onslaught of giants. Over 200 years ago, the Dothraki cavalry emerged from the east for the first time. A host of at least 50,000 men, led by Temekeo, advanced upon Qohor, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. The citizens of Qohor hastily reinforced their walls, doubled their forces, and hired 2 mercenary companies, the Bright Banner and the Second Sons, while also purchasing 3,000 Unsullied from the Slave Bay. Qohor's cavalry suffered a catastrophic defeat against the Dothraki, with their ranks decimated. The mercenaries, sensing the tide of battle turning, fled. Fortunately, the Unsullied held their ground beneath the walls and ultimately repelled the Dothraki, sparing Qohor from ruin. This battle elevated the reputation of the Unsullied of Apotas to legendary status, causing their prices to soar, making them the most sought-after and lucrative slave commodity in the Bay of Slaves. However, every 3 or 4 years, a Dothraki Khal named Zico would lead his Khalasar to the outskirts of Qohor, and in a bid to appease him, the citizens would offer him tributes of gold. Since the onset of this harsh winter, Zico has visited no fewer than 10 times, and his demands have grown increasingly insatiable, placing the nobility of Qohor in a dire predicament. With their ally Norvos now fallen, the nobles realized it was time to make a prudent decision. Thus, on the 3rd day following Norvos' downfall, Qohor sent an envoy to submit their surrender, expressing their willingness to fall under the dominion of the Kingdom of Loina. Elysium, recognizing their submission, imposed a rather lenient demand. They were to pay a tribute of gold equivalent to 500,000 golden dragons, along with armaments sufficient to equip 10,000 men. Consequently, the territory of Elysium expanded to over 6 million square kilometers. She then proclaimed the formation of the United Kingdom of Andalos, a union of the kingdoms of Andris and Loina. with the establishment of the Kingdom of Andalos. The distribution of winter supplies to the common folk within the realm commenced. Throughout this process, many remote tribes and villages spontaneously began to converge towards the towns, resulting in an unprecedented growth of the cities along the banks of the Lorne River during the cold season. Although the people near the Slave Bay were spared the harshness of winter, they faced even more ferocious threats, prompting vast numbers of refugees to flee towards Leclia via the Road of Demons. A portion of the populace, having traversed mountains and valleys, sought refuge in the Kingdom of Icilia. Both great kingdoms opened their gates wide for these exiles. By the 126th year of the conqueror's reign, the Kingdom of Recleria alone had welcomed and resettled no fewer than several 100,000 refugees. This influx significantly accelerated the development of the work sites near the Sea of Sighs. Furthermore, with the birth of a substantial number of healthy infants, the infamous stigma surrounding places such as Materis and the Smoke Sea Fortress was thoroughly forgotten. The flourishing growth of the Sea of Sighs transformed it into a true granary, its fertile lands and favorable climatic conditions barely sufficing to sustain all the realms under Daniela's command, with Daniela orchestrating from the central stronghold of Holy Flame Island. Despite the unprecedented harshness of this winter, casualties remained minimal. According to the laws of the Seven Kingdoms established by Daniela, should the losses of a lord's subjects exceed 1/10, the lord would face the forfeiture of their title and exile. If the casualties surpassed 1/5, all neighboring lords would similarly suffer the loss of their titles. Consequently, during this winter, the lords of the Seven Kingdoms refrained from indulging in excesses and allowed their subjects to fend for themselves. This predicament forced many small lords in densely populated areas to resort to loans from the central bank to sustain their livelihoods. As the winter persisted, wealth swiftly flowed toward the central bank from the Seven Kingdoms. Chapter 538. An auspicious omen. Mother, I dreamt of a great dragon, a magnificent white dragon with beautiful lavender wings. Early in the morning, 5-year-old Omani Leon eagerly approached Daniela's bedside, cradling his white dragon egg. Listen, the dragon egg seems to be stirring. Daniela hastily moved the egg to the hearth, and indeed, Omani Leon was correct. The hatchling was on the brink of emerging. To assist in its hatching and ensure Omani Leon could successfully bond with the young dragon, Daniela pricked his finger with her hairpin and ignited her magic to inscribe it into the egg. In no time, amidst the hatchling's cries, the egg cracked open. A slender, white hatchling emerged, resembling the form of sea smoke but of noble lineage, a 5-clawed dragon. Its scales were pure white, and its wings adorned with exquisite lavender hues. The product of Rifa was truly extraordinary. The Targaryen family had not seen the birth of a dragon in ages, rendering this news a beacon of hope amidst the prolonged winters of 7 to 8 years. Yet, as Daniela and her children reveled in the antics of the newly born white dragon, Myril, further good tidings arrived in succession. Within days, multiple hatchlings emerged from the dragon caves of Holy Flame Island, King's Landing, Old Town, and the Smoke Sea's Dragon Tower. Soon after, the dragon eggs of Lon Leon and Italia also successfully hatched, having been incubated for a remarkable 9 years. This exhilarating news prompted the Lon Leon siblings to return to Holy Flame Fortress with their dragon in tow. The young dragon Lenirian is a magnificent golden creature, resembling one forged from pure gold, adorned with shimmering golden flame patterns upon its scales and wings. As the biological offspring of Lafa, the golden dragon Tiberthan and the crimson giant dragon Talatin, born of Atira, are both 5-toed behemoths. Talatin is enveloped in crimson gold scales, with wings of a delicate pink hue. Both she and Tiberthan bear a striking resemblance to their mother Lafa, exuding an aura that commands respect. Not long after, news arrived from Sisland that the dragon egg of Osirian had successfully hatched, revealing a resplendent azure giant dragon. Perhaps the frigid environment of Sisland at that moment contributed to its ice attributes being exceptionally potent. Named Titan Gorl, this young dragon, like Iselin and Hagnara, astonishingly possesses both ice and fire attributes. The emergence of Titan Gorl significantly elevated the temperature around the Sisland castle, as the efficiency of a giant dragon in absorbing cold elemental magic far surpasses that of the rune-imbued walls. Mother, why is my dragon egg not yet hatched? Lamented the 3-year-old Owanlian, cradling his dragon egg as he inquired of Daenerys. Owanlian, along with Osanlian and Igea, held one of the 3 ancient dragon eggs that Daenerys procured from Bravos, which had been acquired from Ashera. After more than 20 years of nurturing, the eggs had shed their petrified shells and regained vibrant life energy. According to Daenerys' intuition, these 3 eggs should be on the cusp of hatching, yet, inexplicably, despite the numerous hatchings in the dragon lair, These 3 eggs stubbornly remained unbroken. Child, do not fret. The longer the incubation period, the greater the potential upon hatching. Did not Lynyrion's eggs also take 9 years to hatch? With Daenerys' words of comfort, Owanlion felt a measure of relief. Nevertheless, in his eagerness to hasten the hatching process, he spent every day beside the egg, apart from his studies and meals, believing that his presence might encourage a quicker emergence. Meanwhile, the 1-year-old Osanlion and Aegea, still in their infancy, felt no such anxiety. However, the birth of the young dragon Millar awakened a series of events akin to the opening of Pandora's box. Over the next year, with the exception of the 4 remaining unhatched eggs from Ashera, every dragon egg belonging to the Targaryen family hatched. This brought the total number of dragons in the Targaryen lineage to an astounding 119, not counting the 25 that had taken flight. As the dragons proliferated, the high priest of the 7 gods felt as though the sky were collapsing upon him, for the impoverished church had, over the years, sold off all their mortgaged properties to pay the dragon subsidies. Their loans from the central bank had exceeded a staggering sum of over 1 million golden dragons. Each year, the members of the 7 gods church toiled tirelessly for the royal family, barely managing to cover the interest on their loans. With the sudden increase in dragons, the archbishop dared not contemplate the implications. Otherwise, his already balding scalp would soon be a source of great distress. Time swiftly advanced to June of the 127th year of the Conqueror's reign. After giving birth to her daughter Alyssa, Daenerys resolved to cease bearing children. Holding her truly cherished child, Tywin Lannister's eyes glistened with emotion. Our Alyssa is truly beautiful. Indeed, Alyssa is a remarkable beauty, even among the Targaryens, whose allure is almost divine. She undoubtedly ranks among the finest. With her rare platinum hair and violet eyes, she appears as if sculpted by the hands of the gods. Even her companion dragon, Aphrodite, stands out as one of the most exquisite among the Targaryen dragons, rivaled perhaps only by Myrcys and Isilorn. Daenerys' children include firstborn Aurelian, king of Rhaekilia, age 24, dragon Vormesor, a patterned longwing. Second son Osirian, who embarks on adventures in the continent of Essos, age 24, dragon Glutton, a patterned longwing. Third son Osirian, prince of the Crabclaw Peninsula, age 16, dragon Vimonton. Fourth son Osirian Pacius, prince of Bravos, age 11, with 6 companion dragons, though confined in the dragon caves of the Isle of Sacred Flames. Fifth son Lynyrian Lannister, duke of Casterly Rock, age 9, golden dragon Tiburton. Sixth son Osirian Istang, prince of Sistland, age 7, giant king, aquamarine dragon Titaniger. Seventh son Omandrian Mandler, age 5, white dragon Myril. Eighth son Vanrian Savalian, age 3, dragonless. Ninth son Osanrian Roga, age 1, dragonless. The eldest daughter, Isilia, age 24, queen of Isilia, with a patterned long-winged dragon, is the mother of 5 dragons. The second daughter, Isis, age 19, queen of Andalos, has dragon Isilorn. The third daughter, Ishina, age 16, duchess of noble heart, is wed to Lazyrus, with dragon Melius, Eryx. The fourth daughter, Icelin Yusser, age 14, duchess of Lonely Mountain, is betrothed to Dominic Bolton of the Dreadfort, with a blue-black dragon Veldrak. The fifth daughter, Eileen Yusser, age 14, duchess of Carlin Bay, has a silver-gray dragon Skeld. The sixth daughter, Isolara Targaryen, age 11, with dragon Azathos. The seventh daughter, Itala Targaryen, age 9, with a red dragon Terra. The eighth daughter, Aegea Roga, age 1, dragonless. The ninth daughter, Alyssa Targaryen, born in the 127th year, with pink dragon Aphrodite. Chapter 539. The extreme necessitates a counterbalance with the birth of the 70 or 80 young dragons of the Targaryen royal family. Even the harsh winter began to show signs of retreat. South of King's Landing, the days in the kingdom of Rhaekilia grew increasingly longer. In the far northern lands and the trembling sea, the perpetual night has finally been dispelled. With the gradual rise in temperature and the celestial observations made by the scholars of the Learning City, it can be surmised that the long winter is nearing its end. This revelation has ignited a fervent excitement among the denizens of both the eastern and western continents, who believe that the calamity of cold is finally waning, particularly in the beleaguered Slave Bay and the crumbling golden empire of the Elands. However, a sorrowful tidbit has emerged from Volantis. Queen Lana of Aurelian tragically succumbed to postpartum hemorrhage following the birth of her firstborn, Aegon. Alas, it is disheartening that yet another descendant of Princess Rhaenys has fallen upon the childbirth bed. Upon receiving the news, Daenerys swiftly took command of Dreamfire. who had awakened from slumber and hastened towards Volantis. Dreamfire, now a magnificent dragon exceeding 130 meters in length, has indisputably become the largest dragon of the Targaryen lineage. In terms of age, Dreamfire is indeed the eldest among all dragons. With her bloodline elevated to that of a five-clawed dragon, her physique remains remarkably taut, showing no signs of aging as seen in Vhagar and Vermithrax. Upon her arrival in Volantis, Daenerys promptly dispatched her shadow guards to conduct a thorough investigation into Lyanna's untimely demise. The findings left her feeling helpless, revealing that it was indeed a tragic accident. Yet, one cannot entirely deem it as such, for Aeryon, who had never shared a profound bond with Lyanna, had, during her late pregnancy, succumbed to youthful passion and entangled himself with Trelawnna. This left the already insecure Lyanna in a state of sorrow and anxiety, leading to her decline in health. Despite the presence of skilled physicians dispatched by Daenerys, she ultimately met her unfortunate fate upon the childbirth bed. Gazing upon the lifeless form of Lyanna, Daenerys was overcome with guilt, feeling she had somehow failed the trust bestowed upon her by Princess Rhaenys before her passing. Mother, Aeryon, observing Daenerys' furrowed brow and self-reproach, implored, "I request your assistance in caring for Aegon for a time." "Aegon is my grandson. I shall certainly care for him," she replied. "What then? Do you plan to appoint Trelawnna as the new queen?" Although Aurelian was her favored son, Daenerys had never shown leniency towards a cad. Indeed, it is thanks to his support that the kingdom of Rhaenyra has risen swiftly during this long winter. Realizing Aurelian's intentions, Daenerys resolutely opposed. Trelawnna is already with child. The mother of a bastardy cannot be the legitimate wife. This is a law I have personally established. Do you wish to be the one to undermine it? Mother, as long as the coronation ceremony is completed before the child is born, it would not breach the law. Daenerys was taken aback by Aurelian's genuine feelings for Trelawnna. However, his pragmatic plan proved difficult to realize. With the queen freshly deceased, you must wait a year before remarrying. How can you ensure that Trelawnna's pregnancy will last that long? Even if this child were not present, she would no longer be a paragon of virtue. So how could she possibly pass the scrutiny of the royal council? Aurelian, since your enlightenment, you have never caused me concern. However, a sovereign may enjoy privileges, yet such privileges must first be safeguarded by law. It is your and Tarlana's uncontrollable passion that has led to Lyanna's demise. Indeed, it is your fervent desires that have stripped Tarlana of her eligibility to become the queen of Valyria. Do you truly love her? If so, why subject her to such dire circumstances? Let her be your lady-in-waiting. Her child may enjoy the bounties of high office, yet cannot bear the Targaryen name. If your affection is genuine, then this would be the most equitable resolution. As for the new queen, I believe you have already encountered the high priestess Helena of the Sacred Flame Temple. Though she is your father's illegitimate daughter, she is a rare dreamwalker of the Targaryen lineage, endowed with formidable gifts. In her capacity as high priestess, she could indeed fulfill the role of your new queen. Mother, Aurelian has become a competent ruler, yet he dares not act in defiance before you. Moreover, what Danila proposed is indeed the most prudent solution. After all, the legal principles of both Westeros and Rhaenyra have long been ingrained in the hearts of the people. Even a sovereign must abide by the common laws of the continent. Very well, let us proceed as Mother suggests. 3 days later, with Danila's assistance, the 16-year-old Helena successfully forged a bond with the dragon Silverwing, becoming the third dragon rider of Silverwing. This development led everyone to believe that Helena was the destined choice for queen. Over the years, Helena had undergone systematic magical training at the Sacred Flame Temple and had gradually adapted to and mastered her dreamwalker abilities, avoiding the mental turmoil that had plagued her in the original history. Especially after successfully bonding with the dragon, Helena became the only dragon rider, aside from Danila's children, capable of igniting the Valyrian steel sword. In recognition of this achievement, Danila crafted for her a Valyrian steel sword named Lady Moon. This sword, alongside Aurelian's meteor sword Dawn, became the heirloom blades of the kingdom of Rhaenyra. Tarlana, witnessing the opportunity slip away, felt a deep sense of resentment. However, even with her formidable power in Volantis, she could not contend with the might behind the Sacred Flame Temple. Under Danila's patronage, the Sacred Flame Temple not only controlled Volantis's recent 13 industries, but also commanded the allegiance of 3,000 flames of the faithful, making it a force to be reckoned with. Though Helena's origins were not particularly illustrious, she was still a king's daughter and had risen to become the high priestess of the Sacred Flame Temple through her own merit. Thus, Tarlana, despite her bitterness, found herself powerless. Furthermore, with Helena now a dragon rider of Silverwing, she was beyond Tarlana's reach. Daniela personally instructed Helena in court etiquette and royal intrigue at the Sacred Flame Temple for a month. She guided her to learn wisdom from history through the Fischlangmut, ensuring that her emotions remained unfettered by the burdens of historical memories. This nurturing approach led Helena, who had long been deprived of affection, to regard Daniela with the reverence of a mother. Had it not been for Daniela's intervention 8 years prior, rescuing her and her brother Darren from the clutches of the debauched estate of Riz, they might have ended up as mere playthings, much like their mother and aunt. Although their mother often attributed the downfall of the Hightower family to Queen Daenerya's actions, Helena, as a dreamwalker, had witnessed that history firsthand. She believed that the family's misfortunes were ultimately the result of their own unbridled ambition. While Helena immersed herself in the annals of history, Daniela observed her closely. It was due to Helena's expansive vision and noble spirit that Daniela fiercely supported her ascent to the position of the new queen. As the mourning period for Lana concluded a year later, Helena would enter her prime reproductive age, and with the bountiful lineage of the Hightower family, she was certain to contribute to the flourishing bloodline of the Reculia kingdom. Chapter 540. The Veiled Tapestry of Time. Helena. The future is never singular. The myriad events of the past and every decision made in the present will invariably reshape what is to come. Thus, do not be beguiled by the whispers that linger in your ears. Learn to draw wisdom from history to aid in making the most judicious choices. As queen, you must broaden your gaze to encompass the global landscape. Extend your compassion to the downtrodden, for the greater good often necessitates sacrifices. Under the relentless wheel of history, all shall succumb to the dust of fate. As a dreamwalker of House Targaryen, we have already been afforded more time and opportunities for preparation than others. Therefore, do not succumb to confusion, nor let yourself be disheartened or despair over matters that cannot be altered. The outcomes of our lives are not always predestined. Often, they are the fruits of our own actions. To prevent Helena from becoming lost in the mists of time, Daniela endeavored to guide her through these realms while simultaneously imparting lessons on kingship, much like a mother teaching her children. Your Majesty, why can I not glimpse the past and future of you and the princes and princesses, nor even those close to you? Since awakening her dreamwalker abilities, Helena had repeatedly sought to uncover Daniela's past and future. Initially, she could perceive fragments of bygone events, but in recent years, she could scarcely catch even a trace of her. Daniela gently caressed the Fishamu beside them, explaining, the memories of time and space must be anchored by powerful magical artifacts or lives. Thus, without my consent, it is impossible for an ordinary person to capture my essence. With those words, Daniela led Helena into her memories, allowing her to experience firsthand the arduous efforts she made to guide House Targaryen through one crisis after another. Of course, the darker aspects had been obscured. However, as Daenerys and Helena retraced their steps to the moment she first entered the heart of winter, she was astonished to discover that the number of White Walkers present in that space far exceeded her recollection. This is not good. We must leave at once. Daenerys hastily grasped Helena's hand, attempting to escape the dreamscape, yet an overwhelming force of frigid cold enveloped them in an instant. The audacity! With a fierce cry, Daenerys unleashed a brilliant conflagration of golden flames, engulfing everything within a radius of several hundred meters. The White Walkers and Whites caught within this inferno were instantly reduced to ash. Seizing this opportunity, Daenerys swiftly led Helena out of the colorful veil that shrouded the land of eternal winter. In a bid to disdain the heart of winter, Daenerys ignited her Valyrian steel sword, Dawn, and hurled it, embedding it deep within the heart of winter. Amidst the furious roars of countless White Walkers and Whites, Daenerys had already returned to the realm of reality with Helena. To Helena's astonishment, she noticed that Daenerys was indeed missing one of her Valyrian steel swords. Your Majesty, could it be that our recent experience was not merely a dream? Daenerys, nearly drained of her magical energy, took several deep breaths to regain a modicum of strength and replied, sometimes, the distance between dreams and reality is not so great, provided one possesses sufficient power. The wonders of dreams can indeed manifest in reality, and at times, who can guarantee that reality is not simply a fragment of a dream? Helena, now you understand the true mission of our Targaryen lineage, do you not? In comparison to the power struggles among the human factions, the White Walkers of the far north and the lurking terrors scattered throughout the world are our genuine adversaries. If we foolishly rely solely on our dragons to conquer the world, we shall meet the same fate as Valyria. Due to her excessive depletion of energy, Daenerys required 3 days of recuperation within the temple to restore her vitality. Beneath the sacred tree, gazing at the contented Aegon nursing peacefully, Daenerys could not help but exclaim once more, I never imagined that by the age of not yet 40, I would already be a grandmother. Alas, I now truly understand what it means to witness your loved ones grow, as if each moment serves as a reminder that my own youth is gradually slipping away. How can this be? Even time seems to favor you, your majesty, sparing you from bearing any marks of age. The spirited Tarliana, accompanied by a retinue of maidens bearing exquisite garments and jewelry, arrived at the sacred grove. Your majesty, Prince Aurelian has sent me to deliver some clothing and accessories for Miss Helena. Ah, how thoughtful of him. Observing the fine quality of the garments and adornments, crafted from the finest materials and most fashionable designs of the day, Daenerys remarked, I am about to have lunch. Do stay and join me. Indeed, your majesty. Upon hearing the news, Trelawnna was overwhelmed with joy, for she understood that only by gaining the approval of Queen Daenerya could she and Aurelian lead a more contented life. Trelawnna, a woman of keen intellect and ambition, valued tangible authority far more than the mere title of queen. Although she could not ascend to the throne of the Reclian kingdom, the position of governor of Volantis was firmly within her grasp. Helena, with her easygoing nature, contributed to a pleasant atmosphere during their meal, devoid of any discord. Daenerya even shared valuable insights on child-rearing with Trelawnna, and everything seemed to be progressing favorably. As temperatures across the eastern and western continents began to rise, the stubborn ice of Braavos Harbor started to melt away. The southern regions of Westeros were once again cloaked in verdant hues. Students in the Citadel corroborated through their celestial observations that the long winter was finally waning. To ensure absolute certainty, Daenerya and Helena joined forces once more, delving into the mists of time to glimpse the forthcoming years on both continents. But why was there an all-encompassing fog? As Daenerya and Helena traversed the temporal mists, they were perplexed to find no fragments of the future to capture. It was not only Helena who felt a sense of unease. Daenerya too sensed something amiss. It appeared that this situation was more complicated than anticipated. After wandering through the fog for half a day without a glimpse of the future, Daenerya drew her radiant sword. With her magic fully unleashed, the sword ignited in a fierce blaze. The flames surged forth like a dragon, clashing violently with the mists, accompanied by a cacophony of anguished wails. From the fog emerged a grotesque assembly of demigods, many already ablaze. There were hideous half-fish crones, black half-goats with cloven hooves, towering monks with long beards, and hooded figures shrouded in mystery. How remarkable! I, with benevolent intent, established a sanctuary to preserve your last vestiges of faith, only to be met with your united opposition against me. We shall see how this unfolds. With those words, Daenerya grasped Helena and returned to reality. A command was issued. The frigid long night would descend once more. To evade this impending calamity, all heretical idols must be incinerated, or else the crisis of annihilation would be upon them. Chapter 541. The erroneous spring in the high garden of the Reach, with temperatures rising. The golden roses within the beautiful white castle began to bloom once again. Amidst the vibrant garden, Duke Tyrell and his vassals were hosting a grand celebration. 07. The dreadful winter has finally passed. After a decade, we can revel in joy once more. Duke Tyrell was in high spirits, for the Reach had suffered little population loss during the nearly 10 years of harsh winter. Though the household supplies were nearly depleted, the long-awaited relief had finally arrived. With the bountiful lands of Riverbend, a single season's harvest could swiftly restore their fortunes. Moreover, under the diligent stewardship of the Duke, his new bride, Lady Meadow, had finally blessed him with a robust son named Garz. The Targaryen family had at last welcomed the heir they had long anticipated. Following the passing of his mother, Lady Felicity, the Duke of Targaryen ruthlessly marginalized his daughter, Marjorie, and his grandson, Vaemond, stripped of his claim to the throne and the dragons. Vaemond had reluctantly accepted his role as the Duke's heir after serving in the Dragon's Lair. However, the protracted winter rendered him powerless, as everyone remained confined within the castle, even too fearful to host a single banquet. A few years prior, Lady Felicity, the family matriarch, had also sadly departed. Seizing power once more, the Duke hastily wed the eldest daughter of the deposed Earl of Greenvale, Melia, while also coercing his grandson Vaemond into marrying Melia's sister, Maezanna. Feeling utterly humiliated, Vaemond's already volatile disposition devolved into something grotesque. He indulged in excess daily, tormenting his 14-year-old bride to the point of withering away, while also leaving a number of the court's maidens in a delicate condition. Young Garz must surely have received the blessings of the Green Hand, being born in such a splendid spring. Indeed, this spring was truly exceptional. I have heard that the women of various houses bearing the blood of the Green Hand are nearly all with child. Furthermore, since the temperature has risen, all livestock have also conceived and given birth, surpassing normal quantities and quality. This year's crops have grown unusually robust and lush. In just over 2 months, the wheat in the fields has already begun to flower and form heads. Look at the apples in the courtyard. They are particularly large this year. Perhaps they have indeed been graced by the blessings of the green hand. At that moment, a magnificent white raven suddenly appeared in the skies above the court. The queen's raven. Upon sighting it, everyone promptly set down their goblets and bowed respectfully to the white raven. For now, the white raven had become the exclusive messenger of Queen Daenerya in Westeros, holding a position of great esteem. The long night approaches. Prepare yourselves. The white raven, after consuming a seed of the fishwood that Marjorie had offered, dropped a scroll and took flight. This had become the custom in recent years. The white raven would only fly to castles with fishwood and required the offering of fishwood seeds in exchange for delivering its missives. The seeds enhanced the raven's intellect and linguistic abilities, and once digested, they would more readily take root and flourish. Her Majesty the Queen has proclaimed that the bitter winter has not yet passed, and even graver circumstances may be imminent. Upon finishing the letter, Marguerite found her hands trembling uncontrollably, for the recent gatherings in the High Garden had nearly depleted the castle's reserves. Many nobles shared this plight. After enduring a decade of hardship, they were eager to indulge in a spree of consumption now that spring seemed to be upon them. Surely, spring had arrived, hadn't it? The assembly was clearly incredulous, unwilling to accept such disheartening news. With the queen having employed the swan to deliver her message, could it possibly be false? Despite their disbelief, most nobles were not without sense. They promptly took their leave of Duke Tyrell and hastened home to make preparations. The corpulent and bumbling Duke Tyrell, vexed by the abrupt conclusion of his banquet, felt a deep sense of frustration. Thus, he instructed Marguerite, "Marguerite, with your mother and sister gone, the arrangements are now your responsibility. Grandfather, though I have been stripped of my title as prince, my mother remains the queen of the 7 kingdoms," retorted Vymond, displeased by the duke's condescension towards his mother. "In Highgarden, she is merely my daughter. Let your queenly heirs reside back at your Red Keep." Enough, Vymond. The immediate concern is how to cope with the looming frigid weather. Everyone is relying on this season's harvest, and it is likely that the stores are already nearly exhausted. If that is indeed the case, aside from the lands directly under Daenerys' command, which are managed by various officials with great prudence regarding resource utilization, even the recently harvested grain from Dragonstone, Old Town, and Dorne is still being allocated according to the winter's rations. Moreover, in a bid to direct resources towards children and youth, since the promotion of continental literacy began, the kingdoms under Dragonstone have established elementary schools based on church institutions focused on foundational education. The threshold for entry into these elementary schools is minimal. Children from all backgrounds are welcome. These institutions not only impart knowledge free of charge, but also provide complimentary lodging and meals. Consequently, an overwhelming majority of commoners enroll their children in church-run elementary schools. To secure debt relief from Daenerys, the Seven Gods Church has exerted considerable effort in constructing elementary schools. Each institution accommodating over 200 students can absolve the church of 10,000 gold dragons in debt. Thus, within a mere 5 to 6 years, the Seven Gods Church has remarkably established 3,000 to 4,000 elementary schools. Secondary education is a collaborative effort between the church, the scholarly city, and the Firelight Guild. These establishments not only impart various cultural knowledge, but also teach diverse means of livelihood and skills. The Firelight Guild, formed by the artisans of Dragonstone, encompasses nearly every profession, while the management and instruction of secondary schools are overseen by these 3 organizations. The costs of construction are borne by the lords of the respective territories where these schools are located. However, lords who successfully establish secondary schools will see a reduction of taxes, such as land tax and inheritance tax, by half. This incentive has prompted lords of various ranks, who find themselves at leisure during the harsh winter, to construct secondary schools within their domains. As for the kingdoms under the dominion of the Holy Flame Island, they are inherently centralized states, and the efficiency of school construction surpasses that of the 7 kingdoms. Almost all city-states have established their own universities, as these institutions are the epicenters of elite talent. To foster the development of their city-states, it is imperative to attract such talent to their territories through the establishment of universities. Chapter 542. An erroneous spring too in this wintry northern realm. The solitary mountain fortress stands out with its unique presence. The idle Iselin often rides her dragon, Skeld, to visit her sister, Iselin. In contrast to the cold and dreary Carlin Bay, Iselin and her dragon prefer the warm atmosphere of the mountain fortress. This half-subterranean stronghold, built along the volcanic and mining tunnels, benefits from the volcanic veins and natural hot springs, maintaining a warm climate even during the depths of winter. Expansive glass greenhouses flourish with a variety of fruits and vegetables, while the northern region's rare ice roses climb the towers of the fortress. Long Lake Town, taking advantage of the warm springs, has also erected numerous platinum greenhouses, making it one of the few places in the north, aside from Winterfell and the horrific fortress, where fruits and vegetables can be harvested in winter. Consequently, the mountain fortress was the first to establish its own university, secondary school, and primary school. Currently, over 80% of the children and youth in the north have congregated at the mountain fortress. The population of both the mountain fortress and Long Lake Town has now surpassed 500,000, making it the largest city in the north. Isolene has had to painfully send half of the gold ore extracted from the mountain to Lacloria in exchange for provisions to sustain this burgeoning populace. Furthermore, Isolene frequently commands her dragon, Vildrak, to hunt large sea fish and marine beasts in the Trembling Sea to replenish supplies. Curiously, as temperatures plummet, the Trembling Sea has seen an increasing number of sea fish and large marine beasts congregating, growing in size as well. If one were aware of the daily food consumption of the mountain, one would hardly have the leisure to appreciate the scenic beauty here. A sense of helplessness fills Isolene's serious countenance. As the esteemed princess of the mountain territory, she now hesitates to tailor even a single beautiful garment. In this frigid winter, she finally comprehends the immense pressure Daniela endures to sustain millions of subjects. I can somewhat empathize. Although Carlin Bay's population is merely around 200,000, its daily consumption is not insignificant. Had I not heeded my mother's advice to stockpile a considerable amount of food before winter's onset, our circumstances would likely be dire. Even so, the granaries of Carlin Bay are now beginning to run low. Were it not for the inexhaustible bounty of fish and sea creatures congregating in the trembling waters, I fear I would struggle to sustain even my own dragon. Now, with the onset of even more extreme weather, the days ahead appear increasingly bleak. Therefore, dear sister, you must extend your support to me in these trying times. Regardless, the lonely mountain is still capable of yielding some vegetables and fruits even in the depths of winter. Our lords of the north must collaborate diligently to weather this storm. Iceland cast a sidelong glance at her sister and candidly unveiled her intentions, saying, I see you have come to advocate for Cragen of Winterfell, have you not? Even before you are wed to Winterfell, you seem to have already pledged your allegiance to him. I am aware that to sustain the winter market, the Stark family has borrowed a substantial sum from the central bank, leading our father to mortgage several clay mines along the White Knife River to the Isle of Sacred Flames. If you desire my assistance for Winterfell, it is not beyond the realm of possibility, provided that the territory extending 50 miles west of the King's Road from the Lonely Mountain to Winterfell is annexed into my domain. What use is a forest of little yield to you, dear sister? Iceland feigned ignorance, knowing full well the implications. Spare me your pretense. By controlling this area, any lord from the Wall or the northern earldoms seeking passage through my territory must first seek my permission as the lord of the Lonely Mountain. After all, no one relishes the thought of allowing unimpeded access to their doorstep. Indeed, in this manner, the Lonely Mountain would effectively choke off the throat of access to the northern reaches. You have certainly inherited our mother's acumen, adept at leveraging small advantages for greater gain. Iceland pointedly remarked, Why, if my sister can fortify the treacherous neck, I cannot prepare for the future? Although Iceland held a close bond with her sister, she would not yield when it came to matters of territorial interest. By the way, sister, noticing her sister's expression beginning to falter, Iceland swiftly changed the subject. Mother has requested that I select 10,000 youths from the Lonely Mountain to form the 10th Royal Legion, aiding the Night's Watch and guarding the wall. Since you are here, why not join me? After all, once winter passes, we shall need to establish our own direct legion, so consider this a preliminary exercise. Very well. Although Iceland's persuasion did not achieve its intended goal, the bond of sisterhood prevailed, and she graciously accepted the opportunity presented by Iceland. Meanwhile, in Dorne, temperatures had surged to a balmy 30 or 40 degrees. The warm air from the summer sea brought abundant rainfall, transforming the parched Dorne desert into a stifling and humid environment. Countless snakes, insects, and rodents began to proliferate rapidly, particularly in regions once governed by the former lords of Dorne, such as the Greenblood River and the Lemonwood. Massive pythons and highly venomous scorpions emerged in droves, along with various other creatures, as well as the raptors that preyed upon them. These creatures exhibited extraordinary strength, drawing ever closer to the realm of legendary beings. Thus, some ancient and forgotten Dornish beliefs have begun to resurface. By a twist of fate, Several old Dornish nobles have formed mental bonds with these mystical beings, reigniting ambitions that have long lain dormant. However, considering that the Targaryen family now possesses over 100 dragons, they have chosen to adopt a notably discreet approach. In unison, they have opted to keep their activities under wraps, secretly training and breeding these marvelous creatures within the confines of their ancestral castles. Meanwhile, the Dornish territories under the dominion of Flame Island have finally reaped a bountiful harvest after many years. With the populace preoccupied with harvesting crops and tilling the land to pay their tribute to Flame Island, no one has paid attention to these developments. Even the shadow guards and overseers of Flame Island have curiously chosen to disregard the situation. As the newly hatched dragonlings grow, their appetites expand proportionally. Even with the support of the kingdoms under Flame Island, feeding them has become increasingly arduous in the current circumstances. Upon receiving reports from the dragon guards, Daenerys promptly commanded all dragon riders to take to the nearby seas to hunt in order to nourish the great dragons. Several dragon lairs are in close proximity to the ocean. As the harsh winter persists, the sea fish and marine beasts in the nearby waters have grown larger in abundance, a resource not to be squandered. To this end, Daenerys personally navigated Rhaegal and Valyrian to transport 50 hatchlings to the Smoke Sea Fortress. Though it may be a terrifying hell for other beings, it is akin to paradise for dragons. Chapter 543, A Misguided Spring, My Lady. I struggle to comprehend why those deities would manipulate extreme weather, causing suffering to all living beings across the world. Helaena has been diligently practicing dragon riding alongside Daenerys on the Sunset Sea. Their previous collaboration allowed them to breach the gods' barriers and glimpse fragments of the future. Daenerys discerned from those limited glimpses that the current illusion of spring is merely a nefarious ploy by the gods, intended to lull humanity into complacency before delivering a fatal blow. It is only in times of suffering that individuals turn to the divine with fervor. These malevolent and false gods are merely powerful beings capable of manipulating certain elemental forces, not true deities. Concealed within the unknown dimensions of time and space, they siphon human faith to sustain their existence. Everything they do is solely to obtain belief. Once humanity's faith in them is entirely extinguished, they too shall gradually fade from the annals of history. Understanding that Helaena may not fully grasp her words, Daenerys shifted the conversation, stating, "Therefore, Helaena, you must remember never to entrust your fate to anyone, especially those so-called deities. We, the bloodline of dragon kings, are the true divinities of this world. Your Majesty." At this moment, Helaena truly perceives Queen Daenerys as the genuine deity of this world. It is under her divine protection that countless commoners have been able to endure the prolonged harsh winters spanning over a decade. Throughout the decades of Daenerys' reign, the realm of Westeros and the kingdoms under the banner of the sun have achieved a standard of living for all that is seldom seen in nearly 10 millennia of human history, one of security and abundance. Caution, something lurks in the sea. Ascend. With her exceptional perception, Daenerys swiftly discerned that several colossal marine creatures were rapidly converging upon her and Helaena. The waters of the Sunset Sea had been tumultuous recently, with numerous expeditions falling victim to sea monsters. Even the formidable fleet of the Sun had suffered losses of several warships just days prior. Thus, Daenerys had dispatched the dragon Rhaegar, accompanied by Hoglar and Hoglarna, to hunt relentlessly in the Sunset Sea. This endeavor not only aimed to eradicate the vile sea monsters, but also to procure ample sustenance for the hatchlings. Rhaegar, possessing the ability to confuse the minds of the sea creatures through mental domination, guided them directly to their lairs, resulting in remarkably efficient hunting. Each day, they returned with a substantial bounty of formidable sea monsters. Nevertheless, despite these efforts, the creatures in the Sunset Sea seemed inexhaustible, with no sign of diminishing numbers. Even the beasts in the ruins of Valyria appeared to be proliferating. Almost daily, from the Dragonstone Tower by the coast, one could witness the Targaryen's dragons clashing with sea monsters amidst the mists of the ocean. Be cautious. Sensing an anomalous surge of magical energy, Daenerys swiftly drew her radiant sword, igniting it in an instant, and unleashed a blazing arc of flame towards the sea's surface, colliding with a series of water columns erupting skyward. With a resounding explosion, 5 colossal sea serpents, each measuring 40 to 50 meters in length, emerged from the depths. Heavens, what manner of beast is this? Helaena urged Silverwing to ascend higher. Although she had encountered various bizarre marine life recently, witnessing such gargantuan horned sea serpents was a first. These serpents, not only immense in size, could also unleash powerful jets of water soaring hundreds of meters as an offensive strike. Had it not been for Daenerys' keen senses, Their dragons would surely have sustained grave injuries under such an assault. No wonder they dared to approach us. They were colossal sea serpents on the verge of transforming into sea dragons. The Sunset Sea grows increasingly intriguing. Roar, Dreamfire. Daenerys immediately channeled her magical energy into the dragon Dreamfire, causing the power within to surge with intensity. With a triumphant roar that resonated throughout the vicinity, Dreamfire unleashed a barrage of black and blue fireballs, striking with the precision of an artillery barrage towards the colossal sea serpents. Despite the sea serpents' timely efforts to expel jets of water in defense, they were still struck by the explosive dragonfire orbs, instantly scorching and shattering their bodies. After fervently flapping its mighty wings several times, Dreamfire suddenly folded its expansive wings, soaring over the ocean like a bomber, capturing a disoriented sea serpent in one swift motion, before delivering it back home with a blast of dragonfire. Proudly, Dreamfire bit off the serpent's already charred head, crushing the bones and swallowing it whole. A testament to the formidable strength she had accrued during her years of slumber. After casting the remains of the massive sea serpent onto a nearby rocky isle, Dreamfire quickly returned to confront the remaining serpents. This time, as the serpents unleashed their water jets in a desperate attempt to shield themselves, Dreamfire's enormous wings swept them aside effortlessly. Thick, black-blue smoke cascaded down like a waterfall, enveloping two of the giant sea serpents, causing them to writhe in agony upon the surface of the sea. As two other sea serpents sensed their peril and attempted to retreat, they were intercepted by Silverwing, who dived swiftly and captured one, swiftly ending its struggle amidst the cobalt flames of Silverwing's breath. Grasping the more than 40-meter-long serpent, Silverwing ascended into the sky, indulging in a well-deserved feast. Remarkably, this was Silverwing's first experience of such a glorious victory in its long life. Meanwhile, Dreamfire, akin to an arrow released from a bow, snatched the serpent, attempting to flee into the depths, emerging from the water and crushing its head, thus sealing its fate. With one claw, Dreamfire lifted the serpent's lifeless body, diving back toward the ocean's surface, where the two remaining serpents, already on the brink of death, were also captured. One was seized in a powerful bite that obliterated its skull, while the other was ensnared by Dreamfire's claw, its spine shattered with a single forceful grip, rendering it motionless. 5 great sea serpents provided ample sustenance for the young dragons of the Dragon Tamer's Tower for several days. Upon Daenerys and her companions' return to the tower, the dragon guards hurried forward to manage the remnants of the serpents. Though these sea serpents were lifeless, they still possessed valuable resources. Their skins, bones, and innards fetched a significant price. The dragon guards at the Dragon Tamer's Tower had amassed a wealth of precious materials from the monstrous sea creatures hunted by the colossal dragons, worth no less than 1,000,000 gold dragons. With the nourishment from these magical beings' flesh and blood, the young dragons grew rapidly. Under the guidance of the 4 young dragon kings, including Qinglin, they were already capable of venturing beyond their lair to hunt the beasts dwelling in the nearby jungles. Perhaps benefiting from the recent extreme weather, the mutated beast populations in the jungles flanking the smoke-filled seas had begun to grow and reproduce at an astonishing rate. Even the wolf pack under Daenerys' control had multiplied several-fold, with a single female wolf able to give birth to over a dozen pups in one litter. The 6-legged wild buffalo and the mischievous sheep can give birth to several offspring at once. Most remarkable are the scaly hogs, as adult sows can produce 20 to 30 piglets in a single litter. Chapter 544. The enigmatic island of Morak. Morak Island is the largest island in the known world, with a total area exceeding 1 million square kilometers. Separated by the Strait of Yuhai, it gazes across the sea at the city of Kiris. This island divides the tropical ocean to the south of the continent of Essos into 2 distinct parts. To the west lies the Sea of Summer, while the east is bordered by the Yuhai. To the west of Morak Island are Waharl Island and Little Morak Island. To the south lies Elephant Island, and to the east are Whip Island and the more distant Thunder Island. These islands are abundant in various spices and exotic creatures, which fosters vibrant commercial activities. The northern region of Morak Island is characterized by a network of rivers, plains, hills, and woodlands, while the south is densely forested, with nearly half of the island cloaked in perilous primeval forests. The city of Pharos is situated at the mouth of a major river on the northwest coast of Morak Island, surrounded by fertile farmlands and a dense population. The city center harbors a populace of 200,000 to 300,000, and with the myriad villages scattered throughout the northern region, the total population exceeds 5 million. After Daemon led his 5,000 elite troops to conquer Kiris, Aeryon promptly dispatched 2,000 soldiers to seize Pharos. The land here is fertile and receives ample rainfall. making it the most crucial source of grains, vegetables, and fruits for Keres. While the Red Wasteland is vast, it offers little arable land, a condition that poses a dire threat to any kingdom. Hence, the astute Aeryon swiftly captured this grand granary on the Sea of Summer. With this colossal island capable of year-round cultivation as a solid rear base, the Kingdom of Icilia no longer needs to worry about food supply. In recent years, Aeryon has not only established a reclamation base spanning tens of thousands of square kilometers in the central region of Morak Island for his direct legion, but has also set up dozens of garrisons across various locales, with the total number of soldiers surpassing 50,000. During peacetime, they engage in agriculture and maintain local security. When external threats arise, they can promptly transform into a regular army ready for battle. As winter descends, the abundant rainfall not only grants Icilia food independence, but also allows for surplus exports to generate foreign currency. Consequently, a portion of the grain from the Faroes region has been transported back to Westeros by Aeryon. Over the past decade, thanks to the provisions and livestock from Volantis and Faroes, the kingdoms under the banner of St. Flame Island have successfully avoided significant casualties during the harsh winter. Once Aeryon firmly established his dominion over Faroes, he led his 4th direct legion southward, conquering the entire island in just over 6 months and gaining control of Morak Port at the southernmost tip. Morak Port faces the Cinnamon Strait, serving as a vital passage for spice merchants from both the east and west, thus thriving in prosperity. However, this area was previously governed by multiple factions, with Keres, the barbarians, Slave Bay, and the pirates of the northern shore of Sothoros sharing the spoils among themselves. In the present day, it has become the exclusive treasury of Aeryon, yielding profits exceeding 1 million golden dragons annually. Despite this, other factions dare not voice their discontent, for none wish to provoke the wrath of the Dragon King. The tropical maritime climate bestows abundant rainfall upon Greater Morak, ensuring that the mighty rivers originating from the eastern highlands flow ceaselessly. To comprehensively address the water scarcity in Icilia, Aeryon commissioned the construction of a colossal Dragonstone aqueduct, starting from the great river upstream of Falrose City and spanning the Strait of Jade Sea Gate. This aqueduct traverses Corsi and extends northward, seamlessly connecting the lush precipitation of Greater Morak to the arid Red Desert. This monumental engineering marvel, deemed a wonder of the world, took 7 to 8 years to complete, a feat achieved through the combined efforts of several dragons and hundreds of thousands of artisans. Perhaps due to the advanced agricultural civilization of Greater Morak, its inhabitants revere the stone bull. Consequently, the white cattle on the island hold a position of great esteem. Nurtured by the populace as messengers of the divine, the island boasts a population of over 10 million yellow cattle and water buffalo, all of exceptional quality. Following the conquest of Falrose, Aeryon also introduced superior seeds and livestock from the island of Holy Flame to Greater Morak, resulting in a significant increase in both crop yields and livestock varieties, nearly doubling the total agricultural output. During his leisure, Aeryon often piloted the dragon, Glutton, to explore the primeval forests of the southeastern region of Greater Morak. He discovered that only a few primitive tribes managed to survive in this dense wilderness, as the steep cliffs along the southeastern coast and frequent torrential rains and typhoons rendered the area inhospitable for human habitation. However, it is home to an array of extraordinary animal species, such as the golden swallows that build nests from saliva and seaweed, giant bats with wingspans of 3 to 4 meters, dwarf elephants slightly larger than wild buffalo, and long-tailed monkeys with human-like faces. The most populous creatures include the massive crocodiles near the river and the emerald pythons that abound in the jungle. These diverse species greatly satisfy the voracious appetite of Glutton, particularly the crocodiles, pythons, and giant bats, which are favored due to the magical essence contained within their bodies, making such blood meals exceedingly valuable to the dragon. With the recent surge in temperatures, Aeryon observed a staggering increase in the populations of these wild beasts, and the size of the bats, crocodiles, and pythons had notably expanded. To prevent these creatures from threatening the safety of human villages, Aeryon began to devote much of his time to patrolling the borders of human territories, eliminating any approaching beasts. The daily hunts yielded an abundance of wildlife, far exceeding the capacity of Glutton, whose length had surpassed 100 meters. Thus, Aeryon transported these beasts back to the nearby garrison, allowing the guards to process them, while reserving only the most succulent portions for Glutton. The skins, bones, blood, and flesh of the crocodiles and pythons hold considerable value and are highly sought after by maritime merchants. Yet, despite this, Aeryon discovered that the number of beasts spreading from the dense forest into the territories of humankind continued to increase. Even some livestock on the island were frequently mutating. A local breed of white-horned cattle had astonishingly given birth to calves resembling the sacred stone bull they revered. Moreover, these calves, upon gaining the ability to stand, could breathe fire, incinerating their mothers before consuming them. This phenomenon intensified the fervor among the inhabitants of Great Morak Island, who were already staunch believers in the stone bull. In that moment, Aeryon comprehended why Daenerya had ordered the expulsion of all heretical beliefs. It seemed his mother was indeed correct. A greater crisis was looming. Consequently, without hesitation, Aeryon commanded the demolition of all stone bull temples on the island under the pretext of the emergence of the magical bull. After all, the act of being born solely to slay one's mother hardly seemed an act befitting the sacred. The statues of the stone bull were gathered, and, during a blood ritual, the devourer wrought vast amounts of Dragonstone. Massive cremation towers, adorned with runes, rose upon Great Morak Island. The mutated white cattle and the frenzied worshippers of the stone bull were directly sacrificed by Aeryon atop these towers. Upon absorbing the energy from this bloodshed, both Aeryon and the devourer felt their magical powers surge. The devourer, whose physique had begun to show signs of age, exhibited hints of rejuvenation as a result. Despite their discontent, the residents of Great Morak Island could only acquiesce, intimidated by the presence of dragons and troops. Fortunately, over the past few years, efforts to promote a common language across the continent had led to the younger generation of Great Morak Island being rather indoctrinated, causing their faith in the stone bull to weaken significantly. Chapter 545. The exiles beyond the wall, in stark contrast to the soaring temperatures near the Sea of Sunset. The climate beyond the wall in Westeros was plummeting. Even the river of milk, formed by countless hot springs, had begun to freeze. The Therns, residing in the Serpent's Gorge of the Frostfangs in the far north, along with their neighbors, the wildlings of the Hardfoot tribe, had managed to survive the bitter winters of the past decade, relying on the facilities left by the Kingdom of Silent under the guidance of their ancestors. The Therns were descendants of noble forebears, speaking ancient tongues, with most possessing a few words of the common tongue. Magnar was their leader. Revered by the Therns as a deity, they maintained a robust legal and administrative system, rendering them more civilized and enlightened than other free folk, closely resembling those south of the wall. Although fierce and skilled in battle, the Therns exhibited remarkable unity, displaying absolute obedience to their Magnar, which fostered a discipline greater than that of other free folk. Typically, they boasted superior equipment compared to other free peoples, donning bronze helmets, bronze or stone axes, leaf-shaped short spears, garments stitched with bronze plates, and rudimentary leather shields edged with copper. Thus, the Therns were the only race in the lands beyond the wall to establish an independent kingdom. However, during the protracted winter season, their total population has already diminished by more than half, particularly among the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the children, who have nearly perished. Fortunately, they discovered that by utilizing the ancestral cremation towers of the Fist of Ancestors to conduct cremation ceremonies for their kin, the temperature within the rune-etched Dragonstone fortress was significantly elevated. Thus, the demise of these clansmen brought a semblance of warmth, making their existence considerably more bearable. To this end, the leader of the Sarans, Vanyra, ordered the Saran warriors to excavate numerous ancient tombs, retrieving the bodies that had lain frozen for countless ages to incinerate them. Moreover, it appeared that the older the corpses, the more beneficial their effects. After 8 years, following the incineration of over 10,000 ancient remains, the ruby ore atop the cremation tower of the Fist of Ancestors began to shimmer brilliantly. The entire temperature of the Dragonstone fortress rose appreciably, allowing for the cultivation of vegetables and fruits once again in the glass greenhouses within the fortress. Curiously, despite the external temperatures plunging and the length of daylight diminishing, the populations of various beasts outside surged unexpectedly. Relying on the keen noses of the hard-footed tribesmen, the Saran warriors recently hunted a considerable number of large game. In contrast to the relatively stable lives of the Sarans, the tens of thousands of wild tribes congregated in the abandoned difficult encampment faced far harsher conditions. They not only battled the extreme cold, but also risked their lives while hunting. Even if they were fortunate enough to secure prey, they had to remain vigilant against the plundering and assassination attempts from other tribes. After 8 years, the gathering of cave dwellers, night-walking tribes, walrus people, and the cannibal tribes of the Great Glacier engaged in a continual struggle for dominance, now dwindled to merely 7 or 8,000 individuals. Tragically, most had become prey to one another, with the elderly, women, and children nearly extinct. Only fewer than 1,000 resilient spear-wielding women, led by their formidable leader, Wolf Spirit Volna, managed to survive in a coastal fortress of the difficult encampment. Volna, commanding 5 ice wolves, 2 giant bears, and a night owl, had torn apart no fewer than 10 tribal leaders who sought to challenge her, thereby establishing a foothold in the difficult encampment. By hunting seals and walruses, as well as large marine fish and sea creatures in the frozen harbor, this band of spear women had persevered until now. However, as the number of women in other tribes dwindled, the gazes of the male wild tribesmen grew increasingly menacing. Sister, today several of our hunting sisters have yet to return. My white owl discovered their garments within the cannibal tribe of the Great Glacier. I fear that 18-year-old Vanyra, with her fiery red hair and fair skin, is a rare beauty among the wild tribes of the frontier. Without the protection of her formidable sister Volna, it is unlikely she would survive among the savage tribesmen. Sister, I have heard that the free people who accompanied the Dragon Queen have been living splendidly, akin to life along the Great Wall. Would that we could escape from these wolfish men? However, the age-old animosity and prejudice towards the Night Watchers and the people south of the Great Wall left her utterly incredulous that they could possess any kindness. Vanyra, I comprehend your sentiment. Yet, those residing south of the Great Wall are inherently treacherous. For a group of women like us to venture into their territory is fraught with peril. Have not the Scythian warriors of Sky Island thrived? Vanyra and her companions have maintained considerable contact with these formidable women over the years. The Scythian chieftain, Lesia, has even exchanged abundant supplies and weaponry with them. At the very least, we could seek refuge on Sky Island and coexist with them. The harsh wilderness has always been their domain, and once winter passes, they will undoubtedly return. I am confident they would welcome us, the warrior women. Yet, they have already bowed to that Dragon Queen, and we, the free women, shall never kneel to anyone. Sister, enough, Vanyra. Vanyra resolutely responded to her sister's entreaty, urging the rest of the sisters to exercise greater caution and to venture out in larger numbers to prevent giving them another opportunity to seize us. Very well. However, as the temperatures continue to drop and the nights grow longer, the surviving wild men and women are in the prime of their desires. Driven by hormones and an unknown energy, these male savages have grown increasingly audacious. Relying on their numbers, they have repeatedly ambushed hunting parties of spear women, forcibly claiming them for their tribe to propagate their lineage. On the forthcoming full moon, thousands of wild men recklessly stormed the stronghold of the spear women, abducting hundreds of girls. Vanyra and her remaining 500 spear women hastily fled toward Sky Island across the icy bay, yet those men relentlessly pursued them. Just 100 miles from Sky Island, the spear women were finally overtaken by the men. Tear them apart, cried Vanyra, issuing an immediate attack command to her beasts. 5 ice wolves, akin to phantoms in the snow, swiftly lunged at the wild men, decimating them with lethal ferocity. Vanyra and Vanyra, mounted upon their colossal bears and wielding long spears, charged to the forefront, mercilessly raising their weapons against their former kin. 200 spear women formed a shield wall, creating a defensive line, while the remaining robust women either drew bows or hurled spears, inflicting significant casualties upon the men. Yet, the assailants numbered over 2,000, all hardened survivors of the bitter winter, and soon the spear women began to falter. Just as despair enveloped them, 2 resounding dragon roars echoed through the skies. In the chapter titled The Tremors of the Sea, the blood-soaked Vanyra gazed in astonishment at the sky, where 2 colossal dragons surged towards them like arrows released from a bow. Isoline's dragon, Skaldr, aided by the power of the winds, moved with astonishing speed, resembling a flash of silver-gray lightning as it descended upon the group of male savages. Before they could comprehend the unfolding chaos, Skaldr's immense wings had already sent dozens of them flying. Its formidable, spiny tail, reminiscent of the scythe of death, crushed several foes with each sweeping motion. With the force of the dragon's wings propelling it, Skaldr's silver-gray flames erupted among the savage horde like silver lotuses bursting into bloom, incinerating hundreds in an instant. The crude arrows and spears of the savages proved utterly ineffective against Skaldr, disintegrating into ash and molten metal upon contact with its fiery breath. At that moment, an even larger blue-black dragon, Veldrak, joined the fray. As it flapped its massive wings, countless icy shards, sharp as daggers, rained down upon the men. Their thick fur garments offered no protection, and many fell, grievously wounded, amidst cries of agony. Flee! The once reckless and fearless savages finally succumbed to the overwhelming terror instilled by the dragons, beginning to retreat in disarray. The Isoline sisters, however, did not pursue their annihilation. Instead, they commanded the spearwomen to drag the corpses of the fallen savages to a deserted island. Amid their solemn prayers, hundreds of bodies were swiftly reduced to ash by the dragon's flames, scattering into the winds. This act significantly enhanced the magical powers of the Aegon sisters and their dragons. Upon learning of Vanyra's situation, Aegon guided her dragon to escort them to the distant Skane Island. Though Skane Island was also blanketed in snow and ice, the Dragonstone castle, built atop a live volcano, housed numerous large glass greenhouses, providing the Skeetai people with ample vegetables even in the depth of winter. Furthermore, Skane Island served as a crucial stopover for the Aegon sisters during their hunts in the Trembling Sea, where they would deliver their prey for the Skeetai warrior women to process and divide. Each month, as the Skeetai women journeyed southward for supplies, they would transport the meat to Carlin Bay and Lonely Mountain, thus securing a stable source of income. Although Skane was barren, the surrounding waters were rich with seals, walruses, and various fish. Particularly, when the entire Trembling Sea was almost frozen, the dragons could easily melt the ice with their flames, attracting a plethora of sea creatures. The Scythian warrior women merely needed to cast their nets to reap the bounties of the sea, and this prolonged winter had allowed them to amass considerable wealth. Perhaps due to a shared kinship in spirit, the Scythian shield maidens displayed immense enthusiasm towards the spear-wielding women from the outer lands. Not only did they warmly welcome them, but they also generously offered their treasured wines and delicacies, even sharing their favored companions without reservation. This display left the sisters Aegon, who were raised in a strict noble environment, somewhat taken aback, though they chose to conceal their surprise. After accommodating these spear-wielders, the Aegon sisters took to the skies upon their mighty dragon to hunt. Recently, it was peculiar how the icy surface of the Trembling Sea concealed an increasing number of fish and sea beasts, many of which had grown astonishingly large. It was indeed strange. Ordinarily, a whale measuring 20 to 30 meters was considered extraordinary, yet now, 30 to 40-meter whales were commonplace. After capturing 2 colossal whales, Aegon couldn't help but express her astonishment to Aegon, questioning whether this was the anomaly their mother had foretold. It seemed that significant changes were truly imminent. But what did it matter? Regardless of how the creatures of the sea mutated, they remained mere prey beneath the might of their dragon. Aegon, possessing the confidence of a dragon rider, dismissed such concerns. Over the next few days, the sisters frequently traversed between the Trembling Sea and Skane Island, tirelessly hunting giant whales and sharks until their hands grew weary. With the addition of several hundred spear-wielding women from the outer lands, the quantity of fish and sea beasts captured daily surged, igniting excitement among all. After enduring a bitter winter that had lasted over a decade, sustenance and warmth were their utmost priorities. These marine creatures not only provided ample food and oil for warmth, but their hides and bones could also be sold for other necessities. One day, the Aegon sisters arrived at a deep-sea area northeast of Braavos. This particular stretch of ocean had not yet frozen, thus it was home to numerous large sea beasts. "Sister, look, a colossal whale," Aegon exclaimed, pointing towards a massive creature that floated lazily upon the surface, resembling a small island. This whale was nearing 70 meters in length, its body encrusted with barnacles, and various sea creatures and birds had made its back their perch. They had indeed found a formidable target. Aegon was immediately filled with exhilaration. Without a moment's hesitation, she urged her dragon, Vhagar, to soar towards the giant beast. Given that Aegon's dragon was not yet 30 meters long, they had to approach this massive creature with utmost caution. As they neared within a dozen meters of the enormous whale, Aegon decisively commanded Vhagar to unleash a torrent of dragon fire. The scorching, explosive deep blue flames erupted upon the whale's head in an instant. Aegon also commanded Skaldra, forcefully flapping her dragon wings, creating a fierce gust of wind that intensified the flames of Vhagar, igniting a portion of the colossal whale amidst its anguished wails. Suddenly, a towering water column, reaching heights of 100 meters, erupted violently from the whale's crown, catching Vhagar off guard. The immense impact propelled him away. Aegon, seated atop the dragon's saddle, was momentarily blinded, feeling as though her very insides had been dislocated. "Attack, Skaldra," Aegon urged, swiftly guiding her dragon to strike the whale's head. The razor-sharp claws of the dragon tore through a substantial section of its skull, while scorching dragon fire relentlessly surged forth, engulfing the whale. The excruciating pain compelled the massive creature to thrash violently, creating towering waves akin to those of a small island. Skaldra's claws, as sharp as blades, remained embedded in the whale's head, continuously releasing dragon fire. The powerful flapping of her wings summoned a fierce wind that rendered the whale helpless against its desire to plunge into the depths of the sea. Meanwhile, Veldrak, having stabilized himself in the sky, dove down ferociously. After a relentless assault of tearing and dragon fire, the whale gradually ceased its struggles. Due to its immense size, it took the combined efforts of both dragons to prevent it from sinking to the ocean floor. By the time they dragged it to Skane Island, both dragons were utterly exhausted. As night descended, a myriad of colorful auroras suddenly illuminated the sky of the far north, transforming the frigid night into a vibrant spectacle. Chapter 547. The long night has arrived. What a beautiful aurora! Elysian exclaimed, captivated by the radiant colors swiftly enveloping the night sky. Simultaneously, she felt a surge of restlessness within her magical essence, which began to escalate rapidly. This sensation made her feel as if her body had become lighter. Her violet irises shifted to a bluish-gray hue. This cannot bode well. Elysian too felt the overwhelming surge of magic, as if her very bloodline was on the verge of crystallizing. Clearly, the aurora favored the icy lineage of the Stark family within her. Her once violet eyes now gleamed a brilliant blue, reminiscent of precious gems. The once exhausted dragons, Skaldra and Veldrak, soon regained their vigor. The intensifying magical essence in the atmosphere swiftly converged within them. The exhilarating sensation compelled them to soar into the sky, where their magical energies would amplify even more rapidly. The two colossal dragons reveled in the abundant magical essence, their forms expanding at a visibly astonishing rate. This sudden surge of hunger overwhelmed the two colossal dragons, compelling them to pounce upon the carcass of the great whale with unreserved fervor, indulging in a sumptuous feast. Empowered by magic, the might of their dragon flames intensified remarkably, swiftly roasting the immense whale to perfection. The whale, already brimming with vitality and infused with potent magic, seemed to become even more delectable beneath the resplendent aurora. It was only when they had consumed nearly half of the 70-meter-long behemoth that the dragons succumbed to a profound slumber, their forms having swelled to nearly 40 meters in length. The sisters, Aeryon, hastily ascended onto their dragons' backs, placing their hands upon the magnificent bodies as they began to chant the song of blood sacrifice. Skadra and Veldrak abruptly opened their eyes, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire that ignited the whale's remains. The conflagration drew the magic of the world with unprecedented swiftness towards the two dragons. As the sisters continuously channeled their internal magic into the dragons, they felt the chilling constriction in their veins finally begin to ease. Even though their dragons had fallen into slumber, the sisters sensed the rapid writhing within their immense bodies, a clear sign of their swift growth. Within the sanctuary of Blafos, the temple priests, adhering to Daenerys' directives, had relocated all the various idols to the cremation pyre beside the dragon's lair, preparing them for incineration. However, with the emergence of the aurora, the idols appeared to awaken, as the magic of the world surged chaotically towards them. Hearing the priest's sacrificial chant, the slumbering Hogdila abruptly opened his eyes and gradually emerged from the lair. A resounding dragon's roar shattered the tranquility of Blafos. Hogdila, now exceeding 50 meters in length, unleashed a torrent of scorching black flames, mercilessly igniting all the idols. Strangely, from the burning effigies, peculiar flame-like forms resembling the idols themselves began to coalesce. Yet, under Hogdila's insatiable fire magic, these forms were swiftly consumed, enveloping him in a shroud of faint black flames. As if sated, Hogdila soared into the sky, heading towards the far north. The dragon, now entirely cloaked in flames, had transformed into a fearsome, relentless harbinger of death. His dragon fire rained down mercilessly upon the frozen waters of the trembling sea. As the ice melted, numerous oceanic behemoths and large fish desperately surfaced for air. Hogdila, without compassion, roasted them with his flames before greedily devouring them. In the palace of Patios, the 10-year-old Aeryon found his body engulfed in strange violet flames. He hastily grasped the Valsteel sword of the Patios family, channeling his magic into the blade. The seemingly unremarkable Valyrian steel sword suddenly ignited with violet flames, accompanied by crackling sparks of electricity. Following an instinctive pull within his heart, Aeryon bypassed the family guards and treaded upon the frozen surface of the sea, journeying towards the far north. In stark contrast to the northern landscape, the vast expanse near the Sunset Sea had succumbed to a blanket of thick, ominous clouds. Upon sensing the peculiar magical fluctuations in the air, Daenerya of the Volantis Temple hastily exited the sanctum. As she beheld the increasingly heavy clouds above, a sense of foreboding settled upon her. At long last, The surge of magical energy caused the sacred flames atop the Holy Flame Temple's tower to swell dramatically. The dragon sculpture, crafted from the essence of the crimson sky, erupted into flames, drawing the rampant magical energy towards the temple with fervor. As the influx of magic intensified, a fine mist of magical rain began to fall, causing the crimson statue to swell rapidly after absorbing the pure essence. The dragons sprawled across the plaza, including Rafa, Dreamfire, Hograth, Hognara, and Silverwing, basked in the magical rain, their own powers surging exponentially. They ultimately soared into the skies, reveling in the clouds, and indulging in the increasingly refined magical essence. Hundreds of kilometers away, the ruins of Valyria began to tremble once more. The smoke-belching volcano erupted again, though not violently, causing no harm to the beasts and dragons dwelling within. Instead, the pure fire magic spewing forth from the volcano dispelled the heavy clouds above the ruins. Once a place of terror akin to hell, the Valyrian ruins now served as a protective force, dispersing the ominous clouds and thwarting the brewing hurricane in the vicinity. The young dragons of the Dragon Tower seemed to respond to some unseen call, rushing from their lairs towards the Valyrian ruins. Over the following days, hatchlings from the dragon lairs of Holy Flame Island, Old Town, and King's Landing all emerged, drawn towards Valyria by an irresistible instinct. Even adolescent dragons, disregarding their master's restraints, took flight like those who had previously fled their homes. What? The dragons are leaving home again. Upon receiving the news, Daenerys felt a surge of anxiety. She hurriedly mounted the dragon Rafa and flew towards the Valyrian ruins, spotting numerous dragons en route. Observing that they, like the previous dragons, had merely arrived at the Valyrian ruins, she felt a sense of relief. After all, their gathering ensured a degree of safety. Unless Valyria faced another cataclysm, these dragons would only grow stronger and more prosperous in this haven. Chapter 548. Long night and great storm. Since the enchanting aurora descended, the sun had not risen again. In the entirety of the continent of Westeros, only the skies south of King's Landing still bear a faint glimmer of light, while the north and the northern regions of Essos have succumbed entirely to the long night. This has rendered the already frigid north even more fearsome in its climate. In an effort to minimize the loss of their subjects, the lords have gathered all their vassals near their castles. Yet, despite their efforts, countless commoners continue to perish daily from hunger and disease. The Dothraki of Essos have surged into Slaver's Bay, leading their tribes in a brutal onslaught. The nobles of Meereen have been dragged from their grand pyramids, their wealth has been plundered, and they themselves have become delicacies for the ravenous. As for the slaves, many of whom have already perished, only a scant few remain. Those who foresaw the calamity and fled to Essos and Rhoynar are likely the only survivors. The inhabitants of the cities in Slaver's Bay will inevitably face extinction beneath the hooves of the Dothraki cavalry. Although the southern regions of the Seven Kingdoms have not been plunged into complete darkness, the oppressive clouds render day indistinguishable from night, and the relentless downpour has destroyed the crops that were on the verge of harvest. The cold and dampness have claimed the lives of many elderly, weak, and innocent. This tragedy has been somewhat mitigated by the Seven Kingdoms' prior preparations, with the nobility diligently working under the royal directive to aid in disaster relief. Conversely, the lands of Essos and Sithorios have descended into a brutal survival of the fittest, with numerous villages and towns obliterated by human calamity shortly after the onset of natural disasters. The Summer Isles and the northern regions of Sithorios have been fortunate enough to remain untouched by this disaster. Various factions fleeing from across the world have flocked there. However, the specter of invasion, pillaging, murder, and strife has turned this haven into a scene of greater bloodshed and chaos. Only 21 dragons remain. As she perused the reports delivered to her, Daenerys felt an increasing weight upon her heart. Currently, the Targaryen dragons consist solely of Vhagar and Silverwing from the kingdom of Reekler, Bloodworm, Clacksh, and the Devourer are far off in Essos. Daenerys' dragons include Rhaegal, Dreamfire, Mirian, Hognara, Hograth, Hogdara, and Ulrax, the sheep thief of Syra, the sea smoke of Sevon, Melias of Ishina, Isilin of Isis, and Azathos of Isara, Syrax of Rhaenyra, Moonzinger of Senelia, Frostfire of Vanilla, and Silver Princess of Vinia, along with Belron Baviste. The dragon eggs are reduced to the 4 collected from Ashai. Andalos remains under the watch of Isis and her great dragon, ensuring that chaos does not ensue. However, the kingdom of Rekelia now faces immense pressure. Only the lands near the Sea of Sighs continue to yield grain, yet they must support all the kingdoms. Back in King's Landing, Daenerys gazed upon the countless pleas for aid arriving from various regions, her heart heavy with the weight of responsibility. The entire world now suffers from famine, and the areas capable of producing sustenance are dwindling. Observing the equally troubled expressions of her council members, Daenerys realized that she could not rely on them in this dire situation. With a sense of resignation, she commanded, "Our priority must be to minimize human calamities in the face of natural disasters. This is a shared catastrophe for all humankind. Only through unity can we hope to ensure the survival of our race. Thus, any who seize this opportunity to incite chaos shall be dealt with ruthlessly, without mercy." Subsequently, Daenerys ordered Celis and Ser Jorah to command their dragons to guard the gold-mined city of Dorne, should the Seven Kingdoms descend into chaos. This location would be particularly vulnerable, and only the dragons could instill the necessary fear. Her sister, Viserion, had wed the heir of the Duke of Vale, and with her dragon, Frostfire, stationed there, the Vale remained stable. Nevertheless, as the long night and torrential rains persisted, countless civilians perished daily. Even conducting cremation ceremonies using dragons consumed an immense amount of time. Daenerys's dragons patrolled the realms of the Seven Kingdoms, tirelessly surveying their surroundings. They not only performed cremations at the pyres, but also hunted the monstrous sea beasts that threatened the coastal regions. As the calamities intensified, the number of these terrifying creatures in the oceans increased, posing a severe threat to the fleets navigating through the darkness and storms. Fortunately, Daenerys's unique talent allowed her to detect large magical beasts within 100 miles, enabling her to patrol the major shipping routes and hunt down numerous gigantic sea creatures daily, significantly alleviating the food crisis in the Seven Kingdoms. Each day, Daenerys meditated beneath the ancient trees of the Weirwood Forest, seeking to discover a means to resolve the pervasive crisis by peering through the eyes of the Weirwood. Yet, despite witnessing the suffering and tragic plight of the people over the past month, she had gleaned little insight. Paradoxically, as the death toll rose and the bodies were sacrificed in blood rituals, the torrential rains near the pyres seemed to lessen, and the skies brightened somewhat. Every calamity must have its origin. The long night was likely a manifestation of the eternal winter's heart-leaking energy. But what force was behind the raging storms? After meticulously investigating the regions of Westeros and Rikelia covered by the Weirwoods, Daenerys found herself at an impasse. It appeared that the source of this turmoil lay beyond, most likely emerging from the sea. With her suspicions ignited, Daenerys swiftly summoned Regal and, accompanied by the flickering flame of Dreamfire, set her course toward the Sunset Sea. As she traversed the Crabclaw Peninsula, the long-dormant Myrisis of the Zephyr Marsh, having lain in silence for over a decade, emerged. After consuming the energy crystal, Myrisis experienced a remarkable growth spurt, now reaching an impressive length of over 70 meters. "What? You have laid 7 dragon eggs?" Among all her dragons, Daenerys shared an extraordinary bond with Myrisis, allowing her to converse effortlessly with both Myrisis and the exceptionally gifted dragon, Lafa. Given Myrisis's formidable lineage, Daenerys hastened to her lair. Truly magnificent, Daenerys marveled at the 7 exquisitely colored dragon eggs before her. Indeed, Myrisis did not disappoint. Her eggs were not only vibrant in hue, but also significantly larger than typical dragon eggs. It was evident that the hatchlings emerging from these eggs would possess remarkable qualities. Daenerys carefully gathered the eggs and soared towards Osai City. Osalian had finally managed to tame another dragon, yet it had once again flown the coop, leaving him rather disheartened. Chapter 549, The Emergence of Behemoths. Mother. Upon seeing the dragon eggs in Daenerys' possession, Osalian, who had been feeling quite despondent, suddenly perked up. "Another dragon has laid eggs? These are Myrisis' eggs, and this golden one is for you." Osalian and Ishina were Daenerys' children who had been nurtured the longest, and she often found herself favoring them unconsciously. How wonderful! The progeny of Myrisis is destined for greatness. After receiving the dragon egg, Osalian eagerly rushed off to prepare the hatching chamber. Observing her third son, whose excitement had rekindled his youthful spirit, Daenerys paused in her departure. "Mother, please have some tea." In Osai City, the pregnant Lala shyly presented a cup of tea. Daenerys affectionately pulled Lala to her side, for she was a child who had thrived on Daenerys' milk. In Daenerys' heart, there was no distinction between her and her daughter. In this tumultuous world, where is there peace? "I know that you have exhausted the castle's resources to aid the residents of Osai City. This tea is already quite commendable." Since the onset of winter, Daenerys had imposed a ban on alcohol, and now, aside from the Holy Flame Island and the castles of the elite families, fine wines were scarce. Naturally, in this burgeoning city of Osai, there would be no excess stock remaining. You must be mindful of your nutrition during your pregnancy. Should anything untoward occur in Osai City, make haste to Holy Flame Island. Regardless of the world's upheavals, it remains a sanctuary. Understood, Mother. Once Ossalian had prepared the hatching chamber, Daenerys mounted her dragon and departed. She first returned to the Holy Flame Fortress, instructing the dragon guards to place the remaining eggs in the lair for incubation. After sharing a meal with her children, she set forth on her journey once more. Piercing through layers of dense clouds, Daenerys, riding atop Rapha, finally beheld the dim and peculiar sun high above. This entity, which should have bestowed warmth upon the world, now resembled a heart drained of its lifeblood, pathetically weak and feeble. It appeared that the pervasive magical essence in this realm was a consequence of the sun's power being siphoned away by some unknown force. Daenerys emptied her mind entirely, channeling her magical energy continuously into Rapha, merging her consciousness with the dragons to finally perceive the energetic fluctuations of the world around them. Guided by the intricate tides of magic and flowing energy, Daenerys allowed Rapha to navigate towards the unusual energy nodes by instinct. The first anomaly revealed itself in the form of a colossal ancient whale, exceeding 100 meters in length, lazily gliding through the sunset-kissed sea. Each of its movements conjured titanic waves, occasionally launching powerful jets of water skyward, thickening the surrounding clouds and intensifying the nearby tempest. With a command, Rapha dove without hesitation, her scales swiftly shifting from black to crimson. A torrent of draconic fire, as wide as several meters in diameter, erupted from Rapha's maw, detonating against the whale's massive form. The rough, barnacle-encrusted back of the whale ignited instantly. At that moment, Munghua and Malasis arrived upon its back, their sharp claws raking deep gashes into the whale's flesh. Their blue-black and purple flames engulfed a substantial portion of the whale's body. The immense pain drove the whale into a frenzy, unleashing violent jets of water that surged toward the three dragons, only to be dispersed by their colossal wings. With a fierce resolve, Daenerys ignited in golden flames, chanting a sacrificial incantation that amplified the potency of Rapha and her companions' flames, quickly setting the whale ablaze. The searing crimson fire consumed the creature while releasing torrents of potent magical energy that scattered the surrounding clouds. At long last, faint sunlight began to pierce through the heavy overcast. As the 100-meter Leviathan was reduced to ash, the sun in the heavens seemed to warm ever so slightly. The torrential rains within a vast radius gradually ceased. Though Rapha and the other dragons had not expended much energy during the battle, they were left feeling somewhat famished from the blood ritual's potency. Thus, they commenced a frenzied hunt in the surrounding waters, taking nearly half an hour to satiate their hunger thoroughly. Observing that the eradication of these behemoths effectively quelled the torrential rains, Daenerys ascended into the skies once more, intent on seeking the next site of anomalous energy. As Daenerys approached the tempestuous shipwreck bay, she faintly discerned the sounds of fervent prayers. Promptly, she commanded Rapha to descend. Perched upon a steep cliff were ragged souls, devoutly beseeching a colossal wooden raven. Beneath this wooden effigy lay bound a dozen young maidens, evidently destined to be sacrificed to the god of storms. O great god of storms, heed our supplications and quell this dreadful tempest. We willingly offer our bodies and souls unto you. Daenerys could distinctly sense a potent surge of energy emanating from within the wooden raven. As the crowd's prayers intensified, numerous gargantuan ravens, each exceeding a meter in size, swiftly congregated above, alighting upon the wooden figure. With the accumulating energy within the raven, these birds, driven by an unyielding resolve, plunged into the roaring pyre, igniting the flames with unparalleled ferocity. Additionally, fragments of gray crystals began to materialize amidst the fire. The phenomenon of igniting a pyre on a rainy day was already astonishing, yet these ravens willingly offered themselves, prompting the crowd to grow increasingly fervent in their devotion. However, a figure cloaked in black sensed something amiss and began to anxiously survey the surroundings. Concealed by the dense clouds, the colossal dragon above remained unseen to them, yet Daenerys, aided by her glasses, could easily discern their plight. Since you hold such a fondness for blood sacrifices, I shall oblige, she declared. Attack, Rapha! With Daenerys' incantation, Rapha's spherical dragon flame erupted precisely within the throng, exploding with a ferocity reminiscent of demons emerging from the abyss, instantly engulfing the crowd. Mirisis, utilizing her remarkable speed, dove downward, her tail shattering the massive wooden raven into splinters. The violet flames ignited all nearby fleeing ravens in a blaze. Seizing the moment as Rapha skimmed low, Daenerys wielded her radiant sword, unleashing a flurry of fiery blades that deftly severed the ropes binding the young maidens. As the colossal wooden raven ignited, a massive shadowy figure of a raven began to coalesce from the flames. Heresy, you dare to be impudent. Chapter 550, The Manifestation of Heresy. Heresy? Daniela scoffed at the utterance. A wretched energy entity clinging to life through faith speaks with such audacity. To harvest energy and belief, you unleash boundless suffering across the world. One day, I shall obliterate you false deities from the very fabric of time and space. Consume him, Ralpha Mirices. The colossal dragons, Rapha and Malasis, unleashed their immense jaws, erupting with a ferocious suction that swiftly consumed the gigantic fiery illusion of the raven alongside the vibrant blood flames conjured from the sacrifice of thousands. Witnessing the destruction of his rebirth at such a critical moment, the god of storms erupted in a furious curse. I curse you, bloodline of the Dragon Kings. Your lineage shall inevitably be severed, decaying through the annals of time, and your bodies and souls shall become sustenance for the supreme deity. The god of storms had languished in oblivion for far too long, seizing the opportunity of this magical eruption to attempt the re-establishment of his faith, aiming to solidify a new crystalline vessel of energy in the mortal realm through blood sacrifice. However, misfortune struck when he collided with Daenerya, thwarting years of meticulous planning, inciting a natural fury and resentment. After this obliteration, it remained uncertain how long it would take for him to descend upon the world once again. Nonetheless, the god of storms, an ancient and formidable deity, even after millennia of dormancy, found a way to manifest once more. Regrettably, the energy he had meticulously accumulated over the years was now inadvertently bestowed upon Rapha and Malasis. The crimson crystal at Rapha's heart grew increasingly radiant upon absorbing a fragment of the god of storm's energy, causing the dragon scales on her chest to emanate a glistening red sheen. Meanwhile, Malasis's heart, which had already begun to crystallize, had transformed a significant portion into violet crystal, greatly enhancing her efficiency in absorbing the world's magical energies and increasing her capacity for storing such power. Among all the dragons, Malasis's strength now ranked second only to Rapha's. Although should Azathoth mature, he might surpass them both. "Hail to your majesty," exclaimed the several young women, rescued by Daenerya, as they fervently knelt before her. Observing their drenched, fragile forms trembling in the cold wind and relentless rain, Daenerya promptly lifted them onto her dragon's back and transported them to Windwhisper Keep for shelter. Shortly after vanquishing the god of storms, the tempest at Iron Ship Bay gradually subsided. Although the heavy clouds did not entirely dissipate, the torrential rain ceased, and a faint, ethereal glow once again enveloped the storm-ridden land. Through the voices of those young women, news of Queen Daenerya's triumph over the ancient false deity and the cessation of the torrential storms began to spread. Consequently, many citizens still praying to the god of storms hastily cast the statues of the deity from their homes into the fire, redirecting their fervent prayers towards Queen Daenerya and the dragons. They were pleasantly surprised to notice that as the statues of the god of storms were consumed, the skies above their homes appeared to brighten. Thus, this revelation swiftly traversed the seven kingdoms, prompting those in Westeros with their own clandestine beliefs to decisively throw their household idols into the hearth. Numerous statues of the seven gods were set ablaze, while an abundance of sculptures dedicated to Daenerys was erected, including her formidable dragon, Drogon, and the loyal Valyrian, both of whom garnered substantial reverence. Consequently, the regions of the seven kingdoms indeed radiated with a renewed brilliance, and the sun in the heavens appeared to shine with greater warmth. Daenerys continued to command her dragons as they roamed the coasts of Westeros, seeking out and vanquishing fearsome sea monsters. Across the vast expanse of the Sunset Sea, Daenerys led her dragons in ritualistic blood sacrifices of several colossal sea creatures each day. Over the course of a month, she lost count of the titanic beasts she had dispatched. Within a span of several thousand kilometers, she had traversed the waters multiple times, delivering a bountiful harvest of food to the denizens of the seven kingdoms, while simultaneously enhancing the prowess of her three dragons. Though Regal's size had not significantly increased, the radiance emanating from her crystalline heart illuminated much of her form. Drogon, on the other hand, had grown to an impressive length of over 150 meters, nearly matching the size he attained before Vhagar's demise. Yet, Drogon's vitality remained youthful, devoid of any signs of aging, with his scales becoming increasingly robust and dense. The blue-black flames he now breathed forth possessed an awe-inspiring potency, capable of incinerating heavy clouds in their wake. As Drogon's fiery breath swept through the sky, vast expanses of cloud cover began to dissipate. Valyrian, though not visibly larger, had awakened to a multitude of new offensive capabilities. Her purple flames could now be launched with the precision of artillery, exhibiting astonishing explosive effects and range. From a height of 1,000 meters, Viserion could strike down colossal sea beasts with a single blow. Moreover, the wind summoned by her wings granted her remarkable speed, transforming her into a violet whirlwind during hunts, leaving the beasts in her path utterly vanquished. Regal, inherently powerful and possessing a myriad of abilities, demonstrated no overt changes. Yet the intensity of her various attacks had evidently escalated. As Daenerys conducted her blood rituals to subdue the monstrous sea creatures, the once chaotic Sunset Sea gradually regained its tranquility. The torrential rains plaguing the Seven Kingdoms began to abate. Although sunlight had yet to fully return to the land, visibility during daylight hours improved significantly. Just as the populace dared to hope for a resurgence of normalcy, a catastrophic plague erupted in White Harbor in the north. Within a mere 10 days, 1/5 of the population had succumbed. Daenerys hastily directed her dragons to the afflicted city, only to discover, with heavy hearts, that even Count Manderly and many of his kin had perished. Now, the survival of White Harbor rested upon the shoulders of Daenerys' uncle, Torrhen, and a few of his cousins. Danila promptly collected the deceased from the city and brought them to the crematorium tower in White Harbor, where she conducted a solemn cremation ceremony. As the bodies of tens of thousands were completely consumed by the flames, the immense energy from the blood sacrifice caused the colossal red gem atop the crematorium tower to emit a warm glow, as if it were ablaze. Empowered by this energy, Rafa immediately sensed several unusual magical fluctuations. Without a moment's hesitation, Danila, who shared a profound connection with Rafa, swiftly mounted her dragon and rushed toward the nearest source of magical disturbance. Chapter 551. Lady of the Waves. The Sister Islands are 3 islands nestled within the Biting Bay, situated between the Vale and White Harbor, comprising Sweet Sister Island, Eldest Sister Island, and Youngest Sister Island, along with numerous smaller isles. They lie to the south of White Harbor. Presently, these islands are shrouded in thick fog, rendering Danila unable to discern the true conditions within, even with a high-powered telescope. Although the sister islands nominally pledge allegiance to House Aeryon, the islanders, led by the unpredictable Sunderland family, are known for their fickleness, swearing loyalty solely to themselves. Thus, Eagle's Nest has no authority over them. To the monks of the Faith of the Seven, these irreverent islanders appear as greedy and wicked as beasts. Consequently, life in the region has been arduous during the harsh winters that have gripped Westeros. Danila has imposed severe penalties for their piracy, resulting in the execution of 2 Earls of Sunderland. The inhabitants of the sister islands have long revered freedom and independence, refusing to accept the rule of the North or the Vale. Their rulers, both pirate chieftains and the de facto monarchs of the islands, can only be subdued through forceful measures. Historically, the raiders of the sister islands seized the opportunity to conquer Winterfell when their former liege, House Stark, was weakened, plundering the north extensively. It was not until 2 millennia ago that the sister islands lost their autonomy entirely. House Stark, wielding fire and sword, ravaged the islands, exterminating all adult males in an event known as the Violation of the Sisters. Unable to withstand the northern invaders, the islanders knelt before King Maegor Aeron II of the Vale, beseeching his aid in expelling their foes. For the next 1,000 years, the islands became a battleground between the Vale and the North, their resources thoroughly drained. Ultimately, the Aarons triumphed over the Starks, though, according to Dr. Paristan, it is more accurate to say that the Starks lost interest in the sister islands, culminating in their incorporation under Vale rule. To this day, the people of the sister islands have not forgotten the ancient animosity. They harbor disdain for the Northerners, yet their feelings toward the Vale are hardly favorable either. In recent times, the sister islands have instigated several rebellions. During the Conquest Wars, after the Vale fleet was incinerated by dragonfire, the islanders revolted, proclaiming Marla Sunderland of the Sunderland family as their queen, only to ultimately surrender to the fleet of the conqueror Aegon. In the annals of history, the Seven Kingdoms have consistently witnessed the presence of the islanders during times of turmoil, sometimes exhibiting a level of shamelessness that rivals even the Ironborn of the Iron Islands. The inhabitants of the Sister Isles revere the ancient deities known as the Lady of the Waves and the Lord of the Skies. To the primitive islanders, storms are regarded as sacred events, said to arise from the union of these 2 divine beings. The islanders harbor an intolerance for dwarves and the disabled, casting them into the sea as offerings to their gods. From antiquity to the present, the residents of the Sister Isles have relied on trade, smuggling, or piracy for their livelihood. They exchange marine produce, such as salted fish and crabs, along with goat cheese, for timber, hides, and wool from the north. For centuries, the Sister Isles served as a refuge for smugglers and a stronghold for pirates. However, the profits derived from their salvage operations far surpassed any other ventures. Numerous lighthouses have been constructed along the coastline to warn vessels of shallow waters and reefs, yet during thick fog or storms, they clandestinely ignite false signals to lure unsuspecting captains into peril, resulting in shipwrecks from which the islanders opportunistically salvage cargo. At times, these goods are even more precious than gold, particularly fine spices. Such practices have been strictly prohibited since Daenerys took power, and the Sunderland family has faced severe penalties from her on multiple occasions. Thus, even amidst the shifting allegiances of the Seven Kingdoms, the inhabitants of the Sister Isles harbor profound resentment towards Daenerys. Beware, I sense an exceedingly formidable force. This ominous and decayed energy permeated the air as Rhaegal soared above the Sister Isles, suddenly alerting Daenerys. The fog surrounding the isles was thick and tangible, compressing visibility to mere meters, even for a dragon as mighty as Rhaegal. The humid air was suffused with the stench of rotting seaweed, intertwined with an even more ancient and chilling essence. This was no ordinary fog. Sensing the surging magical currents within the mist, Daenerys murmured, pulling forth her Valyrian steel sword. Frostmorn, forged from ice dragon crystals and bones, igniting it with an icy blue flame. The magic within the fog was voraciously consumed by Frostmorn, akin to a parched riverbed suddenly inundated by the ocean's tide, and Daenerys could almost hear the jubilant roars of dragons emanating from the sword. However, this interaction intensified the surrounding magic, ultimately manifesting as a fine, misty rain, each droplet carrying a taste of decay and brine. Rhaegal's dragon eyes narrowed to slits as he unleashed a torrent of dragon fire below, his wings beating powerfully, momentarily parting the fog to reveal the true nature of the waters beneath. The sea was boiling, yet this was not the result of flames heating water, but rather the tumultuous thrashing of thousands of humanoid monsters. Amidst the surging waves were countless erratically flung shards of ice and pale foam. Even more terrifying, the creatures lurking beneath the sea are evidently transformed from humans. Their skin exhibits a ghastly, fish-like greenish hue, and their forms have been grotesquely elongated to heights of 3 to 5 meters. Their heads are as large as basins, and their disheveled hair resembles putrid seaweed tangled in disarray. Their mouths stretch nearly to their ears, filled with razor-sharp fangs. Their hands have become elongated and monstrous, interconnected by slimy webs, while their legs have morphed into thick, fish-like tails. Merfolk monsters? Gazing upon their hideous visages, Daenerys felt a wave of nausea swell in her stomach. Within their hollow eye sockets flickered eerie blue phosphorescence, and as they thrashed their tails in sync with the undulating waves, they resembled a heap of loaches tossed into a basin. Blood and fire are of the same essence. Daenerys promptly intoned the blood incantation, and the flames of Rapha, Malasis, and Dreamfire surged forth like a waterfall descending from the heavens, engulfing those abominable creatures. Amidst the anguished wails of the monsters, the searing, tempestuous dragon flames swiftly reduced them to mere ashes, transforming into pure fire magic absorbed by the dragons and Daenerys, a significant portion soaring upward, merging into the sun above the 9 heavens. Suddenly, the surface of the distant sea heaved, revealing an altar constructed from coral, shipwreck remains, and human skulls. Atop the altar, a resplendent giant mermaid rose slowly. Her skin shimmered with iridescence akin to mother of pearl, and her flowing hair resembled undulating seaweed, with each strand entwined in delicate whirlpools. As she opened her eyes, Daenerys glimpsed the sunken kingdom and the mournful cries of the drowned within her abyssal pupils. Lady of the Waves, mortal. Her voice resonated like the whispers of countless drowned souls in unison. You have finally arrived. Chapter 552, The Great Battle Against the Lady of the Waves. Before her words faded, the Lady of the Waves raised her skeletal scepter, causing the sea to churn violently, and countless hurricanes began to take form. More merfolk monsters emerged from the depths, the eerie blue phosphorescence in their eyes flaring dramatically, followed by a collective, high-pitched shriek. The sound wave sliced through the air like a tangible blade, prompting the dragons to hastily ascend to avoid the onslaught. Yet, the terrifying sonic attack still struck with such force that their once steel bones felt weakened. Daenerys' eardrums throbbed painfully, and a trickle of blood seeped from her ear. Dragon Flame Assault. Utilizing her mental connection with the dragons, Daenerys swiftly issued the command to attack. 3 torrents of searing, tempestuous dragon flames surged directly towards the Lady of the Waves. Mortal, you shall never comprehend the true terror of divine power. The Lady of the Waves scoffed, then casually waved her skeletal scepter. Instantly, numerous columns of water shot skyward, rapidly coalescing into a colossal ice tree adorned with glistening icicles. Fortunately, Raphael and his companions, being formidable dragons of extraordinary lineage, narrowly evaded the chilling assault of Lady Tide's icy attack. At that moment, the merfolk swiftly ascended the branches of the ice trees, their claws gripping tightly as their fish tails grotesquely twisted and morphed, developing limbs reminiscent of amphibians. Utilizing the branches of the ice trees, they rapidly advanced toward the dragons soaring in the sky. Accompanied by a cacophony of strange croaks, these merfolk unleashed sharp blades of ice, raining down upon the dragons with relentless fury. How wickedly a false deity treats its own followers. As Daenerya's fury surged, she summoned even more potent forces. Under her powerful incantation, the bloodfire conflagration erupted, amplifying the might of Raphael's dragon flames. His spherical flames shot forth like meteors towards Lady Tide. The ice trees along the path disintegrated instantaneously, and those merfolk caught in the wake were reduced to mere ash. Standing upon the altar, Lady Tide clasped her hands over her chest, summoning towering walls of ice that rose abruptly to intercept Raphael's fiery onslaught. However, despite their formidable defenses, these ice walls shattered under the intensity of Raphael's flames, leaving Lady Tide in a state of disarray. In a desperate act, she slashed her palm, casting her blood into the air, which summoned dozens of water tornadoes that spiraled upwards, each encircled by razor-sharp blades of ice. These waterspouts, animated as if they possessed life, began to pursue and bite at the dragon Raphael. Meanwhile, Dreamfire and Malasis, having vanquished all the ice trees and most of the merfolk, hastened to reunite with Raphael, unleashing their dragon flames against the water tornadoes. The collision of three formidable flames with the spiraling water produced a thunderous roar. Fire and ice blades intertwined, and steam erupted like a volcanic explosion, dispersing the dense mist that enveloped the sea. The surrounding magical energy became chaotic and tumultuous. From a high vantage point, one could observe two contrasting energies, black and white, entwining rapidly like the yin-yang symbol. Ultimately, Daenerya and her dragons gained the upper hand amidst the swirling magic. Utilizing her speed and ability to manipulate the winds, Malasis swiftly approached Lady Tide, engulfing her in a torrent of dragon fire. She was injured. Daenerya couldn't help but narrow her eyes in triumph. After the fiery assault, Lady Tide's iridescent skin bore numerous charred fissures, blood trickling down her wrist and mingling with the sea, transforming into countless tiny ice crystals that writhed as if alive. Relentlessly attacking, Daenerya never showed mercy on the battlefield. She commanded the dragons to continue their assault while drawing forth her radiant sun sword, unleashing waves of flames towards Lady Tide. Rapha unleashed a torrent of dragon flames, while Dreamfire and Malasis maneuvered from both flanks, enveloping Lady Tide in a relentless barrage that sealed all her escape routes. Yet Lady Tide merely scoffed, bringing her skeletal staff crashing down upon the altar. Boom! With a deafening roar, the altar shattered instantaneously, bones and coral scattering in all directions as the sea surface abruptly collapsed, forming a massive whirlpool with a diameter of several hundred meters. At the center of the vortex, a colossal figure composed of shipwrecks, bones, and ice crystals slowly rose. Its head a gigantic whale skull, with eerie blue phosphorescence flickering in its eye sockets akin to that of Lady Tide. The deep-sea giant, Daenerya, though astonished, exhibited no fear. After all, they were merely paper tigers, all show and no substance. The dragon flames, augmented by Daenerya's blood sacrifice incantation, surged in intensity, consuming the deep-sea giant in an instant. However, the giant swung its arm with ferocity, conjuring towering waves, and Malasis, positioned at the forefront, was unfortunate enough to be struck, the scales on her dragon wings freezing instantly. Dreamfire dove urgently to rescue her, claws tearing towards the giant's throat, only to be seized by the giant's hind leg and hurled violently towards the ocean surface. Although Dreamfire managed to scorch the giant's arm off with a last-minute burst of dragon flames, she still crashed heavily upon the sea, sustaining significant injuries. Dreamfire. Daenerya's eyes widened with fury. The intensity of Daenerya's emotions propelled Rapha into a frenzied state. With a thunderous dragon roar, Rapha's dragon scales bristled, the crimson light radiating from her chest spreading across much of her body, a black-red inferno resembling an inverted rainbow evaporating the surrounding mist in an instant. The giant, struck directly by the dragon flames, emitted a terrifying wail as its icy form began to rapidly melt, ultimately exploding violently. This backlash severely affected Lady Tide. causing her skeletal staff to disintegrate into icy fragments. Even deities faced death. An ancient incantation resonated through the heavens and seas. As Daenerys' right hand transformed into a chain of flames, and her left morphed into a chain of frost, resembling two agile serpents that pierced through Lady Tide's chest. No, she screamed in struggle, yet could not prevent her iridescent skin from fracturing inch by inch. How could you possibly master the art of deification? You are but an energy life form, leagues away from true divinity. With a sudden forceful tug, Daenerys extracted the gray energy crystal from within Lady Tide. Then, seizing a fish beam with seed, she hurled it into the cavity of her heart. Drawing upon the remnants of her internal energy, the seed swiftly took root and sprouted, quickly growing into a half-meter-tall sapling, while Lady Tide transformed into a mass of sludge upon the roots. As Lady Tide perished, the thick fog surrounding the islands began to dissipate, and the night sky near Biting Bay brightened once more. Daenerys planted the Fishlanmu at the heart of Longji Island, determined to eradicate all humanoid monstrosities inhabiting the isle. Aware that none among the islanders of the Three Sisters archipelago would escape, she issued a lethal command to her dragon. Just then, a sudden, melodious cry resonated from the valley. Chapter 553. The eagle's cry at dawn. The sound not only pierced the heavens, but also cleaved through the surrounding murky night like a sharpened blade, allowing long-forgotten sunlight to cascade through the realms. Daenerys abruptly lifted her gaze to behold a colossal silver-white eagle emerging from the shadowy clouds of the Mingyue mountain range, soaring towards her at an astonishing velocity. It is the ancient god. Raph, on high alert, growled lowly, his dark red scales bristling with tension as crimson flames began to churn within his throat. Miracis and Dreamfire swiftly flanked Raph, adopting combat stances despite Dreamfire's legs showing signs of deformation. Could it be the Lord of the Skies? While Daenerys pondered this enigma, the gigantic eagle had already arrived above the Three Sisters archipelago. Its wingspan exceeded 100 meters, each feather shimmering with a moonlit luminescence, and its beak, sharp as a crescent blade. Most astonishing were its eyes, resembling two diminutive moons, flowing with a liquid silver glow. Yet, Daenerys sensed an unsettling energy gnawing at the majestic creature, akin to a parasite. The eagle hovered over the sapling of the Fishlanmu, casting its gaze upon the mire at its roots, and suddenly emitted three rhythmic cries. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, ethereal blue phosphorescence ignited from the Fishlanmu, causing the sapling to surge into rapid growth, transforming into a towering tree of 3 to 4 meters, adorned with ice-blue blossoms. At that moment, accompanied by a distant infant's wail from the nearby village, a humanoid flame erupted from the mud surrounding the Fishlanmu's roots, soaring into the village and merging with the infant. I am Ares, the Lord of the Skies. The eagle's voice resonated like a fierce wind sweeping through rocky crevices, declaring itself as one of the ancient gods you speak of. Will the Dragon Queen spare the reincarnated form of Lady Tide? She is merely a wretched soul driven mad in her quest for rebirth. Her essence has already been seized by you, rendering her path to divinity impossible. Let the bloodline of the merfolk endure on this desolate isle. What is it that you desire? What can you offer me? Engulfed in golden flames, Daenerys gripped her radiant sword, her aura erupting in full force. Daenerys cherishes collaboration, yet only if it is mutually beneficial and grounded in trust. The Lord of the Skies turned his gaze towards the Mingyue mountain range, which was succumbing to the corruption of the malevolent deity. His followers had sacrificed children to the Whisperer within the stones, in exchange for ephemeral riches, the minions of the ancient. Otherworldly deities are also attempting to spread viruses and plagues among the armies of Westeros. Upon finishing this statement, the great eagle exhaled a burst of silver light before Daenerys, which gradually coalesced into a vivid image. Deep within the Moon Mountains, in a resplendent cavern, a group of elegantly attired nobles knelt in fervent prayer before an altar constructed from the skeletal remains of hundreds of infants. Atop this altar lay a golden stone, as large as a grinding wheel. Source Stone. Although Daenerys had only encountered fleeting references to the Source Stone in her family's tomes, she recognized it instantly. The Valyrians had enslaved nearly half the world to excavate the Source Stone from the 14 Flames, driven by a relentless obsession. To ensure these slaves could endure the extreme conditions of the mines, the Valyrians employed blood magic to transform them into creatures devoid of pain and immune to death. Daenerys believed there was an intrinsic connection between the Valyrian cataclysm and the Source Stone. Can you divulge the secrets of the Source Stone to me? She implored. Eternal life. The Lord of the Skies revealed the truth without reservation. A sufficient quantity of Source Stone could coalesce into an original crystal, allowing one to merge with it and achieve the status of a demigod or a false god, thereby attaining immortality. Daenerys pointed to the golden stone within the silver-lit vision and asked, "What is the nature of this source stone? Why must infants be sacrificed to it?" The Lord of the Sky's pupils constricted suddenly, as if ensnared by a troubling memory. The source stone was merely fragments of the bodies of fallen primordial deities, entities older than our ancient gods. It requires no faith but can devour life to enhance its power. The silver vision abruptly shifted, revealing the interior of the golden stone. Countless tiny, golden, worm-like entities writhed within the source stone, proliferating wildly whenever the blood of an infant dripped upon them. By consuming life, the source stone could gradually nurture the consciousness of the primordial deities once more, yet no one could control whether this newly birthed consciousness would be benevolent or malevolent. The Valyrians had evidently encountered a malevolent presence. Though they nearly faced annihilation, they ultimately managed to confine that dreadful entity within the ruins of Valyria. Otherwise, the calamity it might unleash upon the world is unfathomable. Daenerys plunged the sword of the sun into the sand, the flames that ignited along its blades starkly contrasting with the silver light. "I may permit you to embrace the faith of the Maiden of the Moon Mountains," she declared, gazing intently at the great eagle. "However, you must adhere to my 3 unyielding commandments. 1. No form of blood sacrifice is permitted, lest you provoke the wrath of Dragonfire. 2. Share intelligence. Any knowledge of divine actions must be relayed to me immediately, or I shall revoke your faith. 3. Freedom of belief is paramount. No attempts to deceive or manipulate others for faith shall be tolerated." The Lord of the Sky let out a prolonged cry, a solemn vow of the ancient gods. "In the name of wind and moon, I, Ares, accept this." Bound by the elements of wind and fire, the great eagle plucked a silver feather from its plumage, which drifted down to land in Daenerys' right hand. She conjured a spark of fire in her palm and ignited it. 2 runes, intermingled in hues of gold and crimson, each penetrated the bodies of the Lord of the Sky and Daenerys. The divine pact was forged. As the stars weep blood, beware of the golden gift from the east. A voice, seemingly echoing from all directions, yet resonating deep within Daenerys' heart, suddenly arose, only to fade away in an instant, leaving her to question whether she had merely imagined it. The great eagle flapped its wings, showering silver light like spring rain upon the sister isles, dispelling the noxious mist tainted by the Lady of Waves magic. Some islanders, not yet fully mutated, returned to their human forms under the illumination of this silver radiance, though gill-like structures still lingered behind their ears. Daenerys gazed into the Lord of the Sky's liquid silver eyes and suddenly grasped a profound truth. It turned out that for you, faith is not merely a form of worship, but sustenance. Just as humanity requires bread, you require prayers of a specific frequency that belong to you. Upon hearing this, the eagle's pupils constricted, and its wings trembled slightly, the silver light rippling like water. Your understanding of divine power has reached this level. The ancient gods have long since waned. The voice of the Lord of the Sky resonated with echoes of antiquity. The fish tree has been consumed by flames, severing the ties of faith, and thus our power has withered. Though you have restored the fish tree across Westeros, you have also placed a sturdy shackle upon it, making us hesitant to reach out for its power. It unfurled its right wing, revealing feathers that had decayed from within. Where brilliance should have shone, dark mold now thrived. Without faith, we shall decay. Chapter 554. Dawn in the Valley. How many ancient gods have been revived? The world today has transformed completely from its historical essence, and Daenerys, having glimpsed through the mists of time and space, found it difficult to fully trust what she saw. Thus, she directly inquired of the Lord of the Sky. "Not many. And those ancient gods who can awaken in Westeros rely on your grace, so most will not stand against you." "My grace?" "Yes. It is your actions that have allowed the fish tree to flourish once more across the continent, granting them sufficient power to awaken. However, we who have revived have lost the marks we once left within the fish tree. Should the essence of this revival sustain any further damage, the path to divinity may be forever severed. Thus, I will not hastily oppose anyone unless absolutely necessary. Yet, what choices individuals will make in pursuit of the power of faith is uncertain. Given your current form, merely presenting yourselves to the world would easily garner faith." Observing the great eagle before her, Daenerys could not help but scoff. "Alas, you merely have yet to realize the truth. Your ability to perceive us stems from the divine essence of the magic that resides within you. To the eyes of mortals, we are but manifestations of terrifying weather phenomena. Just as Lady Tides is perceived as tumultuous waves and fierce storms, I am merely the brisk winds of the mountains and the cool glow of moonlight. It is only those endowed with magic who can sense our existence and converse with us. The words of the Lord of the Skies left Daenerys astounded, prompting her to ponder the nature of these so-called deities more profoundly. Thus, it becomes clear. No wonder all the gods of history have been submerged in the currents of time. The ascension to divinity merely signifies becoming a part of the elemental energies of nature. Through the frequencies they can wield, they influence the powers of the natural elements. This is the essence of divine power. It is no surprise that the children of the forest refer to the gods as the singers of the elements. Natural frequencies? As Daenerys entered a state of enlightenment, she gazed into the silver-hued eyes of the Lord of the Skies and laughed. It turns out you are not divine beings, but rather a group of unfortunate souls trapped within the confines of elemental prisons. Daenerys raised her hands, and with a sudden blaze, the sunblade in her right hand and the frostmorn in her left ignited simultaneously. The interplay of red and blue flames intertwined gracefully, akin to serpents in a dance. With a fierce thrust, she plunged both swords into the earth, causing flames to ripple outward, making the very ground and sky tremble. The roots of the nearby fishwood, instead of succumbing to the flames, surged forth, and azure blossoms of ice emanated an unprecedented radiance. In this moment of resonance between heaven and earth, Daenerys' battle attire and long hair moved as if stirred by an unseen wind, and her silver eyes transformed entirely into a fiery manifestation. The verses she sang were not mere sounds from her throat. They were the vastness of the universe expressing itself through her. The Lord of the Sky's silver eyes widened in astonishment, his voice trembling. You can invoke a resonance between heaven and earth. Daenerys, feeling the surge of magic coursing through her, experienced the fury and creativity of flames, the chill and purity of ice, the depth and endurance of the earth, and the clarity and variability of the winds, all achieving a delicate balance within her soul. Her voice rose in a crescendo, as if countless voices were emerging from within her. The earth quaked, the sky warped, and even the dragons, Lafa, Dreamfire, and Malasis, felt a profound sense of fear and unease. They all submitted, prostrating themselves on the ground. For the pressure emanating from Daenerys rendered the great dragons nearly immobile. The once mighty form of the Lord of the Skies, transformed into a colossal eagle, plummeted from the heights, crashing to the ground, its massive shape beginning to shrink beneath Daenerys' overwhelming presence. The essence of frequency resonated in Daenerys' voice, revealing the true nature of divine power. Daenerys swiftly drew her dual blades, and flames of crimson and azure surged skyward, intertwining like two colossal dragons, tearing apart the night sky with a single, forceful stroke. The once oppressive clouds dissipated rapidly, akin to a receding tide, revealing the dark expanse of the night, now adorned with twinkling stars. The roaring flames continued their ascent, ripping open a rift in the very fabric of space. A torrent of elemental power surged forth from the fissure. The sea of elements. The voice of the sky's sovereign trembled. You have indeed torn asunder the sea of elements. Little girl, you have not disappointed me. Here I come. From the center of Daenerys' brow, a fiery eastern dragon erupted, plunging with astonishing speed into the sea of elements. Moments later, anguished wails echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. Oblivious to the chaos, Daenerys' violet flames locked onto the sky's sovereign, a cruel smile curling her lips. Since you are so perceptive, let me grant you liberation. With a fierce swing of her radiant sword, a beam of purple flame descended from the heavens, engulfing the colossal eagle. The sky's sovereign emitted a piercing screech, its decaying wings shedding layer by layer, revealing the nascent silver bones beneath. In the name of the Holy Flame Emperor, Daenerys declared, her sword pointing toward the sky, reshape your true form. Violet flames surged violently into the giant eagle's body. Its form began to contract, bones reconfiguring, feathers regenerating, not mere illusions of silver light, but a tangible reality, glimmering with a metallic sheen. Ultimately, as the flames receded, a magnificent silver eagle with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters hovered in the air, each feather inscribed with ancient runes, its eyes resembling two shrunken moons, flowing with liquid silver light. This was the true sky sovereign. Daenerys' voice, devoid of sorrow or joy, resonated with divinity. The newly reborn eagle spread its wings wide, cascading silver light like a waterfall, purifying the remnants of decay lingering over the Isles of the Three Sisters. The islanders, marked with gills behind their ears, suddenly knelt collectively, silver feather-like tattoos emerging upon their ears. Children of the silver wings. The eagle's deep, resounding voice echoed among the islands, proclaiming the guardianship of these waters and the Moonlight Mountains for generations. The rift in the Sea of Elements continued to spew forth a kaleidoscope of colors. While Daenerya floated between heaven and earth, her blades crossed over her chest. Her violet-eyed gaze reflected the entirety of Westeros, the icy north, the misty riverlands, and the arid sands of Dorne, all trembling under her watchful presence. The cold winter? The long night? She murmured softly, merely products of elemental imbalance. With a decisive sweep of her sword, the torrents of the Sea of Elements plunged down like a dragon, yet upon touching the ground, transformed into a gentle spring rain. The snow of the north begins to melt, the ice layers of countless frozen rivers cracking with a crisp sound. And even the wall of despair seeps glistening droplets for the first time in 8 millennia. This is inconceivable. The Lord of the Skies gazes in horror towards the north. For even the deities cannot achieve this. Daenerya's sword points further northward. The elemental torrent surges across the wall, washing over the land of eternal winter. Those wandering corpses dissolve like wax in the multicolored radiance, while the White Walkers and their crystalline ice swords shatter inch by inch. In the furthest depths of the eternal winter, a thunderous roar resounds. The newly emerged king of the White Walkers is instantly reduced to a pile of ice shards amidst the elemental storm. Chapter 555. Still full of perils, the dawn soared upon the heart of eternal winter, imbued with the energy of the Sea of Elements. Radiates a brilliant light that pierces through the heart's seal, transforming it into a colossal block of ice. The dark night recedes like a tide, and the long-lost sunlight finally scatters across the earth once more. The snow of the north quickly melts away, and the desperate people squint against the blinding sunlight, yet stand resolutely beneath its warmth, greedily absorbing its heat. In the south, the torrential rains soon cease. The golden sunlight pierces through the heavy clouds, ultimately dispersing them entirely. Everyone rushes out of castles and their abodes, reveling in jubilant cheers and shouts. My subjects, I, Daenerya Targaryen, assure you that the long night of winter and the torrential rains have come to an end. Daenerya's divine voice resounds through the heavens and the earth. All hail Her Majesty the Queen. Upon hearing Daenerya's voice, the people humbly kneel, united in their cries. Long live Her Majesty the Queen. Long live the Emperor of Sacred Flames. At that moment, Daenerya has become akin to a deity in the hearts of the populace. However, after restoring the elemental balance of the world, Daenerya feels that a significant portion of her soul and magical power has been siphoned away by the Sea of Elements. She senses that within the sea, a divine avatar is rapidly forming, perpetually draining her essence and magic. Fortunately, the fissures of the Sea of Elements are quickly mended, allowing Daenerya to return to normalcy, though her magical reserves are now nearly depleted, leaving her somewhat dazed. Yet, when she enters a meditative state, she can successfully communicate with her divine avatar within the sea, enabling her to perceive the various elemental frequencies of the world with greater clarity. Although Daenerya has restored tranquility to the elemental energies of the universe, ending over a decade of extreme weather, extraordinary and powerful beings and individuals begin to emerge across the globe. In the dog kennel of Winterfell, Bernard's ice wolf, Dream Spirit, has birthed a single pure white ice wolf cub. This cub, born with fiery red eyes, has nearly drained Dream Spirit's milk within just a few days of life. Moreover, it grows at an astonishing rate, exhaling frosty breath with each breath it takes. Bernard recognized the extraordinary nature of the ice wolf and thus gifted her to his beloved daughter, Aelin. Having lost her dragon, Aelin sought solace in Winterfell, where she was comforted not only by her cherished father, but also by her cousin and betrothed. In the western realm of Casterly Rock, unsettling sounds of metal grinding have been emanating from the depths of the Lannister gold mines, coinciding with the mysterious disappearances of miners, leaving behind only fragmented, golden-turned remains. It is rumored that a colossal lion composed of liquid gold roams the tunnels, transforming those it touches into gilded beings, who are then devoured by the golden beast. In the Sunset Sea, west of the Iron Islands, monstrous sea creatures have long haunted the waters. Under the recent spell of extreme weather over the past decade, the sea has turned an inky black, often revealing enormous shadows lurking beneath, some larger than any known creature. Ciri, wielding her sheep-stealing prowess, has hunted numerous large sea monsters in the nearby waters, yet this has done little to diminish their frequency. Recently, after the elements had washed over the world, the vicinity of Old Wick, where the Naga ribs lie, has been plagued by even more frequent encounters with gigantic sea creatures. Some of these monsters are so immense that even Ciri's sheep stealer, now 60 meters long, cannot capture them. Consequently, the the people of the Iron Islands live in fear, prompting Ciri to temporarily relocate a significant portion of the population to Stonehaven. Moreover, the warrior women discovered a massive stone egg near the Naga Hills, which Ciri promptly dispatched to Dragonstone. Meanwhile, Dominic, the heir of Harrenhal and Island's betrothed, has recently adopted an unsettling demeanor, often retreating to the cellar in solitude. Upon learning of this, Island forced her way into the cellar, only to witness a horrifying sight that would haunt her forever: several human skins, stripped by Dominic, writhing and reassembling into a complete humanoid form. Subsequently, villages in the north reported attacks by a skinner, whose victims, skinned alive, still managed to walk. Their skin mysteriously vanished. In Highgarden, the daughter of a gardener once tormented by Vymond endured a harrowing childbirth, giving birth to a son adorned with antlers. Legend has it that upon his birth, a multitude of fruit-bearing trees and flowers blossomed overnight across Highgarden, and all livestock became pregnant. However, no one connected the auspicious signs in Highgarden to the child, and the foolish gardener deemed his offspring a monstrosity, casting him into the Mander River. Fortunately, the dragon-riding Vanyra, patrolling the river, discovered and rescued the child, bringing him to Summerhall. Upon his arrival, the young dragon, the Silver Princess, astonishingly laid 5 dragon eggs that very night, and the flora surrounding Summerhall flourished with unprecedented vigor. Recognizing the child's extraordinary nature, Vanyra adopted him, naming him Gars, for his appearance and the omens he heralded bore a striking resemblance to the former Greenhand, Gars. Deep within the Desert of Dorne, a colossal whirlpool of quicksand emerged, devouring an entire caravan that happened to pass by. Witnesses claimed it to be a gigantic worm, lurking beneath the sands of Dorne, with each of its movements triggering tremors. The garrison of the Black Gate reported frequent appearances of mounds stretching over 100 meters in the western desert, as if something were traversing beneath the sands. Near the sighing sea of Lecloria, gargoyle-like giant raptors began to emerge, preying on the living during the night. Scouts of the 2nd Legion reported a creature exceeding 5 meters in size, possessing a human body, bat-like wings, and a devilish head, reminiscent of the legendary gargoyles. In the Three Rivers Valley, particularly near the rushing river, the population of trout surged, their sizes remarkably large. Duke Tully claimed he had witnessed a golden red trout, over 10 meters long, leaping from the waters atop the tower of River City. During Daenerys' recuperation in Eagle's Nest, strange occurrences continued to unfold across the nation, stirring a sense of unease in a populace that had just begun to rejoice over the cessation of extreme weather. The brisk winds atop Eagle's Nest brushed against her pallid cheeks. The toll of ending the extreme weather proved to be far graver than Daenerys had anticipated. Her magic was nearly drained by the Sea of Elements, and the repercussions of her soul's division had adversely affected her cognition. "Daenerys, you must rest," Rhaegal implored, his dragon eyes reflecting his weary mistress. "Rest?" Daenerys replied with a bitter smile. "The world remains ravaged, and I have grown so weak. How can I find solace in rest?" She gazed into the distance, her violet eyes, though dimmed, still perceiving the anomalies rising throughout Westeros. In the north, the white wolf cubs of the icy plains were growing frantically, while the golden lions of Casterly Rock prowled through the mines. Daenerys sensed all these phenomena, yet her frail body rendered her incapable of immediate action. Chapter 556: Blood Sacrifice of the Source Stone to heal Daenerys. The dragon Rhaegal soared back to the Isle of Flame to fetch the forest children's herbs. Having treated countless injuries over the years on the Isle of Flame, the herbalist's skills had become increasingly refined. Particularly amidst the extreme weather of the past decade, her concoctions had undoubtedly saved numerous lives. This advancement also significantly boosted her own magical prowess, making her a formidable presence among the Green Seers. After consuming her homemade fish seed porridge for several days, Daenerys' spirits finally began to revive, and her physical condition returned to that of an ordinary person. She had successfully liberated herself from the influence of her divine avatar within the Sea of Elements. Seeing Daenerys finally free of her afflictions, her sister Vanyra, who had married into the valley, and her cousin Jaime, breathed a sigh of relief. Just days prior, when Daenerys had arrived at Eagle's Nest in a state of utter exhaustion, they had been thoroughly alarmed, especially after having been stunned by her resounding voice that echoed throughout the world. However, Daenerys unexpectedly arrived at Eagle's Nest City in a state of disarray, and they immediately understood that she must have paid a tremendous price to bring an end to the extreme weather and the prolonged night. What astonished Ginny even more was that Daenerys had returned with a colossal white eagle, strikingly similar to the lunar white eagle of their Eileen family. Following Daenerys' instructions, Ginny promptly summoned the vassals of the valley, and presented to them the magnificent white eagle of Eagle's Nest City. Henceforth, all families in the valley, excluding the 7 gods and the old gods, were required to venerate the divine eagle, as it would serve as the guardian of the valley. Witnessing the immense stature and extraordinary grace of the great white eagle, the assembly quickly accepted Duke Jenny's decree. Furthermore, the divine eagle, Ares, reciprocated their faith by vanquishing numerous creatures that had been terrorizing the Encouragement Mountains within a matter of days. His reputation swiftly spread throughout the valley, prompting many to spontaneously begin venerating and placing their faith in him. Having been reborn, the great eagle Ares was eager to excel, especially now that he had garnered Daenerys' favor. Beyond slaying those malevolent and formidable beings, he also attracted a myriad of ethereal creatures within the valley, including the spirit deer that fostered plant growth, the precious giant clam yielding valuable pearls, the massive oak capable of harnessing magical energy, as well as the grand seagulls, intelligent goats, agile monkeys, and fierce bears. Under the leadership of Ares, they all became guardian spirits for the people of the valley. This revival of ancient nature worship customs among the valley's inhabitants, who had just emerged from the calamity of extreme weather, infused new life into the already prosperous land. Particularly after the malevolent entities and wrongdoers were blood sacrificed at the valley's cremation tower, the climate of the valley grew increasingly serene. Having regained some vitality, Daenerys did not dare to delay and immediately commanded her dragon to soar deep into the moonlit mountains. In a smoky volcanic cave, Raphael finally sensed the presence of the source stone. There still lingers the essence of a dragon here. Upon landing at the cave entrance, Raphael could not help but express his curiosity. I suspect this must be the dwelling place of the 3 great dragons, including Prince Purple. No wonder those 3 dragons became so formidable. It seems this source stone indeed possesses remarkable properties, providing significant aid even to dragons. Inspired by Daenerys' words, Raphael grew eager and quickly lowered his body, slowly crawling deeper into the cave. The already healed Dreamfire circled vigilantly above the volcanic crater, keeping watch. Miraculous, utilizing her advantage and agility, had already ventured into the cave ahead of the others. Before long, within a colossal cavern filled with rolling magma, Daenerys and her companions discovered the source stone, and to their surprise, they encountered several familiar faces. Count Reyes. Who would have thought that after more than 20 years you still draw breath? Daenerys' words nearly sent the now gray-haired Reyes into a fit of rage. Fiend, you are as detestable as your monstrous dragons. Behind Reyes, a number of fallen nobles and the remnants of the Highland clans from the Moonlight Mountains gathered. However, you have come to the wrong place. With the protection of our Lord of the Source, we fear you not. Ha! Daenerys was immediately amused by his jest. Surely you do not mean that wretched stone? If so, you are sorely mistaken. Blood and fire share a bond. Without a moment's hesitation, Daenerys began to chant the blood sacrifice incantation. The dragon flames of Malasis and Rafa surged forth, wreaking havoc within the cavern. Wherever the dragon flames swept, all were swiftly reduced to ash, including the multitude of bones and the sinister altar beneath the source stone. The pure energy of the blood sacrifice soon permeated the entire cave. After absorbing some of this energy, Daenerys felt her stamina and magical power rejuvenating significantly. The source stone on the altar also seized the opportunity to absorb a considerable amount of blood sacrifice energy. Having regained some vitality, Daenerys immediately infused her magical power into Rafa, utilizing her strength to conjure a new spell. Rafa's searing and explosive dragon flames swiftly engulfed the source stone, and amidst its unwilling wails, Rafa quickly refined it. As the myriad impurities within the source stone disintegrated into nothingness, a golden crystal, about the size of a fist, finally took shape. However, although this crystal was imbued with rich magical energy, it lacked clarity, evidently due to insufficient accumulation, and thus had not even birthed a complete consciousness. After securing the source stone in her satchel, Daenerys, feeling quite satisfied, mounted her dragon and departed. This source stone incessantly absorbed the ambient magical energy from the world, continually releasing faint divine energy. This had a beneficial effect on Daenerys' recovery and the growth of her dragons. Consequently, she placed it within Rafa's saddle, fostering a newfound camaraderie among Dreamfire, Malasis, and Rafa, who no longer conspired to ostracize her. With her mind still preoccupied with the plague at White Harbor, Daenerys flew directly to the Mandrill family's castle. She was aware that the plague was inextricably linked to those ancient entities attempting resurrection. The individual she suspected the most was the Pale Saint, adept at wielding pestilential arts. The walls of White Harbor remained formidable, yet within the city, Corpses wrapped in shrouds were abundantly visible. Danyla descended on Rafa before the Mandrel family's castle. The wind stirred by the dragon's wings, scattering the desolate leaves strewn across the ground. Count Roland Mandrel emerged, supported by 2 attendants. This once robust lord now appeared gaunt to the point of distortion. His skin bore an unnatural ashen hue, reminiscent of bleached parchment, with swollen, darkened knuckles resembling those of someone frostbitten and subsequently afflicted by gangrene. As he spoke, Danyla noticed that his teeth had begun to loosen, and his gums oozed a blackish blood. "Your Majesty," his voice emerged as though squeezed from a broken bellows, seemingly on the verge of faltering. "This plague is beyond mortal resistance. We have exhausted every remedy: herbs, vinegar fumigation, bloodletting. Even the holy water brought by the doctors from the Isle of St. Flames have proven futile." Chapter 557. The pale saint child witnessing the once vibrant Tauren being reduced to such a state. A fierce flame of anger ignited in Danyla's violet eyes. She grasped Tauren's frail arm, her palm emanating a soft golden flame of magic that gradually seeped into his being. "Fear not, for I am here." Under the scorching embrace of Danyla's magical flames, the plague-infested energies within Tauren's body dissolved like filthy snow, significantly improving his complexion. To prevent the further spread of the plague, the entire north had been placed under martial law. Thus, aside from the towns near White Harbor, other areas remained temporarily safe. However, the once bustling White Harbor now lay in desolation. The streets were filled with the acrid scent of burning mugwort. People wrapped in vinegar-soaked cloth masks hurried past like specters, their eyes brimming with confusion and unease. The chants from the cremation tower and the thick smoke persisted almost day and night. To curb the plague's spread, Danyla had positioned Dreamfire, her dragon, beside the cremation tower for the prompt incineration of corpses. Danyla, riding atop her dragons, Lafa and Malasis, tended to those afflicted by the plague while searching for its source. Near the Wolf's Den, north of White Harbor, Danyla discovered a young mother kneeling by the roadside, cradling her swaddled infant as she fervently prayed before a stone bearing the likeness of a white infant. The small face of the baby had turned a ghastly gray, yet it strangely retained a serene expression in slumber. Danyla's violet flame eyes flickered as she observed countless fine black threads oozing from the stone, ensnaring the infant like a spider's web, greedily siphoning the child's life force. The pale saint child. The cold winds of the Wolf's Den carried a stench of decay, and Danyla's boots crunched upon the snow. The young mother, reduced to little more than skin and bones, revealed grayish skin beneath her tattered garments. The infant in her arms lay eerily still, devoid of any rise and fall in its chest. "I beg you, O saint child." The woman's cracked lips moved as she pushed the infant toward the statue. "Accept my child, let him become a part of you." Danyla's violet flame eyes widened in alarm. The seemingly rough carvings on the statue's surface were, in fact, countless tiny runes emanating an imperceptible black mist. More terrifying still was the sight of the infant's remaining vitality being forcibly extracted, flowing through the black mist into the depths of the statue. "Stop!" Danyla summoned a burst of violet gold flames in her palm and hurled it toward the ominous stone. But the young mother suddenly erupted in fury. The frail, emaciated hands gripped the infant's neck with an iron-like tenacity, while her murky eyes were entirely engulfed in darkness. At that moment, the baby suddenly opened its pitch-black eyes, a sinister grin stretching from ear to ear. Not every mother harbors love for her child, for the sake of survival, wealth, hatred, or passion. They often possess myriad excuses to abandon their offspring. "As long as such mothers exist, I shall never cease to be." "Ha ha ha," cackled the voice of malice. Though Danyla unleashed a fiery explosion upon the stones, she could not save the mother and child. Nearby, the colossal dragon, Raphas, unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, turning the unfortunate pair into mere ashes. From the shattered stones, countless strands of black tendrils silently slithered toward Danyla's ankles. However, upon contact with her skin, these tendrils ignited in her golden flames, emitting the piercing wails of an anguished infant. Foolishness! Upon drawing the radiant sword of the blazing sun, a searing purplish-golden flame instantaneously consumed all nearby black strands. Amidst the inferno, a pale visage of an infant grotesquely began to take shape. "The Holy Flame Emperor cannot harm me. As long as there are heartless parents in this world, and as long as the grievances of children remain unquenched, my pale saint shall endure eternally." 2 days later, Danyla ventured to an abandoned village near the Wolf's Den, tracing the essence of the pale saint and locating a hidden cellar. Upon opening the cellar door, a fetid stench mingled with the scent of blood assailed her senses. The fire within her palm illuminated the cellar, revealing walls riddled with blood-stained claw marks. Deep within the cellar, a rusty cage contained several battered children, each adorned with iron collars engraved with the image of the pale infant, their hollow eyes evoking profound sorrow. Outrage surged through Daenerys, igniting her entire being in golden flames, raising the temperature within the cellar dramatically. The children seemed to respond to the sudden warmth, slowly raising their heads to gaze at Daenerys with their pitch-black eyes. Mouths agape in a distorted, indistinct howl. I resent. I resent. With a swift stroke, Daenerys cleaved the iron cage, directing her golden flames toward the chest of one child. Yet, the sight before her made her gasp in horror. The skin of the child's chest was so translucent that she could see its internal organs, a miniature. Murky crystalline heart pulsated slowly within. Even more terrifying were the countless black threads extending from the heart, weaving through the veins and spreading across the child's frail body. Pale Saint, I vow to eradicate you, Daenerys declared fiercely. Daenerys meticulously directed her magical flames into the bodies of the children, where dark threads writhed and struggled like living creatures, yet they could not escape the fate of being reduced to ashes. After enduring the purifying fire of Daenerys' magic, the children's crystallized hearts finally became clear. By rescuing this group of children, the source of the epidemic within a radius of several dozen kilometers was effectively eradicated. Over the following half-month, Daenerys rescued hundreds of such unfortunate children. Given the profound trauma they had endured, she settled them in the crematorium chapel of White Harbor. Although the Pale Saint had turned them into vessels of pestilence, these children, endowed with innate magical talent, found their affinity for magic greatly enhanced. Perhaps only the benevolent atmosphere of the chapel could gradually heal their battered bodies and souls. The stench from the sewers of Blafos was suffocating. Daenerys, suppressing her discomfort, waded through the knee-deep filth, followed closely by Pacius and a dozen guards wielding swords. Suddenly, the laughter of children echoed around a corner. An eerie and unsettling sound in such a place. Finally, I have you, Daenerys declared as she cleaved through the rusted iron door before her. Illuminated by the golden flames surrounding her, the underground chamber was instantly aglow. Upon a platform resembling an altar rested a glass jar filled with a green liquid, within which floated a gnome-like grotesque creature, sparse white hair clinging to its scalp, its body riddled with scars of stitching. You've arrived. The creature's eyelids quivered. He. Daenerys struck the glass jar with her sword, muttering a curse, a despicable imitation that steals the lives of infants. May you fade into oblivion. Yet, the monster suddenly erupted in fury, causing the liquid within to boil violently. The entire sewer began to tremble as countless pale arms emerged from the murky waters. In the next instant, the flames Daenerys unleashed incinerated these phantoms completely. No, this is impossible, the creature exclaimed in astonishment. My illusions were supposed to illusions? Daenerys scoffed. Ignorant and vile wretch. Under the searing heat of Daenerys' flames, the gnome-like creature withered and decayed in the air, emitting a chilling scream. You will regret this. Adults of the Abyss. Chapter 558. The Thunderous Dragon. After vanquishing the Pale Saint's essence, the plague in Blafos and White Harbor was utterly resolved. Although the epidemic had raged for barely over a month, it had claimed the lives of 50 to 60,000 people. Those who had barely survived through years of harsh winters, long nights, and extreme weather seemed to have exhausted all their spirits, appearing to have lost all hope and yearning for life. To uplift morale, Daenerys arranged for a substantial supply of provisions from Holy Flame Isle to be distributed among the nearly depleted commoners, and she organized several days of celebratory events in various towns. Within the resplendent fortress of White Harbor, the now rejuvenated Tormund Mandalay knelt solemnly before Daenerys, accompanied by his wife and children who had journeyed back from Recler. Your Majesty, I am profoundly grateful. Once again, you have salvaged White Harbor and the Mandalay family. Tormund, overwhelmed with emotion, fervently kissed Daenerys' right hand, reluctant to release it. Amused by his display, Daenerys jested, Tormund, if your brother hears of this, he shall surely be envious. Realizing the implication, Tormund hastily apologized. Forgive me, Your Majesty. I am simply too overwhelmed. Their light-hearted exchange elicited hearty laughter from all present in the castle. Rise, dear Tormund. At 40 years, one must not be so impetuous. She chided playfully. The harsh winter is behind us, and the people of White Harbor require your leadership to restore their livelihoods. Rest assured, Your Majesty, under my guidance, the citizens shall have their bellies filled after this season's harvest. Witnessing the rekindled hope among the crowd, Daenerys eagerly took to the skies upon Drogon, heading towards Braavos. In her quest to locate and eradicate the Pale Man, Daenerys came to a profound realization regarding the impact of parental actions on children. Their needs are simple, yearning solely for love and attention. Failing to meet these needs could inflict significant psychological wounds, potentially fostering resentment that could take a lifetime to heal. Severe trauma during childhood may imprison them in a cycle of suffering. Although Daenerys had bestowed upon her children a noble status and the finest resources, her presence had been woefully scarce, especially for her son, Aegon, whom she had sent to Braavos at birth. For over a decade, apart from occasional letters and gifts, their encounters had been few and far between. Following the recent victory over the Pale Man in Braavos, Daenerys had yet to find the time to visit him at the Palace of Patios. As Daenerys skillfully guided Drogon to land on the stone platform of Patios' palace, a 3-meter-long purple-blue hatchling suddenly burst forth from a nearby dragon's lair. This young dragon bore a striking resemblance to the fiery creature of the Temple of the Dying Flame. Yet it possessed only a single pair of wings, and its forelegs, though sharp, were diminutive. Astonishingly, upon encountering the formidable Drogon and Malays, the hatchling displayed no fear. It began to conjure flames within its throat while crackling with electric sparks. What manner of beast is this? Even the well-versed Drogon found himself perplexed, sensing that this creature's lineage bore no relation to the Valyrian dragons, but rather echoed that of Hogna and Isilorn, as if it were a product of bloodline amalgamation. At that moment, both Patios and Ossarion had arrived. "Your Majesty." "Mother." Daenela hurried to Ossarion's side and gently enveloped him in her embrace, feeling his stiffness and emotional distance. A pang of sorrow struck her heart, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. "I'm so sorry, Ossarion, truly sorry." Ossarion's body remained somewhat rigid in Daenela's embrace, as if unsure how to respond to this sudden intimacy. He had grown significantly taller than she remembered, his shoulders now taking on the contours of a young man. Yet his blue eyes still held a childlike bewilderment and unease. "Mother," his voice was soft, as if afraid to disturb something fragile. Daenela cupped his face, her thumb gently brushing away the moisture at the corner of his eye. It was then she noticed the undried tears clinging to his lashes. "I should have come sooner," she whispered, her voice laced with profound regret. Ossarion pressed his lips together, seemingly hesitating on whether to speak. Ultimately, he simply shook his head gently and murmured, "I am glad you are here." These words struck Daenela like a blunt knife, cutting deeply into her heart. She held him tightly, as if trying to make up for a decade of absence. "It won't happen again," she promised softly in his ear. "I will never leave you alone again." Ossarion's body gradually relaxed, and after a moment of hesitation, he cautiously returned her embrace. "Mother, this is Sultryön." Mentioning his dragon, Ossarion finally displayed a genuine and proud smile, pointing to the violet-blue young dragon who was still warily observing Rafa and Milesius. "Sultryön, Thunder of Judgment?" Daenela raised her brow, glancing again at the little creature shimmering with electric sparks. "Yes, he was born amidst the thunderstorm on the White Ice Plains," Ossarion explained patiently. "When I found him, I witnessed his egg being shattered by countless bolts of lightning. Moreover, his dragon flame is quite unique, accompanied by powerful lightning strikes." Sol seemed to understand their conversation, proudly raising his head, a crackling sound emanating from his throat as though he were showcasing his abilities. Daenela couldn't help but laugh. "It seems he, like you, is extraordinary. However, do not reveal too much until he is capable of protecting himself." At this point, a hint of melancholy returned to Daenela's expression, for sometimes great potential does not necessarily equate to a blessing. Yet upon hearing her words, Ossarion's eyes brightened, as if some of his inner convictions had been validated. Hand in hand, Daenela and Ossarion wandered through the gardens of the Patios Palace, with Patios contentedly trailing behind them. "I know you have been exceptional these past years, even surpassing your brothers." Although Daenela had raised Ossarion in Braavos, she had consistently kept a watchful eye on him. Moreover, her influence in Braavos is considerable. Many of those who attempted to spy on Aegon have met their demise at the hands of Daenerys' forces. Aegon fell silent for a moment before remarking, "My father has indulged me greatly, imparting many lessons. Yet what? Yet sometimes, I wish my mother could come to see me." He lowered his head, his voice barely a whisper. Daenerys halted her steps, gazing intently into his eyes, and said, "Aegon, I shall visit you often in the future. Furthermore, if you desire, you may accompany me back to Dragonstone for a time." Aegon's eyes instantly sparkled with hope. "Really?" "Of course," she replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling his hair. "However, you must promise me one thing." "What is it?" "You must not allow the outside world to learn of his existence until he reaches maturity." "Understood." Aegon nodded vigorously, a genuine smile finally gracing his lips. That evening, Daenerys stood on the terrace of the palatial palace, observing Aegon and his brother, Aemon, frolicking in the garden. The sparks emitted by the young dragon flickered in the night air, while Aegon's laughter rang out, bright and clear. He is far stronger than I ever imagined, Daenerys remarked with satisfaction. Indeed, Padius sighed. He and Alysanne are the greatest pride of my life. Chapter 559. The Red King. The long northern nights and harsh winters have drawn to a close, and the torrential rains of the south have ceased. Although remarkable creatures have appeared across the globe, most have proven beneficial to humanity. Even the few ferocious beasts have been driven into hiding by Daenerys' children, who command dragons that chase them into retreat, leaving no room for chaos. After 130 years of conquest, spring has finally arrived, marking the end of over a decade of extreme climate. The eastern and western continents have at last returned to a temperate climate. Children born and raised amidst winter's chill and torrential rains are finally witnessing the true warmth and bloom of spring. They run and sing joyfully, songs composed in the common tongue of the new continent spreading across both lands. All who have survived this calamity know that it is the compassion and generosity of the Targaryen royal family and the realm of Rhaenyra that have seen them through this great disaster. Thus, the Targaryen family, particularly Daenerys and her children, have become the subjects of countless poems, and the title of Daenerys, the Great Flame Empress, is widely celebrated. Daenerys spent nearly half a month in Braavos with Padius and Aegon. This warm and relaxed life allowed her body to recuperate completely. During this time, Daenerys also imparted many magical techniques to Aegon. Among all the children, his magical aptitude proved to be the most formidable, allowing him to learn rapidly. With Daenerys' assistance, the dragon, Vhagar, which had grown to an impressive 60 meters, accepted Aegon as its rider. With his protection, Daenerys no longer had to be anxious about his safety. Yet, the world is often filled with strange and helpless occurrences. Just as Daenerys was savoring rare moments of familial bliss in Braavos, a letter from Winterfell shattered this tranquility. Is Elysian missing? Upon receiving the letter, Daenerys felt a sharp pang in her heart, sensing that something was amiss. She hurried towards the fish tree in the garden. Through the eyes of the fish tree, her consciousness swiftly returned to the continent of Westeros, tracing Elysian's temporal path until she discovered her whereabouts. Castle of Horrors? However, the castle was now shrouded in a peculiar energy, obscuring its interior even from Daenerys' sight. Regretfully bidding farewell to Osirian, she mounted her dragon and hastened towards the lands of House Bolton. As Daenerys descended on her dragon amid the desolate woods outside the Castle of Horrors, she observed that the twisted trees were not naturally withered. Their bark had been meticulously stripped away, revealing blood-red trunks inscribed with ancient runes. These runes glimmered faintly in the twilight, exuding an eerie aura. Rhaegar let out a low growl and tested the woods with a breath of dragon fire. Yet the searing flames were abruptly halted by a sudden surge of crimson mist. Within that mist, countless anguished faces materialized, emitting silent screams. This sight startled the dragon Myricus, causing its scales to bristle, while an uneasy growl rumbled in its throat. Dreamfire began to stir restlessly within its maw. Blood magic. Moreover, the mist imprisoned a multitude of souls. Daenerys was unprepared for such formidable powers awakening within the Castle of Horrors. At that moment, the Bolton banner atop the castle walls fluttered without wind, its flayed man emblem grotesquely twisting, with blood seeping from the skin, dripping drop by drop upon the stones. These drops did not seep into the crevices but writhed like living entities, coalescing into a slender line of blood that slithered towards Daenerys' feet. The bloodline reached 3 feet before her, suddenly solidifying into a series of ancient runes. Daenerys recognized them as the symbols used during the Age of Heroes to communicate with the old gods. The Red King welcomes you. The iron gate of the Castle of Horrors creaked open with a raspy sound, revealing an old crone in a faded red robe, cradling a green flame lantern at the entrance. Her eye sockets flickered with ghostly light, and her cracked lips quivered as she rasped, His Majesty, the Emperor of Sacred Flame. The Red King has awaited you for a long time. Daenerys' violet eyes narrowed slightly. She could sense an eerie pulse emanating from deep within the castle. It was not a heartbeat, but rather an ancient, damp rhythm, akin to the flowing dark river beneath the earth. Rhaegar exhaled a warning breath, the dragon fire rolling in its throat, yet it refrained from unleashing it. Even the notoriously irritable Dreamfire and Myricus tensed their bodies, their dragon-like eyes fixated on the surging darkness within the city gates. Where's Issarin? Daenerys' voice was colder than the northern winds, yet in her full might. She resembled a blazing sun descending upon the earth. Should any harm befall my daughter, the entire Bolton family shall pay the price. Yet, The old crone emitted a laugh reminiscent of a saw cutting through wood, and the green flame of the oil lamp flared up, illuminating the walls of the city with a multitude of deep scratch marks. These marks were fresh, oozing droplets of blood, and some of the finger impressions retained violet-blue remnants. The very color of Iserin's armor. The princess had ventured into forbidden territory. The old woman hunched over, saying, "If your majesty wishes to see her, then confront the truth within the terrifying fortress." "Humph, the Red King. You are quite something." Unfazed, Daenerys strode directly towards the castle gate. As she crossed the threshold, a strange, sticky sensation suddenly emanated from her boots. The surface of the fortress's tiles was coated with a translucent membrane, beneath which a writhing network of veins seemed to lurk. The wall sconces within the castle were fashioned from skulls, their burning fat emitting a foul stench of decaying flesh. Disgusting methods, filthy taste. Daenerys ignited in a brilliant golden flame, illuminating the twisted reliefs adorning the dim columns of the terrifying fortress. The flayed humanoid sculptures struck various sacrificial poses, their hollow eye sockets collectively turning towards the newcomers. Most chillingly, all the sculptures were seeping blood, fresh as if they had just endured torment. Suddenly, a sharp clanking of chains echoed from around the corner. Iserin. Daenerys transformed into a streak of flame, hurtling forward. Yet, the sight before her nearly shattered her resolve. Her precious daughter Iserin was suspended upside down from the ceiling, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall. Much of her armor had been stripped away, and her bare back was marred with thorn-like blood streaks, while her abdomen appeared unnaturally swollen. Daenerys could distinctly sense a life burgeoning within. Iserin's fury sent Daenerys' magical power spiraling out of control, the warm golden flames tinged with a hint of purplish black, rampaging wildly around her. "Mother, stay back." Iserin suddenly lifted her head, her blue eyes now transformed into elongated slits. But before her warning could finish, the tiles of the corridor erupted, revealing a boiling pool of blood beneath. Dozens of skeletal figures, draped in rotting flesh, began to crawl out rapidly. With a fierce explosion, the radiant sword in Daenerys' hand unleashed a streak of purple-golden flame, instantly igniting the skeletal horde. As the flame erupted among the skeletons, Daenerys soared into the air, swiftly severing the chains binding Iserin and cradling her in her arms. Yet the skeletal figures, scorched by the purple-golden flames, did not disintegrate into ashes. Instead, they reassembled amidst the inferno. Within each skeletal chest, a pulsating sphere of blood coalesced, rhythmically beating like a diminutive heart. Daenerys infused Esselin's body with magical flames, seeking to identify and eradicate the latent dangers the Crimson King may have left within her. Wherever the golden flames traversed, a dense, blood-colored mist erupted from Esselin's form, fleeing in a frenzy. This allowed Esselin's back to swiftly revert to normal, yet the area around her abdomen remained impervious even to Daenerys' flames. "Chant the blood sacrifice incantation with me," Daenerys whispered in Esselin's ear, simultaneously producing a source stone crystal from her satchel. Blood and fire, from the same origin. As Daenerys and Esselin began their incantation, the dragons, Rafa and Dreamfire, unleashed torrents of dragon fire upon the terrifying fortress. The heavy dome of the castle shattered under the onslaught of Rafa's spherical flames. The entire fortress ignited under the searing dragon fire, and waves of putrid red mist began to surface, only to be ignited by the flames. Furthermore, under the influence of the blood sacrifice incantation, everything set ablaze began to transform into sacrificial energy, rapidly converging towards the source stone crystal in Daenerys' grasp. The skeletal soldiers, affected by the dragon fire, had their magical energy siphoned away, ultimately turning to ash. The energy produced by the burning blood mist surged powerfully, and the incessant influx of energy caused the source stone crystal in Daenerys' hand to radiate a golden glow. The temperatures of the dragon flames from Rafa, Dreamfire, and Myricese had already reached 4,000 to 5,000 degrees, and now, bolstered by the blood sacrifice incantation from Daenerys and her daughter, their might was magnified. Thus, the terrifying fortress soon crumbled under the onslaught of dragon fire, while the relentless blood mist, ignited by the flames, transformed into a crimson golden torrent of energy, continuously surging into the source stone crystal held by Daenerys. Rafa and the other two dragons reaped substantial benefits. The abundant sacrificial energy not only rapidly enhanced their magical powers, but also invigorated their hearts. Myrice's heart was on the verge of complete crystallization, with radiant purple light beginning to seep through the scales on her chest. Even Dreamfire's heart began to undergo a remarkable transformation, intricate black and purple patterns emerging upon it. This sudden change instilled in Dreamfire a profound sensation, as though she was on the brink of transcending the limitations of her lifespan. Truly, the Emperor of Sacred Flames was an entity capable of troubling even the true God-King of Light, Rollo, and the ancient deity of the night. Suddenly, a frail figure enveloped in blood mist appeared upon the bronze throne of the terrifying fortress. Dominic, Danila exclaimed, recognizing the visage of Dominic. Yet the decayed soul's eerie aura unmistakably signaled his true identity. Humph, so you are the Crimson King. Listening to Danila's disdainful tone, the Crimson King displayed no signs of dissatisfaction. With Dominic's pale, handsome face and frail physique, he indeed lacked any semblance of intimidation. The blood-hued silhouette upon the bronze throne slowly rose, revealing Dominic's once handsome visage, now marred by a web of crimson veins. As he spoke, his voice resonated with a cacophony of countless distinct tones. The Emperor of Holy Flames truly lives up to his reputation. The castle I have meticulously crafted over millennia stands before you still. Before his words could fully dissipate, Lafa unleashed a deafening roar. His crimson-slit pupils fixated on the red ring adorning the Crimson King's finger. This was a gem discovered by Iselin in the Lonely Mountain, crafted into a ring and gifted to her fiancé Dominic, a cherished token he never parted with. The moment Iselin beheld the emblem, a sudden violent movement stirred within her abdomen, and the temporarily suppressed bloodthorn patterns re-emerged. Do not be alarmed, my dear. The Crimson King caressed the ring with Dominic's finger, an action that sent a chill down Iselin's spine. Thanks to this energy crystal, I was able to resurrect within this body. After all, it is a fragment of my former heart. Ha ha ha. How wondrous the affairs of this world can be. I was on the verge of being utterly extinguished under the suppression of the King of Light, Rollo. That searing lonely mountain is but a core of a star left behind by Rollo in his peak state. Alas, he and the ancient aberrations have once again suffered mutual destruction. We, the old gods, are finally free from his relentless oppression. Dominic. Iselin suddenly broke free from her mother's embrace, her silver hair billowing without wind. I know you can hear me. Mother has come. She will surely help you escape the Crimson King's grasp. Will you merely stand idly by while he obliterates the Bolton family and seeks to possess your child's body in the future? Upon hearing Iselin's words, the Crimson King's visage began to contort, his facial muscles spasming between grotesque and agonized expressions. Seizing the moment, Danila hurled the source stone crystal into the air, a surge of energy erupting from it, transforming into 7 chains that ensnared both the Crimson King and his bronze throne. The Crimson King's energy was swiftly siphoned by the source stone crystal, eliciting a pained wail from him. Yet, Iselin suddenly cried out in anguish, clearly sharing the torment her unborn child endured alongside the Crimson King. The feudal infant has long become a part of me, the Crimson King declared, his voice suddenly clear. Revealing Dominic's true tone, Iselin killed me. In that fleeting moment, the genuine Dominic regained control of his body, thrusting a dragon crystal towards the Crimson King. However, before he could finish his sentence, the Crimson King's consciousness surged back, yet that brief lapse was sufficient. Danila's blazing sun sword has pierced the heart of the Red King. The formidable effectiveness of her valiant steel sword far surpasses that of the dragon crystal. At the moment the sun sword penetrated the Red King's heart, the entire Terror Fortress seemed to resonate with the anguished wails of countless souls. The Red King's consciousness instantly morphed into a blood mist, entering Iselin's womb, only to be expelled by Malasis, engulfed by a torrent of purple dragon flames. No, this cannot be. The Red King's cries of despair mingled with Dominic's sigh of liberation. As the blood mist dissipated under the scorching dragon flames, the unborn child within Iselin's abdomen began to convulse violently. Danila hurriedly infused her golden magical flames into the wailing Iselin. Meanwhile, Dominic's body slowly collapsed, turning to ash the moment it touched the ground, just like all those under the Red King's control within the fortress. Chapter 561. The greatness of maternal love beneath the searing embrace of Danila's golden flames. Iselin's abdomen erupted with countless red mists. However, now free from the Red King's dominion, they were swiftly consumed by the golden fire. Iselin tenderly caressed her rounded belly, her face etched with worry as she spoke. Mother, is this child truly mine or the Red King's? Iselin, regardless of his lineage, he is your child, Danila replied, pulling her daughter close with a tender embrace. A child cannot choose their parents, nor can parents dictate how their child will grow. Yet, this does not diminish their love for one another. The purple-gold hues of dusk bathed the terrace of the Holy Flame Fortress, where Iselin sat in a soft chair. her hands gently cradling her burgeoning abdomen. The sea breeze, laden with briny essence, caressed her silver hair, while her gaze remained fixed upon her womb, harboring an uncertain fate. Mother, if he is born bearing the Red King's memories. Her voice was soft, as if to not disturb the life within. What should I do if he becomes evil, twisted? Daenerys approached her daughter, draping a woolen cloak embroidered with dragon patterns over her shoulders. She did not respond immediately, instead leaning closer, pressing her ear to Aisaline's belly, listening intently. Thud, thud, thud. A faint yet resolute heartbeat echoed, reminiscent of a tiny seed striving to grow within the dark soil. Do you hear it? Daenerys lifted her head, her violet eyes reflecting the warm glow of the setting sun. This is his heartbeat, not the Red King's, nor anyone else's, but solely his own. She took Aisaline's hand, gently placing it on her abdomen. No matter what he becomes in the future, he is your child. And you are his mother. Aisaline's fingertips trembled slightly as she felt the rhythm of life within her. But what if? There are no what ifs, Daenerys interjected, her voice gentle yet resolute. Love is not a transaction. It is not conditional upon whether you become a good person. Love is unconditional, irrespective of whether one is a hero or a villain. Whether one chooses light or darkness, you shall love them, for you are their mother. Daenerys' words finally brought tears to Aisaline's eyes, cascading onto her hands and gently pooling on her rounded belly. I will, she whispered, promising to love him, no matter what he becomes. As night deepened, Aisaline's sat alone before the fireplace, its flickering light casting a glow upon her pale visage. She gazed down at her abdomen, her thoughts drifting to the one who would never return, her beloved fiancé, Dominic. She recalled his smile, the clumsy way he would braid her hair, and the ecstasy that filled his face upon learning of her pregnancy. Dominic, she softly called, as if her voice alone could reach him. Will our child resemble you? The flames crackled in response, and in a moment of reverie, she seemed to see Dominic's silhouette emerge from the fire, standing at a distance, gazing at her tenderly, his lips curling into that familiar smile. Aisaline's, his voice echoed from afar. Do not fear. No matter what he becomes, he is our child. Aisaline's reached out to touch the apparition, but as the flames danced, the shadow dissipated. Yet, her heart found an inexplicable sense of peace. She caressed her belly and whispered, Your father will love you just as I do. Months later, the cries of a newborn echoed from the birthing chamber on Dragonstone. As Aisaline's trembled while cradling her swaddled child, tears streamed down her face. On the infant's left arm, the chain-like birthmark was distinctly visible, a mark left by the Red King, a shackle bestowed upon this child by fate. Yet, Aisaline's felt neither fear nor hesitation. She gently kissed the baby's forehead and murmured, Welcome to this world, my child. Mother always said that only flowers nourished by love can bear fruit imbued with affection. Daenerys stood nearby, silently observing the scene. She understood that this child might face countless trials in the future, perhaps wrestling between light and darkness. But in that moment, he was simply a cherished infant, enveloped in a mother's love, a love that may surpass any magic or power. The downfall of House Bolton and Harrenhal did not cause significant ripples across Westeros, for during this prolonged catastrophe spanning over a decade, countless families had perished. Among the counts alone, there were 4 or 5. Thus those who survived could only lament their losses before hastily attending to their pressing matters. After all, in the face of such calamity, nearly all their resources had been depleted. If they did not seize the first harvest to recover, their families might well fade into oblivion. Perhaps it is because everyone is preoccupied with the resumption of production that the 7 kingdoms have settled into an unusual tranquility. Even the daily royal meetings have taken on a somewhat leisurely air. Daenerys returned to the Great Flame Fortress with all of her unmarried children, the largest and most magnificent castle in the world. However, amidst this calamity, the number of dragons in the Targaryen family had diminished sharply, and many of Daenerys' children had lost their dragons. Fortunately, Maleys and Princess Vhagar still had 12 dragon eggs remaining. Thus, Daenerys allocated a new dragon egg to each of her children who lacked a dragon. With a crack, the dragon egg of her youngest daughter, Elia, finally broke open under the eager gaze of Daenerys and her children, revealing a slender pink hatchling that slowly emerged. Truly, it was a child of Maleys, looking quite graceful. Itala's dragon, Teyrath, which had finally hatched years ago, had long since left home and was nearing the age of marriage. Yet she had failed to hatch a new dragon, leaving the proud Itala feeling deeply unsettled. Elia, however, seemed blissfully unaware of her sister's sarcasm as she joyfully approached her hatchling. My Aphrodite, you have finally hatched. Though Aphrodite was of an extraordinary 5-clawed dragon lineage, she possessed a slender and elegant form, lacking even dragon horns. with only 2 rows of spiny membranes adorning her serpentine head. Nevertheless, her claws were sharp, and her long tail bore 3 rows of lethal spikes, with the tail blade at its end being quite formidable, reminiscent of her mother Maleza's grace. Upon sensing Elaya's presence, Aphrodite quickly crawled over to her. Her agile claws enabled her to easily ascend into Elaya's embrace. In the warmth of Elaya's arms, Aphrodite seemed to find a sense of security and began to joyfully flap her wings. 5-year-old Aegea looked on enviously as Aphrodite nestled in Daenerys' arms, exclaiming, "Mother, my new dragon egg should hatch too, right?" "Yes, indeed. Your mother Maleis took 10 years to successfully hatch." Daenerys lovingly caressed her 8th daughter's soft silver hair. Chapter 562. Life at the Great Flame Fortress. The birth of the young dragon Aphrodite has heightened her siblings' attentiveness towards their own unhatched eggs, dedicating much of their time to bonding with them. Particularly determined Aetela, the 7th daughter, would even carry her dragon egg to the sacred dragon hall at the cremation site on Flame Island to pray for several hours each day. Now, the cremation tower on Flame Island has expanded tenfold, with the number of cremation altars and towers increasing to 7. Each time a young dragon is born, a corresponding temple is established, with its scale elevated year by year alongside the dragon's growth. After Daenerys issued the decree for the eradication of heretical beliefs, several smaller sanctuaries dedicated to other deities were transformed into shrines for the dragon gods. The priests of these temples also converted their faith, with those who refused having been sacrificed to the great dragons. Among the adherents of these dragon faiths, the most numerous are Dreamfire and Mirasis, as they are the primary steeds of Daenerys. Over the years, they have participated in numerous significant events alongside Daenerys, earning them considerable reverence. The founding dragons, Valyrian and Vhagar, are regarded as the progenitors of the 100 dragons, holding a venerable status, thus attracting a multitude of followers. Isis's Isilorn gained a substantial following due to her repeated divine interventions during torrential rainstorms, where she managed to mitigate localized flooding. Furthermore, Isis successfully amalgamated the worship of Isilorn with that of the mother goddess of the Lorne River in Andalos, establishing a faith centered on the water god. In the recent turmoil of magical tides sweeping across the world, Isilorn has emerged as a colossal entity, her exceptional lineage granting her immense power. Under her influence, the curses plaguing the Lorne River basin have been utterly dispelled, and the grayscale disease has been eradicated. With the healing provided by Isis and Isilorn, the wretched stone folk, who had been barely surviving in the Cursed Ridge, have fully regained their health. They have now become the most devout followers of Isilorn and staunch supporters of Isis. Additionally, Isis has sheltered all the common folk of the Andalos kingdom during these extreme climatic conditions, thus solidifying her status as a beloved and esteemed queen among her people. Isis and the firstborn daughter of Viserys, Daenerys, were born at dawn, marking the end of the long night, earning her the title of the Dawn Princess among the Andalos citizens. Without hesitation, Isis proclaimed Daenerys as the crown princess, and the decree establishing equal inheritance rights for both daughters and sons of Andalos was officially enacted. As Andalos does not practice feudalism, the centralized authority and Isis's esteemed reputation allowed this law to be implemented without significant opposition. The formidable black dragon, Azathoth, whose size obscures the heavens, returned to the Sanctum of Flames, triumphantly clutching a gargantuan octopus over 50 meters long. Although the residents of Flame Island have grown accustomed to such spectacles over the years, they still watch with keen interest. This sea monster was a gift from Isolara, who, upon learning of her sister Eliza's dragon egg hatching, ventured to the Sea of Sunset to hunt for Aphrodite. Isolara, the 6th daughter, has returned. During Daenerys' absence, Eliza, the 9th daughter, and Aegea, the 8th daughter, were cared for by Isolara, fostering a strong bond between them. Daenerys, accompanied by several young children, made her way directly to the aerial garden of the Sanctum of Flames, where vast Dragonstone platforms awaited the majestic dragons. The 9-year-old Omani Leon, the 7th child, gently held the hand of his 7-year-old brother, Oven Leon, the 8th child, while guiding his 5-year-old brother, Ozan Leon, the 9th child, quietly behind their sisters. Unlike her brothers, Daenerys' 3 young sons possessed gentle and quiet temperaments, coupled with a keen intellect and an eagerness to learn, which alleviates any worries for Daenerys. This allows her to confidently traverse the kingdom, addressing various issues arising from extreme weather. The terrifying presence of the dragon Azathoth causes the young dragon Aphrodite to nervously seek refuge in Isara's embrace. Though her eyes cannot help but survey the immense creature before her, Isara gracefully leaps down from the dragon and, with satisfaction, pats Azathoth on the head. The dragon, in harmony with her thoughts, swiftly uses its claws to slice off chunks of flesh the size of a fist from the sea monster, and with a casual exhalation of flame from its nostrils, cooks the meat to perfection. "Mother!" Isara exclaims enthusiastically, enveloping Daenerys in a warm embrace. At that moment, Daenerys realizes that her 15-year-old daughter has grown to nearly her own height, her long legs accentuated by snug leather pants, which enhance their length and straightness. Isara, the sixth daughter, possesses a character that is both resolute and succinct, with an uncanny ability to perceive the essence of matters, often pinpointing issues with remarkable clarity. Coupled with the formidable strength of her dragoness Athos, she wields significant influence over her subordinates. Even the core management of Dragonstone Island and Ember Island dare not easily defy Isara's wishes. In Daenerys' absence, she commands the strength of Ember Island. "Elisa, allow me to admire your Aphrodite." Isara crouches down, affectionately stroking Elisa's head while praising her young dragon. "What a magnificent creature! Like a sister." Aphrodite is amongst the most graceful and beautiful of all dragons. The aroma of the roasted giant octopus entices not only young dragon Aphrodite, but also causes the children to salivate. Thus, Daenerys hastily arranges for the grill, seasonings, and accompaniments, preparing for an enjoyable rooftop barbecue with her children. This deep-sea octopus, not only massive in size, but also enriched by abundant magical energy, boasts a texture that is both more resilient and nutritious, surpassing the flavors of ordinary octopus, making it a rare delicacy for Isara and her awakened magical siblings. Young dragon Aphrodite, being the first to indulge in a magical creature, finds her appetite insatiable, consuming 4 or 5 pounds, leaving her belly round and full. The essence of magical energy within the colossal octopus meat triggers Aphrodite's early awakening of her ability to breathe dragon fire. This enhancement augments her digestive capacity, prompting her to devour several more pounds of Azithos's grilled octopus before collapsing onto the pile of meat, fast asleep. Daenerys personally takes charge of grilling the octopus for her children. Her magical flames effortlessly cook the meat, and the octopus infused with her magic seems to possess an even more delectable flavor. "Oh, when will I be able to harness my own magical flames like Mother?" Even with all her might, Itaira could only manage to warm her palm slightly. "Oh, my dear, mastering magic relies on the perseverance of one's spirit. The more anxious you become, the more it hinders your progress. At your age, being able to withstand the furnace is already quite impressive." Daniela comforted the determined Itaira. Meanwhile, Isara was nearby, wielding her valiant steel sword. After executing a series of exquisite swordplay, flames finally ignited upon her blade, eliciting gasps of admiration from her younger siblings. Chapter 563, Life at the Sanctuary of Sacred Flames, Part 2. Isara, possessing both strength and grace, danced with her valiant sword. Her movements bold and fluid as the blade sang like the wind. As she wielded her sword, the magical energy within her surged, emanating a formidable presence. One could surmise that even the finest knights across the Seven Kingdoms might struggle to match her prowess at this moment. Daniela, astonished by Isara's innate talent, realized that she had independently discovered a method to blend swordsmanship with magical training. Isara, satisfied with her flaming sword, began to roast octopus for her siblings. The tender flesh of the octopus sizzled delightfully under the searing heat of the sword, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma that soon wafted through the garden, drawing the attention of Omar Lion and Itaira, who gathered around eagerly. Gaia, unable to suppress her hunger, exclaimed, "Sister Isara, your skill in roasting octopus is truly unparalleled in the Seven Kingdoms." Omar Lion chimed in, "Indeed, we are in for a treat. Who would have thought to use a valiant sword for such culinary artistry?" "Ha!" Isara remained silent, skillfully flipping the sword, as the orange flames danced upon its surface, crisping the octopus to a golden hue, glistening with enticing oils. The youngest boy, Osanlian, could not resist reaching out, but Itaira gently swatted his hand away, cautioning, "Little glutton, it's not ready yet. Be careful, it's hot." Osanlian sheepishly retracted his hand, sticking out his tongue in embarrassment. Before long, the octopus was perfectly cooked. Isara sliced it and first presented a piece to Daniela before distributing it among her siblings. They eagerly took their first bites, and the unique flavor of the succulent octopus exploded in their mouths, garnering enthusiastic praise even from those accustomed to gourmet delicacies. Omar Lion, munching heartily, gave a thumbs up and mumbled, "It's so delicious. Sister Isara, you are simply remarkable." Daniela, after adding seasoning to her piece of octopus, shared it with the children. They gathered around the stone table, enjoying the roasted delicacy while sharing amusing stories, their laughter resonating in the garden, creating a warm and beautiful ambience. Mother. With the extreme weather subsiding, sea monsters in the summer seas have become quite rare. Recently, the Dorne Desert has become rather tumultuous. With the emergence of numerous legendary ancient beings, many Dorne families have rekindled their devotion to the ancient deities. I have even hunted several colossal sandworms near the gates of hell while riding Azathoth. The upper reaches of the Greenblood River have also seen the appearance of gigantic pythons and enormous scorpions, with many traders having fallen victim to their attacks. Daenerys, through the Fishleaf Wood, has witnessed far too many such occurrences. It is not only in Dorne, but across the world. Many ancient creatures have awakened due to the influence of magical tides. For now, let us observe the unfolding situation, as long as they do not engage in malevolence. We need not intervene. After all, while their individual threat may be minimal, should they unite, it would pose a challenge we cannot easily confront. Sometimes, a flourishing of diverse forms may not be a bad thing. After chaos, there must be restoration, and our Targaryen dynasty must not assume the role of instigator once more. Once these ancient beings revive, they will fervently vie for the power of faith among humankind. Just watch. When they are embroiled in conflict, we shall emerge to restore order to the realm. Isara, one must learn to play their role well to remain invincible. Strength is indeed a crucial requirement. Yet timing and the hearts of the people are the forces that ensure lasting success. After roasting a sufficient number of octopuses, Isara and Daenerys settled down for a leisurely chat. The younger ones, still craving more, were meticulously selecting the most delectable parts of the colossal octopus with their Valyrian steel daggers. Itaira chose the tips of the octopus's tentacles and praised. These tentacles are wonderfully elastic, perfectly roasted to achieve a delightful crisp exterior and tender interior. With each bite, one first savors the fragrant skin, followed by the succulent flesh, and then the sweet juices bursting forth. Truly exquisite. Aegon pointed to the octopus's suckers and exclaimed, "Sister, look at these suckers. The patterns are distinct, and after roasting, they become wonderfully chewy and soft, growing increasingly flavorful with each chew, possessing a uniquely delightful taste." Osalian, not to be outdone, jabbed at the octopus's large head with his dagger and remarked, "The flesh inside is thick and plump, juicy and tender, with minimal sinew. It's an absolute indulgence." The children enthusiastically debated the merits of various parts, each attempting to persuade the others until they gathered around Daenerys for her decision. Daenerys then passed the ball to Isara, suggesting she share her thoughts. Indeed, every part of the octopus possesses its unique deliciousness. Beauty lies in the eye of the beholder. As for the most delectable, it ultimately depends on personal taste. I believe my younger siblings have valid points. However, I find the ink sac, nourished by magical energy, offers the best restorative effects. Its flesh is firm yet tender, rich in texture, representing the essence of the entire octopus. Let us present this finest part to our mother. Isara's words elicited enthusiastic nods from the children, who eagerly excavated the massive ink sac of the octopus, instructing the servants to collect the ink within. The ink of the octopus serves as an excellent remedy for hemostasis and inflammation, with the ink from this deep-sea giant being even more potent, albeit with considerable toxicity, necessitating treatment by the forest children and physicians before it can be utilized. Once dried and detoxified, this octopus ink transforms into a superb seasoning, enhancing food flavor while simultaneously serving as a remarkable nutritional supplement to bolster immunity and restore health in the ailing. Over the years, the Holy Flame Fortress has dealt with countless deep-sea octopuses and squids, enabling even the ordinary servants to acquire the skills to prepare them. After collecting the precious parts of the octopus, Daenerys instructed the children to bring forth their dragon eggs. Together, they chanted the blood sacrifice incantation, offering the remaining flesh and blood of the octopus to the dragon eggs and the hatchling Aphrodite. Hand in hand, Daenerys and the children channeled their magical flames, which flowed from their bodies like a hot spring, before directing it towards the octopus, igniting it. As the octopus turned to ash in the crimson flames, the children's dragon eggs grew warm, radiating a spectrum of colors as they absorbed the surging vital magical energy. The slumbering hatchling Aphrodite visibly grew larger with the influx of pure magical power. To Isara's astonishment, she discovered that she could manifest a faint ember of orange-red fire in the palm of her hand. A flicker of magical energy also ignited in Itaira's palm, filling her with exhilaration. The magical energy within Oman Lion and the others surged, particularly for Eliza, who, bonded with her giant dragon, experienced a remarkable acceleration in her magical growth. Chapter 564. Life in the Holy Flame Fortress 3. After the blood sacrifice ceremony concluded, even the most physically robust Isara felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. The result of the ceremony's considerable magical drain. Thus, Daenerys permitted them to return to their chambers to rest. Seated beneath the fishbeam tree in the aerial garden, Daenerys' gaze traversed her fishbeam tree network, sweeping across the various kingdoms. The magical energy in the world was rapidly diminishing, coalescing into specific regions, notably those housing ancient relics, such as the Old Town. Over the past decade of extreme weather events, an immense reservoir of magical energy had amassed beneath the Old Town. The lower recesses, which housed the remains of magical creatures, had even given rise to a magical cold spring, while the fishbeam trees in the dragon lair had grown to tower like skyscrapers. Moreover, the forging efficiency in the Old Town smithy had significantly improved. The subterranean space now boasted a collection of 10,000 sets of steel gear and 50,000 sets of pseudo-Valyrian equipment. However, aside from Daenerys and a few master craftsmen like Aeryon, no one was aware of this. Even the hundreds of apprentice blacksmiths believed they were merely crafting ordinary fine steel equipment, as the final blood sacrifice and the etching of enchantment runes were solely performed by the hands of a few master artisans. St. Flame Island, blessed with unparalleled geographical conditions and an abundance of fishwood, has thus attracted boundless magical energy. The magical gem veins in the northern mountainous region have consequently flourished significantly. Through the fishwood, Daenerys has discerned that beneath the volcano of St. Flame Island lies a colossal, fractured crystal of vibrant energy, measuring several meters in diameter. This fragment is presumably a remnant of a once mighty life force from ancient times, yet it bears no trace of consciousness. It is uncertain whether this absence is due to an utter demise or if the Dragon Ball that brought Daenerys here intentionally erased its existence. However, this works to Daenerys' advantage, as the prosperity of St. Flame Island relies heavily upon it. Were this entity to be resurrected, it would likely spell doom for the island. Presently, this energy form serves as the perpetual engine of St. Flame, ensuring that even during future periods of magical depletion, remnants of magic will persist within the island. The great dragons of St. Flame Island can thus continue to survive. The Dragonstone architecture of St. Flame Island, adorned with bronze runes, is also capable of attracting and gathering magical energy. Particularly, the magic gems embedded in the towers of St. Flame Fortress amplify the influx of magic. Most of this energy is absorbed by the fishwood within the fortress, stored in its roots, while the remainder clings to the city walls, endowing them with a semblance of the Great Wall of Despair. The treasury behind St. Flame Fortress and the vicinity of Gourd Bay are particularly rich in magic, as the open dragon lairs there harbor an immense quantity of magical creatures' remains, surrounded by thriving fishwood. The magical energy emitted from the active volcano and gem veins of St. Flame Island has also converged here, creating an environment akin to the subterranean spaces of the Old Town. Today, the treasury of St. Flame Fortress, aside from the remains of magical creatures hunted by Daenerys and her companions, contains 10,000 sets of steel armor, ancient artifacts collected from around the world, precious gems, and vast quantities of gold. All of these items are capable of gathering and storing magic. Numerous ancient castles across the continent of Westeros, such as Windwhisper Fortress, the Tower of the Gods, Highgarden, Winterfell, Eagle's Nest, and Runestone City, also possess commendable capabilities for gathering magic. The last two remaining free trade city-states, Braavos and Lorith, also boast significant magical accumulation. Notably, in the nearly deserted Lorith, Daenerys can sense an overwhelming surge of magic, akin to the might of a tidal wave. The temples of Lys and Volantis also attract immense magical energy, while the ruins of Valyria consume the magic of the world like an abyss. It is no wonder that the 14 Fire Peaks have summoned 100 dragons of the Targaryen family. They are aiding in stabilizing the magical energy. Otherwise, the fragile volcanic core would inevitably erupt once more. With the assistance of the dragons, the 14 Fire Peaks have begun to rejuvenate rapidly, nourished by the vast magical energy. The shattered peaks are gradually being restored, taking on the form of 14 magnificent summits. Even the waters near the Smoke Sea have significantly cleared, and the dense clouds and toxic fumes that have long shrouded the skies above have begun to dissipate. This has rendered the environment near the Sea of Sighs increasingly delightful. The Dragon Taming Tower has now emerged as a new popular port. Previously, merchant caravans from various regions had to brave the peril of falling into the Sea of Smoke to procure grain here. However, with the presence of the colossal dragons, the Sea of Smoke has paradoxically become safer, prompting an influx of merchants and adventurers. Many have even circumvented the fleet blockades of the Dragon Taming Tower, forming expeditions to the ruins of Valyria. Regrettably, none have returned. 4. Besides the multitude of mutated behemoths, over 100 intelligent dragons now inhabit the vicinity of the Sea of Smoke, making such endeavors tantamount to courting death. Daenerys sensed an ancient power awakening within the waters of the Rhone River, a force that, while monumental and grand, exuded a benevolent aura. She conjectured that this might signify the resurgence of the consciousness of the Rhone River. Deep within the Coer forest, a colossal black goat emerged from an ancient stone statue, only to be sensed by Isolorn as it dashed into a remote village to devour its inhabitants. Isolorn swiftly intervened, consuming the creature. It is rather ironic that a powerful ancient god, upon its return, became the sustenance for a dragon, having labored tirelessly to return, yet perishing before it could gather any followers. The divine essence contained within the black goat caused Isolorn to fall into a deep slumber, and upon awakening, it would undoubtedly be much more formidable. The 3 ancient bronze bells that Isis obtained from Norvos were placed atop the cremation tower within the capital of the Andalos kingdom, Castle Nasser. Remarkably, when Daenerys was born, the bells rang on their own without the whisper of wind, heralding auspicious tidings for the long princess of Andalos. In response, Isis graciously permitted the populace to beseech the ancient bells for blessings regarding progeny, romantic unions, and in remembrance of departed loved ones. In the renowned Garden of Desire in Lys, a young girl, born with a unique fragrance and capable of speech at the age of 7, proclaimed herself the reincarnation of the goddess of spring, also known as the goddess of desire. I am the goddess of spring, now revived, destined to protect Lys in the days to come. Yet, all temples dedicated to me must honor the great emperor of sacred flame above all. And my followers must remember this. The devoted followers of the goddess of desire in Lys, already enamored with Daenerys, quickly undertook the restoration of all temples. Statues of Daenerys were erected in the center of each temple, while smaller statues of the goddess of desire were positioned beside her and her dragon mounts. Even the Seven Gods Church, in a bid to appease Daenerys and secure a reduction in dragon subsidies, erected statues of the great emperor of sacred flame and the dragon gods in all their holy sanctuaries. Witnessing their earnestness, Daenerys ordered a direct exemption from dragon subsidies for the Seven Gods Church for 5 years, along with the waiving of interest on previous debts. After all, during this crucial period of post-disaster reconstruction, the Seven Gods Church plays a significant role in providing aid to the populace, and Daenerys was reluctant to tighten their grip too much. However, as these ancient entities continued to awaken, a semblance of tranquility in certain regions was gradually disrupted. Chapter 565. The subjugation of the Trout King. Since the conclusion of the Long Night, the population of trout in the Riverlands Tri-River Basin has surged dramatically. These fish have grown at an astonishing rate, with specimens exceeding 10 meters in length now commonplace, particularly near the city of Rapid Flow, which is encircled by rivers on 3 sides. These colossal fish are countless. As the sun sets, the view from the Tully family castle, where one can observe numerous giant trout leaping across the water's surface, has become a distinctive spectacle of the region. While the abundance of trout has provided the food-scarce populace of the Riverlands with a reliable source of sustenance, it has also heightened the risks for some fishermen. After all, a 10-meter-long trout can effortlessly overturn an ordinary fishing vessel. Today, Daenerys, riding her dragon Myricus, was surveying the vicinity of Rapid Flow with her children. The dragons Rapha and Dreamfire had been dispatched by Daenerys to hunt in the Sunset Sea and the Summer Sea, respectively. She intended to capitalize on the waning magical tide to eliminate as many hazardous magical creatures as possible. This would not only accumulate a wealth of magical resources, but also mitigate the maritime risks posed by the waters of both seas. Isara, meanwhile, was stationed at the Dorne Gold Mine, wielding her Azathos to scour the Green Blood River and the Dorne Desert, eradicating serpents, insects, and rodents. Mother, look! So many enormous trout. The arrival of Myricus startled the schools of trout in the Red Cross River, sending them into a frenzy as they leaped from the water in droves. With a single breath of dragon fire, Myricus incinerated a large portion of them. Then, with a powerful flap of her wings, sent the fish soaring into the air. Skillfully, she opened her massive jaws and gulped down dozens of delectable trout, each ranging from several meters to over 10 meters in length. The half-ton of exquisitely roasted fish was evidently a delight for Myricus, who emitted a pleased dragon's roar. Wow! Myricus is incredible. This display astonished not only the children, but even Daenerys herself. She was aware that Myricus's heart had begun to crystallize, yet she had not anticipated such formidable prowess. Myricus's magical abilities seemed to possess a spatial quality. allowing her to deftly lift the fish into the air and consume them all without leaving a single one behind. Upon receiving news of the dragon's appearance, Duke Tully immediately gathered his family to welcome them at the castle gates. Although the Tully family remains the guardian clan of the Riverlands, the Strongs of Harrenhal have allied with Princess Rhaenyra, and all 4 of their sons have become dragon knights. Even though their dragons have departed, Viserys and Lucerys are now prince's consort to the dragon princess. Thus, the Tully family does not regard themselves as having authority over the Strong family. As for the noble houses of Highheart and Harrenhal, one is the stronghold of Princess Aeshaina, and the other is a direct territory of Queen Daenerys, both firmly beyond the jurisdiction of the Tully family. The Blackwood family of Raventree Hall, having produced a queen and a dragon rider prince, has long ceased to regard the Tully family with any semblance of respect. Even with the recent deposition of Edmure Tully, the presence of Queen Alysanne firmly established in Raventree Hall renders any decrees from the Tully family utterly ineffective. This situation has rendered the Tully family's standing exceedingly awkward. They claim to guard the Riverlands, yet in reality, they control less than 15% of the total area of the region. It is uncertain how many noble families secretly mock them, for the Tully family's edicts cannot even reach Riverrun. Kaimet, this is an opportunity that must not be squandered. With only 4 princesses remaining, the Tully family must forge a matrimonial alliance with the Targaryens. The aging Duke of Tully imparted these significant words to his grandson once more. Kaimet Tully, with his striking red hair, is barely over 10 years of age, orphaned at a young age. He has been raised by his grandfather and is designated as the heir to the Tully family. Among the new generation of the Tullys, Kaimet stands out remarkably. His noble lineage grants him handsome features, while a refined education and his own diligence have shaped his exceptional demeanor. Thus, amidst the throng, he remains quite conspicuous. Observing the magnificent dragon, Meraxes, as it expertly hunts schools of fish, Kaimet's yearning for the blood of dragons ignites fervently within him. Rest assured, grandfather, I shall give it my all. Upon their arrival in Riverrun, the Targaryen family, led by Daenerys, received a warm welcome. Particularly, the attention lavished upon the similarly aged Atala was noteworthy. Due to years of extreme weather, even the most prestigious ducal families of the 7 kingdoms, including the Tullys, have seen their storerooms nearly depleted. Thus, to host Daenerys and her entourage, the Tully family's finest wines and delicacies were almost entirely consumed. However, with the harvest just a month away, normalcy would soon be restored. That night, after lulling Aegon and Alyssa to sleep, Daenerys retreated to the riverside balcony, sensing a powerful surge of magical energy emanating from the Red Fork below. Greetings, esteemed Emperor of the Sacred Flame. A colossal 30-meter-long crimson trout king revealed itself in the river. Almost immediately, his aged voice resonated within Daenerys' heart. Meraxes, lying in wait outside the castle, detected the trout king's presence the moment he appeared. Rising to the skies, she observed his every movement with keen vigilance. Trout king, what brings you here? Sensing no malice from him, Daenerys maintained a courteous demeanor. I offer my allegiance. The trout will aid your majesty in safeguarding the trident, ensuring bountiful weather and abundant fish and shrimp. However, I will urge the families of the trident to erect a monument in your honor, constructing a sanctuary to gather faith. Furthermore, you must frequently manifest your power, rescuing stranded vessels and drowning souls. The human race is inherently pragmatic. As long as you prove useful to them, they will naturally reciprocate with their faith. Indeed, after the ancient covenant with the old gods was established, Daniela conjured a flame rune and sent it into the body of a trout. This was a bloodline pact, binding my descendants to receive unconditional protection in times of peril. The following day, news spread across the bustling city of Flowing River that a colossal trout had rescued a fishing vessel on the verge of sinking. To honor this noble act, Daniela instructed Duke Tully to erect a monument chronicling the event and decreed that families in the Three Forks River region could construct sanctuaries dedicated to the trout, ensuring that the Trout King would bless the area with favorable weather. The Tully family, eager for an opportunity to impress Daniela, promptly arranged for the implementation of this decree. Daniela lingered in Flowing River for 3 days before departing, but upon witnessing the reluctance of Atira and commit to part ways, she decided to leave her behind. Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall take utmost care of Princess Atira, Commit excitedly assured Daniela. In recent days, Meraxes had nearly hunted all the large trout in the vicinity of Flowing River, making it unlikely to witness the breathtaking sight of fish leaping against the sunset for a considerable time. Chapter 566, The Mad Kingdom of Daughters. Upon leaving Flowing River, Daniela soared directly towards Stonehill City on her dragon. Stonehill City, being under her direct jurisdiction, had maintained a steady supply of resources during these extreme climatic times, thereby attracting a vast influx of refugees, with the population now surpassing 500,000. Moreover, due to the matriarchal governance of both Stonehill City and the Iron Isles in recent years, the majority of these refugees were women, particularly those displaced by the Seven Kingdoms or abandoned by families that favored sons. This has led to a burgeoning feminist movement in the region, further intensified by the presence of 10,000 royal female warriors, which rendered the local men nearly incapable of standing tall. Stonehill City was built under the direct supervision of Daemon, who sought to please Daenerya, thus sprawling over a vast area, to safeguard against pirates from the Iron Isles. The surrounding walls were constructed even taller and sturdier than those of Harrenhal, since Daenerya revived the Dragonstone forging technique. Many noble castles in Westeros have transformed their walls into formidable Dragonstone fortifications, particularly during the extreme climatic conditions of the past decade. The exceptional thermal insulation and climate-regulating properties of Dragonstone have rendered the Dragonstone from Dragonstone Island perpetually in high demand. Presently, in Dorne, the Kingdom of Reclia has established 2 additional Dragonstone production sites. The Dorne region boasts an inexhaustible supply of sand and gravel, while the Loiner Mountains, traversing north and south within Reclia, provide premium materials for Dragonstone forging. Observing the ranks of well-equipped female warriors in Stonehill City, Omaneron, the 6th son, could not help but remark, "Mother, it is said that Stonehill City and the Iron Isles have become realms of daughters." And it appears that this is indeed the case. With this group of female warriors present, no man dares to raise his head in the Stone City. Upon hearing O'Manlion's words, Daenerys' interest was piqued. "Do you believe that what Varda and the others are doing is inappropriate? If it is in pursuit of gender equality, then there is certainly no issue. However, it is foreseeable that the status of men in the Stone City is likely more lamentable than that of women in other regions. Once victims, they have now become the perpetrators. This will only serve to exacerbate the conflict between the sexes, a situation that cannot endure, ultimately leading to the detriment of women. One must not overcorrect. Did our mothers not teach us that extremes lead to downfall? Otherwise, annihilation is not far off." Daenerys nodded in agreement. "Your reasoning is quite sound. It appears my Oman has matured." As the Myrisis soared low over the Stone City, all the women erupted in enthusiastic cheers, while many men could only retreat into corners, cautiously glancing up, fearful of punishment from the female guards for any inappropriate behavior. When the Myrisis descended in the sacred grove of the Stone City, Varda and the sisters, Meggie, had already led all the high-ranking officials to greet them. As O'Manlion had noted, among the dozens of high-ranking officials in the Stone City, there were hardly any men left aside from scholars and monks. "Your Majesty, you have finally graced the Stone City with your presence. Undoubtedly, the loyalty of the forces under your command is epitomized by the female army of the Stone City. They understand that it is under the protection of Queen Daenerya that the women here have attained their current status and position. Daenerys' groundbreaking actions that transcend historical and traditional constraints serve as a model for all women in the Stone City. Though Varda and Meggie remain robust and beautiful, fine lines have begun to etch the corners of their eyes. Behind them follows a multitude of children born from various men. In stark contrast to the confident exuberance of the girls, the boys appear somewhat subdued, even timid. After embracing one another, Daenerya took Varda's daughter by one hand and lifted Meggie's son in the other as they made their way toward the citadel. Varda's daughters eagerly gathered around O'Manlion and the other princes and princesses. O'Manlion unobtrusively pushed aside the 2 buxom sisters flanking him and grasped the hand of a 7-year-old boy, saying, "Are you Theon Greyjoy?" "Why, yes, your highness," replied the boy, taken aback. "I have heard that there are many fascinating places in the Stone City and the Iron Islands. Do share with me." "Why, yes, your highness." The astonished Theon immediately began to enthusiastically describe the local customs and culture to O'Manlion. Observing their brother's actions, Owanlion and Osanlion also engaged in conversation with the boys. Meanwhile, Igea and Eliza, while joking with the girls, took the initiative to chat with the boys, ensuring no one felt neglected. The children's actions were naturally observed by Daenerya and Varda, yet they chose to remain non-committal. "Now that the extreme weather has passed, how has the recovery of Stonehill City fared?" "Your Majesty, the crops within the territory of Stonehill City are flourishing, and in just over 20 days, they will be ready for harvest. High-yield crops, such as potatoes and sweet potatoes, were already harvested last month, reaching a historic high in yield. Thanks to this bounty, the population of Stonehill City, numbering 50,000, will no longer face hunger. Moreover, something unusual has occurred with the livestock this year. They are not only growing at an astonishing rate, but also producing offspring in abundance. Throughout the mountainous regions to the west of Stonehill City, herds of cattle and sheep can be seen grazing. Particularly near the earth mounds where the ruins of Stonehill City lie, vegetation is thriving immensely, growing much faster than in other areas. Even the dragon that steals sheep has established a new lair there. According to Shiri, the thief enjoys lounging on a white stone shaped like a skull within the dragon's den. Upon hearing this, Danila immediately recognized that Varda was likely referring to the tomb of the King of the Hills, prompting her to ponder deeply. It seems the ancient King of the Hills has awakened. Yet, in what form will he manifest? Could it be that large stone resembling a skull? What of the people of Bear Island? Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. My mother has returned with our kin. The supplies distributed to them are sufficient to sustain them until this season's harvest. Maggie expressed her gratitude, adding that her father had mentioned numerous seals and sea lions migrating to the area near Bear Island in recent years. Their massive size has not only provided sustenance for the elders remaining on Bear Island, but has also allowed them to freeze a considerable amount, enough to feed the entire population of the island. That is reassuring. Upon hearing this, Danila felt a sense of relief. If Bear Island can become self-sufficient, life in the north and among the great families will not be excessively arduous. During the banquet, Danila noticed that under the mediation of Oman Lion, the boys had indeed become more cheerful. An idea suddenly sparked in her mind. Perhaps bestowing the title of Duke of Stonehill City upon Oman Lion would be a splendid notion. Chapter 567. The new Duke of Stonehill City Heavens. Mother, the dancer on stage is actually a man. Igea exclaimed in astonishment as he watched the sensuous performance unfolding before him. The Dragon's Kiss Garden, the most luxurious and entertaining venue in Stonehill City, offers not only the finest cuisine from Holy Flame Island, but also an extensive selection of wines from around the world. The springtime culture brought by beautiful women from various lands has transformed this place into a veritable Eden. Here, wealth is the only barrier to obtaining anything one desires. Even the Dragon's Kiss Garden in Holy Flame Island and King's Landing cannot rival its popularity. For Stonehill City is not only a realm for women, but also a haven for men. In the male patron area, there are thousands of beautiful service staff, and any man who enters this place must part with every last coin before he can hope to leave. Yet, despite this, men remain entranced, as if addicted, unwilling to depart from this enchanting locale. Though the women's district is considerably smaller, it is nonetheless filled with the dazzling allure of lights and the intoxicating atmosphere of spring's enchantment. At the center stage, several scantily clad male dancers are fervently showcasing their bodies. The surrounding women, enthralled by the sensuality of the performers, are swept away by excitement, tossing handfuls of coins onto the stage. Marvelous. Truly, Lovell is the star of the show. Put in more effort. Throw those pants off. Around the dining tables, youthful boys, meticulously cleaned, are laid out as living trays for the dishes. It seems that the warmth of their bodies enhances the flavors of the food, as the diners indulge themselves with abandon, lost in a haze of desire. In a private room on the second floor, a group of affluent ladies torments a breathtakingly beautiful boy of around 14 or 15, who appears to be on the brink of despair, surrounded by an array of scattered props. In another suite, a lady of high society is enveloped by a throng of striking young men, as a silver-haired youth expertly pours fine wine into her mouth. The contented lady generously rewards him with a golden dragon coin. In a modest private room, an unassuming woman leans into the embrace of an elegant man, whispering softly. His murmurs soon prompt her to weep uncontrollably, after which she unhesitatingly hands him her worn wallet. Enough with the pretense. You should consider yourself fortunate that I have set my sights on you. Don't push your luck, or I shall be forced to take action. A robust female warrior slaps a frail male attendant to the ground, dragging him to a corner without hesitation, while the surrounding ladies and young women watch with keen interest. Even the daughters of Varda seem to find this entirely justifiable. Observing this scene, Igea and Xylilisa are filled with confusion. Danila shakes her head in exasperation, hastily leading the children away from the largest den of vice in the city of stone. Mother, if the absolute dominance of men brings oppression and inequality, then the absolute rule of women seems to lead to destruction and genocide. Oman Lion has been discreetly investigating the city of stone, which boasts a population of over 500,000, yet this year's birth rate is merely a fifth of that of the similarly sized King's Landing, and only a tenth of that of the Holy Flame Island. Oman Lion, you are correct. But do you understand why this is so? Danila is acutely aware of the crisis in stone, yet many matters cannot be simply resolved by notions of right and wrong. It is undoubtedly due to women occupying the absolute leadership. Oman Lion asserts with conviction. While this may appear true on the surface, The deeper truth is that the women who have congregated in stone are among the most persecuted by men in the world. The wounds they carry require more extreme acts of vengeance to heal. What they now do to men often mirrors their own past experiences, merely manifested in a concentrated form here in Stone City. What you find unacceptable has been endured by women for millennia. Once they have vented their frustrations and weariness, transformation becomes far more attainable. In Oman Lion, humanity reveals itself as both the most intricate and the most simplistic. Behind every absurd action lies an even more ludicrous tale. I intend to bestow upon you Stone City and the Iron Islands, allowing you to gradually bring about the necessary adjustments as you mature. You are correct. True equality between men and women is essential for societal harmony, yet such a state seems perpetually out of reach. Much like the suffering in this world, which can never be entirely eradicated, these are the responsibilities and missions that rulers must eternally bear. I understand, Mother. I am confident in my ability to govern Stone City. Excellent. Daenerys, witnessing the typically gentle and compliant Oman Lion displaying such resolve and decisiveness, found herself even more admiring of him. When Daenerys announced the granting of Stone City to Oman Lion, not only were Vhagar and the others astonished, but even Aegon and Aetyra hurried over upon receiving the news. Mother, I am the elder sister. Why has Oman Lion received his fief before me? Aetyra questioned Daenerys with evident dissatisfaction. Stone City is inherently governed by women. Would it not be more fitting to bestow it upon a princess? Daenerys chose not to respond to Aetyra's inquiry, but instead turned her gaze toward Aegon, asking, "What is your perspective?" Aegon readily concurred. "I believe my sister is correct." Daenerys then looked at Aegon's husband, Lysrith, and inquired, "What do you think, Lysrith?" Over the years, under Aegon's influence, Lysrith appeared to have become even more indecisive than in historical accounts. "I believe Her Majesty's decision must be based on sound reasoning. We ought to support it." Hearing her husband's words, Aegon shot him a disapproving glance. "Vhagar, Maggie, and Mela, what are your thoughts?" Vhagar exchanged a glance with Maggie before speaking. "As long as it is Her Majesty's command, we shall offer our unwavering support." Mela pondered for a moment before thoughtfully stating, "Perhaps it is indeed more suitable for His Highness Oman Lion, as he alone recognizes the peril facing Stone City. Your Majesty, I will wholeheartedly assist His Highness Oman Lion." At last, there is a voice of reason. Daenerys felt a sense of relief upon hearing Mela's words. Otherwise, she would have thought she had raised a cadre of fools. "Aetyra, I shall arrange a marriage contract for you with commit of the Tully family, as the Duchess of Huggian aligns with your stature. I have long made it clear that without the capability to manage a territory, I shall not grant you my direct fiefdom. Aegon, the Noble Heart, stands as the most prosperous region of the Riverlands. Over the years, how much has your population increased? Has there been a rise in the national taxes submitted? Instead of calculating petty gains, it would be more beneficial to learn from Isis and Aeryon on how to become a commendable ruler." Chapter 568. The Peculiar Dragon Egg. Young dragon. After admonishing Aegon, Daenerys entrusted Rhaeserys to return to Noble Heart to tend to their daughter. Meanwhile, Aegon was commanded by Daenerys to ride her mighty dragon, Melias, to hunt sea monsters in the Sunset Sea. For 3 months, a daily hunt of at least one sea creature was mandated. Failure to do so would result in an extension of the hunting period by an additional month. Mother Aegon, remember this. A princess's true nobility is measured by the contributions made to the people. The dragons of House Targaryen are not mere pets confined to their lairs. They are the guardian deities that bless the kingdom. Petulance is utterly futile with Daenerys. The Targaryen royal family has a limited number of dragons at their disposal, and Melias, being one of the most formidable among adult dragons, cannot be allowed to languish in the dragon pit daily. Moreover, if the opportunity to hunt magical creatures is squandered before the magical tide fully recedes, the Targaryen dragons may soon find themselves in dire straits when the magic of the world dissipates. Simultaneously, Daenerys dispatched a decree to her sister Rhaenys, instructing her to patrol daily around the Bight and the Trembling Sea, eradicating all encountered giant sea beasts. In recent years, Rhaenys and her dragon have been holed up in Harrenhal, engaging in little more than childbirth. Presently, Rhaenys has borne 6 sons and 2 daughters, seemingly intent on matching Daenerys' achievements. However, she lacks Daenerys' advantages and has grown quite rotund. Her dragon, Syrax, has also been well fed and has become quite stout. If they continue on this path, even without the threat of a mob, they may very well perish under their own excess. To assist the kingdom of Sislaland in reclaiming the ancestral stronghold of Fist of the Ancestors, the dragon Vhagnara has been dispatched by Daenerys. With her presence, the Sarens have no choice but to retreat or surrender. Otherwise, they would find little chance of survival beneath dragon fire. Hograth has been sent to Skane Island to aid the Skitish warrior women in reclaiming the formidable stronghold. Now that the long summer is in full bloom, the lands beyond the wall are revitalized, and it is time to continue harvesting the population of free folk. Once the free folk beyond the wall are eliminated, even if the army of the others were to strike again, they would scarcely produce many whites. With the assistance of Melias and Miracis, the sheep thief can finally return to Stonehaven for a respite. Over the years, the sheep thief has indeed become a model of labor for the dragons of House Targaryen. Not only do they deter scoundrels near the Iron Islands, but they also hunt the incessant sea monsters of the Sunset Sea. When idle, they forge Dragonstone and conduct cremation ceremonies at the pyres in the Riverlands and the West. Though the toil is great, the ordinary-blooded sheep thief has greatly enhanced in size and physical prowess after consuming a significant number of sea monsters. With a length now rivaling that of Melia's at over 60 meters. Not only has her entire body transformed, with scales now glistening in a rich golden-brown hue, but her combat skills have also seen tremendous enhancement. Upon her return, the thieving sheepdog bestowed upon Daenerys a delightful surprise. She had laid a clutch of dragon eggs. However, it is rather peculiar that all 5 of these dragon eggs are a pale gray. Were it not for Daenerys' ability to sense the absence of profound life energy emanating from the eggs, she might have mistaken them for 5 rounded stones resembling dragon eggs. Much like Amolas, the thieving sheepdog exhibits a strong maternal instinct. After laying the eggs, she began to incubate them herself. Without Shiri's commands, she scarcely departed from the dragon's lair. To assist Omen Lion in preparing for the transformation of Stonehaven, Daenerys directly requisitioned 6,000 female soldiers. 2,000 were dispatched to Andorralos to serve as the personal guard for Isis, stationed at the increasingly neglected Norvos. There, women have long suffered oppression from monks and men, holding a lowly status. This contingent of female warriors should bring about a profound change to Norvos' traditions. Another 2,000 were sent to Sisland, where the harsh environment has led to a significant decline in the female population. Their presence could help balance the gender ratio in the Sisland kingdom. Furthermore, with the harsh winter now behind them, the Sisland forces are set to reclaim the outpost at Servan. The female soldiers, adept in reconnaissance and surprise attacks, will undoubtedly provide tremendous assistance. The remaining 2,000 were arranged by Daenerys to rendezvous with the Skytion female warriors in cairns, preparing for the arduous task of retaking the fortress. Similarly, a matriarchal society, Sky Island offers a more harmonious atmosphere, allowing them an opportunity to learn. The individuals who turned back were predominantly extreme feminists. Thus, upon their departure, the men of Stonehaven felt an immediate sense of relief, with many alleviating their chronic back pain. With the transfer of 6,000 female soldiers, the military garrison near Stonehaven became significantly less occupied, prompting Daenerys to assist Omen Lion in recruiting 5,000 male soldiers alongside a contingent of female warriors. This finally achieved a balance of military strength in Stonehaven. Nevertheless, the garrison's defense remains primarily female, with most male soldiers allocated to the military camps and a small portion designated as the defense force. Although the defense force holds a slightly lower status, they maintain close ties with the general populace, leading to a marked decrease in incidents of male dominance and bullying among youths, thereby fostering a more positive atmosphere in Stonehaven. For over 3 months, Daenerys meticulously guided Omen Lion, arranging for a dozen advisors and scholars to assist him. The perceptive Omen Lion has finally reached a point where he can independently manage state affairs. His reforms concerning gender equality have established him as a figure of considerable respect among the men of Stonehaven. The women, too, do not harbor resentment toward him, as the principles he advocates do not undermine their interests. Perhaps as a reward for Omen Lion's remarkable performance, the thieving sheepdog, with just a few months remaining before the dragon eggs hatch, managed to incubate one successfully. This young dragon possesses scales that appear as if intricately carved from pale gray pebbles, dense and substantial, spikes extending from its jaw to its tail, along with 3 pairs of dragon horns, are forged with the sharpness and hardness of obsidian. The tail of the young dragon was adorned with a magnificent bony mace, a unique feature reminiscent of scorpion excrement. Its wings bore an intriguing silver skull pattern. Consequently, Omen Lion named the young dragon Dasralon, also known as the Soulstone Dragon. With his own territory and a mighty dragon, Omen Lion swiftly became the envy of his siblings. In a fit of frustration, Itaira took Commit back to the Isle of Sacred Flame to continue incubating dragon eggs. The other children redirected their focus to their own eggs, but alas, hatching dragons depended largely on fortune. Haste would yield no results. In an effort to preserve as many dragon eggs as possible, Daenerys refrained from employing a blood sacrifice to assist the children in hatching their giant dragons. Everything should unfold naturally. What is meant to be will eventually come to pass, while that which is not destined may slip away, much like the more than 100 that had taken flight. Observing that Stonehaven was embarking on a new path, Daenerys summoned Myrsis, taking her remaining 2 sons and 2 daughters on a tour of the western lands. Chapter 569. The monsters in the mine. The golden walls of Casterly Rock shimmered under the sunlight, resembling a mythical palace of gold. This was due to the Lannister family mixing gold dust into their beverages, lavishly covering the entire castle and surrounding mountains. Casterly Rock was crafted from an entire hollowed mountain over the course of centuries, resulting in a formidable fortress. It not only boasts a rich history, but is also one of the most impregnable strongholds in Westeros, having never been conquered from the outside. Daenerys and her children sat upon the back of the great dragon Myrsis, her silver-golden hair flowing wildly in the wind. Her hair, cascading down to her knees, was abundant and enviable. As she gazed down upon the wealthiest castle in Westeros, a frown unconsciously creased her brow. The unusual silence below was alarming, with far fewer patrolling soldiers than expected. "Mother, I heard from Sister Atyra that Casterly Rock typically has 2,000 to 3,000 guards. Why are there so few stationed on the walls?" 7-year-old Oman Lion had already discerned the peculiar circumstances, his violet eyes filled with vigilance. It seemed the situation within the mines of Casterly Rock was far from optimistic. The guards must have been dispatched to the mines. Gently patting Myrsis' neck, Daenerys' dragon let out a thunderous roar that resonated throughout Casterly Rock, as Myrsis gracefully descended onto the square before the castle. The only ones to greet them were Lanyon and a few of his personal guards. Mother. At 13, Lanyon had inherited the exquisite beauty of House Targaryen along with the tall stature of House Lannister. Though still young, he had already grown into a poised young gentleman, prompting Daenerys to look up at him slightly. After embracing his siblings in turn, Lanyon invited them into the castle. Once seated, Daenerys eagerly inquired about the current state of affairs in the mines. Upon hearing this, Lan's expression grew solemn. His father had already taken the guard to the scene, and the information relayed by the servant indicated a dire situation, with over 1,000 lives lost. Moreover, nearby villages had recently fallen prey to mysterious beasts, leaving behind only the most gruesome remnants, as if the corpses had been utterly consumed, with only remnants of gold and silver left behind. Listening to his brother, I couldn't shake the feeling that this monster seemed to be trading the lives of those unfortunate souls for these precious metals. The 5-year-old Osamlian, a quiet and handsome boy, shared his father Lysandro's keen intellect and artistic flair. His casual remarks struck Lan and Daenerys like a revelation. Meanwhile, Eliza, upon hearing Lan's account, reacted as if she were listening to a terrifying tale, clutching her dragon Aphrodite tightly. Months had passed, and Aphrodite had grown to the size of a large hunting dog. Inheriting the splendid genes of Myrsis and Clark's, her pink flames seemingly limitless. Since the monster had made its lair in the mine, the immense Myrsis was of no assistance. Thus, Daenerys left her to guard her children within the castle. She herself, accompanied by the young dragon Aphrodite, ventured toward the mining area under the guidance of the sworn knights of House Lannister. In the narrow confines of the mine, Aphrodite's size proved advantageous. As they approached the mining site, the old knight quietly explained the situation to Daenerys. Initially, miners had reported seeing golden eyes deep within, and soon thereafter, individuals began to vanish, leaving only the grotesque remains of those transformed into lumps of gold and silver. During this prolonged period, they had uncovered little. By the time Daenerys and her companions arrived at the mining site, chaos reigned. Pale-faced miners gathered at the entrance of the cavern, whispering among themselves about the golden curse and the wrath of the old gods. Jason Lannister stood before a hastily erected tent, his once glorious golden hair now dull, his eyes sunken, and his posture hunched. Though barely in his 40s, he appeared aged beyond his years. "Your Majesty." Upon seeing Daenerys, Jason stumbled forward. "What brings you here?" "It is far too dangerous. That monster is terrifying. Why do you neglect your health so? Did I not arrange for the physician to prepare numerous tonics for your recovery? Have you been taking them regularly?" Gently grasping Jason's frail hand, Daenerys reproached him with a twinge of concern. Lan has grown into an exceptional young man, surpassing any Lannister in history. He, and Tylan have raised a fine son. He is still young and requires your protection. Now that the extreme weather has passed, you should recover as well. Once I have dealt with the monster in the mine, you must strive to regain your strength. I cannot bear to see you in such a feeble state, so old and haggard. All right. Receiving the concern of Daenerys, Jason Lannister felt a surge of strength awakening within him. However, as he touched his parched cheeks and brittle hair, a sense of unease began to take hold. Quickly, let someone tell me about the situation in the mines. Jason urgently summoned the headmaster of Kayak City, Lancent, who had personally encountered the creature in the depths of the mine. Lancent led Daenerys to a group of injured soldiers. Within the large tent, a dozen soldiers lay side by side, their bodies marred by the monster's claws and teeth, their wounds now entirely transformed into metal. One man's right arm had turned to pure gold, shimmering under the torchlight. Another's half-face and chest had become silvery, most horrifyingly. A third soldier's legs had morphed into black iron, so heavy he could scarcely move. Your body is also undergoing metallization, and this process continues to spread, whether swiftly or slowly. They reported having encountered a gigantic lion in the mines. Even those fortunate enough to escape would progressively turn to metal. Severing the affected limbs proved futile. Jason's voice was hoarse as he gestured towards the line of fully metallized soldiers. Look, that row is filled with completely transformed soldiers. He pointed out 2 or 3 dozen figures of gold, silver, and iron lined up neatly, resembling crafted statues. Yet, those golden and silver figures held significant value. Daenerys approached the miner with the golden arm, gently touching his metallic limb. Instantly, a sharp sting coursed through her fingertips, as an ancient and primal force intertwined with her, only to be dissipated by the flames igniting in her hand. Metal lions? Daenerys murmured, casting magical flames to aid in healing and recognition. It seems they are the awakened old gods. Upon hearing this, Jason gazed at Daenerys with curiosity. Awakened old gods? Why would they transform humans into metal and consume them? Faith. They seek to attain belief. Daenerys turned to Jason, inquiring, did your miners unearth anything unusual before this? Jason swallowed hard. Over a month ago, in the deepest mine shaft, we discovered a stone wall engraved with a relief of 3 lions. We thought it was a mark left by the ancestors of the Lannisters, so we continued to dig deeper. Chapter 570. The allure of wealth. It appears you inadvertently shattered the seal left by the cunning Lon in the depths of Kayak City. She concluded. He had not anticipated that the gold mine would be excavated so deeply so quickly. Daenerys had witnessed many tales of powerful beings from the Age of Heroes through the Fishwood. Noticing Jason's perplexed expression, she explained, is there not a legend that the golden hue of the Lannister family's hair was stolen from the sun by the cunning Lon? In truth, a portion of this legend holds validity. However, the golden hue was not pilfered from the sun, but rather acquired after he vanquished a luminous, golden crystalline entity. From this being, he seized a substantial fragment of the golden crystal. Absorbing a small shard not only augmented his own power, but also bestowed the Lannister lineage with the gene for golden hair. The remaining fragments were enshrined within 3 metallic lions, endowing them with formidable vitality. The astute Lon utilized these 3 extraordinary metallic lions, and, through a blood sacrifice, extinguished the original inhabitants of Casterly Rock, thereby subduing a lurking malevolence from the depths below. The heart of this evil was divided into 3 parts and placed within the mouths of the metallic lions to suppress it. Drawing upon the residual energy of this malignant entity, the trio of metallic lions birthed an abundance of mineral veins throughout the Westerlands. The golden lion, Eryxis, the silver lion, Argentia, and the iron lion, Cedros, possessed the ability to transmute living beings into metal, while their excretions contributed to the formation of mineral deposits. It is said that the bounty of gold and silver mines in the Westerlands prompted Jason Lannister to feel a twinge of nausea, for it was indeed true that the lions of Casterly Rock could extract gold. Daenerys smirked slightly and nodded, adding that their preferred sustenance consisted of the magical energies of the world or those frightful magical creatures. They typically refrained from attacking humans unless they felt provoked. However, as the magical essence of the world gradually waned, the 3 lions ultimately succumbed to slumber. Now awakened, they may have begun to assault humanity in a desperate bid to replenish their energies, and our task is to regain control over them. She turned to Jason Lannister, instructing, prepare yourself. We shall descend into the mines together. Only the pure-blooded lineage of the Lannisters can tame them. Your ancestral bloodline remains untainted. It is irrefutably so. Our lineage of golden hair and blue eyes is the finest testament. The lift descending into the depths of the mine creaked slowly in the darkness, chains groaning ominously. A few elder knights brandished torches, their flickering flames casting the shadows of the assembly upon the damp rock walls, resembling a throng of swaying giants. Your Majesty, how shall we contend with these lions that can transmute humans into metal? Jason, the head instructor of Casterly Rock, inquired uneasily. his fingers fidgeting with the hilt of his sword, betraying his inner tension. Daenerys retrieved a small leather pouch from her waist, extracting several obsidian pendants and handing them to him. Wear this. The obsidian will safeguard you from the metallic lion's harm. In truth, these were merely rudimentary magical trinkets fashioned by Daenerys. While they could offer some protection against magical encroachment, they would not shield one from the lion's attacks. Daenerys made such a statement solely to quell panic and instill confidence among them. The lift finally reached its destination. As the cage door swung open, a gust of hot air infused with a metallic scent enveloped them, as if a vast furnace lay hidden deep within the earth. The mine twisted downward, revealing sporadic marks of extraction and decayed support beams upon the rock walls. With each step deeper into the abyss, the metallic aroma intensified, and the temperature rose unnaturally. Jason Lannister abruptly halted, his voice trembling with fear. "Did you hear that?" The group paused, and indeed, a low, metallic scraping sound echoed from afar, reminiscent of a colossal creature in motion. Jason's large hand instinctively gripped his sword, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Whether from heat or trepidation, he could not tell. The young dragon, Aphrodite, seemed to sense something amiss, emitting a low growl from her throat, her spines erect, her gaze fixated ominously on the depths of the crypt. "Stay vigilant," Daenerys whispered. "Avoid making direct eye contact with the metal lions. Their gaze can penetrate your very soul, instilling fear that will render you sluggish." "Yes, Your Grace." The group responded, pressing onward as the mine gradually widened, ultimately leading to a vast natural cavern. The sight that greeted them caused all to gasp in astonishment. At the cavern's center lay a pond shimmering with an eerie golden light, its waters infused with liquid gold and glittering treasures. Scattered around were dozens of metallic statues, some of pure gold, others silver white, and yet others black iron, each frozen in expressions of shock and terror from their final moments. "By the Seven," Jason Lannister exclaimed in horror. "I had no idea such a bizarre existence lay beneath Casterly Rock." "Perhaps there are even more intriguing wonders," Daenerys mused, as she picked up a rusted iron sword from the ground, dipping it into the pond's golden waters. A miraculous transformation occurred. The rusted blade gradually morphed into a resplendent golden sword. This astonishing change dissolved the knight's fears, replaced by expressions of greed. For the miraculous properties of the golden water were undeniably extraordinary. If we could harness this golden water, who would ever want for gold again? They began fervently searching their belongings, eagerly retrieving any items they could find and excitedly submerging them in the pond. "My sword. It has turned to pure gold," a knight exclaimed, raising the now golden blade high, its surface glimmering alluringly in the firelight. His voice echoed through the cavern, laden with unmistakable avarice. The others followed suit, with some even casting their belt buckles into the golden waters. "By the Seven," a young knight gasped, watching as his iron belt buckle transformed into a heavy golden artifact within mere seconds. "This pond's waters must be worth more than all the gold mines of Casterly Rock combined." Yet, Jason Lannister refrained from joining in the revelry. He stood beside Daenerys, his brow furrowed. "Your Majesty, this is amiss," he whispered. "If this golden liquid truly has the power to transmute anything into gold, then why did those?" His gaze swept toward the metallic statues at the cave's edge, and his throat suddenly tightened. A cold smirk curled upon Daenerys' lips. At last, someone who understands. Her violet eyes flickered with an otherworldly glow in the firelight. "Do you think those individuals transformed into statues for no reason?" At that moment, a chilling scream pierced through the cave. Everyone turned abruptly to see the young knight, terror etched on his face as he gazed at his right hand. His fingertips had inadvertently brushed against the golden liquid, and it was visibly spreading, transforming his hand into gold from fingertip to palm. "Help me," he cried, frantically shaking his hand, but the gilding had already reached his wrist. No, Ser Jason, the master-at-arms, reacted swiftly, drawing his sword to sever the knight's arm. But before the blade could descend, a golden shadow suddenly surged from the pool. It was a massive claw, entirely composed of flowing liquid gold, which accurately seized the young knight's arm, dragging him toward the golden pool. "No!" The knight's scream was abruptly silenced as his body turned to gold the moment it touched the surface of the pool, freezing in a visage of sheer horror, becoming yet another metallic statue within the cave. Chapter 571. The Golden Lion. For a moment, the entire cave fell into an oppressive silence. The only evidence that the earlier events were not mere illusion being the gentle ripples on the surface of the golden pool. "Step back. Everyone retreat," Ser Jason Lannister barked, hastily drawing his longsword. The knights, as if awakening from a nightmare, scrambled backward in disarray, some even discarding their now golden possessions, as if they had suddenly become scalding coals. Yet, the true horror was only beginning. The center of the golden pool began to churn violently, a colossal form rapidly taking shape. The liquid gold coalesced as if imbued with life, gradually revealing the outline of a majestic lion. First appeared its enormous head, then its robust forelegs, culminating in a complete body. It radiated a brilliant golden light, with each strand of its mane resembling meticulously forged golden threads. And its eyes were two massive rubies, glowing with a sanguine light in the fire's glow. Oryxos, Daenerys murmured the name softly, addressing it warmly. Golden Lion, do not merely toy with them. I have come to aid you, to free you from your dormant state. The great lion fully emerged from the golden pool, shaking its body as countless golden beads splashed from its mane, landing on the ground with a crisp metallic sound. Its size surpassed that of the largest warhorse, leaving molten golden imprints with every step upon the rocky ground. The voice of the Lannister golden lion resonated like the clash of countless coins, a metallic resonance laced with an eerie echo. You have finally arrived. Jason Lannister felt cold sweat trickling from his palms. Yet he compelled himself to stand tall and confront the mythic creature before him. I am Jason Lannister, Duke of Casterly Rock. He strained to steady his voice. I command you in the name of my bloodline. Command me? Oryxos let out a piercing laugh, the sound causing the debris from the cave's ceiling to tumble down. Little lion cub, you dare to command me when you cannot even prove the purity of your own bloodline? In a sudden burst, the golden lion leaped forward with astonishing speed, appearing before Jason in an instant. Its massive head leaned close to Jason's face, its ruby eyes glinting with a perilous light. Let me see. It inhaled deeply. How much of the Lawn blood still lingers within you? Jason stood frozen, feeling the metallic warmth of the lion's breath searing his cheeks. More terrifying was the realization that he could not tear his gaze away from the lion's ruby eyes, which seemed to possess an enchantment binding him in place. Your Majesty. Jason urgently glanced at Daenerys, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. But Daenerys merely shook her head gently. This is his trial, she whispered. Only a true Lannister can command the metal lion. Suddenly, Oryxos extended its tongue, a tongue entirely composed of liquid gold, and licked across Jason's cheek. A searing pain shot through him, as if his skin were being burned by molten metal. But he gritted his teeth and remained silent. The golden lion stepped back, seemingly savoring something. More pure than I had imagined, yet still insufficient. It abruptly turned to Daenerys. You brought him here to renegotiate the pact? Daenerys smiled faintly. I wish to know the terms of the pact from years past. Oryxos emitted a low growl that reverberated through the cave. Lon exchanged his blood for our freedom, securing the safety of Casterly Rock. The golden lion's voice dripped with ancient resentment. He bound us to this dark abyss, wielding our strength to suppress the evil deep within the earth, while his progeny reaped the wealth we forged. As the lion's fury surged, the entire golden pool began to boil, countless golden tendrils reaching out, twisting and writhing in the air. The knights recoiled in terror, some even colliding with the metallic statues, emitting frantic cries. And now, Oryxos continued, its voice growing louder. The seal has weakened, and the evil stirs, yet you bring but a faint-blooded little lion? It cast a scornful glance at Jason. Has House Lannister fallen so low? Jason's face flushed with humiliation, and he drew his long sword with a sudden motion, newly forged by Daenerys, its gleaming blade reflecting the flickering flames. My bloodline is sufficiently pure, he roared, his golden hair ablaze in the firelight. I can feel it. Surprisingly, at the moment when the light burst forth from its sheath, the sword erupted in a dazzling golden radiance, resonating with the brilliance emanating from the golden lion. Oryxos visibly paused, his ruby eyes narrowing slightly. Interesting, but not enough. And what of me? Rain, how did you come here? Upon seeing his beloved son arrive, Jason Lannister's previously feigned bravado dissipated. This place is far too perilous. Do not worry, father. Rain Lion cast a calming glance at Jason, asserting, with mother by my side, no one can harm me. Rain Lion's voice rang clear in the cavern, a stark contrast to his father's affected authority. Though barely over 13, he stood tall, his golden hair shimmering like molten gold in the torchlight, his emerald eyes sparkling with an unusual composure beyond his years. The golden Valyrian steel sword, Lightbringer, in his grasp also radiated a brilliant glow. Oryxos's massive form momentarily froze. It slowly turned its head, ruby eyes narrowing, its mane of liquid gold stirring as if stirred by an unseen wind. You. The voice of the golden lion suddenly lost its harsh metallic clang, adopting a deep, cautious tone. Its enormous head lowered, nearly meeting the boy's gaze, nostrils flaring as if scenting a long-lost essence. Daniela's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile as her fingers gently caressed a small leather pouch at her waist, containing a piece of aged fishbone wood. Rain Lion stepped forward, his boots making scarcely a sound on the damp rock. Yet, this single step prompted the golden lion to instinctively retreat half a foot, its molten golden claws leaving deep imprints upon the ground. "Mother says you need help." The boy's voice rang clear, devoid of fear. "She says you have been trapped here for far too long." Jason Lannister attempted to reach for his son, only to be halted by a mere glance from Daniela. The Duke of Casterly Rock suddenly realized there was an inexplicable bond between his wife and son. Their silent communication flowed seamlessly, as if words were unnecessary. Oryxos emitted a low rumble, reminiscent of countless gold coins rolling over velvet. "Your scent," it began slowly, each word weighted with an astonishing gravity. "You carry a unique aroma." Rain Lion tilted his head, the childlike gesture creating a striking contrast to the transcendent aura he exhibited. "Is it the scent of lemon cake?" he inquired innocently. "I just snuck a piece before setting off." Chapter 572. Suppressing evil. The Golden Lion did not perceive Rain Lion's playful jest as an affront. Instead, it gracefully approached Rain, its demeanor shifting from the earlier imposing stance it had taken with Jason to one imbued with a near-reverential solemnity. The air within the cavern suddenly grew dense, as if time itself had slowed its pace. Unlike the tension exhibited by Jason Lannister and others, Lannister was remarkably composed, clutching the sword of light with readiness for battle. Although his dragon had departed, he had diligently honed his archery and swordsmanship under Daenerys' guidance over the years, and had made some progress in his magical studies. Thus, he held a considerable confidence in his own abilities. "Impossible." The voice of the Golden Lion, Orys Baratheon, resonated deeply, echoing from the subterranean depths, carrying the essence of pure sunlight. It was Lannister's essence. At that moment, Lannister's golden hair began to sway as if stirred by an unseen breeze, radiating a faint golden aura. The sword of light in his grasp blazed with brilliance. Ancient Valyrian runes materializing along the blade, those symbols appearing to animate and dance across its edge. The golden pool grew agitated, as an unfathomable energy seemed to brew at its depths. "Mother." Lannister turned to Daenerys, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. She offered him an encouraging gaze, urging him to concentrate and establish a connection with the energy in the pool. With that, Daenerys retrieved the ancient root of the fishbone tree from her waist, silently reciting an incantation. A strange golden light flowed from her fingertips, intertwining with the golden radiance enveloping Lannister. In that moment, Jason Lannister was convinced he saw his son's pupils reflecting the same golden luminescence. Lannister felt an infinite torrent of energy converging upon him, his entire being aglow with golden light, instilling within him an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Orys Baratheon emitted a low growl, caught between awe and fear. "Flame, the sun? A bloodline more powerful than Lannister's. How can this be?" However, at that instant, the cavern trembled violently once more fiercely than ever before. From the fissures in the rock walls oozed a viscous black substance, exuding a foul stench of decay and sulfur. From the depths below came a bone-chilling roar, a sound unlike any known creature, as if it emerged from the primordial darkness at the dawn of creation. "It senses us." Orys Baratheon's ruby eyes widened in terror, realizing that whatever lay beneath had become aware of their presence. Yet, Lannister remained eerily calm, following the guidance Daenerys had instilled in his heart. The youth raised the sword of light, its tip pointed toward the golden pool. Astonishingly, the liquid gold within the pool rose in a slender stream, connecting to the sword's tip, forming a radiant golden beam. Wherever the golden light traversed, the black viscous substance rapidly dissipated, transforming into a burgeoning source of golden energy. "Reveal to me the truth." Lannister's voice suddenly transformed, no longer childlike, but resonating with a cacophony of countless voices. "What are you?" The form of Oryxos began to tremble uncontrollably, its liquid gold composition exhibiting unstable fluctuations. "We are the guardians of the Lawn bloodline, yet also its prisoners." At this moment, Rhaenyra approached the Golden Lion, her hands gripping the ancient root of the fishbeam wood, which emanated a fierce green light. What did Lawn suppress in those days? The Golden Lion bowed its head in anguish, unable to complete its thought, overshadowed by the ancient hunger of the world. Suddenly, two distinctly different roars echoed from the depths of the cave, one crisp as shattered silver bells, the other heavy as mountains collapsing. In the next instant, two colossal figures burst forth from the dark mineshaft. On the left stood a mother lion, her entire form gleaming silver, as elegant as condensed moonlight. her sapphire eyes sparkling with a blend of wisdom and madness. On the right loomed a beast as black as eternal night, larger than Eryxos, its body cloaked in heavy iron-gray scales, each step leaving molten trails upon the rocky ground. Argentia and Westeros. Jason Lannister exclaimed in astonishment. All three metallic lions had awakened. Argentia, the silver lioness, was the first to speak, her voice scraping like ice crystals on a mirror. Is it him? Indeed. A little creature imbued with the essence of the sun? The iron lion Westeros immediately focused on Lon Lannister, his blood-red eyes narrowing into dangerous slits. His blood should be able to reinforce the seal, or perhaps liberate us entirely. Suddenly, Eryxos interposed himself before Lon Lannister, his mane of liquid gold bristling. No, you do not understand. He is not merely. We understand perfectly, Westeros roared, his voice shaking the cave and causing stones to rain down from the ceiling. After millennia of waiting, we have finally encountered a bloodline pure enough. I shall not let this opportunity slip away. Argentia stepped forward with grace, yet lethal intent. Either we use his blood to strengthen the seal, or his life to break the shackles. We must make a choice. I refuse to remain trapped in this lightless abyss any longer. Daenerys crossed the ancient root before her chest, her body enveloped in a purplish-golden flame that illuminated the entire cavern. Silence. Mere artificial puppets, how arrogant you are. Her voice resounded throughout the mine like the echo of gods. He is my son, Daenerys. Who dares to touch him? Who can lay a hand upon him? The sheer force of Daenerys' presence compelled all three metallic lions to instinctively retreat several steps, as if struck by an invisible power. Even the fiercest, Westeros, withdrew in trepidation, his iron-gray tail flicking anxiously against the ground. The majesty exuding from Daenerys was so formidable that it rendered them aware of the divine presence before them. At that moment, the tremors within the mine intensified, and debris fell from the ceiling like raindrops. In the hands of Valyrian, the sword of light was increasingly intertwined with the golden threads connected to the golden pool, illuminating his youthful visage, akin to a hero depicted in ancient murals. As blood and fire intertwined, Daenerys chanted the incantation of blood sacrifice, casting the aged root of the fishbeam tree into the golden pond. Upon touching the ground, the root took root and rapidly grew into a magnificent golden tree several meters tall, its branches slicing through the cavern's ceiling with the ease of a razor-sharp sword, swiftly extending outward toward the mountain's exterior, while its robust roots began to burrow deep into the mine. At that moment, Daenerys clasped Valyrian's hand, channeling her magical flames into his being. Instantly, Valyrian transformed into a being enveloped in golden flames. The sword of light blazed forth, evaporating the viscous black liquid seeping from the cavern walls. Many depleted veins of, or remarkably revitalized, layers of pure gold or began to materialize under the radiance of golden light. The golden lion, Eryxos, crouched low, its mane of liquid gold pressed against its neck, poised to awaken the famished Argentia, sealed deep within the earth by Valyrian. Suddenly, a sharp, melodious shriek echoed from Argentia, its sapphire eyes fixating on the dark mine tunnel. Too late. The entire cavern abruptly tilted, forcing everyone to grasp the rocky walls for stability. The iron lion, Westeros, emitted a thunderous roar, sparks flying from the gaps in its scales. Then let us fight. I would rather perish in battle than remain trapped in this endless darkness. A denser black substance surged forth from the crevices, advancing toward the group like a menacing creature. The knights of the family, frightened, fled in panic. Aphrodite, Dragonflame. Yet, Daenerys remained unperturbed. She summoned her magical flames to envelop the young dragon's pink fire, surging forth like a tidal wave toward the viscous black liquid. Lon, now is the time. Valyrian took a deep breath, gripping the sword of light tightly, and with all his might, he shouted, blood and fire intertwined, flame of the sun. At that moment, the runes on the sword transformed into swirling golden flames, detaching from the sword of the god of swords, and suspended in the air, forming golden runes that resembled his brother. The three metal lions, captivated by the familiar and radiant golden runes, became submissive from the depths of their bloodline. The intertwining pink and purple dragon flames surged like a tidal wave throughout the cavern, causing the black viscous substance to emit a piercing shriek. Yet it rapidly evaporated in the searing heat. The energy continuously released, guided by Valyrian's sword of light, dispersed toward the depths of the desiccated mine, swiftly transforming into new and varied metallic treasures. The golden flame runes, now detached from the sword, encircled the three metal lions like stars, enveloping them in a magical barrier of golden light. Mother, something within them is responding to me. At this moment, Beads of perspiration had formed on Lanyon's forehead, resembling fragments of energy imprisoned within. "Shatter them," Daenerys commanded Lanyon, her hands forming increasingly intricate sigils. Under her guidance, Aphrodite's pink dragon flame had coalesced into a vortex of fire, ensnaring 3 metal lions that had nearly lost their will to struggle. The liquid golden form of Erexos began to boil, emitting an anguished howl. "No, do not disassemble us again." The silver body of Arginthia appeared cracked, her sapphire eyes filled with sorrow. "Why must the little sun treat us this way?" Even the fiercest Cedros twisted and deformed in the searing heat, his iron-gray scales flaking away. "Damn Targaryens. Damn Lannisters. These heartless creatures." At this moment, Lanyon's hands trembled, causing the golden flame runes to flicker uncertainly. Daenerys quickly placed her arm upon his shoulder. "It is not disassembly, but rebirth. The new life you have long yearned for." Her voice pierced through the flames, proclaiming that the world no longer required the dominance of Thailand. To amplify the flames within the cavern, Daenerys suddenly bit her tongue, spattering a mouthful of blood into the dragon flame vortex. Upon contact with the fire, the cavern was filled with a blinding purplish-golden light, compelling everyone to shut their eyes, while a peculiar humming sound resonated as metal melted and reformed. As the light dissipated and the flame runes returned to the Radiant King's sword, what hovered in the air was no longer 3 colossal lions, but 18 significantly smaller metal lions, 6 gold, 6 silver, and 6 iron, each only the size of a wild horse, their eyes flickering with gentle light. Though Daenerys' complexion was pale, satisfaction radiated from her. "Perfect. My 18 children each have one." Lanyon collapsed to the ground, the Radiant King's sword clattering beside him. He gazed incredulously at the group of metal lions. "Mother, how did you accomplish this?" The 18 metal lions moved restlessly within the cavern, their hooves striking the rocks with crisp sounds. Although they remained powerful, they had transformed entirely from their former selves. Lanyon retrieved his Radiant King's sword, which had now regained its tranquility, yet the golden runes shone even more brilliantly. "Dealing with these lions is merely a matter of convenience. Vanquishing the evil underground remains our primary objective today," he declared, leading the way to the ever-growing golden fishwood. "Cut your palm. Together, we shall use this fishwood to completely seal that malevolent presence." As Daenerys and Lanyon prepared to perform the blood ritual to seal the subterranean evil, Jason Lannister unwittingly approached the group of metal lions. To his astonishment, they automatically divided into 3 groups. 6 golden lions lay docile upon the ground, akin to obedient hounds. 6 silver lions gracefully strolled about, seemingly acclimatizing to their new forms, while 6 iron lions vigilantly encircled, baring their teeth in a display of defiance. Born of blood and fire, under the melodic chant of Daenerys, the golden fish tree voraciously absorbed the malevolent forces dwelling beneath, growing increasingly potent. Its robust roots, akin to golden serpents, burrowed into the rocky crevices, plunging deep into the earth, where the viscous black liquid was swiftly devoured upon contact. Wherever these roots ventured, the nearby rocks transformed into veins of gold, silver, and iron. The roots of the golden fish tree thrived underground. The sound of darkness being consumed resonated like a multitude of serpents hissing in unison. Daenerys and Laenor pressed their bleeding hands against the trunk, their blood trickling down the fiery patterns that adorned the bark, and with each drop, the entire tree erupted in a blinding halo of purple and gold. Born of blood and fire, the incantation of mother and son reverberated throughout the cavern below. The young dragon Aphrodite continuously exhaled draconic flames towards the golden fish tree. However, these flames caused no harm, instead transforming into pure, surging energy that enhanced her ability to absorb and combat the viscous black liquid released by the malevolence beneath. Outside the cavern, the great dragon Malasis, sensing the unusual magical fluctuations within, descended upon the mountaintop, using her sharp claws to tear through the rock and excavate towards the cavern. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed from within the depths, causing the entirety of Cayenne City to tremble violently. Jason Lannister staggered against the rock wall, helplessly witnessing the last 3 sworn knights by his side being engulfed by a sudden surge of black torrents. Their armor and bodies melted upon contact with the dark, viscous liquid, becoming one with the abyss. Daenerys, summoning her magical flames, shielded Jason and positioned the young dragon Aphrodite by his side. The strength of the young dragon's flames deterred even the black liquid from approaching. However, from the fissured ground emerged countless tendrils resembling pitch, each adorned with numerous small mouths that opened and closed incessantly, emitting shrill cries reminiscent of a wailing infant. The stoutest tendril lunged towards Laenor's back, but was ensnared by the suddenly swelling roots of the golden fish tree, which tightened around the black appendages as if endowed with consciousness. Chapter 574. Eternity and Rebirth. The roots of the golden fish tree spread wildly throughout the subterranean cavern, the sound of darkness being devoured resonating like a choir of serpents hissing in unison. Daenerys and Laenor's blood transformed into dragon-shaped fiery runes upon the trunk of the golden fish tree. Each drop that merged with the heart of the tree caused it to erupt in a blinding halo of purple and gold, born of blood and fire. The incantations of the mother and son reverberated through the depths of the cavern, producing a cacophony that not only accelerated the growth of the golden fish timber, but also caused the viscous black liquid to tremble perilously on the edge of disintegration. 27 metallic lions, having adapted to their forms, approached the golden fish timber and unleashed a furious roar at the noxious black substance. The formidable sound waves shattered the liquid, allowing the golden fish timber to absorb it with greater ease and efficiency. However, the lurking terror beneath seemed thoroughly incensed, as the ground trembled with the deafening sound of rock fracturing. The 18 stout roots of the timber were soon marred by patches of the increasingly viscous black liquid. These dark spots spread like a plague, rapidly coursing up the roots, causing the golden bark to decay and flake away, transforming into chunks of metal. Cursed be it! They dared to taint the timber. In a swift motion, Lan Enliang raised his radiant sword, the Sword of Light, and struck at the black spots with streams of golden flames. While he managed to disperse many of them, he too was flung back by the recoil of dark power. Meanwhile, Daenerys, her silver hair billowing, was enveloped in resplendent violet golden flames. Aphrodite, the pink young dragon, upon hearing her call, soared into the air and unleashed a torrent of searing pink dragon fire upon the black spots, igniting both the roots of the golden fish timber and the encroaching darkness. The overwhelming power of the blood sacrifice surged forth, restoring the timber's damaged roots to their former glory and even enhancing their robustness. Yet, the malevolence beneath was unyielding, intensifying its assault. The entire cavern trembled violently, and the supports above began to fracture and fall. In a moment of distraction, Lan Enliang stumbled, nearly losing his footing. But he managed to brace himself with the Sword of Light. To his horror, he observed deep fissures opening in the ground, from which a more viscous black substance erupted. Countless appendages, reminiscent of octopus tentacles, surged forth, each adorned with numerous tiny suckers capable of ensnaring and draining the golden fish timber's roots. Aphrodite. With the enhanced power from the blood sacrifice, the pink young dragon inhaled deeply, its chest aglow with radiant heat, before unleashing an even more searing and explosive torrent of flames. The fiery onslaught collided with the black tendrils, triggering a violent response. The surface of the appendages bulged with countless blisters before igniting and bursting, most converting into blood sacrificial energy. Yet, a significant amount of corrosive black liquid splattered onto the nearby rocks, etching deep grooves into the once solid surface. More alarmingly, these tendrils appeared to possess a consciousness of their own. They began to entwine with one another, forming robust arms, their surfaces adorned with scales reminiscent of fish, capable of withstanding the searing heat of dragon flames to some extent. At that moment, a particularly stout tentacle suddenly surged forth, its tip transforming into a blade that aimed directly at Aphrodite's abdomen. The young dragon swiftly evaded to the side, yet still bore a deep gash, her delicate pink scales torn apart. A pained shriek escaped her lips in response to the agonizing wound. Just as the situation grew dire, a thunderous roar erupted. The entire ceiling of the mine collapsed abruptly, massive boulders cascading down like rain. As the dust began to settle, the onlookers were astonished to see the enormous head of Malasis intruding into the cavern. Accompanied by the dragon's earth-shattering roar, a wave of crimson flames surged forth, sweeping towards those ominous black tendrils. The temperature of Malasis's dragon fire had reached a level that distorted the surrounding air. Where the flames passed, rocks melted into liquid, while the black tendrils were instantaneously carbonized, transforming into swirling black ashes. An overwhelming surge of sacrificial energy permeated the underground pit. The roots of the golden fishbeam tree, nourished by this pure energy, began to grow wildly once more. Originally no thicker than a human arm, the roots suddenly swelled to the girth of a trunk, intricate flame runes appearing on their surfaces. These roots writhed as if alive, deftly penetrating every fissure in the ground, ensnaring the dark essence hidden within. The creaking sound as the roots contracted was reminiscent of dragging an extraordinarily heavy object. Under the influence of this potent energy, Daenerys reigned, and the two colossal dragons felt their magical powers rapidly ascending. Rain. Now is the time. At Daenerys' urging, Rain Lion grasped the Sword of Light with both hands. The runes on its blade illuminating one after another until the entire sword radiated a flowing golden light. He raised the sword high above his head, its tip aimed at the largest fissure. It seemed that Meleis's dragon fire sensed the call of this divine sword, immediately sending forth a torrent of flames to converge with it. At the moment their powers merged, a blinding light erupted, rendering everyone momentarily sightless. When their vision returned, they beheld a net of purple-gold flames enveloping the entire subterranean space. Each node of the fiery net suspended a Valyrian rune, which spun continuously, converging towards the center. The dark essence ensnared within the net was making its final desperate attempts to escape, coalescing into a vague octopus shape, with a gap torn open at its head. Issuing a silent scream. At that moment, the main root of the golden fish beam tree suddenly withdrew from the ground, its tip ensnared by a massive black heart. The heart's surface was etched with vein-like patterns, pulsating violently. The roots of the fish beam tree spread outward like a spider's web, swiftly binding the heart securely. As if powered by an eternal engine, the fish beam tree began to exude a sharp energy from its branches and roots. On the formerly barren rock face, golden veins emerged with astonishing rapidity, their intricate patterns resembling finely crafted masterpieces. Meleis let out a satisfied low growl, gradually retracting his dragon flames. The golden fish Liangmo, having absorbed nearly limitless energy, began to ascend swiftly, soon reaching a height comparable to that of Cayenne City, measuring several hundred meters. Meanwhile, the once desolate mines began to generate new gold deposits at an accelerated pace. At that moment, while undergoing an energy baptism, Lan Enlien experienced a sudden inspiration. He swiftly cut his palm and condensed a blood-red rune, imbuing it into the brow of a nearby golden lion. The bloodline contract solidified. The golden lion, initially somewhat bewildered, suddenly appeared to gain enlightenment upon receiving the crimson rune, its gaze becoming increasingly animated. Chapter 575, Distribution of Lions. The Golden Lion, Lan and Gordon, bound by the bloodline contract with Lan and Lien, awakened a multitude of ancestral memories. It promptly crawled beneath the golden fish Liangmu, its semi-liquid form slowly merging with the tree. Under its manipulation, the rate of gold generation within the mine increased exponentially. The intense energy fluctuations rendered the already battered mine unable to withstand the strain any longer, leading to widespread collapses. Daenerya and the others hastily climbed onto Meleis's back. The remaining 26 lions followed Aphrodite, quickly emerging to the surface through the opening created by Meleis. Thank the gods, Jason Lannister exclaimed, reflecting on their narrow escape. No, let us thank His Majesty for resolving the crisis in Cayenne City and replenishing our gold mines. Father, we must refrain from indiscriminately mining the gold deposits in Cayenne City in the future. Otherwise, if we disrupt the balance of the underground mines again, we will encounter significant troubles. What? Jason responded, momentarily disheartened. However, extracting hundreds of thousands of gold dragons worth of, or each year, remained feasible. With the golden fish Liangmu and Lan and Gordon present, they could yield such quantities annually. Yet, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary mining, as the quality of these metal veins would continue to elevate under the nurturing of the Liangmu and the golden lions. Is it truly that much? Jason inquired. His excitement rekindled. After all, the Lannister family had never experienced such a substantial annual output in thousands of years. The Lannister family, renowned as the wealthiest in the Seven Kingdoms, was not merely a boastful claim. Their gold mines, silver mines, and the prosperous Lannister port were indeed the proverbial golden geese. Had it not been for significant upheavals, they would not have needed to rely on mining for sustenance. Over the past 2 decades, the Lannister family has suffered considerable losses at the hands of Daenerys, compounded by more than 10 years of extreme weather that has nearly depleted their resources. However, with the presence of Lannion, Daenerys has still managed to provide substantial supplies to Casterly Rock. Now, with the arrival of the long summer, they are poised to rejuvenate in just a few years. In this endeavor, Daenerys not only successfully quelled the malevolence lurking deep within Casterly Rock's mines, but also acquired a remarkable assembly of almost immortal metal lions, marking a significant triumph. Yet, to perform the blood sacrifice ritual, both Daenerys and Lannion expended considerable amounts of blood. It was only after a week of recuperation that they fully regained their strength. Nourished by the energy from the blood sacrifice, their magical prowess has also significantly increased. Lannion can now effortlessly wield the Sword of Light to unleash fiery assaults. The dragon Myrisis and the young dragon Aphrodite have thrived on the pure energy emanating from the golden fishwood, experiencing substantial growth. Aphrodite has even increased in size considerably. The metal lions, having adapted to their new forms, have become more astute under the tutelage of Daenerys and Lanyon. With Daenerys' assistance, Lanyon has established a silver lion at the northernmost vein of a large silver mine in Casterly Rock. Although this location lacks the continuous pure energy provided by the subterranean evil, the silver lion can gradually accumulate silver or by utilizing the silver fishwood saplings cultivated from the branches of the golden fishwood. The surging magical energy now enveloping the Sunset Sea allows the silver fishwood to attract and gather this potent magic daily, enabling the silver lion to produce tens of thousands of silver dragon ore each year. While the West is rich in gold and silver mines, iron deposits are scarce. Therefore, Lanyon has placed his iron lion atop a desolate hill southeast of Lannisterport. This area, characterized by low shrubs and dense grass, is an important pasture for the Lannister family. It is estimated that in several decades, if not a century, iron ore will gradually form here. To expedite the emergence of iron ore, Daenerys has hunted sea monsters in the Sunset Sea for over a month, performing blood sacrifices for the black iron fishwood and the iron lion, ultimately giving rise to a nascent iron ore formation. Your Majesty, Lanyon is now 13 years old and is already capable of standing on his own. Under Daenerys' guidance, Jason Lannister has made notable progress in his recovery. He at least no longer slouches and appears much healthier. Have you found a suitable match for him? Susanna Stark of Winterfell is just 16 this year. Possessing both beauty and grace, along with a quarter of Targaryen royal blood, she seems quite a fine match. Of course, my daughter Serial, who resides in Harrenhal, is already 18 but remains unwed. She too would be a worthy choice. Rhaenyra felt quite favorably towards both young ladies, as it was essential to ensure the continuation of the Targaryen bloodline. Ideally, her children should wed into noble families of the same dragon lineage. She thought it prudent to consider Susanna from Winterfell, as an alliance with the North would significantly benefit Lon. Of course, given Lon's current stature. Should he have a girl he truly favors, they would wholeheartedly support him, for he no longer needed to rely on marriage to solidify his position. I share the sentiment. Jason's evident favoritism towards Lon, in contrast to his two daughters from his former marriage, was unmistakable. Lon's happiness is of utmost importance. As a mother, Rhaenyra willingly took on the responsibility of her children's matrimonial affairs, thus assuming this task herself. I was just about to travel to various locations to settle the metal lions, so I might as well visit Winterfell. Should all go well, I will inform you to prepare gifts for the proposal. Very well. Subsequently, Rhaenyra, riding her mighty dragon, returned to Dragonstone with 3 metal lions, placing the iron lion beside the remains of the Naga on Old Rock Island. A towering fishbone tree had already been planted there by Rhaenyra, saturating the area with potent magical energy. Moreover, the Iron Islands were rich in thin iron ore veins, allowing the iron lion destined for Lon to be easily integrated into the fishbone tree. The abundant magical energy around the Iron Islands would accelerate the accumulation of ore far more rapidly than in Casterly Rock. Rhaenyra estimated that within a decade, the Iron Islands would be rife with high-quality iron deposits, provided that the magical energy of the world remained at such a concentration during this time. Since Rhea's city, the Tayback Hall and several other territories had already been designated as part of Dragonstone. She placed the Silver Lion within the silver mine of Tayback Hall. Since Rhaenyra took over, mining had ceased, allowing the Silver Lion to settle in easily. With the assistance of the fishbone tree, the efficiency of ore generation was notably high, perhaps due to the numerous metal lions placed in the western part of Westeros. The magical energy of the Sunset Sea began to rapidly converge towards the Westlands and the Iron Islands. Chapter 576. Terrifying Behemoths. The Golden Lion was situated in the Dragon Cave of the Sheep Stealer at Dragonstone, modifications made in the previous chapter, where the fishbone tree and a peculiar skull-shaped stone aided in the gathering of magical energy, allowing the gold or vein to proliferate at an impressive rate. Even the skull-shaped stone seemed to undergo a subtle transformation, acquiring a faint golden hue. This further enriched the magical energy surrounding the Dragon Cave, making it increasingly appealing to both the Sheep Stealer and the young dragon, Dasralon. Gazing at the towering fishbone tree shimmering with faint gold, Lon could not help but express his astonishment at the existence of such wondrous metal lions in the world. I find my current understanding of the world to be rather superficial. I truly desire to venture forth and explore the vast expanses beyond. Daniela gently caressed the delicate face of Omanrian, who had grown thinner from the burdens of managing the affairs of Aridstone City, and said, "Once your dragon matures, Though the world is vast, you shall soar unfettered. Take care of your territory. Only by managing this place can you carve out the time needed to pursue your dreams. Yes, mother, I understand, Aeryon replied, acknowledging that true knowledge is born from practice. Though his tenure as the steward of Dragonstone City has been brief, he has already discerned the considerable gap between theoretical knowledge and the realities of life. While the precocious Aeryon, under Daenerya's guidance and support, has begun to adapt to his current role, he still has much to learn and experience. These lessons, however, are beyond what Daenerya can provide. Only by genuinely comprehending and mastering matters will he develop his true abilities. Before departing from Dragonstone City, in an effort to alleviate the threat posed by sea monsters in the surrounding waters, Daenerya, alongside several dragons and the sheep-stealing Shirai, commenced a thorough examination of the nearby seas. To their astonishment, they discovered an alarming increase in the number of sea monsters converging towards the Iron Islands, likely drawn by the magical fluctuations emanating from the western coast of Westeros. Your Majesty, it appears that the sea monsters are multiplying in number. Should they breach Ironship Bay, it could unleash a catastrophe. Shirai expressed her concerns after vanquishing a gigantic creature measuring several dozen meters in size. Fear not, no matter how many there are, they will never be enough to withstand our dragons. Furthermore, their flesh is invaluable. Let them come in droves. We shall slay them all. Daenerya was aware that these sea monsters were engaging in a final frenzy. If they could not absorb sufficient energy before the magic in the world dissipated entirely, they risked degeneration or even death due to a lack of internal magic. However, Westeros, now guarded by dragons, was not a place for them to act with impunity. Those who dared to transgress would simply become sustenance for the dragons and the fishwood. On this day, Daenerya and Shirai once again joined forces to search the southern reaches of Sunset Sea. Along the way, they hunted numerous sea monsters, not only satiating their dragons, but also returning several to Dragonstone City. However, as they neared the fairy island of House Famine, Daenerya suddenly sensed a terrifying surge of energy, a ferocity rare in her lifetime. Even the formidable Myricus began to exhibit signs of restlessness, and the dragon Shirai showed hints of losing control. Shirai, you should seek refuge on Fairy Island. The nearby waters likely conceal formidable beasts that even you cannot confront. Your Majesty, it is precisely for that reason that I should remain by your side to fight alongside you. How could I possibly stand by and watch you face danger alone? Having commanded the sheep thief for over a decade, Shiri and her mighty dragon have encountered countless battles, vanquishing innumerable colossal sea monsters. She firmly believed that nothing in this world could be so powerful as to render her dragon a burden. At that moment, the dragon's pupils of Myricus suddenly constricted, the violet-golden slits locking onto the churning, dark sea to the southwest. Every scale upon her body stood erect like a blade, and a deep, rumbling growl emanated from her throat. Your Majesty, what is that? Shiri, piloting the sheep thief, circled anxiously around Myricus. The dragon was visibly restless, nostrils flaring with apprehension. Daenerya did not respond immediately. Instead, she entered a profound state of mental communion with Myricus, sharing her perceptions. As she received the information conveyed by Myricus, she sensed an ancient and malevolent energy rapidly approaching them. Shiri, seek refuge on Fairy Island at once. Daenerya's voice was low yet resolute. This is not a battle you can partake in, but this is an order. Daenerya interjected sharply, her violet golden eyes flashing with undeniable authority. The sheep thief's flames will have no effect on that creature. Your presence here will only distract me. Reluctantly, Shiri acquiesced, gritting her teeth in compliance. She patted the sheep thief's neck. The dragon let out a low growl before swiftly turning towards the direction of Fairy Island. Clearly, the sheep thief possessed more self-awareness than its master. Daenerya watched her depart, then gently caressed Myricus' scales. Let us proceed, Myricus. Let us see what dares to stir up trouble here. With a powerful roar, Myricus surged forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, racing towards the monstrous threat. In mere moments, they were directly above it. After several transformations, Myricus' speed had become astonishing. As she dove to a height of several hundred meters, the already tumultuous sea began to boil violently, a massive shadow gradually emerging from beneath the waves. Initially, it was merely a vague outline, but it soon became clear that it was a creature resembling a gigantic whale, exceeding 100 meters in size. Its body was enveloped in pitch-black scales, adorned with barnacles and corals that seemed to be etched with twisted runes. This behemoth had no eyes. Its head was dominated by a colossal maw lined with spiraled, razor-sharp teeth, wide enough to swallow a small sailing vessel whole. The deep-sea devourer, Daenerya murmured in a hushed tone as she beheld the terrifying creature before her. This was an ancient sea monster she had glimpsed in the memories of Fish Liangmu, a horrific deep-sea predator that should have long been extinct. The deep-sea devourer then emitted a bizarre humming sound, its voice penetrating the water and causing Mirasa's scales to tremble. This provoked a thunderous roar of fury from Mirasis, as crimson flames surged forth, bolstered by Daenerys' magical fire, cascading like a waterfall upon the formidable scales of the devourer. Regrettably, the dragon's fire, capable of melting stone, seemed to vanish upon contact with the creature's body, as if swallowed by an unseen force. At that moment, the devourer's massive tail struck the surface of the sea, raising colossal waves hundreds of meters high. Mirasis ascended urgently, yet was still struck by the deluge, her vast wings riddled with numerous tiny punctures as if caught in a hail of gunfire. The ability to absorb dragon flames was unexpected for Daenerys. It appeared that the creature's moniker, the Devourer, was not merely a reference to its gaping maw. Chapter 577. The Fall of the Sheep Thief. Recognizing the creature's high magical resistance, Daenerys opted for close combat, commanding Mirasis to dive once more. This time, Mirasis refrained from breathing fire, instead wielding her razor-sharp claws to slash at the monster's back. Her claws, as sharp as steel, effortlessly tore through the creature's thick scales, leaving two massive gashes in their wake. The beast shrieked in agony, a sound that sent a wave of dizziness through Daenerys, while Mirasis also felt her head swim. Nonetheless, the fierce Mirasis suppressed her discomfort, executing a nimble turn to dive onto the monster's back once again. Despite the hardness of its scales, they were no match for the brutal tearing force of the five-clawed dragon, which quickly inflicted several deep wounds. Dark blue blood gushed forth, staining the nearby sea a deep azure. Seizing the opportunity, Daenerys drew her blazing sun sword and unleashed several magical flames upon the wound, simultaneously chanting a blood-sacrificial incantation. This ignited the flesh of the devourer, even as it absorbed dragon fire. The surging energy from the blood sacrifice swiftly flowed back to Daenerys and Mirasis, alleviating the discomfort they had experienced from the sonic assault. Just as Daenerys believed she was on the verge of vanquishing the beast, its colossal mouth suddenly contorted grotesquely, and a scarlet tongue shot forth like lightning, ensnaring Mirasis's claw. In a furious roar, Mirasis unleashed dragon fire at the lengthy tongue, but the creature's massive tail once again summoned towering waves, shattering the flames. Meanwhile, leveraging its size advantage, the creature began to plunge into the deep sea, intent on dragging Mirasis down with it. Cursed. Seeing this, Daenerys gritted her teeth and leapt from the dragon's saddle, wielding her sword ablaze with purple-golden flames. Striking down upon the enormous tongue, the creature instinctively recoiled in pain. Freed from her binds, Mirasis swiftly caught Daenerys in her maw and, turning her head, returned her to the safety of her back. The harmonious synergy between one person and one dragon was entirely reliant on their mutual understanding. Otherwise, they would have undoubtedly faced dire consequences. Yet, the creature displayed an unusual reluctance to engage further. With a resonant, elongated hum, it abruptly descended, vanishing swiftly into the inky depths of the sea. Daenerys, commanding her dragon, searched tirelessly for over an hour, yet failed to uncover any trace of the beast. As she regained her composure atop the dragon, a sudden alarm rang within her heart. The actions of this monstrous whale were exceedingly abnormal. It had a clear opportunity to continue the fight but chose to retreat without a second thought, seemingly indifferent to the delectable energy that was Mirasis. Unless, of course, its true objective lay elsewhere. Alas, Mirasis hastened to Fairy Island, quickly. However, by the time Daenerys arrived, it was already too late. The entire Fairy Island was shrouded in a thick, eerie black fog. All the vessels at the dock had capsized, and the shoreline was littered with dismembered bodies. The sea breeze carried the heavy scent of blood. In the distance, the wails of sheep thieves echoed through the heavens. At the center of the island, amidst the ruins of a castle, a creature more terrifying than the devourer itself lay coiled. It resembled an octopus but bore the head of a horned serpent, adorned with a golden diadem. Its prominent eyes gleamed with an otherworldly green light. The creature's massive form was covered in grotesque, twisted tentacles, each ending in a maw filled with jagged teeth. At that moment, its powerful appendages ensnared the nearly lifeless body of the sheep thief. Rider Shiri lay in a pool of blood, her right arm severed at the shoulder, her complexion as pale as parchment. The sheep thief's abdomen had been pierced, dragon blood cascading like a waterfall, staining the ruins a deep crimson. Shiri, enraged, Daenerys ignited with a blaze of violet and gold flames, merging with Mirasis's dragon fire, overwhelming the creature in a torrential wave of heat. Seizing the moment while the monster was preoccupied with Morassus's fiery assault, Daenerys swiftly rescued Shiri. With great difficulty, Shiri opened her eyes, her lips trembling as she uttered, "Your Majesty." It was intentional. The other monster was merely a bait to lure you away. The creature's enormous eye shifted, locking onto Daenerys and her colossal dragon. As it danced with Morassus, its tentacles began to constrict, eliciting anguished cries from the sheep thief. "Release her." Daenerys' roar reverberated throughout the ruins, yet the monster responded with a cacophony of harsh laughter. With a sudden surge of force, its tentacles snapped. The sheep thief's spine was brutally fractured. In a moment of shared memory, Shiri let out a heart-wrenching scream. No. But it was futile. The sheep thief's head drooped helplessly, stripped of all capacity for movement. The creature released its grasp, and the sheep thief's limp body crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Anger coursed through Daenerys' veins, boiling with intensity, while Morassus succumbed to a furious rage. The purplish-red dragon flames cascaded like a torrent, distorting the very form of the monster. "It's futile, Your Majesty." Shiri coughed blood, her voice frail. "Its body is illusory. Only by finding its true form can it be vanquished." Daenerys held Shiri close, unable to stem the tide of her life slipping away. "Hold on, Shiri." Shiri shook her head helplessly, a bitter smile gracing her lips. "Thank you, Your Majesty. You've made my life worthwhile. Avenge me." As Shiri's hands fell limp, Daenerys slowly lifted her gaze, icy murderous intent igniting within her amethyst eyes. The monster's enormous eye met hers, its tendrils undulating as if mocking her helplessness. "Perish, you wretched creature." The resonance of Daenerys' voice echoed like whispers from the abyss, reverberating throughout Fairy Island. She rose, her silver hair swirling wildly, as golden-purple runes emerged from beneath her skin, spreading across her body like living entities. Morassus sensed a shift in her master, a serious glint flashing in her dragon eyes. The monster, sensing the impending danger, retracted its tendrils in a desperate bid to retreat into the black mist. But it was too late. Daenerys clasped her hands together, and a pillar of violet-golden flames erupted towards the heavens, piercing through the realms. With blood as the guide and souls as the offering, I summoned the wrath of the earth. The ground of Fairy Island suddenly fractured, the bodies of the fallen igniting in fierce flames. Countless fire serpents spread across the island, even the fissures in the ground spouting forth roaring infernos. Chapter 578. A spark of stars. No matter what you are, you shall ultimately be reduced to ashes beneath my flames. With all your flesh and soul, repay the sins you committed on Fairy Island. Your tainted flesh and wicked soul awaken the song of blood and fire from its slumber. As Daenerys chanted her wrath, the entirety of Fairy Island seemed to ignite. Golden-purple flames converged from all directions, entwining like myriad fire serpents around the monster's tendrils. The already ethereal forms twisted and distorted in the searing heat. The monster screeched amidst the relentless flames, its shape flickering between the tangible and the illusory. Its bulging eye spun wildly, the green light within its pupil flickering ominously. It clearly did not anticipate that Daenerys could unleash such formidable magical might. Moreover, both its corporeal and spectral forms were under attack, leaving no avenue for escape. Morassus' enormous dragon wings stirred up fierce winds, forcing the retreating black mist back. With her unique bloodline powers surging, Morassus's heart radiated brilliant purple light, immobilizing the monster's true form in place. The terrifying claws of the colossal dragon pierced the monster's head like blades, with 5 talons deeply embedded in its enormous eye. A piercing scream erupted from the creature, reverberating across the island and causing it to tremble. Its tentacles thrashed violently against the ground, each strike causing the rock strata to collapse several meters. Yet, Daenerys' bloodfire sorcery had severed all its escape routes, and the creature was engulfed by the surging energy from the blood sacrifice, intensifying the flames across the island. Even the nearly lifeless dragon, the sheep thief, found a temporary reprieve from death due to the influx of energy. The flames erupting from the fissures, infused with the magical potency of the fishbeam wood, had already sealed off the entire Fairy Island, leaving the monster with no avenue for escape. Let it end. The extreme fury transformed Daenerys, as purple golden dragon scales began to sprout across her body. Brandishing the blazing sunblade, she resembled a goddess of flames. With a commanding shout, she unleashed a massive fireball, several meters in diameter. Boom! The monster's eye and head exploded like a balloon filled with lava, viscous dark green fluids splattering everywhere, but were swiftly incinerated by the surrounding flames, converting into pure blood sacrifice energy that rejuvenated Daenerys, Morassus, and the fishbeam wood of Fairy Island, along with the dragon thief. The once powerful tentacles stiffened abruptly, collapsing like snakes stripped of their skeletons, losing all capacity to resist the flames and igniting instantly. The remnants of the monster began to collapse continuously, deflating like a punctured balloon, burning and reducing to ash. Its surface cracked inch by inch, revealing the hollow interior, until it ultimately transformed into a pile of smoking ashes. However, the creature's immense size meant that the fierce flames raged for an entire day and night before completely consuming it. As the sea breeze swept by, the ashes scattered into the wind. All the lost lives on Fairy Island vanished without a trace, leaving only the remnants of a shattered castle and a dilapidated dock, testifying to the tragedy that had unfolded here. As the flames gradually extinguished, the blood sacrifice energy returned to the earth, and Mirices, having absorbed too much energy, fell into a deep slumber. The towering fishbeam wood on Fairy Island grew to heights of 30 to 40 meters, its vibrant branches laden with ripe fruit. Daenerys felt a significant enhancement in her magical prowess, most notably awakening a new bloodline talent, the ability to manifest a layer of resilient dragon-scale armor upon her skin, capable of withstanding any form of physical or magical assault. Approaching the nearly lifeless dragon thief, she gently brushed her hand across its still warm scales. Despite having absorbed an immense amount of blood sacrifice energy, it appeared that her life could not be salvaged. The colossal dragon that had accompanied Shirey for many years now lay curled upon the scorched earth, as if in slumber. The gaping wound in its abdomen had ceased to bleed, yet its shattered spine would remain forever unhealed. As if sensing something, the sheep-stealing dragon suddenly opened its eyes wide, emitting a sorrowful dragon's lament. With a soft thud, a golden dragon egg unexpectedly emerged from the creature's cloaca. It seemed that in its impending demise, it had devoted most of its sacrificial energy to the creation of this dragon egg, a new form of its own life's continuation. At the moment when Daenerys focused her entire attention on the newly formed dragon egg, a nearly imperceptible dark green speck of light ascended from the ashes of the monster's corpse. It was a minuscule fragment of the creature's eye, still encased within a peculiar golden hoop. The light quietly adhered to a nearby rock, and under the cover of shadows, it rolled into the sea. The instant it touched the water, the golden hoop glimmered faintly, and the fragment instantly transformed into a transparent state, drifting away with the currents. 3 days later, in the city of Stonehaven, Daenerys stood at the edge of a cliff, gazing at the imposing monument of Shirey and the sheep-stealing dragon within Ironboat Bay. The purple-golden Dragonstone monument was adorned with reliefs depicting their guardianship over Stonehaven and the Iron Islands, as well as their hunts for sea monsters. Inscribed below in the common tongue of the new continent, eternal companions of sky and flame. Your Majesty, several distant relatives of the Vhagar family from Fairy Island have survived this calamity. They have already begun rebuilding their homes as per your instructions. However, the population on Fairy Island has dwindled to just a few hundred. Wada, aware of Daenerys' sorrow due to Shirey's passing, cautiously continued. Moreover, they have been traumatized by the last disaster and have no desire to continue living on Fairy Island. The same applies to the relatives of the Vhagar family. Thus, they hope that your Majesty can grant them a new territory. Though Daenerys held little concern for the Vhagar family, Fairy Island was indeed a bountiful land. Therefore, she instructed Wada, let them have Black Tide Island in the Iron Islands. Fairy Island shall be bestowed upon Tyra as a fief, and young dragon Shirla should be sent to her as well. I hope they can together safeguard Fairy Island in the future. Your Majesty, as for the other young dragon, Lannix, let it be sent to Renlian. After all, I took so many metal lions from Kagan City last time. This is what he deserves. Shirla and Lannix were the two young dragons that hatched from the eggs laid by the sheep-stealing dragon on Fairy Island. Both robust golden dragons perfectly embodying the colors of House Lannister. Last time, the sheep-stealing dragon had laid 5 more eggs on Fairy Island, bringing the total contribution to House Targaryen to 13 dragon eggs, thus marking a fulfilling chapter in her dragon's legacy. One could only wonder if these 2 golden hatchlings were the reincarnations of herself and Shirey. Chapter 579, The Enigmatic Island. After vanquishing the monsters of Fairy Island, Daenerys would daily navigate the seas of the sunset and summer, riding on malays to hunt sea creatures. It seems that only the merciless slaughter of those sea monsters can slightly temper the fury within her. 6 months later, having fully absorbed the sacrificial energy of that monstrous beast, Mirices has grown to a majestic size of 100 meters. The complete crystallization of her heart has awakened her bloodline powers entirely. Soaring through the sky, Mirices' scales emit a regal purplish-red glow, allowing her to maintain an astonishing speed in flight. Attack! Facing the fleeing giant sea monster below, Mirices opens her mouth and unleashes a purplish-red dragon flame. This inferno appears as if it is equipped with an automatic tracking system, rendering the monster incapable of escape, no matter how desperately it tries. Once ensnared by the luminous dragon flame, the creature loses all ability to move, helplessly watching as it is consumed by the fire. Within mere minutes, the colossal sea monster, exceeding 50 meters in length, is entirely reduced to ashes, a testament to the terrifying temperature of Mirices' dragon flame. This is the formidable aspect of Mirices today. Her dragon flame is nearly unavoidable. She has almost ceased to consume food, as the prey incinerated by her flames transforms into pure energy that nourishes her being. Even the mighty dragon, Lafa, feels immense pressure when confronted by Mirices. Unlike Lafa, whose heart has been artificially altered, Mirices' crystalline heart has evolved through her own endeavors, and widespread beliefs among the populace have granted her a semi-divine presence. She exudes a powerful and sacred aura at all times. However, as Lafa continues to hunt and devour more sea monsters, the popular belief surrounding Mirices grows ever more robust, leading to an increasingly harmonious fusion of her bloodline with her crystalline heart. This, in turn, significantly enhances Lafa's own powers, allowing him to remain superior among dragons. Thanks to Lafa, the formidable Mirices has deterred the multitude of monsters that once overran the continents of Westeros and Essos. Those who dare to stir trouble are swiftly eliminated by Daenerys and her dragons. Currently, the dragon lairs in King's Landing, Dragonstone, Old Town, the ruins of Dragonstone, and the Smoky Sea are strewn with the carcasses of various monsters. Under the combined influence of fishwood and magical runes, these remains have been arranged by Daenerys to attract and store magical energy for the dragon lairs, reminiscent of the subterranean spaces of Old Town. Thus, even during periods of magical ebb, the energy within the lairs allows the slumbering dragons to endure and thrive. After more than 6 months of cleansing by Daenerys, there are nearly no sea monsters to be found within a 1,000-mile radius of the western coast of Westeros, with even the larger sea beasts nearly eradicated. Consequently, Daenerys, accompanied by Mirices, sets her sights on exploring further west and south. Beyond 1,000 miles in the Sea of Dusk, the waters gradually turn a dark gray, mirroring the somberness of the overcast sky. In a location more than 3,000 miles southwest of Westeros, Daenerys discovered 3 small islands, each emitting wisps of smoke. Their combined area was comparable to that of the Isle of Flame. Could this be the Tri-Island of Conquerors discovered by Ares? But why had its size increased so dramatically? According to the sailors accompanying her, the total area of these 3 islands should not surpass that of Dragonstone. Daenerys commanded Melisus to gently descend upon the highest peak of the islands, which was an active volcano, pulsating with vibrant fiery energy. Even Melisus felt a refreshing surge of exhilaration. As Daenerys leaped from the dragon's back, the moment her boots touched the ground, the rocks beneath her glimmered with a faint red light, as if some dormant energy had been awakened. This was seemingly no ordinary isle. Daenerys immediately grew vigilant and unsheathed her sword, Bright Flame. Standing atop the peak and gazing down, she observed the 3 islands arranged in a triangular formation. Apart from the dense forests, meadows, and valleys, the islands were cloaked in crystalline rocks. These marvelous stones refracted a beautiful spectrum of colors under the sunlight, rendering the entire island a scene from a fairy tale. At a distance of several dozen kilometers from the estuary, Daenerys finally discerned signs of human activity. Indeed, it appeared that Ares and his companions had discovered the correct islands, although they had certainly transformed considerably. Let me see what truly transpired here. Daenerys produced a sapling of the fishleaf tree and several sea monster hearts, planting them together. As she chanted, nourished by the sea monster hearts, the sapling quickly took root and grew over a meter tall. The abundant magical energy on the island allowed the roots of the fishleaf tree to spread rapidly, and Daenerys, harnessing its power, delved into the memories of the island. Traversing through layers of temporal mist, a grand crystal tower suddenly materialized before her. A crystal staircase, seemingly reaching the heavens, slowly unfurled in her sight. Daenerys stepped onto the staircase. With each step, the crystals beneath her glimmered softly, revealing memories of the islands in her mind. It turned out that these 3 islands had only recently risen from the depths of the sea. More precisely, during the years of extreme weather in Westeros, the magical energies of these islands had awakened, causing them to ascend and ultimately connect with one another. As Daenerys ascended, she not only witnessed the arrival of Ares and his companions, but was astounded to discover that there were 5 dragon eggs aboard her ship, the Sun Chaser. Rhaenys, I will find a new continent for you to reign as its queen. Wait for me, Rhaenys. Daenerys heard Aerys murmuring to himself, continuing her ascent. Daenerys saw that thousands of years ago, these 3 islands were merely a volcanic cluster submerged beneath the deep blue sea. Until one fateful day, a deep rumble emanated from the ocean's depths, and the Earth's crust began to tremble violently. Molten magma erupted from fissures, colliding with the frigid seawater, solidifying into immense crystalline rock formations upon the seabed. As time passed, these crystalline structures accumulated, and the islands began to rise slowly. Initially, only a few rocks broke the surface, but gradually they evolved into small islands. In recent decades, with the climatic anomalies in Westeros, the magical tides surged with increasing intensity, hastening the growth of the islands, elevating the mountains, and expanding the coastlines, ultimately resulting in the interconnected formation of 3 islands. So it is, Daenerys murmured to herself. The elevation of these islands was not a mere coincidence, but rather a consequence of the resurgence of magic beneath the earth. The vibrant crystalline rocks were products of this magic, absorbing the energy of the ocean like sponges, fostering the island's continuous growth. Just as she was about to retract her awareness, an unusual surge of energy pulsed through the roots of the fishleaf tree. Deep within the crystalline layers of the island, something seemed to be awakening. Daenerys abruptly opened her eyes, realizing the ground beneath her feet was subtly trembling. Marius raised her head alertly, her amethyst-hued dragon eyes fixated on the distant valley. Someone was approaching. Daenerys tightened her grip on the Sword of the Sun, Chapter 580, the submerged continent accompanied by the sound of crisp footsteps. A statuesque beauty gradually materialized. Her skin bore a faint blue hue, and her long hair cascaded like seaweed, shimmering with a pearlescent glow under the sun. Most striking were her eyes, devoid of pupils, revealing a profound azure that seemed to encompass the entirety of the ocean. Empress Daenerys Targaryen. The woman's voice flowed like waves gently lapping against the rocks. Welcome to the land of awakening. Despite the deep, soothing aura of the woman, Daenerys remained vigilant. Who are you? I am Christina, the last guardian of this island. The woman responded gracefully, executing a noble bow towards Daenerys. Or rather, I am the embodiment of the island's will. She raised her hand, and the surrounding crystalline rocks instantly illuminated with a soft radiance, projecting a holographic image in the air, the very scene Daenerys had witnessed in the memories of the fishleaf tree. As you can see, this land is undergoing a rebirth, Christina continued, and I require your assistance. Daenerys raised an eyebrow at the mention of help. Christina nodded earnestly. The island's growth has drained too much of my energy, and now, the underground magma activity is waning. If not addressed, the elevation process may cease, or even worse, the islands could sink once more. The greedy denizens of the deep constantly covet the energy here. Their arrival could easily annihilate the fragile ecosystem of the islands. As she spoke, she gestured towards the distant caldera, the very core of energy for the entire island, which required immense flames to sustain its vitality. Your dragon. Her gaze settled upon Miracis, can effortlessly accomplish this. Danila pondered for a moment. If these 3 islands continued to rise, they could be developed into splendid enclaves, perfectly suited for nurturing dragons. After all, the abundant fire magic here was ideal for their existence. Yet, there is no such thing as a free lunch. So she straightforwardly inquired, what shall I gain in return? And reveal to me the secrets of this island. In Christina's eyes, a profound ripple emerged, as if recalling some distant anguish. She gently raised her hand, and the surrounding crystalline rocks glimmered once more, this time coalescing into a grander holographic image. A vast continent materialized before Danila, far more expansive than the current Westeros, its coastline stretching to the horizon, with a majestic white city rising at its center, towers like forests, and crystal domes shimmering under the sun. This is not the world we know. Christina's voice was deep and distant. This is Aegon, my homeland, a civilization that cherishes peace, born from a crystalline continent. The continent depicted in the image thrived with life. Colossal crystal ships docked at the ports, while elegantly attired individuals strolled the streets, their skin glowing with a faint blue luminescence, their eyes as profound as the deep sea. At the heart of the city stood a towering spire, atop which floated a massive blue crystal, continuously radiating magical energy. This was the very core of the continent's power. Revered by the Aegon as the mother, they possessed magical arts far surpassing modern understanding. We elevate our wisdom and energy through meditation. We value peace and civilization. In our world, all are equal, devoid of oppression or war, Christina continued. We can manipulate the weather, heal ailments, and even extend life. Our civilization flourished for hundreds of thousands of years, until the image abruptly distorted. The clear sky was shrouded by ominous clouds, and the sea churned with towering waves. In the depths of the ocean, countless shadows emerged. They resembled humanoids, but bore gills and webbed feet, their skin slick with scales, eyes bulging and glimmering with greedy green light. The deep divers, Daenerys whispered the name. Having read descriptions of these beings in ancient texts, legends spoke of their worship of some ancient malevolent deity, lurking in the abyss, waiting to devour the land. Indeed, Christina's voice carried a suppressed fury. They were once a lowly race in the deep sea, enslaved and exploited by crystalline life. We liberated them, granting them freedom. Yet one day, they suddenly grew immensely powerful, even able to command sea beasts and summon monstrous waves. They assaulted our port, annihilated our fleet, and most terrifyingly, the deep dweller in the imagery began to chant a peculiar incantation. The sea surface split open, and an enormous entity slowly emerged. It was a tentacle more colossal than mountains, its surface adorned with suckers and spikes. And the mere portion that breached the water was sufficient to cast a shadow over an entire city. They awakened the most brutal and malevolent existence within the crystalline life of the Father of the Abyss. The tower in the imagery crumbled under the onslaught of the tentacle. Crystals shattered, and magic spiraled out of control. The seawater surged into the city, and countless Atlanteans turned to foam in their despair. Ultimately, the entire continent sank to the ocean floor amidst a cataclysmic roar, leaving only a few of the tallest peaks above the surface, which are now the 3 islands. Our mother was devoured by the Father of the Abyss, losing the source of our energy. Thus, the surviving kin paid countless tributes, yet still could not restore the continent. Christina's voice trembled, but our civilization had not entirely perished. The last survivors merged their will into the fragmented crystals of the islands, preserving the final spark while awaiting the moment for revival. She gazed at Daenerys with a plea in her eyes. For now, the deep dwellers had once again become active. They sensed the awakening of the islands and were attempting to thwart us. Should they succeed, this maritime expanse would revert to their hunting ground, and Westeros would inevitably become the next Atlantis. Daenerys remained silent for a prolonged moment, her mind racing with countless thoughts. The threat of the deep dwellers was far graver than she had anticipated. If they could indeed command sea beasts and conjure towering waves, the consequences would be dire. "What do you require of me?" she finally inquired. Christina pointed towards the volcano's mouth, stating that the core of the island needed to be activated by dragon fire. Only the purest essence of flame could repel the encroachment of the deep dwellers. This is the method I have conceived over millennia, blending our civilization with meditation. She paused. "Moreover, I require your dragons and the fishwood." "Dragons and fishwood?" Daenerys echoed. "Indeed, the moment you planted that fishwood, I knew the rebirth of Atlantis had commenced. That fishwood, much like our mother, can store and transmute magical energy. I am willing to merge with the fishwood to become a new mother, responsible for elevating the continent once more. With you and your dragons as guardians, the deep dwellers shall be unable to inflict harm here again. Should the continent be reborn, I would gladly offer you all the achievements of Atlantean civilization. However, the civilization on this continent must be rebuilt according to the principles of Thalassia, without exploitation or oppression, where all are equal and harmony prevails." Chapter 581, Atlantis Equality for All. Although Daenerys was deeply moved by Christina's words, she could not help but smile at her naivety. Life is inherently unequal. Setting aside identity and status, individual differences among people can often surpass even those between species. How could true equality ever be realized? Constructing a relatively equitable social mechanism is indeed a formidable challenge for the powerful, and those capable of establishing rules, regardless of their external benevolence, are unlikely to create regulations that are unequivocally detrimental to themselves. Yet, it is commendable to harbor such a dream. Alas, it appears this aspiration may only serve to nurture dragons, for in human society, equality may, at times, be a luxury. "Christina, I can assist you. But this island and the lands that will rise in the future shall belong to the Targaryen family. As for the civilization that will develop upon this land, let it unfold naturally. The evolution of human society should never be constrained by any particular model. Individuals must forge their desired way of life with their own hands, and any force attempting to obstruct them shall be vanquished. You may first merge with the fishwood, and upon my return, I shall present you with a grand surprise." With that, Daenerys swiftly rode on the back of Malaise towards Stonehill, preparing to bring 3 metallic lions to position here, which would undoubtedly benefit the elevation of the island. Observing Daenerys' departing figure, Christina did not ponder long. Joyfully, she reverted to her crystalline form and merged with the fishwood. Upon receiving her energy, the fishwood began to grow at an astonishing rate, transforming into a towering giant tree within just a day and night. Its extensive root system spread throughout the island, stirring the molten lava deep within the land into a state of heightened activity. The volcanoes on the 3 islands began to erupt frequently, spewing forth searing lava and causing the island to rise several meters overnight. 3 days later, the hurriedly arriving Daenerys successfully integrated the 3 metallic lions into the 3 volcanoes, revitalizing the previously waning geological vibrations. Witnessing this spectacle, Christina should have been immeasurably delighted. However, she was shocked to discover that after merging with the fishwood, her consciousness had been entirely dominated and enslaved by Daenerys. Although Daenerys did not impose hardships upon her and granted her ample freedom, the sensation of being bound by a golden hoop was far from pleasant. A month later, the Holy Flame fleet arrived, bringing 500 Unsullied, along with 3,000 citizens of Holy Flame Island and a substantial supply of resources. They were the first group to pioneer the land of Aegon. Here, Daenerys established a new administrative system, a socialist structure. In principle, all individuals were equal, and all matters were subject to collective deliberation and decision-making. The Unsullied were tasked solely with maintaining order within the settlement and protecting them from the island's wild beasts. Aegon Island harbored numerous ancient pterosaurs, wild boars the size of bison, and colossal gray lizards measuring several meters in length, rendering the vicinity of the settlement quite perilous. With the assistance of Malays, a charming port town swiftly came into being. As the island's rocks had largely crystallized, the forged Dragonstone shimmered with the iridescent glow of glassy gems. The entire town, both by day and night, basked in a resplendent array of colors, truly resembling a celestial paradise. Miracice had excavated dragon lairs within the 3 volcanic craters, and astonishingly, all 7 dragon eggs stolen by the sheep thief hatched 3 months after being brought here by Daenerys. 4 of the hatchlings were gifted to her children who lacked dragons, while 3 remained on the island. 1, adorned with black scales and crimson wings, was named Vhagar and placed in the care of Aegon. A green female dragon, named Vermax, was assigned to the peak of Vanyra. The white hatchling, a small Miracice, found its home atop Vanyra Peak, serving as a tribute to the 3 founding dragons and the conqueror Aegon along with his 2 queens. The terrain surrounding the sacred fish tree was significantly elevated, earning it the name St. Daenerys Hill among the first settlers. Their vibrant port town was christened Daenerya. The multicolored glass stones of Daenerya shimmered with an ethereal glow beneath the setting sun, while the sacred flame fleet docked at the harbor, unloading their final supplies. The Unsullied, armed with spears, patrolled the newly constructed towering walls, which rose 100 meters high, enabling them to monitor the surrounding seas for hundreds of miles. The first settlers had long adapted to life on the island, cultivating fields and pastures, raising livestock. And even the priests and scholars at the cremation sites began to experiment with taming the island's pterosaurs as messengers and mounts. In the heart of the town, the fish tree was revered as the mother tree of St. Daenerys, radiating a gentle blue light day and night, providing shelter to its inhabitants. Bathing in the blue glow of the fish tree not only heightened their senses, but also allowed simple ailments to heal without medicine. The newborns in this land were not only robust and healthy, but also possessed an exquisite appearance, leading many to refer to this place as a land bestowed by the divine. However, tranquility did not last long. One fateful night, a vigilant, unsullied commander, the dragon, stood atop the lighthouse, keenly observing the dark sea with sharp eyes. In recent days, fishermen reported bizarre creatures entangled in their nets while fishing, deformed fish with gills or half-decayed deep-sea mollusks inscribed with strange runes. Even more unsettling was the abnormal rise in tide. At times when the tide should recede, the waters surged ominously, inundating parts of the newly constructed docks. All these signs suggested that something ominous was about to unfold. Something is amiss, the dragon proclaimed, raising a torch to illuminate the sea. The flickering light revealed the waters to be an unnatural shade of murky green, as if some viscous substance was dissolving within. Suddenly, ripples appeared on the distant surface of the water, and a shadow swiftly darted past. The dragon squinted, preparing to discern what it was. In the next instant, a grotesque fish face erupted from the depths. An ambush, the sea monster had arrived, and the assault from the deep dwellers came without warning. Dozens of monstrous beings leaped forth from the depths of the sea, their forms reminiscent of humanity, yet distinctly alien. Their skin cloaked in slick scales, webbed digits extending from their fingers, and their bulging eyes glimmering with an eerie green luminescence in the darkness. Armed with spears crafted from coral and blades honed from shells, They emitted a piercing shriek from deep within their throats. The enemy has struck. The sentinels immediately sounded the alarm. The shrill blast shattered the tranquility of the colorful town in an instant. Chapter 582. The Battle of the Deep Divers commences. The cacophonous horn rent the night sky, abruptly disrupting the serenity of the vibrant, glazed harbor. At long last, they have arrived. The 7-year-old princess Eliza hastily summoned her maid to don her leather armor, then mounted her pink dragon, Aphrodite, racing towards the dock. The 3-year-old Aphrodite, now as large as a wild horse, was barely fit for the battlefield. Meanwhile, 8-year-old Agaya commanded the castle's guards and servants alongside his barely 1-year-old yellow dragon, Gyala, flinging open the castle gates to welcome the residents of the colorful town inside. Isabel Castle, a splendid creation of Danila for Agaya and Eliza, though not grand in scale, was extraordinarily sturdy. Constructed entirely of glazed Dragonstone, its 50-meter-high, thick walls were almost inseparable, rendering them nearly impervious to assault. At the dock fortress, under the command of the commander of the Purists, the trained Purists moved with mechanical precision. The crossbowmen atop the city walls had already unveiled the steel casing covering the massive ballistae, swiftly loading 12 2-meter-long colossal bolts. This was the latest model of the rapid-fire ballista developed by St. Flame Island, capable of unleashing a volley of bolts simultaneously. The first wave of the deep divers' onslaught was ferocious. Hundreds, if not thousands, of grotesque, hybrid merfolk surged from the sea, their slick-webbed feet slapping against the glazed dragonstone of the dock with an unsettling plop. The foremost creatures wielded gigantic coral shields, effectively shielding their comrades behind them. Meanwhile, the long-armed fishmen hurled weapons resembling sea urchins from their waists, swinging their arms in a wide arc towards the city walls. Take cover. Boom, boom, boom. Many of the sea urchin-like projectiles detonated upon impact with the colorful walls, splattering a purplish-black venom everywhere. 2 purist warriors were unfortunate enough to be splashed in the face, smoke immediately curling from their skin, yet they gritted their teeth and held their ground until their comrades dragged them down from the walls. The commander's eyes glinted with cold resolve as he issued the command. Ballistae, prepare to fire. Release. Buzz. Countless bolts, each affixed with spiny dragon fire bombs, were unleashed simultaneously, massive arrows as thick as a baby's arm tearing through the night sky in a sweeping assault against the fishmen monstrosities. Thud, thud, boom. Accompanied by the sounds of sharpened weapons tearing through flesh and the explosions of spiny dragon fire bombs, a ghastly green flame engulfed all the fishmen creatures in its wake, utilizing the glow of the wildfire. The pterosaurs beheld that nearly half of the merfolk monstrosities had perished under the onslaught of the ballistae and thorn dragon firebombs in this round of attack. The remaining foes were swiftly consumed by the fearsome wildfire, for the newly forged flames now possessed a potency far beyond that of yore, retaining their all-consuming nature while exhibiting a newfound ferocity and endurance. Once carbon-based life forms became ensnared, the situation became virtually inescapable. Those deep divers struck directly by the thorn dragon firebombs were often rendered incapable of even a scream, their bodies melting away like wax figures beneath the scorching sun. As the initial barrage of ballista bolts ceased, a thunderous clattering of gears erupted from the mid-wall launch platform. 6 uniquely designed steel contraptions were hoisted onto the elevated platform. These were the latest inventions of the artisans of St. Flame Island, firebomb launchers resembling enlarged beehives, each aperture stuffed with dragon firebombs the size of cantaloupes. Once fully loaded and prepared, the archers promptly reported readiness. The pterosaurs, wearing expressions of cold derision, thought to themselves, let these grotesque seafood creatures savor the essence of roasting. Fire all projectiles. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of dragon firebombs traced elegant parabolas, accurately descending upon the throngs of deep divers surging toward the shore. Upon detonation, the firebombs unleashed a cascade of green powder. The moment this powder met the seawater, a violent reaction ensued. With a thunderous roar, a mushroom cloud erupted above the beach. The tens of thousands of deep divers, who had been eagerly sprinting toward the shore, were instantly thrown into disarray, with a significant portion sent flying. The intense heat scorched nearly all who remained. It turned out that this powder was composed of a uniquely blended material, which, instead of extinguishing upon contact with water, exploded violently. The deep divers writhed in the boundless flames ignited by the explosion, many attempting to retreat into the ocean, only to discover that the water was now hotter than lava. The green flames astonishingly continued to burn upon the water's surface, sporadically erupting in further explosions, inflicting grievous losses upon the deep divers' ranks. Just as the deep divers were left in utter disarray from this assault, a colossal whirlpool suddenly emerged upon the sea. A gargantuan deep diver leader burst forth from the depths, its head adorned with sharp horns, exuding an aura of malevolence. Its furious roar reverberated, causing the dock to tremble slightly. This roar seemed to serve as a rallying command, reinvigorating the injured deep divers, who charged once more toward the city walls with reckless abandon. Simultaneously, the ocean revealed countless larger merfolk monstrosities. Upon witnessing this, the pterosaurs furrowed their brows and swiftly issued orders for a second round of bombardment. The untainted ones immediately sprang into action, executing their reloading tasks with urgency and precision. Meanwhile, Eliza, riding Aphrodite, descended from the night sky, her pink dragon flames illuminating a significant portion of the dock. The pink young dragon has inherited the swiftness of Miracis and the agility of Clarkhew. Although it is merely a few meters in size, its combat prowess is astonishing. Particularly notable is its pink flame, which not only erupts with extraordinary intensity, but also possesses substantial volume, exhibiting formidable splattering and adhesive properties. In the face of Aphrodite's terrifying dragon fire, the leader of the deep divers deftly evaded the attack. Simultaneously, its massive claws lunged toward Aphrodite. With a resounding roar, Aphrodite effortlessly flapped her dragon wings, evading the deep diver's strike. Seizing the opportunity as it approached, she unleashed a torrent of flames, enveloping the hideous creature before her. At the entrance of Isabel Castle, Aegia was methodically directing residents into the fortress for refuge. Observing the pink flames soaring from the direction of the docks, she couldn't help but feel anxious for her sister. Daniela had warned them that Athyslia was at risk of facing dread foes at any moment. As the local lord, even though they were young, they must always be prepared for sacrifice. During this time, Eliza had honed her blood sacrifice incantations quite effectively. And when Aphrodite unleashed her dragon fire, she immediately activated her blood sacrifice secret technique. Thus, the searing dragon flames of Aphrodite easily ignited the deep diver. Accompanied by the creature's agonized wails, a surge of potent blood energy rushed back to Eliza and her colossal dragon. To avoid being struck by the desperate deep diver, Aphrodite swiftly distanced herself from the formidable behemoth, beginning to descend toward the endless monstrosity. The continuous influx of blood sacrifice energy invigorated Aphrodite, endowing her with seemingly boundless strength and unending dragon fire, allowing her to reap the lives of the creatures below at will. The energy released from the sacrificial aftermath began to enliven the entirety of Athyslia Island. Just as the defenders believed victory was assured, a terrifying arc suddenly rose from the distant sea. Ascend, Your Highness, quickly gain altitude. The leader of the Immaculates atop the watchtower felt his pupils constrict in alarm. Boom. Chapter 583. The true deep diver Aphrodite, upon sensing the anomaly at the sea's surface, swiftly beat her wings, ascending to an altitude of 1,000 meters. Below, the deep diver was already engulfed in the flames of the blood sacrifice. Even if Aphrodite ceased her fiery onslaught, it could not escape the clutches of the blaze. Eliza understood that a far more terrifying presence had emerged, so she hastily sliced her palm, sprinkling her blood upon the deep diver consumed by the sacrificial flames. The blood sacrifice flames, nourished by the blood of the nation, surged with vigor, as if animated, mercilessly torturing the creature's massive form. Many of its tentacles rapidly transformed under the scorching flames, and its colossal body began to shrink dramatically. Its magical power dissipated swiftly, akin to a deflating balloon. The searing agony of the flames elicited a deafening roar from the deep diver. The waves of pain and despair twisted its massive form, unleashing towering surges of water that shattered upon impact. The innocents upon the city walls succumbed to the assault of these sound waves, collapsing in agony, with many suffering from hemorrhages that rendered them unconscious. Even the townsfolk retreating towards the Isabel Castle were left disoriented by the cacophony, while infants wailed in sheer terror. Aphrodite, positioned directly above the deep diver, was thrust into the air, tumbling through the sky. The creature's robust tentacles lashed violently against the ocean's surface, causing monstrous waves to rise like a tumultuous tsunami. The surrounding rocks were effortlessly pulverized by its wrathful force, scattering into fine dust. Each convulsion of its body sent tremors through the earth and upheaval in the sea. Nearby islands witnessed the collapse of buildings and the uprooting of trees. The deep diver incessantly sought to free itself from the horrific flames of the blood sacrifice, even plunging into the depths of the ocean. Yet the sacrificial flames clung to it relentlessly, burning fiercely in its wake. As it passed, the seawater boiled violently, emitting thick clouds of steam. Amidst endless torment, Its consciousness began to fade, leaving only an instinctual drive to destroy, as if intent on dragging the world into the abyss of annihilation. The throngs of merfolk accompanying it faced dire consequences, with a significant portion perishing from the chaos. And nearly all who could not evade the flames were consumed by the blood sacrifice fire. Lacking the resilience of the deep diver, they succumbed within mere moments, transforming into ash. Their life essence dissipated as sacrificial energy upon the docks of the Kaleidoscope Town. The entire Kaleidoscope Town was now enveloped in the potent aura of blood sacrifice, with the ignited mermen ceaselessly devoured and reduced to ash. Simultaneously, under the influence of this sacrificial power, the flames began to actively ensnare the monsters of the sea. Any magical creature that approached was mercilessly ignited, becoming part of the sacrifice. The blue fishwood within Isabel Castle thrived under this sacrificial energy, growing wildly once again. The entire castle was bathed in a soft azure glow emitted by the fishwood, shimmering like the gentle ripples of a magical sea, providing a steadfast protection to the fortress. Inside the castle, even the terrifying roars of the deep diver were largely muffled, ceasing to affect the inhabitants. Moreover, under the soothing embrace of the blue luminescence, the anxious hearts of all were calmed, as if cradled in the arms of a mother, instilling a profound sense of security. The volcano atop Conqueror's Peak began to tremble, heralding the boiling of magma within. This caused the entire island of Atetysel to swiftly rise amidst violent tremors, expanding several kilometers with each wave of upheaval. The surging magical flames erupted from the depths of the earth, nourishing the young dragons Valyrian, Vhagar, and Meraxes, who resided within 3 majestic volcanoes. Their already impressive size, far exceeding that of their peers, expanded further at a visible rate. The 3 young dragons, now nearing 10 meters in length, swiftly approached the peculiar happenings at the docks of Rainbow Town. Meanwhile, an explosive disturbance occurred 100 miles off the coast, as a colossal claw covered in dark, scaly armor emerged from the tumultuous waves, rivaling the size of a small warship. The claw's tips glimmered with an eerie blue light, each talon resembling a bent bronze spear. As the waves receded, they revealed a fearsome head encrusted with barnacles, belonging to an ancient sea monster whose head alone was as large as the mightiest of battleships. It was the father of the abyss, Kraken. The voice of the leader of the Unsullied, a pterosaur, trembled with trepidation. It was the first time in 20 years of belonging to the Unsullied Legion that he had faltered. The fearless Unsullied, who were unafraid of death or any adversary, instinctively felt a profound dread and shuddering terror in the presence of such a legendary beast. The monstrous waves generated by the creature nearly obliterated the docks of Rainbow Town, with the surging sea even reaching the towering walls that loomed 100 meters high. Several Unsullied were tragically swept away by the waves, disappearing without a trace. Mere minutes later, the terrifying beast had stormed into the docks of Rainbow Town, its long tendrils striking the city walls like giant serpents. These tentacles, thicker than ship masts, quickly cracked the seemingly impregnable walls of the colorful glass Dragonstone. However, it was evident that Kraken was dissatisfied with this outcome, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated across the land and sea, as it wreaked havoc and furiously lashed at the walls with its fearsome appendages. Alyssa clutched tightly to the lock on Dragonin, while young dragon Aphrodite emitted a fearful whimper, for the monster before them was overwhelmingly colossal. Even Aphrodite, now over 10 meters long, appeared as a mere fly before a massive pig, though she had soared nearly 1,000 meters into the sky. A tendril as thick as a pillar suddenly shot towards her. In a moment of peril, Aphrodite swiftly rolled to the side, the tendril grazing her wing and stripping away several of her delicate scales. Prepare the heavy crossbows. Load the thorn dragon fire bolts. Whatever it is, do not allow it to enter Rainbow Town. The pterosaur's voice strained with urgency as he commanded the Unsullied to continue their fight. The heavy crossbows atop the walls unleashed another volley. Yet, even these specially crafted giant bolts merely bounced off Kraken as if they were toothpicks. The thorn dragon fire bolts detonated against its slick hide, leaving only charred marks. Clearly, the ancient sea monster's exterior was resilient enough to withstand the vast majority of fire-based assaults. Aegea stood beneath the azure fishbeam wood, her heart heavy with apprehension as she beheld the terrifying scene at the dock. At her feet, the young dragon, Gaia, anxiously exhaled sparks of fire. Witnessing her sister in peril, Aegea did not hesitate to pierce her own wrist. May your power be effective. With my blood, I summon your strength. She recited the ancient incantation imparted to her by the fishbeam wood. The warm crimson droplets fell upon the young dragon's head, and Gaia let out a pained roar. her body swelling as if inflated by air. Golden light seeped from the gaps between her scales, a forbidden technique to forcibly mature the young dragon. Chapter 584. United Sister, hold on a little longer. Observing Eliza, who was valiantly battling the terrifying kraken while riding Aphrodite, Aegon felt a profound sense of fragility, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. At last, Aegon made her resolution. As she sang the spell, she sliced her palm, channeling her essence and the surging blood into her young dragon, Gaia. Under the combined force of this blood bond and the overwhelming power emanating from the blue fishbeam wood, Gaia's size rapidly ascended like a balloon inflating. In less than half an hour, Gaia had grown to nearly 10 meters, resembling the newly adult dragon, Syrax, closely. Aegon's pallid visage, once marked by weakness, now bore a hint of solace. Without a moment's hesitation, she climbed onto Gaia's back, guiding her towards the dock. By this time, the deep dweller had been reduced to mere ash, and nearly all the people and monsters lay vanquished. The scorching energy of the blood sacrifice enveloped the entire island of Atlantis like a crimson mist. Bathed in this pure energy, Aegon's weakened body quickly replenished its strength, though she understood that the essence of her life may never fully restore. Meanwhile, Gaia, already in a unique growth phase, thrived amidst this dense sacrificial energy, reaping significant benefits. By the time they soared to the colorful town's dock, her length had approached 20 meters. With a powerful flap of her wings, Gaia sliced through the blood-red mist, her orange-golden flames cascading like molten gold upon the colossal abyssal beast. Simultaneously, Aegon began to chant the blood sacrifice incantation, hoping to draw the terrifying creature into the ritual. Alas, while the fiery breath ignited the kraken's formidable form, it was swiftly extinguished by the overwhelming malevolent magic within. Although many areas of the monster's body were ablaze with the sacrificial flames, the damage was akin to sweat evaporating, insignificant and ineffective. Gaia ascend. Although Aegon had been living with his dragon for over a year, the nuances of true synchronization eluded him, compelling him to exercise utmost caution. Currently, the island of Atlantis was enveloped by the intense, warm energy of the blood sacrifice, while the fiery magic deep within the earth stirred like a wild beast, rapidly boiling to the surface. 3 volcanoes erupted simultaneously, unleashing scorching flames that seemed almost sentient as they surged toward the kraken. Such an assault ultimately inflicted several colossal wounds upon the terrifying abyssal creature. The surrounding blood sacrificial flames, akin to beasts drawn by the scent of blood, eagerly licked at the creature's wounds. No matter how fiercely the kraken struggled, these flames clung to its flesh and magic with relentless fervor. Amidst the deafening roars of the kraken, this ancient sea monster fully emerged from the depths, its mountainous body adorned with glowing, jellyfish-like parasites. Many of its tentacles entwined with the remnants of sunken ships. Some of these vessels, based on their structure and decay, were at least 10,000 years old. Accompanying the volcanic flames were 3 young dragons, including Valyrian. Despite their modest size of 10 meters, having been born and nurtured amidst the 3 volcanoes, their dragon flames were formidable. The black dragon Valyrian unleashed a viscous, dark gray fire capable of effortlessly melting rock, skillfully weaving through the kraken's tentacles and igniting portions of its body with each fiery breath. While such injuries were trivial to the colossal sea beast, they provided an excellent opportunity for the blood sacrificial flames to penetrate deeper. In no time, numerous crimson holes resembling burst pustules appeared across the kraken's form. The white dragon Malasis, while spewing forth a searing grayish-white flame, agilely navigated the terrifying creature's sprawling tentacles. Malasis's flames were equally potent as those of Valyrian, yet possessed a thicker consistency and a jetting effect, igniting countless tentacles of the kraken. The surging blood sacrificial flames swiftly took advantage of this, consuming the tentacles that had merely been partially ignited. The extraordinary power of the blood sacrifice instantly surged into the interior of those tentacles, causing the kraken's robust appendages to wither. A vast amount of flesh and the surging abyssal magic was swiftly devoured and transformed into a blazing crimson inferno. The stout green dragon Vhagar, quick in her movements, though her orange-red flames lacked significant lethality, left numerous wounds upon the slick surface of the kraken with her sharp claws. Witnessing the effectiveness of her companion's attacks, the spirited Vhagar grew increasingly exhilarated. It targeted a robust tentacle of the kraken and lunged forward, sinking its sharp teeth into the flesh with ferocity. The kraken, feeling the pain, thrashed its tentacle wildly in an attempt to dislodge Vhagar. Yet, Vhagar held on tenaciously, its claws digging deep into the tender flesh. Suddenly, another tentacle of the kraken lashed out from the side, striking Vhagar with tremendous force and sending it crashing against a rocky outcrop. Shaking its head to dispel the disorientation, Vhagar forced itself to rise and take flight once more. Ascending above the kraken, it seized the opportune moment, retracting its wings and diving down like a cannonball. First, it unleashed a torrent of searing orange dragon fire to obscure its form, swiftly followed by its claws seizing a glowing parasitic jellyfish atop the kraken's head and tearing it away with vigor. The parasite was yanked free, eliciting a pained roar from the kraken that reverberated through the waters, causing a tumult. Taking advantage of this moment, the other young dragons intensified their assault, the flames of the blood sacrifice consuming the kraken's form through the wound. Just as the young dragons pressed their advantage, the kraken let out a deafening roar, its malevolent magic surging forth and forcibly dispelling the surrounding flames. Its massive tentacles lashed out like iron whips towards the young dragons. Aegea, riding Gaia, reacted swiftly, deftly evading the attack while countering with a breath of dragon fire. Having been enveloped in the energy of the blood sacrifice, Gaia felt an overwhelming surge of power. Transformed into a golden, searing flame akin to molten gold, she ignited every tentacle that came her way. Aphrodite, having engaged the kraken from the heights, remained unscathed but was utterly fatigued. Although Eliza replenished her magical energy through the blood sacrifice, she had lost too much blood in casting the ritual, leaving her in a state of considerable weakness. Beleren, however, was struck by a tentacle, tumbling through the air before regaining its balance. The other young dragons faced perilous moments, but managed to evade the kraken's frenzied attacks through agility. Chapter 585. The Ancient Dragon Soul. At this moment, Aegea was consumed with urgency, knowing that relying on the 5 young dragons to vanquish the kraken was nearly impossible. The fate of the countless residents of the Rainbow Town rested in their hands. Retreat was not an option. They could not afford to withdraw. Thus, while soothing the somewhat overzealous Gaia to prevent her pride from leading to devastating repercussions against the kraken, Aegea pondered their strategy. Eliza, riding Aphrodite, descended to a lower altitude, urging, "Sister, only by invoking the blood sacrifice can we hold a slim chance of victory. Let us unite our efforts." Without hesitation, Aegea sliced her palm once more, joining Eliza in chanting the incantation of the blood sacrifice. As their blood mingled, it transformed into a mysterious crimson rune, hurtling towards the kraken. The crimson rune, upon merging with the abyssal leviathan, summoned a torrent of sacrificial energy that surged towards the kraken, gradually manifesting into countless sanguine chains aimed at binding it. Naturally, the kraken resisted being ensnared by these blood-hued chains and began to struggle fiercely. Its colossal form stirred up monstrous waves that instantly engulfed the vibrant town. Fortunately, the townsfolk had already sought refuge within the castle, shielded by a protective barrier of azure fishwood. Thus the dreadful waves failed to breach its walls. However, the structures of the colorful town, crafted from the resilient multi-hued glass Dragonstone, were left in disarray by the onslaught. Yet the main edifices stood defiantly amidst the mire and tumult. Alas, the innocents, steadfastly defending the ramparts, suffered grievously, with hundreds swept away by the deluge. Despite this, the kraken, as an abyssal behemoth, possessed formidable magical resistance. The sacrificial rites could momentarily restrain it, but could not suppress it for long. Though the faces of Aegea and Alyssa had turned ashen, they continued to offer their blood. Seizing this rare opportunity, 5 young dragons unleashed torrents of dragon fire upon the deep-sea monstrosity. With each rapid dive, their talons carved deep gashes into the kraken's flesh. The searing dragon fire intertwined with the sacrificial flames, enveloping the kraken, which began to exhibit an increasing number of wounds saturated with the power of the blood ritual, its malevolent magic becoming increasingly chaotic. Moreover, fueled by the kraken's abundant essence and magical energy, the sacrificial energy in the atmosphere intensified. Regrettably, these injuries seemed trivial to the abyssal beast. In less than half an hour, the kraken, bound by the sanguine chains, resumed its violent struggles, shattering the chains with alarming speed. However, just as the kraken was on the verge of escaping the chains of sacrifice, the entire island of Adytislia trembled violently. In the eastern waters of the vibrant town's dock, 2 torrents of molten lava erupted forth like mighty dragons. Subsequently, 2 colossal volcanoes, each spanning several dozen kilometers, ascended from the ocean floor. Even more astonishingly, within the erupting magma emerged 2 immense lava dragons. With a roar that shook the heavens, the 2 dragons, as large as mountains, surged from the volcanic craters. The dragon on the left, entirely crimson, had molten rock coursing between its scales, radiating such intense heat that the surrounding seawater boiled instantly, distorting the very air. It seemed as though all existence before it would effortlessly be reduced to ash. The dragon on the right, adorned with resplendent golden scales, cast a luminous glow that rendered the nearby rocks akin to molten gold. With each breath, golden flames erupted forth, igniting the atmosphere around it. These ancient dragons towered over 200 meters in height, with wingspans exceeding 500 meters. The Crimson Dragon was the first to launch an assault, not exhaling dragon fire, but instead diving directly into the sea. The boiling waters vaporized upon contact with its body, forming a steam vortex of a kilometer in diameter. The Kraken suddenly emitted a pained wail, as the red dragon's claws ruthlessly tore apart its submerged form. The Golden Dragon's method of attack was even more enigmatic. It circled high above, its wings casting down countless embers. Upon contact with the sacrificial energy, these embers transformed into a torrential downpour of fire. Even more terrifying was the fact that each drop of this fiery rain pursued the Kraken's wounds like a living entity, burrowing in concert with the assault. Weakened, Aegon patted Gaia's neck. The yellow dragon immediately understood and, along with the other 4 young dragons, launched another barrage of dragon fire at the Kraken. Finally realizing the imminent danger, the Kraken frantically waved its tentacles in an attempt to escape. However, the red dragon suddenly soared from the depths, spewing not flames but concentrated magma. This crimson torrent struck the Kraken's colossal, deep blue gemstone crown, causing a web of cracks to appear on its surface. Hearing the call of the red dragon, the golden dragon swiftly folded its wings and plummeted like a meteor. Just as it was about to collide with the ocean's surface, it unfurled all its scales, each one erupting with dazzling golden light. These radiances converged into a beam of light that precisely penetrated the gemstone's fissures. The Kraken's body disintegrated in an instant, much like the gemstone, exploding into countless fragments, followed by the ancient shipwreck debris that had entangled it. Most horrifyingly, its luminescent, jellyfish-like parasites began to devour one another, ultimately transforming into a writhing mass of flesh attempting to flee back into the abyss. Yet the 2 ancient dragons would not permit such an escape. They simultaneously unleashed a thunderous roar, creating a perfect circular wall of fire on the ocean's surface. Even more astonishing, as they roared, 3 volcanoes erupted simultaneously, unleashing torrents of lava that wove together in midair to form a fiery cage, sealing the Kraken's last hope of survival. Blood sacrifice, Aegon and Eliza exclaimed in unison. The dragon fire from the 5 young dragons coalesced above the remnants of the Kraken, forming a swirling fireball. As the fireball fell, the entire sea was illuminated as if it were midday. The shockwave from the explosion temporarily displaced the seawater, revealing the seabed silt. After the explosion, it took over an hour for the ocean's surface to gradually regain its tranquility, the abyssal beast Kraken utterly annihilated. In the meantime, the sacrificial energy dissipated almost entirely. However, this energy had allowed Atlantis to expand to nearly 1 million square kilometers in size. Once a vibrant town jutting out into the sea of sunset, it now lay deep within a vast bay. Exhausted from the exertion of the blood sacrifice technique, Aegon and Eliza collapsed onto the dragon saddle. In the heights of the sky, a colossal red dragon suddenly spoke, announcing, "I am the ash of all things end." Awakened alongside the molten flames of the mountain of Inferno by the sacrificial energy of your blood, to assist you in combating the abyssal beasts. However, we are merely ensnared in the slumber of ancient dragon souls. Now, as the energy of the blood has been nearly exhausted, we too must succumb to slumber once more. The power of the abyss, once roused, is virtually inexhaustible. The stronger you become, the mightier your adversaries will be. Alas, it remains difficult to ascertain who truly embodies calamity in this world. If you wish to safeguard the peace of existence, strength may not be the sole path. Upon uttering these words, the 2 ancient dragons gradually transformed into flames, vanishing above the recently risen volcanoes. Chapter 586. The Wrathful Sea and the Slaughter of Demons. The moment Atlantis was besieged, Daenerys sensed the attack and immediately summoned the swift dragon, Myricus, to race towards the scene. She also issued a warning to all dragon riders, urging them to remain vigilant against the monsters emerging from the ocean. However, when Myricus soared over the waters southwest of the old town, a powerful malevolent energy abruptly halted their flight. At that moment, the summer sea was shrouded beneath low, roiling leaden clouds, as if they might plunge into the abyss at any moment. The fierce winds whipped up monstrous waves, emitting a frenzied roar. "It has arrived," Daenerya felt the ominous energy surging from the depths of the sea, her expression grave as she remarked, "This battle may prove to be quite arduous." Indeed, moments later, an enormous deep-sea creature materialized, its tentacles, as thick as masts, writhed like serpents, conjuring towering columns of water. The 100-meter-long dragon, Myricus, unleashed a thunderous roar, folding its wings and hurtling towards the deep-sea beast with a cacophony of sonic booms. At that moment, Daenerya was enveloped in purple-golden flames, her magical fire continuously flowing into Myricus. The dragon exhaled a torrent of purplish-red dragon flames, cascading down upon the deep-sea creature like a surging deluge. The beast agilely twisted its massive, supple form, its tentacles swiftly shielding its colossal head. Yet, those dexterous, thick appendages were instantly ignited by the dragon flames. Amidst Daenerya's sacrificial incantations, the purplish-red sacrificial fire awakened upon the creature's body, spreading rapidly like a terrifying tide. The surging sacrificial energy swiftly returned to Daenerya and Myricus, causing the dragon's scales to shimmer with a vibrant purplish hue as the invigorating magical fire dissipated the heavy clouds surrounding them. Suddenly, the deep blue crystal atop the deep-sea beast radiated an intense glow, releasing an extremely frigid energy that greatly restrained the sacrificial flames entwining the creature. The colossal beast of the deep sea seized the opportunity to lash out with several of its still intact tentacles, aiming to ensnare Myricus. However, with a deft sidestep, she evaded the attack effortlessly. With a rapid flutter of her wings, she soared above the creature's massive head, her razor-sharp claws striking towards the deep blue crystal adorning its skull. Yet, the parasitic jellyfish-like entities clinging to the beast's surface suddenly emitted an eerie azure glow, releasing a noxious, viscous toxin that surged towards Myricus. In an instant, a brilliant crimson light erupted from her chest as she executed a leap of over 90 degrees, narrowly avoiding the venomous assault. Turning swiftly, she unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, engulfing the jellyfish in an instant. The searing violet flames melted the frail, boneless giants, cleansing the beast's exterior of their presence, thereby significantly augmenting the surrounding sacrificial energy. At that moment, however, the surrounding waters began to boil ominously. Disaster! Another deep-sea behemoth was approaching. Daenerya realized the peril and urged Myricus to ascend. Indeed, as Myricus climbed higher, numerous thick tentacles surged from multiple directions, encircling her like black serpents. Utilizing her incredible speed, Myricus continuously unleashed dragon fire, igniting the tentacles that obstructed her path. Yet, there were too many, and the sacrificial energy in the surrounding waters soared rapidly. The ascending crimson energy tore through the heavy clouds, creating gaping holes, and beams of golden sunlight pierced the murky sky like swords. Daenerya understood that escaping the onslaught of the deep-sea monster was momentarily impossible, so she concentrated her energy to unleash a formidable magical assault. Gathering her purple-gold flames, her body became enveloped in scales akin to dragon hide. Drawing upon her own blood with the radiant sun sword, Daenerya infused the burning crimson runes generated from her palm into Myricus, who responded with a fervent heartbeat as the surging magical power coursed through her veins, illuminating her scales with a resplendent purple glow. The 100-meter dragon, Myricus, reached the pinnacle of her speed, transforming into a streak of violet light in the eyes of onlookers. With a crack, Myricus shattered the deep blue crystal atop the first beast's head, and as its anguished cries echoed, she unhesitatingly absorbed the remnants into her belly. Following that, she unleashed another breath of dragon fire, incinerating the remains as the terrifying sacrificial flames engulfed the creature, rendering it helpless against its fate. Its essence of flesh and magic was swiftly consumed and transformed by the blood-red flames, casting the entire sea into a purplish hue. The surging energy from the blood sacrifice allowed Daenerya and Myricus to maintain an abundant supply of magical power, enabling them to recklessly charge amid several colossal deep-sea beasts. The other three deep-sea monsters that had joined the fray quickly succumbed to the flames ignited by the blood sacrifice. At that moment, the coordinated efforts of the deep-sea beasts rendered Myricus unable to vanquish them. As time elapsed, Daenerya's heart grew increasingly anxious. Should such terrifying deep-sea creatures invade the island of Aegon, the young dragons under Eliza's care would stand no chance of withstanding them. Thus, Daenerya was compelled to commence a significant bloodletting, continuously forging blood sacrifice runes to enhance Myricus's combat prowess while endeavoring to exhaust the deep-sea beasts in search of an opportunity to eliminate them. Unbeknownst to her, A massive shard of ice suddenly materialized amidst the towering waves, piercing Malasis's dragon wing with a single, forceful strike, leaving a gash over 10 meters long across its expansive surface. Scalding dragon blood gushed forth, causing the blood flames on the sea's surface to surge like a volcanic eruption. With her pupils transformed into slit-like dragon eyes, Daenerys swiftly located a 100-meter-long sea dragon concealed behind the deep-sea beasts. This silver-gray sea dragon, slender in form, possessed scales that camouflaged seamlessly with the ocean, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. Realizing it had been discovered, the sea dragon ceased its concealment, leaping from the water's surface. Its frigid energy entwined with the surging waves, morphing into a deluge of ice blades that surged toward Malasis. Daenerys' body erupted once more with violet-golden flames, enveloping Malasis in a protective embrace. As Malasis exhaled dragon fire, she vigorously flapped her wings, the searing violet-red flames colliding with the overwhelming ice blades in an instant. The ensuing explosion unleashed a powerful shockwave, sending shattered ice blades crashing against Malasis's body and wings, inflicting numerous minor wounds. However, nourished by the surging energy of the blood sacrifice, these injuries, along with the earlier gaping wound inflicted by the ice shard, quickly healed to perfection. Chapter 587. The Ultimate Battle. The gathering of dragons harnessing the explosive force of the blast, Malasis swiftly extricated herself from the encirclement of the deep-sea beasts. Finally soaring high into the sky, the deep-sea monsters, disoriented by the explosion, staggered, allowing the blood flames to envelop their bodies. The 100-meter sea dragon was also propelled away by the intense and violent shockwave, its surface marred by countless small wounds from the shattered ice blades, while the searing dragon fire blackened much of its body. Seizing the opportunity, the blood flames surged into its interior. At that moment, a black-red flame, akin to a meteor, hurtled down from the clouds, crashing into the still-dazed sea dragon. At this moment, the colossal dragon Rapha, soaring across the Sea of Sunset, sensed the unusual disturbance and swiftly approached. With the force of a high-speed dive, Rapha, whose immense form exceeded 100 meters, crashed into the 100-meter sea serpent like a meteor, shattering its bones and scales. In the midst of his mournful roar, Rapha unleashed a formidable mental assault that penetrated the serpent's consciousness, rendering it momentarily incapacitated. By the time the agonizing pain roused it again, Rapha had already severed its neck. The searing black-red dragon flames consumed it entirely. Letting out a triumphant roar, Rapha reveled in his first kill. Meanwhile, the resounding roar of Dreamfire echoed nearby, her blue-black flames igniting the massive head of a deep-sea behemoth. In response to the creature's anguished cries, Dreamfire dove down, opening her jaws to seize the deep blue crystal atop the behemoth's head, swallowing it whole. Her enormous, sharp claws raked fiercely at the behemoth's head, tearing apart the massive jellyfish that clung to it. As the jellyfish launched a venomous attack, Dreamfire swiftly evaded their assault. Simultaneously, Isara riding the black dragon Azathoth and Isis commanding the blue-purple dragon arrived on the scene. Azathoth, the king of dragons in this new era, had devoured countless magical beings over the years, his size now nearing 100 meters, earning him the title of the contemporary Black Death. Although the noble purple-blue dragon Isilorn had not engaged in many battles, the resurgence of magical energy from the Lorne River had greatly benefited her, allowing her to approach the same impressive size as Azathoth. Seeing them arrive, Daenerys signaled for them to hold back while she hastened towards Atlantis. The dragon Rapha ignited the 100-meter sea serpent with just a few breaths of dragon fire, and the purplish-red blood sacrifice flames quickly enveloped the serpent. Bathed in the energy of the blood sacrifice, Rapha's crystalline heart pulsated like molten lava. As Rapha's magical power surged rapidly, he excitedly opened his massive jaws, unleashing a series of spherical dragon flames toward the deep-sea behemoths. Over the years, Rapha had consumed countless magical creatures, significantly enhancing the capabilities of his crystalline heart and amplifying the potency of his spherical dragon flames. Even the deep-sea behemoths, exceeding 200 meters in size, found themselves grievously affected. Their viscous forms erupted in blood and flesh, while many of their already ignited, robust tentacles were severed entirely. Without the support of their malevolent power, these tentacles were swiftly reduced to ashes by the blood sacrifice flames, transforming into a surge of blood sacrifice energy absorbed by the dragons. In order to prevent their battle's aftermath from endangering the coastal inhabitants, Isis and Isara deftly maneuvered their colossal dragons, gradually driving the oceanic behemoths towards the abyssal depths. Azathoth, clad in obsidian scales with razor-sharp edges, unleashed torrents of dragon fire as he plunged into the thicket of tentacles belonging to the deep-sea monstrosities. Any foolhardy appendage that dared to ensnare him would find itself severed in an instant with a mere twist of his body. Moreover, Azathos's pure black flames could ignite those encroaching tentacles as if they were mere candles, allowing the surrounding sacrificial inferno to recklessly invade the very bodies of the oceanic giants. At that moment, a gray-blue leviathan, exceeding 250 meters in length, slowly emerged from the depths. Its skin was encased in a heavy crystalline shell, and its head bore 3 pairs of eerie, luminescent organs, resembling 6 frigid stars. With its low, rumbling hum, the surrounding waters began to freeze rapidly, and a biting mist spread swiftly, crystallizing into sharp icicles atop the towering waves. Isara, be cautious. An ice element beast approaches. The dragon, Aeryon, was acutely sensitive to ice magic and was the first to sense the impending threat. In unison with her thoughts, Isis urgently warned her sister, Isara. However, the gray-blue behemoth had already lifted its head abruptly, its 6 glowing organs flickering in unison, unleashing a torrent of frost over 100 meters wide that surged skyward from the ocean's surface. Azathos quickly veered to the side, narrowly avoiding the icy onslaught. Yet, his tail was still grazed, instantly encasing it in a thick layer of frost. Roar! Azathos bellowed in fury, exhaling a stream of dragon fire to melt the ice clinging to his tail. Simultaneously, he plunged from the heights, his dark wings folding like blades as he crashed into the back of the gray-blue beast. The impact of this contemporary harbinger of death was akin to that of a meteor, causing the creature's icy shell to shatter with a resounding crack. The gray-blue leviathan let out a muffled groan of pain, but it cunningly retaliated with a sweeping tail strike, its appendage as thick as a warship's mast crashing down upon Azathos's chest. Bang! Even the robust Azathos felt his scales fracture under the brutal force. He was sent hurtling backward, scales splintering and searing dragon blood spilling forth, which only served to amplify the surrounding sacrificial flames. Nurtured by the blood ritual energy enveloping the area, Azathos's wounds began to heal rapidly. Isara clung tightly to the dragon saddle, nearly thrown off moments before. Drawing her valiant steel sword, she bit down hard and sliced her palm, invoking the blood fire. As her sword absorbed the sanguine essence, it ignited with a fierce blaze. With every ounce of strength, Isara fiercely struck towards the gray-blue behemoth, delivering a flurry of fiery blows. Swish, swish, swish. Several flames struck precisely at the glowing organs atop the Leviathan's head, causing them to crack instantaneously. The colossal beast emitted a pained roar, its icy armor shattered, oozing with luminescent blue blood. Yet, its ferocity only intensified. 6 damaged luminous organs flickered wildly, as the surrounding frigid mist coalesced into countless sharp icicles, hurtling towards Azathoth like a torrential downpour. Panic surged through Isara as her pupils constricted. Despite Azathoth unleashing a torrent of dragon fire, numerous ice blades still surged toward him. In that critical moment, a massive blue-violet silhouette abruptly interposed itself in front of Azathoth. Isalaron unfurled its wings, unleashing a tempest of blue-violet flames alongside a fierce blizzard, shattering the oncoming icicles into a fine powder. This relief allowed Isara to exhale. "Do not be careless," commanded Eshes, maneuvering Isalaron upward, her gaze fixed upon the gray-blue behemoth. "Its icy armor is too formidable. We must breach its defenses first." Chapter 588. The ultimate battle unleashed at this juncture. The furious Azathoth's enormous vertical pupil transformed into a blazing inferno. With a powerful flap of its wings, it surged towards the gray-blue creature once more. This time, it not only clashed directly, using its razor-sharp claws to tear through the gray-blue beast's icy exterior, but also circled the creature at astonishing speed. The obsidian dragon flames cascading down like a waterfall from the heavens, searing the beast's wounds, and allowing the blood sacrifice flames to gradually penetrate its body. Every 10 minutes, Azathoth would ascend several thousand meters high, then, akin to a falling comet, would strike forcefully upon the back of the gray-blue beast, shattering its scales, fracturing bones, and tearing flesh. Each collision dealt a devastating blow to the creature, particularly when one such impact landed squarely upon its head, obliterating 4 of its luminous organs in an instant. The shattered blue crystalline fragments of those organs were consumed by Azathoth, the pure energy within enabling it to fully recover from its previous injuries in less than half an hour. Moreover, with the aid of the blood sacrifice energy, Azathoth's heart began to exhibit signs of crystallization. Finally, the monster's icy armor could withstand Azathoth's relentless onslaught no longer, fracturing completely. The gray-blue beast, in a fit of rage, flailed its tendrils, attempting to seize the troublesome black dragon, but Azathoth, as agile as a shadow, evaded each time before the beast's tendrils could close. Meanwhile, Aisalarion's purple-golden flames surged like a relentless tide, firmly suppressing the icy powers of the gray-blue monstrosity, rendering its abilities utterly impotent. In the distance, Rafa and Dreamfire had each dispatched a deep-sea leviathan during this time. The fallen beasts could not withstand the searing assault of the blood flames, quickly reduced to ashes. This led to the surrounding waters being saturated with blood sacrifice energy, now palpable as a tangible flame. The myriad magical creatures and deep-sea dwellers that surged forth were instantly ignited. The frigid seas for hundreds of miles around transformed into a fiery inferno. The anguished wails of the deep-sea races soaring skyward, dispersing the heavy cloud cover entirely. Beneath the scorching sun, the terrifying bloodline powers appeared to grow even more agile and formidable, morphing into various fiery beasts that roared towards the reinforcements of the colossal denizens of the deep. Except for a few powerful deep-sea beings, the vast majority of magical entities stood no chance against the sacrificial flames, swiftly becoming part of the inferno. Lafa circled high above, her black-red dragon scales shimmering like molten lava in the dawn light. Her crystalline heart throbbed violently, each beat intensifying the surging and fervent magic within her. This caused the surrounding sacrificial energy to rapidly converge towards her, nourishing her heart's evolution and the enhancement of her blood power. Azathoth, Aeryon, and Dreamfire surrounded her, their dragon eyes reflecting the struggling leviathans beneath the waves. The sacrificial energy was sufficient. Let us utterly obliterate these grotesque monsters. Lafa's voice echoed in the minds of all the dragons and dragon riders. Aisalara and Ishis exchanged a knowing glance, immediately grasping her intent. Azathoth, after launching Aisalara onto Aeron's back, soared rapidly into the skies. Ishis urged Aeron to flap its wings, sending torrents of seawater flying and swiftly forming a circle of ice walls to prevent the return flow of the ocean. Suddenly, Lafa dove down from her lofty perch, her black-red flames no longer directed at the enemy, but instead pouring into the ocean's surface. Remarkably, upon contact with the seawater, the flames did not extinguish. Instead, they burrowed into the depths, fortified by the sacrificial energy, capable of temporarily resisting the encroaching waters. Roar! Azathoth followed closely, plummeting from the heights like a comet, his dark flames cascading like a waterfall, intertwining with Lafa's fiery breath as their bodies thunderously struck the ocean floor. Boom! The seabed instantly cracked open, a powerful shockwave triggering a massive tsunami that left all the deep-sea titans momentarily dazed. Not yet enough. Lafa roared, her crystalline heart erupting with blinding red light. Azathoth also unleashed a tremendous roar, conjuring a black flame fireball over 10 meters in diameter, born from his consumption of countless magical beings. The fireball surged down through the fissures they had created, directly penetrating the ocean floor. Boom! A deep, resounding crash reverberated from the seabed, causing the sea surface within several miles to suddenly swell, the waters boiling violently. The struggling giants were overturned by the sudden onslaught. Yet, even more terrifying phenomena loomed ahead as the ocean floor began to shatter completely under the catalyzing force of the sacrificial energy. Lifted up, Rafa, Azathoth, Dreamfire, and Aisalorn unleashed their dragon flames simultaneously. This time the inferno did not disperse, but converged into four towering pillars of fire that plunged straight into the oceanic rift. A thunderous roar echoed as the underwater volcano awakened. Scalding magma erupted from the fissure, instantly evaporating the surrounding seawater into a veil of mist. The colossal beasts ensnared by the sacrificial energy found themselves utterly unable to escape as the magma, like a living entity, entwined their bodies, searing their scales, melting their flesh, and obliterating their bones. The gray-blue beast chieftain writhed in a frenzy, its remaining two luminescent organs flickering with desperation as it endeavored to freeze the magma with icy magic. Yet the sacrificial flames had long since corroded its form, and the newly formed ice armor was swiftly consumed by the molten flow. At that moment, the underwater volcano erupted with full fury, a lava column exceeding 100 meters in diameter bursting forth from the sea, soaring into the heavens. The corpses of the deep-sea leviathans tumbled within the magma, their azure blood mingling with the crimson lava, emitting a sizzling sound of incineration. The sacrificial energy was absorbed by the volcano, intensifying its eruption. Rafa circled around the lava column, her black-red scales reflecting the crimson blaze, embodying the essence of a doomsday demon. Azathoth dove down, grasping a still-living beast in its claws and flinging it mercilessly into the lava. The creature's anguished cries were abruptly silenced as its body was reduced to ashes in the molten tide. Isilorn and Dreamfire refrained from further assault, instead vigilantly observing their surroundings. The eruption of the underwater volcano had stirred something deeper within the abyss. In the murky waters, immense shadows loomed, yet they seemed to fear the lava, not daring to approach. As the last beast was consumed by the molten fire, the volcanic eruption began to subside. A multitude of cooled volcanic rocks floated on the surface, forming a pitch-black island stretching several dozen kilometers. Rafa descended upon the newly birthed volcanic isle, her claws resting upon the still glowing rocks, her crystalline heart gradually steadying. Azathoth landed beside her, its dark scales stained with azure blood, yet its gaze remained sharp. This battle had been exhilarating. Excitement danced in Isaura's eyes. However, Isis furrowed her brow, glancing towards the depths of the ocean. What was that shadow? Rafa growled softly, a gravity settling in her dragon eyes. Something older, something more terrifying. Chapter 589, The Ultimate Battle, Abyssal Shadows. The dragon Rafa fervently throbbed her red crystalline heart, the sacrificial energy enveloping her causing black-red flames to ignite upon her scales. Azathoth had also retrieved Isaura. The shattered scales from their earlier collision began to shed rapidly under the nurturing power of the sacrificial energy, giving way to thicker and sharper armor, its molten gold vertical pupils still ablaze with battle fervor. Isilorn and Dreamfire circled high above, absorbing the sacrificial energy while vigilantly monitoring the increasingly dense shadows beneath the ocean's surface. That entity drew closer. Isis called out to the others, her hands instinctively tightening around Isilorn's saddle. At this moment, the sea lay ominously still, devoid of life except for the blood-red flames of the sacrificial pyre and the unstable new island that enveloped an area of several dozen kilometers. The increasingly dark hue of the water served as the only testament to the terrifying presence lurking beneath the surface. Suddenly, the water parted silently, revealing a colossal silhouette, far larger than the grayish-blue behemoth. Initially, it appeared as a mere shadow, but as it ascended towards the surface, its details became discernible. It was a serpentine creature exceeding 300 meters in length, its body cloaked in dark purple scales etched with twisted runes. Its head bore no eyes, only a massive mouth lined with spiral fangs, while dozens of pairs of clawed appendages adorned its sides, reminiscent of a grotesque hybrid between a centipede and a sea serpent. Most bizarrely, a miniature coral palace was embedded in its back, at the center of which floated a pulsating heart, an obsidian mass that oozed a viscous liquid, its surface adorned with luminescent, vein-like patterns. The drowning god, echoed Lafa's voice in the minds of all present. Is it truly the drowning god revered by the Iron Folk of Iron Isles? Ishis and Isaura gasped in disbelief. They never anticipated the resurrection of the drowning god. Perhaps it was time to send him back to slumber. Isaura tightened her grip on the reins of her dragon's saddle, entering a combat stance. The drowning god offered the dragons little time to react. It suddenly reared back, its enormous jaws opening to an unfathomable angle, a deep azure glow igniting from within its throat. Evade! Lafa's anxious voice resonated in unison within their minds, as she unhesitatingly unleashed a spherical torrent of dragon fire towards the drowning god. A torrent of energy, exceeding 50 meters in diameter, burst forth from the creature's maw, not frost, nor flame, but a highly concentrated abyssal magic, corroding the very air into hissing white vapor as it passed. The surrounding sacrificial energy was instantly dispersed by this dark force. Azathoth maneuvered urgently, yet the edge of its left wing was still grazed, the dark protective scales dissolving instantly to reveal the writhing flesh beneath. Lafa's dragon fire collided with the abyssal magic, resulting in a series of circular shockwaves that shattered the clouds above, the sacrificial flames on the sea, and the already boiling waters. A dense gray-white mist enveloped the area within several kilometers. High above, Isilorn dove swiftly, launching a surprise attack on the drowning god, its blue-purple dragon fire crashing against the creature's coral palace. However, the immense black heart within the palace throbbed violently, conjuring a layer of gray-black magical barrier that deflected Isilorn's flames. Azathoth attempted several dive-bombing strikes from above, yet none could breach the drowning god's magical shield. The dragon fire assaults, save for Lafa's fiery projectile, proved ineffectual against the formidable entity. The breath of the submerged deity unleashed a formidable magic that soon left the dragons severely wounded. Although they were rapidly recovering thanks to the nearby blood energy, they remained at a disadvantage. Attack in unison. With the stalemate persisting, the dragon Rapha roared, urging the others to join forces. For colossal dragons ascended swiftly to an altitude of 3,000 meters, then folded their wings and dove towards the submerged deity like meteors. Simultaneously, the sisters Isara and Ishis cut their palms, allowing their warm blood to merge with the scales of their dragons through the incantation of secret arts. The dragons Azathoth and Isilorn ignited with flames, their diving speed suddenly multiplying several times. Boom! Azathoth and Rapha, relying on their formidable physiques, shattered the deity's magical barrier and collided with its massive form, causing the exquisite coral palace to splinter into pieces. In an instant, searing and explosive dragon flames engulfed the enormous black heart, eliciting an unprecedented shriek from the submerged deity, causing the surface of the sea to boil. Seizing the opportunity, Rapha charged forward as the crystalline heart erupted with blinding bloodlight. With no reservations, she lunged at the monster, sinking her massive jaws into the pulsating heart. The viscous black blood gushed forth, hissing corrosively within Rapha's mouth. Yet, she refused to relent, swallowing the heart fragments whole. With blood as her offering, she resolutely performed a high-level blood sacrifice spell, having slashed her wrist to spill her blood upon the remaining black heart. Boom! The flames of the blood sacrifice erupted, surging fiercely into the pitch-black heart. The heart expanded violently, its veins bursting, before it exploded into a cloud of black mist, igniting in black flames. The massive form of the submerged deity stiffened, its dark purple scales visibly fading as it thrashed desperately to escape back into the depths of the sea. But Azathoth would not let this opportunity slip away. The black dragon descended once more, its claws piercing the monster's skull, anchoring it in place. Simultaneously, the other dragons unleashed their most ferocious flames upon the submerged deity. The might of the blood sacrifice flames surged forth, enveloping the deity entirely. Its already ashen body twisted and carbonized in the blaze, ultimately transforming into a grotesque statue, consumed entirely by the magma from the newly erupting volcano. With the fall of the submerged deity, the newly formed volcano seemed to expend all its energy, gradually falling silent. However, this nascent volcanic island had already expanded to a diameter exceeding 100 kilometers. It was perfectly situated between the Old Town and Atlantis. Merely 7 or 8 days' journey to the Old Town, serving as an ideal transit point between Atlantis and the continent of Westeros. Lafa wearily descended upon the volcanic isle. The radiance of the crystal heart dimmed significantly. Azathoth lay beside her, the wound on his left wing still oozing dragon's blood. Isilorn and Dreamfire followed suit, absorbing the energy from the blood ritual to restore their strength and injuries, while quietly awaiting the sea's return to tranquility. "We have triumphed," exclaimed Isillara, gently caressing Azathoth's snout with a sense of pride. Yet, Eshi's gazed into the distance, murmuring to herself, "This world has become increasingly bizarre. I wonder if any terrifying entities will awaken next." Chapter 590. Daenerys ascends. When Daenerys hurriedly arrived at Atlantis, she was astonished to discover that the battle here had also concluded. Although the lookout tower and walls of the Rainbow Pier were severely damaged, and the Rainbow Town lay in tatters from the monstrous waves, victory had indeed been secured. "Oh, my daughter, my precious," Daenerys exclaimed, apprehensively embracing Aegea and Eliza. "Thank the heavens, you are unscathed." Noticing Gaia had grown to over 30 meters, Daenerys immediately sensed something amiss and rushed to the blue fishwood to access its memories. "How dare you?" Upon uncovering the truth, Daenerys could no longer contain the tempest of fury within her. "Atlantis, since it has already sunk, let your civilization and memories vanish forever into the annals of history." "No, Daenerys, please do not act thus. You witnessed the circumstances. We had no other choice." The remnants of Christina's consciousness hastily explained, sensing Daenerys' impending wrath. "Not at all, Christina. You had no choice, while I can freely make my own decisions. Christina, or perhaps I should call you Atlantis. You deceived others, but you cannot fool me. There is no such thing as Atlantis civilization. The so-called Atlantis continent is merely your true form. You are no different from those so-called deities, for every increment of your growth. The abyss that is your counterpart simultaneously expands. My dragons and I are nothing more than your revived guardians and martyrs. How could you?" The remnants of Christina's will instantly recognize the peril and prepared to extricate herself from the fishwood. "It is too late. Within the fishwood, everything is governed by my will. Neither you nor those crystalline beings yearning for revival shall use me as a mere instrument any longer." I shall sever your ties to the sea of elements and ensure your eternal descent. You cannot mean, indeed, ascension. At that moment, Daenerya was engulfed in violet golden flames, and the blue fishwood was ignited in an instant. The consciousness of Atlantis residing within the azure fishlamute could only emit a few mournful cries before being utterly sacrificed by Daenerya. Mother! A foreboding feeling surged in the hearts of Aegon and Eliza, prompting them to rush forward in an attempt to halt Daenerya. Yet it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Daenerya had completely transformed into a blaze of flames, merging with the azure fishlamute. No. The Aegon sisters were instantly engulfed in panic, crying out in anguish, "Do not do this, Mother! We beseech you, do not proceed like this. Regardless of the formidable foes we face, we have grown. We are capable of fighting alongside you. Mother, we implore you, we cannot do this without you." The azure fishlamute blazed fiercely in the amethyst flames, and Daenerya's figure had entirely melded into it. Aegon and Eliza knelt beneath the tree, their tears evaporating before they could fall due to the intense heat. "Mother, please." In her agitation, Aegon's hands were already covered in dragon scales, the hard ground causing her nails to bleed, yet she remained oblivious. Daenerya's consciousness soared amidst the flames, penetrating the barriers of the material world, reaching the very edge of the sea of elements. Here lay a chaotic ocean of magical energy, where the arcane forces from countless worlds converged, forming an incessant whirlpool. Deep within this vortex, a familiar figure awaited her, her avatar, a manifestation of pure magical essence she had left behind years ago, now suppressing the passage between the sea of elements and the mortal realm. "You have finally arrived." The voice of the avatar mirrored Daenerya's perfectly, yet carried a colder tone. The crystalline entities were assaulting the seal. Daenerya will swept across the sea of elements. Indeed, amidst the chaotic torrent of magic, dozens of translucent crystals were violently battering against the barrier. They took on various forms, some resembling bizarre humanoid creatures, others appearing as flora, fauna, or peculiar ancient beings, yet all pulsated with a voracious will at their core. They were deities buried by history, parasites that survived by consuming the energy and faith of the world. Henceforth, the realm of reality would no longer serve as their pasture. Daenerya scoffed. "It is time for this to end." The avatar and the original raised their hands in unison. The amethyst flames erupted within the sea of elements. The fire did not merely burn, it wove itself into countless chains, entwining the passage to the sea of elements. In the name of earth, water, wind, and fire. By the blood of dragons. By the wishes of all beings in this realm. The chains suddenly constricted. Crack. The connection between the sea of elements and the mortal realm was forcefully severed. The crystalline entities emitted silent shrieks, their source of power cut off, their cores beginning to fissure. The weakest among them shattered instantaneously, dissolving into nothingness. The slightly stronger ones frantically fled towards the deep sea, seeking new hosts. Yet Daenerya was already prepared. The ruins of Atlantis would become your prison. In the present world, the burning blue fishlamute suddenly erupted with a blinding radiance. The trunk fissured, revealing the crystalline veins within, the magical core of the continent of Aditisia, currently being reshaped by Daenerya's will. Boom! The entire island began to tremble. As 7 gigantic crystal columns rose from the surrounding waters, their surfaces etched with draconic runes. Centered around the fishlamute, they formed an immense magical array. "What is Mother doing?" Eliza, wiping her tears, gazed in astonishment at the scene before her. Aegon's dragon eye contracted sharply. She was establishing the gate of all realms. Through the blurred projection before her, various visions faintly emerged. Some columns displayed frigid landscapes, with ice wraiths roaming freely. Others revealed raging black flames, where colossal dragons clashed. And yet others depicted cities of steel and technology. "These are the possible future worlds." Aegon whispered. "Mother intends to monitor every timeline, preventing the crystalline life from awakening in other realms." As the flames gradually extinguished, the blue fishlamute transformed into a purple golden crystal tree, for fruits hung from its crown, each corresponding to earth, water, wind, and fire. Daenerya's voice emanated from the tree, gentle yet divine. "My children, these are fruits for the dragons, each representing different elemental dominions. Safeguard this world and all worlds." Mirices swiftly consumed the red fruit that represented fire, transforming into a blazing flame that soared above the new sun. Under the radiance of the new sun, many remnants of malevolent ancient powers around the world dissipated. Shortly thereafter, Hogdila consumed the fruit of earth and sank deep into the ground. Daenerya then planted fishlamute throughout the world, rapidly traversing the realms. First, The 10 volcanic peaks of the Valyria ruins finally calmed. Over 100 dragons ensnared by the volcanic eruptions were liberated at last. After Vhagnara ingested the fruit of water, she melded seamlessly into the ocean. Hoggrass transformed into a gentle breeze, roaming the world. She not only dispersed the toxic gases and haze surrounding the Valyria ruins, but also brought abundant rainfall to the arid lands of Doran and the kingdom of Icilia. Is Mother still here? Eliza caressed the trunk, her heart filled with longing as she inquired about her sister. She is everywhere, Aegon affirmed. As the sea breeze rustled through the branches of the crystalline fishremoot, it emitted a melodious chime, as if in response. In the corners of countless parallel worlds, the shadow of a purple-golden tree quietly materialized along the timelines threatened by crystalline life. A pair of burning purple-golden eyes surveyed all beings. Chapter 591. Each inning one. What did you say? Sent on a mission by Daenerys to hunt the oceanic behemoths in the Narrow Sea and the Shivering Sea. Rhaenyra's resentment towards Daenerys had nearly reached its breaking point. However, when the newly appointed Earl of White Harbor, Torrhen Manderly, conveyed the news of Daenerys' demise in Ethelis, it pierced Rhaenyra's heart like a dagger, causing her pain so acute that it rendered her breathless. This was utterly impossible. There could not exist anything in this world capable of inflicting harm upon her. What on earth was happening? At that moment, Rhaenyra felt as though her chest might explode from the pressure. Disregarding her composure as she seized Torrhen by the collar, her eyes ablaze with fury. Torrhen, as Daenerys' loyal confidant and uncle, was equally incredulous. Daenerys was not only the queen to whom Torrhen had pledged his fealty, but also the enchanting figure of his youthful dreams. Your Grace, how could I possibly wish to believe this? He exclaimed. Yet, this was an announcement jointly issued by Aegon and Princess Alyssa, leaving no room for doubt. Releasing Torrhen, Rhaenyra hurried towards her formidable dragon, Syrax, her mind consumed by a singular desire, to travel to Ethelis and ascertain the truth. Upon her arrival, Daenerys' children had gathered, and though they struggled to confront the reality of the situation upon hearing Aegon and Alyssa's explanations, they had no choice but to accept the grim truth. Under the guidance of their eldest, Aeryon, the siblings carved a likeness of Daenerys from driftwood, to be returned to Dragonstone for a grand funeral. The populace of the 10 Kingdoms plunged into mourning over Daenerys' passing. Many commoners spontaneously erected altars in their homes to honor her likeness. All the septs of the 7 and the squares of major cities erected statues of Daenerys, paying homage to her divine status. The Targaryen royal family, the faith of the 7, the citadel, and the nobility collectively deified Daenerys, venerating her as the guardian goddess, Saint Dina, while also bestowing upon her the title of the first empress of the 10 Kingdoms, the Holy Flame Empress. Daenerys became the first sovereign in human history to receive the title of empress and remained the only empress for over 3 centuries thereafter. Within the frozen halls of the castle atop the lonely mountain, Alicent trembled as she finished reading the letter in her hands, her once icy demeanor now engulfed by tears. Godfrey, Dynax, the last 2 beings in this world capable of loving me unconditionally, have finally departed. Godfrey was the ice wolf gifted to Alysanne by Bernard during his lifetime, now grown to the size of a wild stallion, a true ruler of the land. Dynax was Alysanne's newly tamed dragon, her black and crimson scales and fierce temperament solidifying her title as the goddess of the hunt. Bernard, one of Daenerys' 7 great lords, had recently succumbed to a chill in Winterfell. Daenerys departed from Adorathelia solely to preside over his funeral, thereby granting the abyssal beasts the opportunity to invest in Adorathelia. In the present day, the Lonely Mountain has been fortified by Daenerys with 2 metallic lions as guardians. This region, already rich in large gold and iron mines, has seen a significant enhancement in the quality and output of its resources since the metallic lions took residence. Consequently, Changhu Town has emerged as the new central city of the north, surpassing Winterfell in trade volume, with only White Harbor and Island's Karen Bay benefiting from their transportation advantages, able to rival its prosperity. Upon learning of Daenerys' fall, the Duchess of Winterfell, Island, was so overcome with grief that she went into premature labor, enduring a tumultuous 2-day ordeal. It was only after Island arrived and cradled her beneath the weirwood tree in Winterfell, invoking Daenerys' blessings, that she was able to successfully deliver a daughter, aided by the magical energies emanating from the tree. However, Island tragically lost the possibility of conceiving again due to this difficult birth. Though tinged with sorrow, she ultimately succeeded in bringing forth the legitimate heir to Winterfell. Duke Cregan Stark promptly arranged a betrothal between the daughter, Lyanna, and Island's son, Dominic, thus uniting the 2 most prominent families of the north. The astute Dominic, Although the reincarnation of the Red King was nurtured under the careful guidance of Daenerys and Aegon, and did not evolve into the malevolent skinning prince. Instead, he grew to embody the same politeness and thirst for knowledge as his father. Following the betrothal to Lyanna, Duke Cregan took him under his wing as an adopted son, grooming him as the future heir. Tragically, Duke Cregan succumbed to illness at the age of 35. Thus, in the ensuing years, Aegon and her sister Aegon cohabitated, jointly caring for the two children. It was not until 2 decades later, after the children wed and assumed control of Winterfell, that they embarked on a global journey upon their dragons. In recent years, Aegon has largely reversed the matriarchal dominance in Stonehearth, although women still hold a significant majority in the military and government. Nevertheless, the concept of gender equality has begun to gain widespread acceptance among the populace, achieving equality even earlier than in later eras. With the power of dragons in Omerion's hands, no one dared to challenge his authority. Throughout his 60-year reign, he not only established true gender equality in Stonehearth, but also transformed it into the economic hub of the western coast of Westeros. The pirates of the West Coast and the sea monsters of the Sunset Sea have vanished without a trace. In the wake of Daenerys' demise, her descendants harbored deep-seated resentment towards the oceanic leviathans. Every dragon rider, upon mastering their dragons, would venture into the sea to hunt them down. This relentless pursuit led to a drastic decline in the population of sea monsters worldwide, culminating in the near extinction of even the colossal whales and giant sharks. After the untimely demise of Daenerys, far across the eastern realm of Questamen, Daemon Targaryen was engulfed in profound sorrow, appearing to age decades overnight. It was not until 2 months later that he gradually emerged from his grief, only to embark on a series of frenzied actions. The reason Daemon remained stationed in Questamen was that although he had seized the city for Icilia, the Immortal Temple and the royal family of Questamen were fortified by numerous sorcerers and wizards possessing arcane powers, which deterred Daemon from exerting too much pressure for fear of inciting relentless retribution. Thus, a delicate balance was maintained among the 3 factions. Now, with the sudden passing of Daenerys, Daemon, after traversing through his initial mourning, resolved to act decisively. He commanded the colossal dragon Clarkshiu, now nearing 80 meters in length, to ignite the Immortal Temple, where the immortals and wizards, barely clinging to life, were engulfed in flames. The blood sacrifice at the Immortal Temple granted Clarkshiu an overwhelming surge of power, causing his size to expand nearly to 100 meters within a month. Following this, Daemon unhesitatingly torched the thousands of palaces belonging to the Questamen royal family, resulting in the near-total annihilation of tens of thousands of nobles and their servants. With only a scant few escaping the inferno, Clarkshiu consumed the charred remains over a span of 10 days. Chapter 592. The fates that await Daemon's mad actions inevitably provoked a savage retaliation from the surviving wizards and sorcerers. However, Daemon remained inseparably accompanied by the dragon, and thus, the Avengers ultimately became mere delicacies for Clarkshiu. This led Clarkshiu to develop a penchant for devouring sorcerers. Once he sensed the approach of a wizard, he would roast and consume them without needing Daemon's command. With the absence of the Questamen royals and the immortals to restrain them, the kingdom of Icilia achieved complete unification of the Red Wasteland, decisively occupying this pivotal port city that bridged the east and west. Meanwhile, the Celestial Empire of having suffered significant losses from extreme weather, found its power severely diminished. As Icilia provided them with material support, they seized the opportunity to foster several puppet regimes. During these years of rampant magical proliferation, the terrifying monsters to the east of the 5 forts grew exceptionally powerful, ultimately rampaging into and inflicting further devastation upon the already struggling Golden Empire. In a bid to secure the support of the Icilian kingdom, various factions within were compelled to demonstrate their utmost sincerity, restoring the legal status of the Mouron royal family and expressing willingness to cede the northern territories of to Icilia. Naturally, as the sovereign of a burgeoning nation, Icilia would not overlook such advantageous offerings. Thus, he led his elite legion, accompanied by Daemon riding Clarkshiu and the gluttonous Osirian, into the northern grasslands of emerging from the Bone Pass of the Bone Mountains. However, rather than hastily engaging in battle with the monsters at the 5 forts, they first subdued the Dugiesni tribe on the northern plains, thereby augmenting their forces with an additional 20,000 elite cavalry. Afterward, they launched a coordinated assault on the 5 forts, where 2 colossal 100-meter dragons and a formidable patterned pterosaur emerged. The invading half-orc monsters and their various magical beasts, which encroached upon the vicinity of the 5 forts, were swiftly driven into the shadowy lands of the southeast. Following the repulsion of the invaders, the kingdom of Icilia hastened to organize its forces to forge Dragonstone. In just half a year, they reconstructed a magnificent Dragonstone wall, stretching hundreds of miles, upon the ruins of the 5 forts. In the ensuing years, centered around this wall, the kingdom of Icilia expanded its dominion to encompass over 3 million square kilometers of land in the eastern and northeastern territories. They harnessed the contours of the eastern mountain ranges to erect an east border wall that spanned north to south, thoroughly safeguarding the lands they had claimed. Seizing the opportunity presented by the turmoil in the southern territories, Icilia led a grand army southward, ultimately conquering the entirety of the eastern lands, thus establishing a super kingdom that extended across the Bone Mountains, with a total area exceeding 20 million square kilometers. However, out of respect for Daenerys, Icilia refrained from claiming the title of emperor throughout his life and forbade his descendants from posthumously elevating him. With the stability of his eldest daughter's kingdom assured, the ailing demon, riding his mighty dragon, soared eastward, never to be seen again by the public eye. Yet, adventurous mages in the shadowy lands east of Asha claimed to have witnessed an elder battling the monsters of the shadowy realm atop a red dragon. Others spoke of a wondrous place within the shadows, where luminescent fishwood dispelled the endless darkness. Furthermore, some declared that deep within the shadowy lands, an ancient seal had been broken, unleashing a terrifying entity. However, centuries passed without anyone suffering harm as a result. On the contrary, the eternally shadowed Asha appeared markedly brighter than before. Yet, this enigmatic and malevolent magical capital seemed as if it had been severed from its source of energy, as magical energy dissipated more rapidly than in other parts of the world. Riding the devourer, Aeryon, after seizing Great Morak Island, landed with his loyal legions on the continent of Sothros. They first eradicated and incorporated the pirates of the Serpent Lizard Isles, all while planting fishwood and clearing the ancient Blackstone ruins. With the aid of the Dragon Devourer and increasingly powerful patterned pterosaur mounts, he established his own Aesir kingdom in the northern reaches of Sothros within a few short years. However, the tides of magical energy had revived the ancient races of the Sothros continent. Orcs, elves, fishmen, goblins, half-orcs, along with various dinosaurs and reptilian beasts. Each claimed their own dominions across the vast expanse of Sothros. Once Aeryon secured his foothold in the north, he discovered that the ancient races of this continent harbored deep-seated grievances, quickly plunging into an endless cycle of chaos. Elves and half-orcs employed various tactics to contend for the forests. Fishmen tribes and goblins engaged in bloody skirmishes along the coastal marshes, and the orcs, having tamed dinosaurs, relentlessly expanded their territories, exhibiting an air of supremacy over the realm. Aeryon steadfastly maintained his kingdom, determined not to become a target. When the elves incinerated the sacred tree of the half-orcs, igniting a fierce conflict, Aeryon prudently withdrew from the contentious region. As both factions suffered severe losses, he not only welcomed a multitude of elven artisans and half-orc beastmasters, but also seized control of a vast expanse of new territory. This strategy of exploiting the discord between adversaries proved remarkably effective. During the skirmishes between the beastmen and the dinosaur race, he acquired dinosaur eggs at a bargain. And after the goblins attacked the fishmen, he rescued captives in exchange for underwater technology. The gluttons circled above the capital, while the patterned pterosaurs regularly patrolled the borders. Aeryon seldom called upon the dragons to engage in battle, yet every race understood the dire consequences of incurring his wrath. Over the span of 5 years, the territory of the kingdom of Aesir expanded quietly to over 10 million square kilometers. The natural protective barrier formed by the fish beam would allow Aeryon to sense any disturbances within his realm instantaneously. All races that dared to offend the kingdom of Aesir had become prey for the gluttons and Aeryon's dragons. Because he never initiated aggression, various races bore him no animosity. Within the kingdom of Aesir, diverse races coexisted harmoniously, free from any form of racial persecution, rendering Aeryon's realm a veritable paradise in the eyes of all peoples on the continent of Sothros. Consequently, waves of refugees flocked to his domain, bringing with them unique skills. As the border outposts of the kingdom of Aesir continually advanced towards the front lines amidst ongoing conflicts. Ultimately, at the mouth of the Emerald River, the largest river traversing the central region of Sothros from east to west, Aeryon convened the leaders of various races to establish the Sothros Federation, aiming to put an end to senseless wars, while a human officer consistently served as the commander of the allied forces. When the last opposition was devoured by the gluttons, the continent of Sothros entered an uncanny peace. Only Aeryon understood that the true challenge lay in the southern jungles, where the fish beam would resolutely refuse to take root, leaving the question of what other terrifying entities might lurk there unanswered. Chapter 593. The Might of Ossarian Loras, the smallest among the 9 free trade city-states, faced its demise after enduring over a decade of extreme weather, which further weakened its already fragile foundations. The few thousand survivors owed their escape from disaster to Queen Isith of Loina, who provided refuge in Nofas during the harsh conditions. Thus, when the extreme weather finally subsided, the Lorasans, having adapted to their new lives, chose to remain in the kingdom of Loina and did not return. Hence, the free trade city-state of Loras was irrevocably declared extinct. Daenerya, the emperor of the sacred flame of Ossarian, bore a prodigious child, born alongside 5 young dragons amidst the thunderous skies. However, to ensure his safety, Daenerya decisively separated him from his 5 dragon companions and entrusted him to his biological father in Blophos for upbringing. Yet, a child of destiny cannot be contained. At the tender age of 12, Ossarian, guided by the resonance of his bloodline, uncovered the wild thunder dragon, Sol, upon the frozen, trembling sea. A peculiar dragon, adorned with 2 short T-Rex-like claws on its chest, has grown to an impressive size of 100 meters under the meticulous care of Ossarian, achieving this remarkable stature before even reaching the age of 20. The rapid growth of Sol, as the dragon is named, is directly linked to its exquisite diet. Following the cessation of extreme weather, the waters near the trembling sea have become teeming with colossal magical creatures. Daily, Ossarian navigates his dragon through the skies above the trembling sea, hunting an abundance of these magical beings. Particularly after the recent passing of Daenerya, Ossarian stumbled upon the abandoned city of Loras, now overrun by a horde of gigantic sea monsters. To his astonishment, the leader of these monstrous beings was a bizarre creature, adorned with a golden circlet atop its head, measuring 100 meters in length. Ossarian immediately recognized it as the very monster his mother had described, one that had been birthed in the subterranean realms of the old town, devoured partially by Rafa, and subsequently annihilated in form by Daenerya. Remarkably, within a mere few years, this creature had grown to such a formidable size. Ossarian speculated that its swift recovery was likely tied to the labyrinthine depths of Loras, for he could distinctly sense the overwhelming surge of magical energy emanating from the labyrinth, almost palpable in its intensity. Crouched upon the back of his dragon's soul, Ossarian preferred the physical connection to his beast over the comfort of a saddle. His silvery hair billowed in the fierce winds, and as he squinted his eyes, he gazed down upon the ruins of Loras. This once thriving free trade city now lay submerged in seawater, reduced to crumbling walls and remnants, shrouded in an eerie, blue mist. "Soul, do you feel it?" He gently stroked the dragon's scales, engaging in a telepathic communion. The unique dragon, with its T-Rex-like claws, responded with a low rumble, its dark, golden vertical pupils shimmering with electric energy. As a rare, thunderous dragon, Soul possessed an acute sensitivity to magical fluctuations. At that moment, he sensed a menacing pressure emanating from the depths of Loras, a presence far more terrifying than the monstrous beings prowling the deep sea. "First, we shall deal with those lesser creatures." Ossarian's magical energy surged, igniting the Valyrian spear in his grasp with fierce flames and arcs of violet lightning. Soul dove suddenly, folding his wings like blades, his extraordinary speed creating a series of sonic booms. With a thunderous roar, a lightning bolt over 10 meters in diameter descended from the heavens, striking directly into the throng of sea monsters at the Loras harbor. The electric current rippled through the water, causing dozens of giant octopus-like creatures to convulse. Their tentacles charred and curled. A 30-meter-long six-eyed sea beast erupted from the depths, its maw gaping to a horrifying 180 degrees, unleashing a torrent of razor-sharp water blades. Ossarian swept his spear horizontally, unleashing the power of thunder and obliterating the water blades into a fine mist mid-air. Seizing the opportunity, Soul lunged downwards, his T-Rex-like claws piercing through the skull of the six-eyed sea beast, shredding its gills and stout neck. Blood splattered like ink, and the lamentations of the sea beasts came to an abrupt halt. Soul unleashed a breath of dragon fire, igniting the creature in an instant. Amidst the ritualistic chants of blood sacrifice from Ossarian, the sea beast transformed into pure sacrificial energy, flowing back towards Soul and his companions. Yet, at that moment, an even greater horde of monsters surged from the depths of the ocean. Their skin was adorned with nacreous scales, and their heads boasted coral-like horns, clearly indicative of a mutation caused by prolonged exposure to potent magical energies. Ossarian's gaze grew increasingly frigid, for had he not noticed in time, This legion of sea monsters would have wreaked tremendous havoc upon humanity. Soul, unleash the storm domain. The purple dragon, in perfect synchrony with Ossarion's thoughts, let out a majestic roar that pierced the heavens. With its foreclaws crossed over its chest, brilliant purple lightning erupted between its scales. In an instant, the skies darkened, and a tempest was conjured, transforming the area within a 500-meter radius around Soul into a tempestuous storm. Crack! The sea churned violently, as countless electric serpents danced through the depths. Lesser sea monsters were instantaneously carbonized, while the slightly stronger ones convulsed uncontrollably. Ossarion raised his Valyrian spear high, crackling with thunderous fire, causing the nearby atmospheric phenomena to grow ever more tumultuous. Strikes of purple lightning, guided by his command, swiftly reduced the approaching sea monsters to charred remains. Above the ruins of Rolas, the tempest continued its relentless rampage. Soul's breath of dragon fire engulfed every sea creature in flames, and the overwhelming sacrificial energy spread like crimson fire around the Rolas archipelago. The chilling magical energy emanating from the Rolas labyrinth was gradually suppressed. Standing atop Soul's back, Ossarion's silver hair billowed wildly, surrounded by swirling purple lightning. His Valyrian spear had transformed into a staff of thunder. Each swing invoked a shift in the celestial order. Every successive bolt of lightning struck with pinpoint accuracy, incinerating the relentless tide of sea monsters. Soul, akin to a deity of thunder, with wings that blotted out the sun and flames of purplish red, not only ignited the sea monsters, but also set ablaze the remnants of magically infused flora and structures upon the Rolas Islands. Apart from the towering fishbeam trees previously planted by Daenerya, no other trees could escape the inferno. However, just as the majority of the sea monsters had been vanquished, an ominous rumble erupted from the depths of Rolas. A deep, thunderous explosion resonated, and the surrounding waters began to roil violently. The ethereal blue mist, momentarily dispersed by the sacrificial energy, began to thicken once more. Something was amiss. It was at this moment that Ossarion realized the creature crowned with a golden ring had vanished, evidently having slipped into the Rolas labyrinth. In the next heartbeat, the entire Rolas ruins collapsed with a deafening crash. The sea surged back, forming a terrifying whirlpool with a diameter exceeding 1,000 meters. At the heart of the vortex, a colossal altar constructed from bones and coral gradually ascended. Upon this altar rested a monstrous creature adorned with a golden ring, its size swelling to nearly 200 meters. Its current form loomed like a mountain, with skin covered in pitch-black scales, each scale etched with ancient, rune-like patterns. Its head bore no eyes, only an enormous spiral maw lined with layers of razor-sharp teeth. Most chillingly, dozens of robust tentacles sprouted from its back, each housing a pulsating heart, the remnants of formidable magical beings it had previously devoured, now integral to its being and serving as powerful energy cores. Ossarion, heeding his mother's caution, recognized the extraordinary vitality and terrifying regenerative capabilities of this creature. The dragon, Soul, emitted a furious roar, his eyes crackling with electric fury. Even this proud thunder dragon felt an unprecedented sense of peril. Without hesitation, the creature, having suffered significant losses before, violently swung its immense tentacles, the hearts within them igniting with a ghostly blue luminescence. With a whoosh, piercing beams of frigid light erupted from those hearts, aimed directly at Soul. Dodge! Ossarion urgently brandished his Valyrian spear, channeling an array of thunder to intercept the beams. Soul hastily maneuvered to evade, but the beams grazed his wing, instantly corroding a vast, festering wound. Even more alarming, the flesh around the wound rapidly mutated, sprouting numerous small, fleshy tendrils. Purify! Ossarion swiftly directed the power of thunder into Soul's body, the searing lightning quickly incinerating the aberrant flesh. The dense energy of the blood sacrifice surrounding them enabled Soul's flesh to regenerate swiftly, though the new tissue remained alarmingly fragile. The creature, witnessing this, let out a sinister hiss, as if mocking their futile efforts. Simultaneously, it slowly raised all its tentacles, igniting the hearts within them. Boom, boom, boom. A multitude of intensely cold beams intertwined to form a net, instantly sealing off all of Soul's escape routes. In this dire situation, Ossarion instinctively resorted to a desperate act. If evasion was futile, he would confront it head-on. He abruptly sliced his wrist with his spear and plunged it into Soul's spine, his blood mingling with the dragon's. Awaken the heavenly wrath with dragon's blood. Boom. Soul's crystalline heart erupted with unprecedented purple-gold lightning, his scales bristling as all the power of thunder burst forth. The clash of lightning and icy beams resulted in an explosive shockwave that created a vacuum pit hundreds of meters wide in the sea, obliterating the remnants of the city of Rollis. Sor was violently propelled hundreds of meters away by the recoil, while Aeryon coughed up blood, his innards nearly displaced. The monstrous creature, too, bore the marks of wrath, its numerous tentacles charred and severed. Clearly, it had been thoroughly enraged. It opened its spiraled maw, an eerie blue vortex glowing deep within its throat. With a gurgling sound, the ocean surged uncontrollably into its gaping mouth, swallowing not only the water but also the remnants of the yet-to-be-consumed sea beasts. More terrifyingly, its wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Gritting his teeth, Aeryon urged, "Sor, continue." The mighty dragon, Sor, endured the torment and ascended once more, while Aeryon gripped his weapon tightly, intoning an incantation. In a matter of moments, he conjured a terrifying thunder sphere with a diameter of 100 meters. Sensing the imminent threat, the creature swiftly lashed out with its tentacles in an attempt to intercept. However, Aeryon was already prepared. Blood sacrifice, thunderfire chains. Blood from his wrist fell once more upon the Valyria spear, igniting it in a blaze of purple and gold flames mingled with thunder. The thunder sphere intertwined with flames, transforming into countless chains that ensnared the creature's body and tentacles. It roared in agony, its entire form sizzling under the onslaught of lightning and fire. Seizing the opportunity, Sor dove down sharply, his razor-sharp claws plunging into the creature's back, tearing a massive wound. Now, Aeryon hurled the spear, the thunderfire chains surging through the creature's injury and directly into its body. Boom! In the next instant, the creature's form began to implode from within, black blood pouring forth like a torrential downpour upon the surface of the sea, only to be instantly ignited by the lightning and flames. Yet, just as Aeryon believed victory was within reach, the monster's shattered remnants began to writhe rapidly, all the fragmented flesh and blood converging, reforming into a new body upon the altar. How could it be an immortal being? Aeryon was struck with profound horror. At that moment, the creature's voice resonated in his mind, deep and mocking. "Foolish dragon knight, I am the embodiment of the abyssal will. As long as my magical power endures, I shall not perish." Gripping his spear tightly, despair surged within Aeryon. The mighty dragon's Sor was completely exhausted, and Aeryon's blood had been depleted to the extent that he could no longer wield powerful magic. Just then, a sudden rush of blood sacrifice energy began to flow like a torrent towards the island of Yliangmu. An overwhelming crimson flame coalesced into the figure of Daenerya, the one who commanded the dragon Miracis. "Mother, how can this be?" Aeryon gazed in awe at the breathtaking woman before him. It was indeed his mother, Daenerya. "Aeryon, you have done exceptionally well. You are your mother's pride. Now, allow me to bring this farce to an end." With a mere gesture, Daenerya conjured a searing tempest of purple and gold flames that enveloped the monster. Amidst its anguished wails, it was swiftly reduced to ashes. The skeletal altar was utterly annihilated, leading to the collapse of the labyrinth beneath Rollis, as an overwhelming surge of potent magic threatened to ascend. However, it was swiftly subdued by a single strike from Daenerya. Subsequently, Miracis and Daenerya transformed into towering flames, igniting the entire Rollis archipelago. Aeryon, kneeling upon the back of Sol, gazed at the unfolding scene and softly murmured, "Mother, have you truly ascended to divinity?" Chapter 594. The Rise of King Sane. As the flames engulfing the Rollis archipelago subsided, Aeryon discovered that Rollis had metamorphosed into an exceptional lair for dragons. A sudden fiery volcano, entwined with the surging magic from the labyrinth, gradually transformed into pure magical energy after passing through the towering fish beams on the island. Even the mighty dragon Sol and Aeryon, the most magically gifted offspring of the formidable Daenerya, sensed their internal magic rapidly burgeoning with each passing moment. Determined, Aeryon resolved to claim this dominion. Just then, a series of dragon roars echoed from the south. Aeryon looked up to behold 5 subadult dragons, each measuring over 20 meters in length, soaring toward him. For reasons unknown, Aeryon felt an uncanny sense of familiarity and kinship with these dragons. Upon their arrival, the 5 dragons obediently settled beside the great dragon Sol, displaying submissive postures. These 5 dragons were the progenitor dragons that had escaped the control of the Valyria's 14 fire peaks. Similar to other dragons returning to their masters, they had come specifically to seek their owner. With the presence of these 5 dragons, Aeryon's concerns about conquering the Rollis archipelago dissipated. With their protection, no force would dare to encroach upon this territory. Standing at the edge of the volcanic crater, Aeryon gazed down at the swirling magical lava below. The 5 subadult dragons encircled him, their scales shimmering with a dazzling brilliance in the firelight. Sol perched atop the highest point, his dark golden vertical pupils surveying this newly birthed domain. "This shall be our foundation," Aeryon mused softly, his slender fingers caressing the snout of a bronze dragon. The dragon affectionately nudged his palm, emitting a deep, rumbling purr. Each of Aeryon's 5 progenitor dragons boasted distinct characteristics. The bronze-clawed Corax, though slender, possessed extraordinarily robust claws capable of effortlessly rending the skulls of sea monsters. The azure dragon, Ice-eyed Vilters, bore beautiful ice-blue irises, while unable to wield aquatic magic. It excelled in swimming, freely diving into the depths to hunt colossal beasts. The Earthshaker Gordos, with his earthy-hued scales as hard and thick as rock, was not only massive but also immensely powerful, a true champion of close combat. The storm-winged Terralyn, adorned with grayish-white scales, effortlessly concealed her presence amidst the sea and mist. Her flight was remarkably swift, marking her as a natural assassin and ambusher. Nexus, cloaked in mottled dark green scales, could blend seamlessly into the dense forests and grasslands, her nimbleness and patience rendering her a born hunter. After seizing Lorith, Aeryon dedicated 3 months to cultivating synergy and training teamwork with his 5 bonded dragons. During this period, he enlisted his father, Pacius, to hire 1,000 mercenaries and bravos, coupled with the 2,000 family warriors nurtured by the Pacius lineage. A formidable army of 3,000 was assembled, after which he promptly led them to conquer the ancient ruins of Vizgradka, situated along the banks of the San River. Once the capital of the San Kingdom and one of the most prosperous trade city-states in northern Essos, Vizgradka had long succumbed to ruins amidst years of civil strife and Dothraki raids. A few remaining inhabitants struggled for survival among the crumbling remains, while the Dothraki raiders frequently descended upon the area, viewing it as a pasture for the weak. Aeryon, perched atop Sol, gazed down upon the desolate city, reflecting with ambitious fervor that it was time for the ancient prairie civilization to be revived. With 6 dragons forging Dragonstone, 3,000 robust soldiers, and several thousand surviving residents, the long-abandoned ancient city was restored within a mere 3 months. The towering Dragonstone walls and the orderly streets and homes provided a sense of security to the beleaguered locals who had suffered under Dothraki oppression. With a fortified city and the Pacius family's continuous supply of resources, Gradka soon thrived once more. Nearby nomadic tribes, upon hearing the news, began to converge. Just as the reconstruction of Vizgradka was progressing vigorously, scouts from the Dothraki cavalry detected the activity. However, due to a prolonged period of extreme weather, most Dothraki tribes had migrated near the Slaver's Bay, where resources sufficient to meet their needs could be obtained. Thus, it was only after the completion of Gradka's restoration that tens of thousands of Dothraki cavalry surged forth with great ferocity. In their culture and belief, cities had no place upon the vast Dothraki plains. To them, such settlements were but parasites and maggots despoiling the sacred grassland. Aeryon stood atop the city walls, observing the dust rising in the distance across the San plains, stirred by the hooves of the Dothraki cavalry. They were coming, and it was time to bring their reign to an end. Aeryon disdainfully regarded the distant, menacing Dothraki riders, his fingers lightly tapping the Dragonstone crenellations of the city wall. His 5-headed companion dragons, Claw of Corax, Ice-eye of Veltis, Earthbreaker Goldos, Stormwing Terralise, and Shadowscale Naxos, circled ominously above Gladka, poised for the impending assault. A scout hurriedly approached, kneeling on one knee, and reported, "Your Highness, the main forces of the Dothraki have gathered 10 miles away, with cavalry exceeding 20,000, personally led by Bloodhowl Cow." Aeryon turned coldly to his adjutant, instructing, "Relay the orders. The entire army is to be on alert and act according to the plan." Bloodhowl Cow was one of the most ferocious tribal leaders of the Dothraki in recent years, a towering figure marred by scars from countless battles, reputed to have slain 7 opposing cows in single combat. At this moment, he sat astride a magnificent black stallion, gazing towards the distant Vizgradka. Indeed, this wretched city had come alive once more. Narrowing his eyes, his voice gravelly and low, he muttered, "I hear a silver-haired boy with a few dragons aims to reign here." Beside him, a bloodsworn nodded, affirming, "Yes, Cow. It is said he commands 3,000 soldiers. And the city walls are constructed from some magical stone, impervious to fire and water, remarkably sturdy." Bloodhowl Cow scoffed derisively. "Sturdy? Under the iron hooves of the Dothraki, no wall can withstand us. He raised his curved blade high, bellowing to the warriors behind him, "Brave souls. Tonight, we shall reduce that city to ruins once more. Let those cowards know the plains belong to the Dothraki." The 20,000 Dothraki warriors roared in unison, their voices echoing through the heavens. They brandished their curved blades, galloping forth like a tide of darkness toward Visgradka. On the walls, Aeryon calmly observed the enemy's movements, having anticipated the Dothraki's nocturnal assault and set traps in advance. At midnight, the Dothraki launched their attack. Thousands of horsemen surged towards the walls like a tidal wave, erecting ladders in an attempt to scale them. However, as they neared the fortifications, countless torches flared to life atop the walls. "Loose arrows," Aeryon commanded, and the archers unleashed a storm of arrows, raining down destruction upon the advancing cavalry. "Do not halt. Press the charge," Bloodhowl Cow roared, taking command as his army surged towards the city gates. Yet, just as the Dothraki cavalry approached the gates, the ground beneath them suddenly gave way. Aeryon had ordered a deep trench to be dug before the gates, its bottom lined with sharp wooden stakes. The foremost horsemen, along with their steeds, plunged into the pit, their anguished cries piercing the night sky. "Damn it," Bloodhowl Cow muttered under his breath, struggling to regain control of his rearing horse. As Aeryon observed that the group of Dothraki could no longer devise any clever maneuvers, he ceased to toy with them and promptly issued an attack command to his colossal dragons. Bloodrider Ko was preparing to order a retreat when a piercing dragon roar suddenly echoed above him. With a thunderous cry, Stormwing Terralise descended from the heavens, her grayish-white scales nearly camouflaged in the moonlight. She opened her massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of searing dragon fire, incinerating dozens of cavalrymen in an instant. "Dragons, scatter!" The Dothraki were immediately thrown into a state of panic, their formation descending into chaos. At that moment, Shadowscale Naxos stealthily emerged from the dense forest. Her deep green scales blended seamlessly with the night, allowing her to silently approach the rear of the Dothraki, her target being Bloodrider Ko. Engaged in directing his troops' retreat, Bloodrider Ko suddenly felt an icy chill creeping up his spine. He turned abruptly to find a pair of cold dragon eyes fixed intently upon him. Before he could react, Naxos lunged forward. Her razor-sharp claws tore through Koa's chest in an instant. The Dothraki leader fell lifelessly from his steed. The demise of their chief shattered the Dothraki's morale. They abandoned their weapons and scattered in a frantic escape. However, Aeryon had no intention of sparing them. Clawbreaker Korlax and Earthshaker Gordos flanked the Dothraki, the bronze dragon crushing the skulls of fleeing soldiers with its powerful forelimbs, while the ochre dragon trampled all resistance beneath its weight. Icide Veltis lingered over the San River, severing the Dothraki's escape route across the water. As dawn approached, the battle neared its conclusion. Out of the 20,000 Dothraki cavalry, fewer than 5,000 survived as captives, the rest having become prey for the dragons or mere dust upon the plains. Aeryon stood upon the city walls, gazing at the ravaged battlefield, his expression devoid of any joy. "Send the word," he commanded his aide. "Convey all captives to the open ground outside the city. I have words for them." The aide promptly complied. Soon after, thousands of Dothraki captives were gathered in a broad meadow. They were tattered and terrified, uncertain of what fate awaited them. Aeryon, mounted on a white steed, slowly approached the captives. His 5 dragons circled overhead, casting imposing shadows. Dothraki, his voice, amplified by magic, resonated throughout the area. "Your leader is dead, your tribe is defeated. Now you have 2 choices. Submit to me and become subjects of the kingdom of San, or die here." The captives exchanged glances, none daring to speak. At last, an elder warrior stepped forward. "We Dothraki never bow to anyone," he declared through gritted teeth. "Even in death, we shall die like warriors." Aeryon scoffed. "Very well." He raised his hand, and the 5 dragons unleashed a deafening roar simultaneously. However, just as he was about to order the execution of the captives, a youthful voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. "Please wait." A slender boy pushed his way to the front, appearing no older than 12 or 13, his face still bearing the innocence of youth. "I am willing to submit," he exclaimed loudly. "I do not wish to die." Aeryon raised an eyebrow. "What is your name?" "Drogo," the boy replied. "Drogo, from the Bloodmoon clan." Aeryon studied him for a moment before breaking into a laugh. "Very well, Drogo. From this day forth, you shall be my personal guard." He turned to the other captives. "Did you see that? Even a child possesses more courage to face reality than you all. I shall ask once more, submission or death?" This time, the captives knelt in unison, lowering their proud heads. Following this battle, Aeryon incorporated the surrendering Dothraki warriors into his ranks, forming the Praetorian Cavalry. They trained in the newly established military camp outside the walls of Dragonstone, learning to fight with the support of dragons. Drogo was especially promoted to the position of squad leader within the cavalry. Aeryon discovered that, despite his youth, the boy possessed extraordinary combat skills and leadership qualities. "You will become a great warrior," Aeryon assured him. Meanwhile, Aeryon's 5 dragons also grew significantly through battle. The claws of Corlax, the dragon, became sharper, while the aquatic prowess of Veltis, the ice-eyed dragon, improved remarkably. The defensive capabilities of Galdos, the Earthshaker, heightened, and the flight speed of Terralise, the Stormwing, increased. The stealth abilities of Naxos, the shadow-scale dragon, became almost supernatural. The Dothraki's defeat swiftly spread the renown of the San Kingdom across the continent of Essos. Surrounding city-states and tribes sent emissaries, eager to forge alliances or submit. Trade in Visgradka flourished anew, and within the walls of Dragonstone, a magnificent new palace arose, known as the Temple of Thunder, which served as Aeryon's royal residence. Chapter 595. Conclusion. 120 years after the ascension of Daenerys Targaryen, the continents of Westeros, Essos, and the northern regions of Sithorios fell under the dominion of her descendants. Her eldest son, Aurelian, as the rightful heir and king of the Reclian kingdom, succeeded as the Lord of Westeros after Daemon's disappearance, becoming the second emperor of the Sacred Flame Empire, Aurelian I, with the support of all his siblings. His eldest son, Aegon, benefited from the backing of the Dreamwalker Queen Helena and successfully tamed an adult dragon at the age of 10. Thus, at 16, he was officially crowned as Prince of Dragonstone, becoming the imperial heir. Although Helena's relationship with Aurelian was moderate, they maintained mutual respect and welcomed the birth of twins, a son and daughter named Dennis and Daenerys. They have inherited their parents' exceptional genes and have all become outstanding dragon riders. Having grown up alongside Aegon, the sibling duo shares a harmonious bond with him and stands as loyal supporters of this grand imperial heir. Regrettably, Emperor Aurelian lived for over 120 years, attaining the status of a true centenarian. Aegon, however, passed away more than a decade earlier than his father. Thus, the third Flame Emperor was succeeded by Aegon's great-grandson, Aurelian II. Ascending to the throne in the year 238 of the conquest, Aurelian II became the last dragon rider emperor of House Targaryen. Following Daenerys' ascension over a century later, the world plunged into a period of magical decline, making it increasingly difficult for the Targaryen dragons to hatch. The few hundred fully grown dragons, lacking riders, fled to various regions rich in magic, disappearing from the world. These places included Dragonstone, Old Town, the Lorth Islands, the ruins of Valyria, Volantis, the Shadowlands, and the continent of Essos. Nevertheless, Aurelian II was also a long-lived monarch, living until the year 289 of the conquest, when he and his dragon passed away in King's Landing. Consequently, aside from the reigning Aegon III, who possessed a mottled winged dragon steed, there were no more dragon riders among the Targaryen royal lineage in Westeros. The second son, Aeryon, established his own kingdom on the continent of Essos, marrying 5 queens of Valyrian descent and fathering 28 offspring, all of whom he trained as dragon riders. With the support of his wives, children, and 3 fully grown dragons, Aeryon successfully founded his empire in Essos after 3 to 4 decades of conquests. Under his governance, humans and various races coexisted peacefully. Throughout his 66-year reign, no significant regional conflicts erupted. Aeryon's great-granddaughter, Daenerys, due to her remarkable abilities, succeeded him as the second empress of the Azure Empire, taking on an elven prince as her consort. This powerful alliance between the two races maintained peace on the continent of Essos for over 50 years. Daenerys' favored third son, Aeryon, was granted the title of Prince of the Crab Peninsula after Aurelian I. Following the demise of the sea snake, the Valyrian lineage ran dry, allowing Aeryon's wife, Lara, to inherit both Tidespire Island and the Valyrian legacy. Although Aeryon's territory was modest, his dominion over the industries of iridescent pearls and colorful dragon porcelain, along with a fleet of over 1,000 ocean-going vessels, made him the wealthiest among his siblings. Consequently, Aeryon and his descendants, renowned for their exceptional business acumen and financial management, consistently held the position of the empire's treasurer. While the male heirs of this lineage were few, the number of daughters each generation produced was remarkable. Equipped with substantial dowries, they successfully married into the highest echelons of society. The 10 dukes of Westeros, comprising the original 4 and Daenerys' 7 noble offspring, have intricately woven their bloodlines into the fabric of the realm. The fourth son, Aeryon, established his own kingdom of Sarn in the northern regions of Essos. After 2 to 3 decades of expansion and conquest, he seized control of the entire Dothraki Sea, along with the northern island of Aegon and the frigid expanses of the far north, becoming the undisputed lord of the Shivering Sea and the vast plains. Due to the possession of the magical and bountiful Loras Isles, along with the expansive hunting grounds for magical creatures in the far north, the number of dragons and their might in the kingdom of Sarn had, after 50 years, risen to become the most formidable lineage among Daenerys' descendants. Although Aeryon was not particularly close to his siblings, at the age of 33, under the auspices of the ailing Patrius, he wed Viserion, the eldest daughter of Aurelian. This union fostered amicable relations between the kingdom of Sarn and the empire of the Sacred Flame, despite the absence of any formal allegiance, and for the following 2 centuries, no conflicts transpired between them. The fifth son, Lanyon, as the Duke and Guardian of the Westerlands, enjoyed the fortune of being the nominal wealthiest family in all of Westeros. Thanks to the assistance of the metal lions in fostering mineral veins, Lanyon, by nature, was modest and, aside from dedicating himself to the management of his lands and the education of his progeny, largely refrained from engaging in courtly intrigues. This shift in demeanor fundamentally transformed the Lannister family's reputation, dissolving their erstwhile arrogance. Furthermore, due to Lanyon's disinclination towards the practice of bloodline marriages with the Targaryens, his descendants ceased to produce dragon riders from the 3rd generation onward. The sixth son, Aeryon, although bestowed with the title of Duke of Silent by Aurelian I, unified the entirety of the lands beyond the wall at the tender age of 20, becoming the first true king of the lands beyond. Through vigorous development of maritime trade via Ice Bay and Skaggs Island, he amassed considerable wealth, facilitating the resettlement of 99% of the free folk of the lands beyond to Silent and Skaggs Island. Meanwhile, Aeryon, accompanied by his dragons and the army of the others, relentlessly sought out and incinerated the remains of humanoid and animal corpses in the lands beyond, ever mindful of his mother Daenerys' admonition to prevent the resurgence of the White Walkers. By the latter years of Daenerys' reign, the entire empire of the Sacred Flame had adopted cremation, ensuring that, even in the event of an invasion by the White Walkers, there would be scarcely any corpses left in the realm of Westeros, save for the ancient remains within the noble castles. The seventh son, Aegon, was granted the title of Duke of Stonebridge. Through his exceptional administrative talents and the resources from the Blue Fork Canal and the Iron Islands, he diligently cultivated the region for decades, elevating Stonebridge to a status rivaling that of other established duchies. Influenced by Aegon's progressive ideals, successive dukes of Stonebridge advocated for gender equality, thereby granting women and men in both Stonebridge and the Iron Islands equal legal standing. This has rendered the city of Yellowstone in a somewhat imbalanced state, with the feminine essence prevailing over the masculine, as nearly all the free-spirited women of the empire have been drawn to this place. Particularly after Aemon Lien, the 5 successive heirs were all female dragon riders, and the formidable fleet of 1,000 female commanders from Yellowstone City gained renown across the world. Chapter 596. The grand conclusion. The 8th son, Aemon Lien, was too young to wield any real power or titles when Daniela ascended to divinity. Aurelian's I, upon his coronation, bestowed upon him the title of Duke of the Stairway Islands. Given that Sevon Lien's father, Sevon, was the supreme commander of the Sacred Flame Fleet, he was appointed Minister of Naval Affairs by Daniela following the death of Count Red. Upon his ascension, Aurelian's I divided the Sacred Flame Fleet into 5, appointing generals to oversee the eastern, western, southern, and northern seas, stationed at Narrow Sea, Summer Sea, Sunset Sea, and Trembling Sea respectively, with the strongest force remaining at Sacred Flame Island. Grateful for the loyalty of Sevon and his son, Aurelians continued to grant them the position of Minister of Naval Affairs, which, akin to the Minister of Finance, remained unaltered through subsequent reigns. Nevertheless, Sevon Lien and his descendants proved unwaveringly loyal, never betraying the trust of the emperors throughout the ages. The 9th son, Aegon Lien, was appointed Prince of Rhys from birth by Daniela. Like his father Lysandro, Aegon Lien exhibited no interest in politics, dedicating himself instead to the pursuit of art. However, the Roga family possessed an innate financial acumen under Daniela's patronage. They developed the Roga Bank over several decades into the world's 2nd largest bank, trailing only behind the Sacred Flame Bank. The financial wars initiated by the Lysandro brothers in alliance with Aegon Lien nearly brought the Bravo's iron treasury to bankruptcy. The loss of maritime hegemony and the extinction of the Faceless Men further stripped bravos of any potent means to maintain its financial dominion. Thus, this once thriving free trade city-state gradually dimmed under the radiance of the Sacred Flame Empire. Had they not relinquished 20% of the Iron Treasury's shares to the Sacred Flame Empire and 40% to Ozan Lien, securing their protection, their fate would likely have been no better than that of Loreth. The eldest daughter, Aeschelia, with the support of her father Daemon and brother Osarion, successfully expanded the territory of the Aeschelia kingdom to the northern lands. Strong-willed and adept, Aeschelia, over the following 30 years, through strategic marriages and military conquests, entirely subdued the Golden Celestial Empire, establishing the Aeschelia Empire. At the age of 50, Aeschelia bequeathed her throne to her successor, Muron Huang, and alongside her husband, embarked on a grand journey around the world, riding upon dragons. Muron Huang, as one of the rare third-generation monarchs capable of commanding 3 dragons simultaneously, led a life rich in legend, not only managing the empire with impeccable order, but also personally leading armies eastward, vanquishing countless monstrous races and savage humanoid tribes. Subsequently, the Empress successfully consolidated all regions beyond the Shadowlands, establishing the Icilian Empire as the largest empire in the world by land area. However, this formidable matriarch exhibited a rather audacious demeanor. She married 7 consorts in a single breath, perhaps to avoid surpassing her grandmother in numbers, and indulged in countless lovers. Among her numerous paramours were not only handsome men from various ethnicities, but also striking elves and robust orcs, and even peculiar mermen. Notably, her first consort was the second son of Lane Ryan, and she enacted laws stipulating that only their descendants would possess legitimate rights of succession. The inheritance laws of the Icilian Empire were based solely on age, disregarding gender. Curiously, the subsequent 4 or 5 heirs were all princesses, seemingly inheriting the vivacious genes of the audacious Empress Daenerys. Aside from the first consort, who hailed from the Targaryen bloodline, the others were a veritable tapestry of diverse ethnicities and races. The second daughter, Isis, a pure-blood Targaryen, was endowed by the divine with exceptional talents. Although her ambitions did not rival those of her elder sister, her governance skills were remarkably astute. Under her reign, the Kingdom of Lorne swiftly regained its historical glory within a few decades. Coupled with the resurgence of the divine Lorne River and the elder of the Great Turtle River, the already fertile and water-rich Lorne Kingdom flourished into the most prosperous inland nation in the world, particularly leveraging her formidable national strength. Queen Isis ensured that her daughters married into various royal families across the globe. By the time the centenarian Isis abdicated her throne in favor of her descendants, she had become the matriarch of many great kingdoms. The third daughter, Icena, successfully wed her true love, Rustless. Although he possessed average abilities, his noble lineage granted him the title of Duke of Noble Heart. Rustless, wishing to spare her the pains of childbirth, opted for a single cherished daughter, Danibella. However, due to excessive pampering, Danibella, though beautiful and intelligent, became rather spoiled. With her parents' reluctance to part with her, she remained unmarried even at the age of 30. Ultimately, Icena directly invited a bastard son of the Aurelian family to come live with them. With the abundant resources of Noble Heart, they had no worries about providing for their daughter. Duke Iselin of Lonely Mountain, having lost his beloved, independently raised his son while managing his territory. Later, upon marrying his twin sister Iselin, who had become a widow after marrying the Duke of Winterfell, he relocated to Winterfell to reside with her. Eventually, his only son, Dominic, wed Iselin's only daughter, having grown up together in companionship. Thus, the Stark and Bolton families of the North truly merged as one. Through the concerted efforts of the two sisters, the North transformed from its previous state of poverty and stagnation, with vast territories and rich natural resources. After a century of development, the North finally caught up to the economic levels of the Southern kingdoms. The new Stark family, possessing both the bloodline of the Dragon King and the innate talents of the wolf spirit, found themselves capable of commanding a dragon for each of their offspring, even as the Targaryen royal lineage struggled to maintain dominion over the great dragons. Furthermore, they commanded a formidable winter wolf army comprised of 3,000 ice wolves, capable of overwhelming any heavy cavalry in existence. Lady Atala, the seventh daughter, wed into the Tully family, becoming the Duchess of the Riverlands. Although her ambitions were considerable, her relationships among her siblings were less than stellar, preventing her from acquiring anything of significant value throughout her busy life. Nevertheless, she bore numerous children, who were subsequently married into the ranks of the highest nobility. Thus, by around 2 centuries into the conquest era, Nearly all the elite families of Westeros had intermingled with the Targaryen bloodline. Sisters Isura, Aegon, and Eliza, after the ascension of Daenerys, jointly governed the Isle of Flame according to her directives, overseeing all dragon riders. With the extensive territories of Old Town, Dorne, and Stormlands backing them, the sisters wielded power that rivaled that of the Flame Emperor. Since the forced birthing of her dragon, Aegon had not witnessed any growth in her creature. Deep within her heart, she harbored a burden, believing her reckless actions had led to Daenerys' sacrificial plunge into the Sea of Elements. Although she had become an eternal being, it came at the cost of her siblings losing their mother. Thus, she tirelessly sought knowledge of the divine through the fish Liangmu. 60 years later, she discovered a method of adventure. Returning to the Isle of Atlantis, she conducted a daring blood ritual, offering 5 mighty dragons and herself as sacrifices. She successfully affixed her consciousness to the World Gate, hoping to resurrect her mother through the myriad of variables present in countless parallel worlds. Would she succeed? No one could provide an answer, for matters of the divine may only be unraveled by the gods themselves.